On the Xinwu continent, vast and boundless billions of miles lay shrouded in desolation. The Great Xia Dynasty dominated its own domain. The central plains flourished in resplendent magnificence, teeming with thriving crowds. The other 6 great dynasties coveted this supremacy for 100 years. Countless wars had been waged in reckless ambition. Though Great Xia was strong, even a mighty tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. The central plains' prosperity was bought with the blood of 1 million border soldiers who fought to the death. Among the uneven 100,000 households, how many ironclad warriors had their bones wrapped in white armor? 3 years ago, the 2 northern dynasties, the northern frontier and the grassland, invaded simultaneously, and beacons of war flared from the watchtowers along the northern border. The crown prince of Great Xia emerged from the Jixia Academy, donned armor, and rode to the front lines, leading 10,000 Frostflower Iron Cavalry and 100,000 Imperial Guards to the northern border. That departure lasted a full 3 years. In the 180th year of Great Xia, his 4th year holding the northern frontier, a top-secret letter quietly traveled from the northern border to the divine capital of Great Xia, finally landing in the hands of the Xia Emperor. It read, "His Highness the Crown Prince has fallen, the killer, Wen Liang." Only the Crown Prince's personal guards know of this matter. At present, the Crown Princess has disguised herself as His Highness to stabilize the army's morale. When Liang ranked 7th on Great Xia's Tenji Pavilion, martial appraisal stood between righteousness and wickedness. His cultivation of the Jade Lily divine art had reached consummation. He had once by his strength alone shattered 3,000 wolf cavalry of the Grassland dynasty, and had also slain a 3rd-rank official of Great Xia. On the Xinwu continent, martial fervor prevailed. Incidents of wandering heroes using their martial prowess to defy the law occurred frequently. These roaming martial artists moved with extraordinary skill. Ordinary yamen constables were utterly helpless before them. Even if troops were dispatched to encircle them, as long as these men slipped into the deep mountains, they could not be seized. County magistrates handling such cases had to constantly worry whether their own heads might change owners some night. This was not a problem unique to Great Xia. The 6 other dynasties faced the same plight. Have I been too lenient toward these wandering martial men? In the depths of the night within the imperial palace, the Xia Emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze brimming with murderous intent, his teeth gritted. With a surge of inner strength, the slip of paper in his hand turned to fine powder and scattered into the air. "Your Majesty, please restrain your grief and cherish your dragon body," an old eunuch said respectfully to the Xia Emperor, holding a horsetail whisk beneath the dim palace lamps. "Eunuchly, if you were to face this Wen Liang, would you have any confidence?" The Xia Emperor's gaze fell upon the old eunuch. "In reply to your Majesty, the Tianji Pavilion martial appraisal is released once every 60 years. Each of the 7 great dynasties has its own ranking. Some lists contain 5 or 6 names, others more than 10. Every single one is a grandmaster of the highest order under heaven. As for Wen Liang, if I disregard the cost, this old slave might attempt it." The grand hall fell into silence. The Xia Emperor said nothing. At any cost. The Xia Emperor naturally understood Eunuch Li's implication. At this moment, the war against the northern frontier and the grasslands is at a critical juncture. News of the Crown Prince must not be made public. Transmit my secret decree. The Crown Princess shall be granted full authority to command the northern war. Moreover, investigate Wen Liang's whereabouts in secret. Once he is found, Eunuch Li, you will personally make the journey, taking the old Taoist and the old monk with you. Kill him. Command the embroidered guard to investigate every trace of Wen Liang's past within his 9 clans. Kill. Yes. A steady voice sounded within the grand hall. Clearly there were others present besides the Xia Emperor and the old eunuch. Even after he issued several consecutive commands, the knot in the Xia Emperor's heart did not seem to loosen. "I wish to select experts from the embroidered guard and the 6 gates to establish a Jianghu division within my Great Xia who can be worthy of serving as the division chief." A crown prince could be slain at a single word. The Xia Emperor's endurance had reached its limit. Yet this matter was truly difficult to handle. Take those listed on the Tianji Pavilion martial appraisal, for instance. Being a match for 10,000 men was commonplace. Even if one deployed battle formations to encircle and kill them. Beyond favorable timing and terrain, one would still have to pile lives upon lives. If the attempt failed, the vengeance of these formidable martial experts would be a headache even for the Xia Emperor. This son requests the command to assume the post of division chief of the Jianghu division to suppress the martial world of Great Xia. A steady yet calm voice drifted slowly in from outside the hall. Outside the grand hall stood a youth in a black python-embroidered robe, hands clasped in salute as he bowed toward the hall. Dozens of men in black night attire, masked and armed with sharp swords, encircled him tightly in the center. So these were Father Emperor's shadow guards. Their skill was indeed not bad. The youth cast a sidelong glance at the surrounding men in black. "All of you withdraw." Eunuch Li suddenly appeared outside the hall, waving his hand to dismiss the men in black. "Fourth Prince, His Majesty summons you inside." Eunuch Li bowed to the youth and then made a gesture of invitation. "Many thanks, Eunuch. The youth returned the bow and strode into the hall, his heart surging with irrepressible excitement. 18 years, he had been in this world for 18 years. At last this damned golden cheat had finally appeared. A god-tier sign-in system. Did anyone know how he had survived these 18 years? Each day palace attendants stood at his sides holding golden basins to his bedside while he rinsed his mouth with jade cups. Court chefs prepared mountain and sea delicacies and all manner of fine dishes whose fragrances wafted everywhere while music of strings and bamboo flutes drifted through the palace, melodious and pleasing to the ear. Better not mention it, better not mention it. You say you wish to serve as the Jianghu division chief. The Xia emperor regarded his earnest-faced son with a complicated expression. The fourth prince Xia Mo possessed mediocre aptitude and an utterly ordinary appearance. Among the many princes he was unremarkable. From childhood he had never displayed outstanding brilliance, yet neither had he shown any obvious stupidity. Most importantly, Xia Mo's meridians were congenitally blocked, making it difficult for him to practice martial arts. In this world where martial prowess was supreme, this was an immense blow. Father Emperor, I already heard of the crown prince's matter outside just now. Please place your trust in your son and entrust this affair entirely to me. Xia Mo clasped his fists and bowed. How do you intend to proceed? The Xia Emperor's tone was calm. He did not ask why Xia Mo had appeared here. In the same way Father Emperor intends the Jianghu division shall suppress the realm's martial men. Do you possess such qualifications? Why not allow uniquely to test your son's qualifications? The Xia Emperor cast a glance at the old eunuch who had stood silently at the side since earlier. After a brief hesitation he finally nodded. I have long heard that eunuch Li's yin-yang sundering dawn and dusk is a wondrous art that fuses the Tao of yin and yang. Today I humbly ask for your instruction. Xia Mo stepped forward and in an instant the aura around him changed completely. Eunuch Li's gaze grew much more solemn. Fourth prince, then this old slave must offend. As soon as his words fell his figure vanished from where he stood. In the next instant he appeared before Xia Mo, his horsetail whisk sweeping out like 3,000 strands of red dust silk towards Xia Mo. Xia Mo smiled with confidence, neither dodging nor avoiding, and drove a fist straight forward. A surge of fierce and domineering fist force, utterly rigid and blazing with pure yang, blew the whisk apart into fragments. Their figures crisscrossed through the grand hall, moving so fast that their actions were almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. After a long while the two separated. Forcing down his surging chi and blood, eunuch Li looked at Xia Mo in astonishment. May I ask, fourth prince, what martial art you have cultivated? The martial Dao Chan sect's wedding garment divine art. Martial Zen sect wedding garment divine art. I did not expect fourth to bring us such an astonishing surprise. Eunuch Li, do you know the origin of this martial art? In the great hall Xia Mo had already departed. The Xia Emperor looked at the supporting pillars around him, now covered in fine cracks. This was already the result of Xia Mo and eunuch Li exerting extreme restraint. Otherwise, with the strength of those two, it would have been difficult for the entire hall to remain standing. Your Majesty, forgive this old slave's ignorance. I have truly never heard of any sect in the Jianghu possessing such a martial art. Perhaps some clues can be found in the records of the 6 doors and the embroidered uniform guard. Shall we summon the captured god and Commander Feng into the palace? The Xia Emperor waved his hand. Enough. Since even you do not know, perhaps it truly belongs to some reclusive sect of the Jianghu. Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain Slanting Moon 3-star Cave. The Xia Emperor's expression grew somewhat strange. So there was actually a master who infiltrated the imperial palace for 13 years, teaching fourth to cultivate such peerless martial arts. The shadow guards have not discovered the slightest trace. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. That earlier voice sounded again, this time tinged with doubt. Eunuch Li bowed deeply. This old slave oversees the inner court, yet did not sense the slightest anomaly. I beg your Majesty to punish me. The Xia Emperor shook his head. I am not blaming you. I merely feel that the boy did not tell me the whole truth. The fourth prince grew up in the palace. If not for that, it is difficult to explain the martial prowess he possesses now. In a mere 13 years someone could resolve the fourth prince's meridian problem and even train him to such a level. That so-called Bodhi ancestral master, what kind of figure must he be? Eunuch Li, speak frankly, are fourth's martial skills truly that formidable? The Xia Emperor himself had cultivated the royal clan's martial arts. However, the royal techniques were mostly created by the Great Xia Taizu through slaughter on the battlefield. They could not be considered the pinnacle of martial arts. When I crossed moves with the fourth prince earlier, this old slave did not use full strength, yet I could feel that the fourth prince was also holding back. His inner force is supremely young and incomparably fierce. If he were to enter the Jianghu, the next martial evaluation of the Tianji Pavilion would surely reserve him an honored place. Eunuch Li answered truthfully. Since that is the case, issue the decree. Hereby the fourth imperial son Xia Mo, gifted in both civil and martial arts of extraordinary wisdom and strategy, is specially appointed as lord of the Jianghu division to oversee all matters of the Great Xia Jianghu. In addition, investigate the background of this Bodhi ancestral master. Do not alert the embroidered uniform guard or the 6 doors, entrust this matter to the shadow guards. Yes. At the fourth prince's residence, Xia Mo lounged lazily on a redwood armchair. In less than a month, news of the establishment of the Jianghu division and that its first lord was the Xia emperor's fourth son spread swiftly throughout the Great Xia Dynasty. Some were astonished, some disdainful, some simply watching and waiting. Xia Mo, however, paid none of it any mind. He had not hesitated to expose his newly learned martial arts, sneaking into the palace at night to demand the position of Jianghu division lord from the Xia emperor merely so that he could openly walk out of the divine capital. According to the rules of the Great Xia Dynasty, once a prince turned 18, he had to leave the palace and establish his own residence and office in the divine capital. It had been less than a month since he moved from the palace into this fourth prince's residence. An ordinary prince could not leave the divine capital without an imperial edict. Although with his martial skills the city walls of the divine capital could not restrain him. The conflict between court and Jianghu was growing more intense by the day. Martial heroes using force to defy imperial law had always been a thorn in the Xia emperor's heart. To be honest, ever since he transmigrated into this world, his mother concubine died in childbirth. And his congenital meridians were blocked. If not for his identity as a prince, his days would likely have been far less comfortable. Though the Xia emperor could not be said to be especially fond of him, what should be given was still given. Xia Mo had no desire to go from prince to wanted criminal of Great Xia. Divine level sign-in system, he murmured, lying on the chair as he gently raised his right hand before his eyes. His fingertips danced lightly through the air as though plucking invisible strings of a zither. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, scattering dappled shadows all around. Transmigration should have meant high spirits and grand ambitions, yet because of his congenital meridian blockage he could only be an ordinary man in this world of martial arts. It was a problem even great grandmasters could not resolve. He had already given up, prepared to live out his days as a pampered idle prince. He had never expected that. A system would arrive only when he turned 18 along with a novice gift pack. Not only did it perfectly resolve his meridian problem, it also threw a kind of enlightening infusion. Brought his wedding garment divine art to great completion, skipping over the step of dispersing inner force and cultivating anew a true consummation. Feeling the vast surging inner force within his body, Xia Mo exhaled lightly. The wedding garment divine art could truly be called a miraculous technique. In its original world, once this art reached great completion, one could be unrivaled under heaven. Of course, such claims were somewhat exaggerated, yet they also reflected the might of the wedding garment divine art. In this world, however, the martial civilization was extraordinarily flourishing. Even if the perfected wedding garment divine art could not make one invincible, it would surely not be weak. Since when did the people of the 6 doors also learn the trade of cat burglars? A figure drifted down lightly from the top of the high wall. Fallen leaves on the ground were stirred by a gentle breeze. With each step the newcomer landed upon the tip of a leaf, not making the slightest sound. Ji Chushue greets the division lord. Xia Mo's lips curved into an amused smile. The Jianghu division has just been established. Although father ordered the 6 doors and embroidered uniform guard to each send some personnel. I did not expect the capture god to be so generous as to send me the famed goddess constable of the 6 doors herself. Xia Mo brazenly let his gaze roam over the person before him. She wore a deep blue constable's robe with cloud patterns embroidered in gold thread along the collar and cuffs. The front of the garment was tied snugly with fine cords of the same shade, ensuring a perfect fit while adding an air of heroic sharpness. She was Ji Chushue, the foremost female constable of Great Xia. Her features were cold as ice and frost, and her clear eyes seemed to conceal a bottomless frozen pool. Her aura was sharp and proud like a lone wolf atop a snowy peak, both solitary and unyielding. You did not expect to fall into my hands, did you? You vicious woman. Xia Mo suddenly erupted, his hand shooting toward Ji Chushue's neck as swiftly as lightning. Do you still remember how you beat me back then? Ji Chushue remained unmoved. With a swish she drew the saber exclusive to 6 doors constables. Under the sunlight the blade flared with a dazzling brilliance. Bang! A sound like colliding metal rang out. Xia Mo's fingers flicked directly against Ji Chushue's blade. A surge of inner force burst forth like a raging storm. Ji Chushue's arms went numb, her entire body rocked as if struck by a heavy blow, and she involuntarily flew backward. Her feet skidded rapidly across the ground, each step feeling as though she were treading on cotton, unable to find purchase. At last, as she was driven back to the courtyard gate, Ji Chushue dropped to one knee. Her saber thrust obliquely into the ground, supporting her swaying body. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Ji Chushue's lips. She lifted her head to look at Xia Mo, those once clear eyes now filled with utter disbelief. You? How could you possibly? Ji Chuxue's voice trembled slightly. Fourth Prince Xia Mo's true nature was no mystery to her. After all, it was she who had personally apprehended Xia Mo from a brothel in the imperial capital years ago. She knew him better than anyone. How could he possibly possess such formidable martial prowess? Xia Mo stood motionless, gazing at Ji Chushue with an expressionless face, and spoke calmly. This prince warned you long ago. Wait for me. Today's move settles the score between us. Xia Mo regarded Ji Chushue, delicate yet undiminished in her heroic bearing. Fleeting memories of their tangled history surged through his mind. Indeed, they had once been bound by an arranged marriage. Ji Chushue was the only daughter of the Minister of War of the Great Xia Dynasty. Whether shaped by the Ji family's martial ethos or innate disposition, she had preferred swords to silks since childhood. Still young, she joined the 6th Division's Bureau and solved numerous high-profile cases over the years, earning herself the title Supreme Female Marshal of the Realm. Their engagement had been sealed privately between Xia Mo's late mother, the imperial consort, and Ji Chushue's deceased mother during their days as close companions. No formal ceremony had ever taken place. Ji Chushue was 2 years Xia Mo's senior. 3 years earlier, during a rare incognito excursion from the palace, Xia Mo, accompanied by several guards and a pack of fierce hounds, had strolled idly into a refined literary salon where scholars composed poetry and exchanged couplets. Xia Mo swore he'd gone there purely out of scholarly curiosity, to witness firsthand the elegance of ancient literati culture. Then the madam led in a young girl whose eyes were still rimmed with red tears, when suddenly a squad of 6th Division's bureau constables burst through the door. Xia Mo vaguely caught the words "forcing innocence into prostitution." A chill ran down his spine. Before he could execute a tactical retreat, Miss Ji shattered the window and leapt inside, shielding the girl behind her, then proceeded to administer upon him a merciless, humiliating thrashing. The incident escalated all the way to the emperor's court, though the Minister of War later brought Ji Chushue to the palace to offer formal apologies. A prince visiting a brothel was hardly a matter fit for imperial proclamation. Ji Chushue offered a perfunctory apology, then immediately requested the annulment of their betrothal. The fourth prince suffers from congenital meridian blockage. At best, he may live out his days as a nobleman without duty. After repeated petitions of remorse from the Minister of War, and with Xia Mo himself, the so-called injured party, concurring, the engagement was formally dissolved. Yet that beating remains seared into Xia Mo's memory. If the director possesses such extraordinary martial skill, why then did you not reveal it before? Ji Chushue slowly rose, wiping the blood from her lips. Her voice remained icy cold. Must this prince justify his conduct to Chief Inspector Ji? Xia Mo stepped forward until he stood directly before her. The newly established Jianghu Bureau is headquartered on Qinglong Avenue. Chief Inspector Ji, take your 6th Division's Bureau personnel there first. Detailed orders will be delivered shortly by my emissary. With that, he turned and strode past her toward the courtyard gate. Does not a Jianghu envoy answer directly to the bureau director? Ji Chushue's expression flickered with faint confusion. Xia Mo halted mid-step. He glanced back at her, a wry knowing smile playing across his lips. A Jianghu envoy? You? His tone was soft, yet laced with such unmistakable disdain that even the most ordinary intellect could perceive it. You? Ji Chushue bristled with indignation, then froze, her mind flashing back to Xia Mo's effortless, devastating strike moments earlier. The Jianghu Bureau exists to uphold imperial authority over all martial sects and cultivators across the realm. Its 12 envoys wield immense power, holding the right to execute any official ranked below 3rd grade without prior imperial approval. Ji Chushue, do you truly believe you are worthy? His calm, uninflected voice drained the color from her face. All rebuttals crumbled beneath the weight of that single irrefutable demonstration. Supreme Female Marshal of the Realm, disciple of the Divine Marshal himself, sole daughter of the Minister of War. Such titles hold no sway within the Jianghu Bureau. First, devote yourself to passing the upcoming trials so you may become a full-fledged Jianghu guard. Otherwise you'll return home in disgrace. Trials. Ji Chushue stared at him astonished. Xia Mo offered a faint, inscrutable smile, then walked away without looking back. Your Highness, your horse awaits. Outside the fourth prince's residence, a grey-robed page led forth a magnificent black steed. Its hooves were powerful, its gait resonant and deliberate, its tail flowing like drifting smoke in the wind. Even one unfamiliar with equines could recognize it as a peerless celestial mount Moing Jue Fengji, the Ink Shadow Galechaser. Xia Mo had acquired it 3 years earlier during that same incognito journey at tremendous cost. With a subtle lift of his toes, like breeze skimming water, he soared upward, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing firmly upon the saddle poised as a pine rooted in stone. Xia Mo seized the reins draped across the horse's back and swept his gaze across the courtyard. Poof! Having perfected the Jia divine art, his inner energy now defied mortal comprehension. With focused intent he could discern the faintest ripple where a dragonfly touched water even at 100 zhangs distance. The fourth prince's residence lay near the imperial palace. Those dwelling in this district were either immensely wealthy or nobly born. Ordinarily few dared surveil a prince's abode. Yet today the perimeter hummed with unusually deep restrained breaths. Clearly many hoped to witness the Jianghu Bureau's early humiliation. Xia Mo mused silently. The imperial court had founded the Jianghu Bureau to subdue martial chaos throughout the land. Yet not all ministers approved. War against the grassland khanate and the northern frontier kingdoms still raged. Establishing such a bureau now would surely compound internal strife and external peril. To them it was sheer folly, especially appointing as its director a prince deemed utterly unremarkable. In recent days the emperor's study had overflowed with memorials opposing the decision. "Ya!" He spurred the horse forward, whip cracking sharply. A subtle enigmatic curve lifted the corner of Xia Mo's mouth. His thoughts, however, were not fixed upon the Jianghu Bureau. His system, his true anchor in this world, was what mattered. Within his mind's eye a wondrous landscape unfurled. There rose a verdant mountain, towering lush, coiling like a dragon and crouching like a tiger, piercing heaven and earth. Clouds drifted lazily across its slopes like flocks of sheep, harmonizing perfectly with its grandeur. Atop the peak stood an ancient Taoist temple, simple yet majestic, steeped in timeless dignity. Immortal origins shimmer amid misty veils, jade palaces hide high in azure skies. Boundless azure heavens stir the clouds, pure serenity flows into the scroll of life. 2 lines of verse materialized in the void. Ding! Proceed to the designated location to complete registration. A vision. A riddle in verse. Had Xia Mo not recognized the auspicious cloud insignia above the temple's gate, he'd never have guessed its whereabouts. 300 li east of the imperial capital, Baiyun Temple on Daxian Mountain. In the Great Xia Dynasty, martial sects flourished across the Jianghu. The weaker ones eked out a meager existence in bustling streets and crowded markets, such as the Flying Swallow sect, the Overlord Fist Academy, and the Green Bamboo Gang. These minor sects wielded little more than petty intimidation over common folk and posed no genuine threat to imperial authority. Yet certain elite martial arts sects commanded vast influence, deeply entrenched in regional power structures, even extending their reach into the imperial court and the military. Among them some openly opposed the throne, others remained neutral, and still others cultivated close ties with the imperial government. 2 preeminent martial sects stood near the divine capital of Great Xia, the Baiyun Taoist Abbey to the east and the Lianhua Buddhist Monastery to the west. One embodied the Tao, the other the Buddha. During the founding uprising of the Great Xia's grand ancestor, who toppled the former dynasty, both sects had rendered meritorious service as loyal supporters from the very beginning. In this year's Celestial Mechanism Pavilion martial rankings, 13 masters from the Great Xia Dynasty were listed. The abbot of Baiyun Abbey and the abbot of Lianhua Monastery ranked 11th and 12th respectively among those 13 grandmasters. Precisely because both sects stood firmly beside the imperial court. Many Jianghu sects throughout the realm continued to honor imperial edicts, a deference rooted not in fear alone but in the immense prestige these 2 institutions held within the martial world. Whoa! Beyond the ancient pavilion, beside the old road, fragrant grass stretched endlessly beneath a sapphire sky. Xia Mo gently reined in his steed Moing Jue Fengji and galloped swiftly beyond the divine capital. 300 li lay between him and the Baiyun Abbey. Though Moing Jue Fengji far surpassed the famed blood-sweat horses of his past life, it would still take 4 or 5 hours to arrive. Honored traveler weary from your long journey, pray dismount and rest a while, savor a cup of fragrant tea and ease the fatigue of the road. Beside the ancient road stood a humble tea house. A young waiter in coarse hemp robes stepped out from the tea house. His diction betrayed rudimentary scholarly training. Then bring me a bowl. The hour was still early. Having left the divine capital, Xia Mo felt no urgency. The Baiyun Abbey would not vanish, it awaited him steadfast and unchanging. He swung down from his mount and tethered Moing Jue Fengji to a gnarled crooked-trunked tree. Then he followed the waiter inside, choosing a secluded corner table. The tea house was modest in size. Besides Xia Mo, only a handful of patrons lingered there. They appeared to be merchants hastening along their routes. Your tea, honored guest. The waiter hurried forth with the cup. The tea house owner was a middle-aged man of 40 or 50. His features bore a striking resemblance to the waiters, likely father and son running this humble establishment together. "Thank you." Xia Mo drew a small fragment of silver from his robe and placed it upon the table, then drained the cool tea in one smooth draught. It was early summer, the air already carried a subtle warmth. This ancient-style chilled tea was not only refreshingly crisp but also subtly cooling and calming, infused with medicinal herbs. Even though Xia Mo's inner cultivation rendered him impervious to heat or cold, a pleasant chill still coursed through him. "Is something amiss?" Having finished his tea, Xia Mo glanced toward the waiter, whose expression flickered with hesitant uncertainty. "Sir, we run a modest business, we simply cannot make change for this." The waiter scratched his head, awkwardly gesturing toward the silver fragment on the table. A single bowl of chilled tea costs scarcely 2 or 3 when this sliver of silver could sustain them for 2 or 3 months. "Keep the change. Just bring me a few simple dishes." Xia Mo waved dismissively. This was the smallest silver fragment he possessed, surely he could not accept the tea without offering fair recompense. Though ostensibly a tea-house, side tables revealed that it also served light fare. "Ah, yes. Rest assured, honored guest, I'll prepare several of our finest specialties." Overjoyed, the waiter tentatively reached for the silver and snatched it up in one swift motion. He scampered off toward the owner, beaming. "Father, today we've welcomed a most distinguished guest, look." Xia Mo shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. In his past life he had worked in the hospitality industry, he understood precisely how the waiter felt. The owner moved with admirable speed, soon several elegantly presented dishes arrived: wood ear fungus salad, mapo tofu, preserved snow vegetable and vinegar braised fish. Their flavors were pleasing, remarkable indeed for such a remote wilderness. "Whose horse is that outside?" Xia Mo had barely taken a few bites when a booming voice shattered the quiet. From beyond the tea-house strode 7 or 8 men brandishing swords, their leader a burly man with a thick bristling beard, broad shoulders and a chest like forged steel. He strode in and planted one booted foot atop a nearby stool, his gaze sweeping the patrons with fierce predatory intensity. "Gentlemen travelers, fatigued from your journey, you wish to drink tea?" The waiter stepped forward, forcing a smile and bowing low. "Did you not hear what I said? Whose horse is that outside?" The bearded man grinned and slapped the waiter hard on the shoulder. The impact sent him tumbling backward onto the floor with a sharp "ha ha ha." The bearded man and his companions roared with laughter. "Please sir, calm yourself. That horse belongs to another guest." Seeing the waiter sprawled helplessly, the tea-house owner rushed forward, bowing deeply in apology. His eyes, however, flickered unmistakably toward Xia Mo. The implication was unmistakable. Xia Mo sighed softly. He understood the owner's helplessness, yet to be so readily handed over was truly. The bearded man and his men turned immediately toward Xia Mo, seated quietly in the corner, bypassing both owner and waiter entirely. A heavy silver ingot, weighing at least 3 or 5 taels, clattered onto the table. "Boy, I've set my sights on that horse outside. Don't say I'm bullying you, take the silver." "No sale." Xia Mo calmly lifted a piece of fish with his chopsticks. 3 or 5 taels. That sum wouldn't even buy a single hair from Moing Jue Fengji. "You seek death, boy. Filthy wretch, do you know who we are?" Before the bearded man could speak, his men erupted in furious shouts. "Boy, your first day stepping into the Jianghu, isn't it?" To everyone's surprise, the bearded man did not rage. Instead, he settled himself onto the stool opposite Xia Mo. "Indeed, it is my first time leaving home. Any advice?" Xia Mo regarded him curiously. "Ha ha ha." At those words, the bearded man burst into hearty laughter. "Then remember this well, for your next life, keep your eyes wide open." As he spoke, his hand drifted slowly toward the hilt of his sword. The wind grew restless, rattling leaves with increasing fury. A damp, humid breath seeped into the air. Whoosh! Torrential rain crashed down from the heavens. Xia Mo's gaze shifted away from the bearded man and fixed upon the storm beyond the doorway. Through the pattering rain, a figure approached, wearing a wide-brimmed bamboo hat. Veiled by the misty downpour, the silhouette shimmered elusive and spectral. The man in the conical hat walked into the tea house and gently removed his hat, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He appeared to be around 40 years old, with a stern face and hair casually draped, slightly disheveled. The group of men with beards noticed the unusual presence of the man in the conical hat, and some averted their gaze out of caution, redirecting their attention back to Xia Mo. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. If you agree now, you might get a few taels of silver. Otherwise..." Poof! Outside the tea-house, raindrops fell heavily, striking the ground with a sound, splashing countless droplets. The sound of the steel blade being unsheathed was crystal clear to everyone. The man in the conical hat who had just entered the tea house also looked over.
Not selling. Without a moment's hesitation, the steel blade was fully drawn. Kid die.
The ferocity in the bearded man's eyes was as sharp as that of a beast.
The ruthless intent was unabashedly displayed as he swung the knife towards Xia Mo's head.
A faint stream of air swirled at the tip of the blade. It was evident that the bearded man possessed inner strength.
Although martial arts were prevalent in the Jianghu continent, not everyone could cultivate inner strength.
Advanced martial arts texts were almost monopolized by major dynasties and martial arts sects.
The bearded man's inner strength was extremely weak.
He couldn't even be considered to have reached the stage of first glimpse of the doorway. At best, he had only generated a faint trace of qi.
Clang.
The bearded man felt as though he had struck the hardest stone in the world.
The steel blade shattered. Protective energy.
The terror and disbelief reflected in the bearded man's pupils. Blood gushed from the tiger's mouth of his right hand, dripping down.
Big brother.
The men behind him shouted in unison, drawing their blades and launching an attack on Xia Mo, who remained seated and motionless. His gaze was calm, as if the turmoil of the world had nothing to do with him. Only the sound of muffled thuds could be heard aside from the bearded man. Those rushing toward him seemed to be struck by a heavy hammer flying out of the tea house and crashing heavily onto the muddy ground
outside the capital beneath the emperor's feet.
If strong-arm tactics fail and one unsheathes their sword at a whim today, I have truly witnessed it.
Xia Mo slowly stood up and walked over to the bearded man.
His flat tone snapped the already stunned bearded man back to reality.
He didn't even catch what Xia Mo said.
With a thud, he knelt on the ground, trembling as he pleaded, "Hero, spare me.
I come from the Tianlang gang and I am here on the orders of the gang leader to go to the capital."
His words were cut short.
The bearded man suddenly erupted with fury.
He drew a small blowpipe from his waist, aiming it at Xia Mo not far away. His gaze was fierce as he lightly pressed a finger on the blowpipe.
A cold light shot towards Xia Mo.
The sharp needle tip flashed with a ghostly blue light, evidently coated in deadly poison. The poison needle cut an eerie arc through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound.
It shot directly towards Xia Mo's neck. Tianlang gang. Xia Mo murmured to himself, not the slightest bit concerned about the bearded man's small trick.
Tilting his head, he dodged the lethal poison needle, which whizzed past his ear and struck the wooden pillar behind him, producing a crisp sound. Xia Mo's palm slightly raised. Then, with an incredible speed, he struck fiercely against the bearded man's chest. The bearded man's pupils instantly dilated, blood vessels bursting as if he was witnessing something unimaginable. His body shook violently as if struck by a giant hammer. Soon after, the bearded man began to lose balance and fell backward.
Bang!
He looked at the bearded man and the several corpses outside the tea house. The patrons of the tea house could no longer contain their fear and rushed out recklessly.
The tea house owner and the waiter didn't even care about the establishment anymore.
They all ran outside without a thought for the increasingly heavy rain. It seems that aside from the martial arts sects, these bandits in the Green Forest also need a thorough cleansing.
Xia Mo looked at the bearded man's corpse, feeling no remorse for his first kill.
Having mastered the Wedding Dress Divine Skill, the gap between him and these people was greater than that between man and ant.
Aside from saints, normal people shouldn't feel guilty for crushing a few ants, right? Both are acts of chivalry violating the law.
However, as he represented the court, that was justice. Good skills. In a brief moment, aside from Xia Mo and the man in the conical hat, there was no one else in the tea house.
Who might you be?
Xia Mo also curiously examined the man in the conical hat. He had observed carefully earlier outside the wind and rain were fierce, but this person had no trace of water on him except for the rainwater on his hat. It was as if an invisible barrier separated him from the storm.
He must be a master. Xia Mo thought to himself.
The rain fell like threads, gently tapping against the tea house's window. The fragrance of tea intertwined with the rain, creating a hazy and mysterious atmosphere.
The one who will kill you. The man in the conical hat suddenly moved.
His figure moved so swiftly that it was almost blinding. His sleeves billowed as he dashed forward. Inner strength surged within him, with visible currents of electricity weaving through his sleeves. The electricity was not static, it flowed around the man in the conical hat like a stream, emitting faint cracking sounds. At that moment, even the wind and rain outside the tea house seemed to sense the man's unparalleled momentum. The raging winds were like tamed beasts, leaving only faint gasping sounds. The raindrops also paused in the air for a moment, all converging towards the man in the conical hat. Yet just as they approached him, they were repelled by an invisible force, forming a peculiar curtain of water. Thunder concealed beneath the sleeve even the wind and rain bow in submission.
You are Feng Poyu. Xia Mo asked in astonishment.
The Daxia had established the Jianghu division, currently composed of personnel from the Six Doors and the Jianhui. He had already seen the files of some troublesome figures in the martial world. This person born a beggar had no sect, and it was unclear where he learned his profound martial arts. He had once single-handedly attacked the renowned Luyun sword sect in the martial world, killing the sect's leader right in the main hall, and then left unscathed. From then on, his famed sword earning him the title of Thunder concealed beneath the sleeve even the wind and rainbow in submission. However, there had been no word of any grievances with the court. He never expected to appear here today to ambush him. A flash of killing intent flickered in Xia Mo's eyes. His trip outside the city had been a pure decision. Moreover, it was near the capital. Without cooperation from someone in the court, Feng Puyu could not possibly have accurately blocked him here. Xia Mo spread his fingers wide and did not shy away as he struck forward. The true energy of the Wedding Dress Divine Skill was as rigid and yang as it could be, filled with an indescribable dominance. When their palms met, it was as if thunder stirred the earth, instantly raising a tidal wave of energy. The tables and benches around were swept away by the shockwave flying through the air. The tea house collapsed under the powerful palm strike bricks and wooden beams, scattering everywhere, dust and rain intertwining into a chaotic scene. Amidst the ruins, Xia Mo stood still like a rock. The rain fell like a woven fabric, cascading down. The moment it touched Xia Mo, it was immediately repelled by the protective aura surrounding him. Each raindrop struck like hitting an iron wall, ringing loudly and instantly being deflected, splattering in all directions. Feng Puyu was forced back several steps, each step leaving a deep imprint in the ground. Looking up at Xia Mo, his eyes were filled with suspicion. "Impossible with your age, how could you possess such inner strength?" Feng Puyu's voice was filled with incredulity. "Who sent you?" Xia Mo's voice rang out. "I don't believe it." Feng Puyu's expression darkened. His figure suddenly moved, as if transforming into a wisp of smoke, disappearing from sight. It was the renowned lightness skill known in the martial world, Feng Xingbu. Each step Feng Puyu took seemed to merge with the wind. His figure darted through the ruins, leaving only a series of afterimages. It was difficult to grasp his true position. Xia Mo's eyes lit up. His Jiahui Shengong had reached great perfection. Using his inner strength, leaping over 10 zhan was not a challenge at all. Yet seeing Feng Puyu's lightness skill, he couldn't help but admire it. Whether in terms of inner strength consumption or the finesse involved, it was far superior to forcibly increasing speed with inner strength. No wonder lightness skills could stand independently from internal and external martial arts. It formed its own system. Xia Mo tapped his toes and his whole body flew back, creating distance from Feng Puyu. Feng Lei Zhang. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the palm wind rushed towards Xia Mo like a silver dragon. Xia Mo's expression finally turned serious. The opponent he had faced until now was none other than Li Gangang, who was by the side of the Summer Emperor the strongest. On that day in the palace, he had fought with Li Gangang, each side holding back. Though Feng Puyu's martial skills were not on par with Li Gangang, today was a true life-and-death battle in the martial world. The Jiahui Shengong was powerful. According to Li Gangang, Xia Mo's martial skills could compete with the grandmasters rated by the Tiangong Pavilion. Yet only he knew. Other than the formidable inner strength granted by the Jiahui Shengong, his lightness skill and techniques had many shortcomings. If Feng Puyu had used his lightness skill to escape earlier, Xia Mo might not have been able to keep him. After returning, he would find a lightness skill to practice from the royal library. With the inner strength of the Jiahui Shengong as a foundation, he believed he would see results in a short time. With this thought, flames suddenly ignited beneath Xia Mo's feet. The fire surged like molten lava, erupting from the ground, instantly incinerating the surrounding weeds to ash. Xia Mo struck out again. This strike appeared plain and unremarkable, yet within the palm lay astonishing heat. Feng Puyu was scattered like air by this palm. Xia Mo raised an eyebrow. Die. With a flash of lightning, Feng Puyu had somehow appeared behind him. Just as Feng Puyu approached within 3 zhang of Xia Mo, he suddenly felt as if he had entered a scorching alchemical furnace. The air around him was ignited, waves of heat rolling forth. In the face of this strange heat, the Feng Lei Zhan was unexpectedly suppressed. The originally swift attack speed slowed down. Xia Mo appeared exceptionally calm in this burning realm. He spun around in an instant and struck out a palm. Both struck at each other's chest. Feng Puyu let out a cry of despair, his body flying backward under the dual impact of thunder and heat, crashing heavily against a distant rock, unable to rise again. Xia Mo's body swayed slightly. The heavy rain had quietly ceased at some point. The dark clouds gradually dispersed. Cough cough, while Feng Puyu struggled to hold his chest, occasionally spitting out blood. Fourth Prince.
Cough cough. Jianghu si. He coughed. It seems this martial world is about to get lively. Watching Xia Mo approach slowly, Feng Poyu's face showed a bitter smile. If you tell me who is behind you, I can spare your life.
Xia Mo's expression remained unchanged. He gently raised his hand and a silver light shot up from the ruins of the tea house. He was playing with the poison needle he had taken from the previous bearded man.
Feng Poyu coughed twice more. My organs are damaged. Even if I don't die today, I will be a cripple in the future. Do you think I would tell you? Whoosh! Feng Poyu's pupils suddenly dilated.
He opened his mouth to say something but seemed to choke, unable to speak.
Bang! Feng Poyu directly collapsed.
A small black dot appeared on his forehead, continuously oozing black blood.
That's truly a potent poison.
Xia Mo squatted down, looking at Feng Poyu's corpse with a sigh.
This Tianlang village was not something he had heard much about. But it didn't seem like anything good. If you don't want to say, then so be it.
I have important matters to attend to and no time to waste with you. Xia Mo stood up and walked towards the ink shadow, chasing wind steed tied to a crooked tree. Surprisingly, the previous battle had not affected it at all.
Giddy up. About half an hour after Xia Mo departed, the ground began to tremble slightly. This tremor was initially faint, like the aftermath of distant thunder.
As the sound of hooves gradually approached, the shaking of the ground intensified. In the distance, dozens of riders became clearly visible. Dressed in uniform armor, black capes fluttering in the wind. Their faces all concealed behind dark ghost masks.
The masks were carved with fierce patterns as if they were messengers from hell. Feng Poyu. He actually failed.
The leading knight leaped forward. Looking at Feng Poyu's corpse, his cold voice contained a rare hint of surprise.
Commander, should we continue the chase? Another knight pointed at the hoofprints on the ground and asked.
The leading knight remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. That direction is where Baiyun Temple is located. It seems the master was right.
This fourth prince will definitely focus attention on Baiyun Temple and Lianhua Temple.
After all, without the support of these two major sects,
Jianghu si.
That's just a joke.
Let's go back.
The leading knight pondered for a moment and waved his hand to give the order. Commander, but the master ordered us.
Humph. If even Feng Poyu has failed, how confident can we be?
It's one thing to fight in the martial world, but if there are really cavalry ambushing the princes near the capital, do you think the Jianghu are pushovers?
Take his corpse back and let the master decide.
Giddy up! The leading knight pointed at Feng Poyu's corpse on the ground. They rode away in the direction they had come. Xia Mo, unaware of the mysterious squadron of black-clad riders trailing him, pressed onward astride his ink-shadow wind-chasing steed, unstopping, unrelenting, until at last he reached Daqing Mountain as the sun dipped below the western horizon. In his mind's eye, Daqing Mountain had appeared bathed in the soft nascent light of dawn, a vision starkly at odds with the scene before him. From afar, the mountain was veiled in a delicate golden gauze, ethereal and serene. At the summit, wisps of cloud drifted lazily on the breeze, drifting like celestial silk. Now and then a lone eagle carved a solitary path across the vast expanse of sky, its shadow stretched long and slender by the dying light, gliding silently over the undulating ridges toward the distant horizon. Midway down the mountainside, dense groves swayed with quiet grace in the gentle wind, their leaves shimmered with dappled kaleidoscopic light where sun and shadow wove their fleeting tapestry. At the mountain's foot, a clear stream murmured softly as it wound its way through the land.
A few fallen leaves floated upon the water's surface, rocking gently with the current.
Xia Mo guided his steed forward at a measured pace, then paused, his gaze drawn to a weathered stone staircase hewn from bluish-gray granite and worn smooth by centuries of wind, frost and rain. Several young Taoist acolytes clad in azure robes embroidered with cloud motifs moved diligently along the steps, sweeping away dust and silence alike.
Sir, Baiyun Temple has closed for the day.
If you wish to offer incense, please return tomorrow. A slender acolyte caught sight of Xia Mo and immediately stepped forward to speak.
Xia Mo nodded inwardly.
No wonder Baiyun Temple ranked among the supreme martial sects of the Great Xia Empire. The breathing of these humble sweepers flowed with perfect rhythm, their inner force interwoven like fine silken threads. Clearly they had already surpassed the threshold of first glimpse and attained the stage of chi channels fully open. In the world of martial cultivation, the first step in mastering inner arts is the birth of chi,
commonly known as inner force or true chi.
With persistent practice, this energy stirs like spring grass breaking through earth, heralding the birth of all things anew. Thus one attains the first level of inner arts. First glimpse, the cultivator begins to sense subtle shifts in ambient energy and discerns for the first time the origin of inner force. Yet the chi remains shallow, its application unrefined, easily disrupted by external pressure. Advancing further yields the second level, chi channels fully open. True chi weaves itself into delicate filaments, gradually coalescing into meridians that course seamlessly throughout the body. At this stage inner force flows with greater fluency and cohesion, no longer diffuse or unruly. Ascending yet another tier brings one to the third level, abundant inner force. Here chi surges like a mighty river, torrential, unstoppable. The reservoir overflows inexhaustible and self-renewing. The legendary thunderous roar of tiger and leopard and harmonious chime of sinews and bones are hallmarks of this realm. Ji Chu Shuai currently stood within this very level. The fourth level is named external projection of inner force. Chi can now depart the body entirely, manifesting as invisible currents capable of striking unseen. Every gesture carries immense power. Contact alone inflicts grievous harm far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. The fifth level is called fusion of intent and essence. Cultivators achieve perfect unity of body and spirit. Thought and force merge as one. Wherever intent directs, inner force follows, instantly obeying will with flawless precision and effortless grace. Many sect masters across the Jianghu dwell within this realm. The sixth level, the realm of grandmasters, is returned to simplicity and truth. Inner force becomes as limpid and still as moonlight reflected in a mountain pool, crystal clear, unfathomably deep. Here mountains remain mountains, waters remain waters, yet each movement, each strike resonates with profound innate power. Most grandmasters listed in the Tianji Pavilion's martial rankings have attained precisely this stage. Of course, there exist rare prodigies whose inner cultivation has not yet reached return to simplicity and truth, yet whose martial techniques are so devastating that they too earn recognition in the Tianji Pavilion's rankings and command the title of grandmaster. The Jianghu is turbulent, unpredictable. Raw strength alone cannot dictate the outcome of battle. History bears witness to grandmasters felled not by pure combat but by stealthy assassination, insidious poisons, or overwhelming siege. As for realms beyond grandmastership, scant whispers survive in the mortal world. To the common folk of the Jianghu, a grandmaster honored by the Tianji Pavilion is already myth made flesh. Greetings, young Taoist master. I am no pilgrim seeking blessings at Baiyun Temple, but one bearing urgent matters for Master Yunqing. Kindly announce my arrival. Xia Mo clasped his fists in formal salute, the most fundamental courtesy of the Jianghu. To see the abbot. The acolyte blinked momentarily, taken aback. Then his expression softened into polite hesitation. Esteemed sir, the abbot entered seclusion over half a month ago and receives no visitors during this time. I regret to ask you to depart. The acolyte returned the bow with courteous deference. Half a month ago. A faint knowing curve lifted the corner of Xia Mo's lips. Was that not precisely when the imperial court issued its edict establishing the Jianwu Bureau? Even Baiyun Temple, long an ally of the throne, had withdrawn behind closed doors. Let alone the remote sects far from the divine capital. Ha ha. First report to the destination, then go fetch that old Taoist. Xia Mo leaned low, gently patting the ink-shadow wind-chasing steed. Go play where you please. With a soft, intelligent whinny, SSSSHH. The steed acknowledged him. As twilight fell, a cool mountain breeze stirred the air. Xia Mo tightened his thighs against the steed's flanks, his body coiling like a drawn bow, then launched himself skyward, a living arrow loosed from the saddle. The acolyte felt a sudden gale rush past his face, instinctively squeezing his eyes shut. When he opened them again, the saddle stood empty. The ink-shadow wind-chasing steed cast one final knowing glance at the acolyte, then wheeled sharply and vanished into the distance without looking back. Xia Mo soared through the air in a graceful sweeping arc. Channeling his inner force to its peak, he spanned more than 10 zhang in an instant. The acolyte stared, stunned, speechless by the abrupt, breathtaking turn of events. Only after Xia Mo's figure dissolved into the dusk did they snap back to awareness. An intruder has breached the mountain, cried the acolyte who had greeted him, his voice cracking with alarm, while the others jolted awake as if from a dream. They dashed up the slope toward Baiyun Temple. Night descended, wrapping the world in profound stillness. A whisper of wind brushed past, stirring a single leaf into trembling motion. Then, like a great rock spreading its wings, the silhouette of a swift, powerful figure rose into the air, soaring with effortless majesty. In the blink of an eye, he landed soundlessly before the gate of an ancient Taoist temple atop the summit. His feet touched earth with feather-light precision, utterly silent. He stood motionless, gaze sweeping the quiet surroundings as though searching for something or waiting. The entire Daqing Mountain had been granted to Baiyun Temple by imperial decree. Its grandest structures clustered midslope, the very limit permitted to ordinary pilgrims. Yet the true heart of Baiyun Temple's martial legacy lay before him, this austere, time-worn temple. Ding! Congratulations, you have arrived at Baiyun Temple. Sign-in successful. Mission reward: unfettered ascension steps. The voice resonated not in his ears but deep within his mind. A flash of sharp brilliance lit Xia Mo's eyes. A sensation surged through him that all rivers and mountains lay effortlessly beneath his feet. His earlier forced application of lightbody technique now seemed crude, unworthy of true artistry. What low-born wretch dares trespass upon Baiyun Temple?
The voice reverberated through the air, shaking nearby leaves with its sheer resonance. The speaker's inner force was formidable indeed. Xia Mo gently turned around and saw a middle-aged Taoist priest glaring at him from not far away. The priest wore a pristine white Taoist robe, its texture as pure and elegant as the feathers of a celestial crane. The robe bore no superfluous adornments, only subtle auspicious cloud motifs graced its hem. A belt of polished white jade encircled his waist, austere yet dignified. "Esteemed Master Taoist, I am." Xia Mo offered a slight bow, but before he could finish, the middle-aged priest bellowed, "Daredevil! Do you truly believe the Baiyun Monastery stands unguarded?" The moment the words left his lips, the priest launched himself towards Xia Mo like a gust of wind. Xia Mo stood frozen in mild astonishment. The Baiyun Monastery's martial arts and doctrines alike followed the Taoist path of serene non-action. So why on this quiet night had he encountered such a hot-headed master? In the blink of an eye, the priest was already upon him. His figure shimmered ethereal as drifting clouds crossing the heavens, his hands unfurling with silken grace and lightning speed. The Baiyun grappling palm. A flicker of recognition stirred in Xia Mo's mind. He made no haste to reveal his identity. The Baiyun Monastery was a venerable sect, its lineage stretching over centuries. Its current abbot ranked among the grandmasters on the Tianji Pavilion's martial arts rankings. This middle-aged priest possessed profound inner cultivation, his qi radiating palpably outward, surely a senior elder of the monastery. Perhaps he would serve as an ideal test. Xia Mo rose onto the balls of his feet, swaying ever so slightly, and in that instant evaded the priest's grappling hand. "What?" The priest's pupils contracted sharply. He had assumed the youth before him was merely callow and thus held back one-third of his strength. Yet his famed grappling technique had been sidestepped with disconcerting ease. Remarkable lightness art. The priest's discernment was keen, he immediately sensed this youth's mastery surpassed ordinary standards. With a low sharp cry, phantom body palm. The priest's form blurred. This legendary technique, renowned across the Jianghu, was another hallmark of the Baiyun Monastery. By moving at blinding speed, it generated multiple illusory afterimages, confounding adversaries' perception of truth and falsehood, then struck without warning faster than thunderclap. In an instant, half a dozen identical figures of the priest materialized around Xia Mo, each gliding with spectral grace, each striking in perfect unison. "Now this is intriguing." A faint smile curved Xia Mo's lips. With hands clasped behind his back, he tapped his toes once more and darted between the phantoms like a swallow dancing through mist. Each step was feather-light, each landing precisely timed to evade every strike. Elder Enforcer. This. As the two sparred, over a dozen Baiyun disciples arrived in swift succession, their likeness arts carrying them silently across the grounds, only to freeze in stunned silence. Could it be? The venerable Elder Enforcer of the Baiyun Monastery, was he being toyed with by a mere youth? "Senior Brother Lin, can you identify the origin of that likeness art?" a disciple asked. Senior Brother Lin, eyes locked intently on the duel, watched closely, then slowly shook his head. "His footwork flows with celestial elegance, bears a passing resemblance to our own Yunbu Piamiao, cloudstep ethereality." Yet, Lin did not voice the rest. The longer he watched, the clearer it became. This youth's likeness art surpassed even the Baiyun Monastery's revered cloudstep ethereality in depth and refinement. Unforgivable. If disciples could perceive it, how could the Elder Enforcer, the very embodiment of monastic authority, fail to sense it? Humiliated before his own inner circle disciples, the priest finally abandoned restraint. "Boy, your origins matter not. Today you trespassed upon Baiyun Monastery grounds. Even should I wound you, your sect's elders would have no grounds for complaint." He roared, voice rolling like thunder, not only filling the courtyard but echoing clearly across distant hills. Xia Mo smiled faintly. "Enough talk. Show me what else you've got. If you so much as graze my sleeve, consider yourself victorious." After this brief exchange, Xia Mo had already gauged the Elder Enforcer's true strength. His internal energy flowed freely beyond the body. His mastery of Baiyun martial arts approached perfection, likely rivaling Feng Puyu, the assassin who'd ambushed him at the tea house. Since mastering the Zhongyi Dengxianbu unfettered ascension steps, such opponents posed little challenge. Arrogant fool. The priest's gaze burned with fury. Thin wisps of white cloud qi began converging from all directions. "Tiangang Yunqi Ju, the celestial constellation cloud qi art." A disciple gasped aloud. The Baiyun Monastery possessed two supreme inner cultivation manuals. The first was the Baiyun Jinjing, the true scripture of the White Cloud, reserved exclusively for successive abbots and their designated successors. The second was the Tiangang Yunqi Ju, a peerless martial scripture forged by the monastery's founding patriarch, who, having comprehended the capricious nature of cloud qi, distilled it into ultimate mastery. Whereas the Baiyunjinjing remained shrouded in mystery, the monastery's renown across the Jianghu rested largely upon the Tiangang Yunqiju. Now the priest's entire form was wreathed in luminous white cloudki. His figure flickered and reappeared directly behind Xia Mo. His hand seemed to dissolve into pure qi, surging forward with devastating force. His palm strike gathered momentum like a river breaching its dam, irresistible, unstoppable. To the priest's eyes, Xia Mo's form had been clear locked within his kazents, yet in that single heartbeat he vanished utterly from perception. What? Shock flashed across the priest's face. His strike, now unstoppable, slammed into empty air, hurtling onward to strike a massive ancient tree several zhang away. That tree stood colossal, its trunk thick enough to require several men to encircle its canopy, dense and towering. Yet under the priest's palm strike it crumbled like dry parchment. At the moment of impact, a deafening explosion shook the earth. The tree trembled violently, cracks erupting from its core, racing outward along every fiber until the entire trunk splintered. With a thunderous roar, the tree detonated, shards of wood exploding outward, branches scattering like rain. Where is he? Find him, now. The priest stood rooted, eyes wide with disbelief, scanning frantically yet finding only emptiness. Elder. Senior brother Lin, pale as death, pointed a trembling finger, not at the ground but directly at the priest. Other disciples mirrored his expression of utter horror. What is it? The priest demanded, irritation sharpening his tone. He's above you. Lin choked out. The priest's pupils constricted, cold sweat beading on his brow. His gaze slowly lifted. There, balanced effortlessly atop the priest's own Taoist headdress, stood Xia Mo, arms crossed, feet planted, with serene certainty. Your Highness, please spare these disciples further amusement. As dusk deepened into tranquil hush, an ancient voice emerged, soft yet resonant. The Baiyun Monastery's massive solemn gates groaned open, revealing within the shadowed archway the stooped silhouette of an aged Taoist master. Xia Mo met the elder's gaze and smiled faintly. At last, you've deigned to appear, Elder Yunchi. The eastern horizon began to glow with a faint fish-belly white. Mist swirled like delicate gauze, enveloping the towering mountains in an endless sea of clouds. Waves of air silently spread out like an invisible behemoth, traversing through the clouds, carrying an overwhelming momentum capable of overturning thousands of miles of cloud cover. Deep within the sea of clouds, two figures flickered in and out of view. Like two swimming dragons, they intertwined and battled within the cloud sea, with each collision sending ripples radiating outward. I didn't expect the martial skills of this fourth prince to be so formidable. Even the grandmaster cannot subdue him. On the mountaintop, three Taoists stood tall like pines. Among them was the law enforcement elder from last night. Beside the law enforcement elder stood a Taoist with a slightly stout figure, always wearing a gentle smile. This person was the transmission elder responsible for instructing the disciples at Baiyun Temple. In front of the two stood an elderly man in a purple Taoist robe. The transmission elder respectfully addressed the elderly man, saying, "Great Elder, what do you think about the outcome between the Grandmaster and the fourth prince?" The law enforcement elder nodded. Since the Grandmaster's battle against the envoy of the Savage Temple, the divine envoy of the Savage Land at Tiandang Mountain years ago, he has not fought with anyone in the past decade. Our Baiyun Temple has maintained good relations with the Great Xia, but I've never heard of any prince with such martial prowess. Moreover, it is said that this fourth prince has just turned 18 this year and has been cultivating since birth. It seems, this is not the martial skill of the royal family. The law enforcement elder couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration as he recalled last night's events. As the law enforcement elder, he had lost face in front of many disciples. Yet the opponent's identity and the martial skills displayed were beyond reproach. Clearly there was no way to regain face here. The great elder shifted his gaze away from the two battling figures in the sea of clouds and glanced curiously at the transmission elder and the law enforcement elder. Great Elder. The two elders were momentarily stunned. You two fools, what questions are you asking? I can't even match my senior brother. If that young prince can contend with my senior brother to such an extent, he is evidently a grandmaster rarely seen in the world. How would I know who will win or lose? You dare to ask me questions I don't know. Are you deliberately mocking me? The great elder in the purple robe scolded the transmission elder and the law enforcement elder. The transmission elder and the law enforcement elder shrank their necks, not daring to argue. They exchanged glances, both silently cursing their misfortune. How could they have momentarily forgotten the bad temper of this old bull's nose? Just watch closely. The battles of grandmasters are generally hard to witness. The master has already taken it seriously. The great elder looked again at the mountains shrouded in clouds, his tone unusually grave. The transmission elder and the law enforcement elder also turned to look. A part of the sea of clouds began to quiver slightly. This tremor was so subtle that it was almost imperceptible. Yet it rapidly spread like ripples on the surface of water. A vague shape began to emerge from the quivering clouds. Initially just a fuzzy white outline, the silhouette gradually became clearer over time. It was a gigantic handprint. 5 distinct fingers, the palm broad, surged forth from the sea of clouds. Baiyun Great Handprint. The transmission elder and the law enforcement elder exclaimed in unison. The two looked on in disbelief at this scene. The supreme skill of Baiyun Temple, the Baiyun Great Handprint, was reappearing in the world. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. Old Taoist Yunqing truly has some skills. Xia Mo's hearty laughter echoed through the mountains. Dressed in a dark-colored brocade robe, the wind made it flap loudly. He gently lifted his toes and with a swift step he began to ascend as if flying, creating ripples with every step. Xia Mo's figure floated lightly, appearing to defy gravity. He faced the Grandmaster on the martial evaluation board of the Tianji Pavilion. At this moment Xia Mo held nothing back. He fully activated the bridal garment divine skill, his true energy surging like a volcanic eruption gathering at his fist. A blazing fist shadow broke through the air, carrying the might of heavenly thunder and earthly fire, crashing into the Baiyun Great Handprint before him. The two powerful forces collided in the air, producing an ear-splitting roar. The Baiyun Great Handprint shattered with a thunderous sound, turning into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Xia Mo's figure wobbled slightly under the impact of this force. But he quickly steadied himself. Is this the power of a Grandmaster? Damn it, I didn't know I would have a day like this in my lifetime. The great elder of Baiyun Temple muttered to himself. The transmission elder and the law enforcement elder opened their mouths at this moment, not knowing what to say. Old Taoist Yunqing, I have conveyed the court's intentions, so I won't linger at your Baiyun Temple any longer. Farewell. A gentle breeze brushed by and the fog on the mountaintop gradually dispersed. Xia Mo shot down the mountain like an arrow, his speed astonishing. Every step he took seemed to tread on empty space, as if walking on solid ground. Old Taoist Yunqing flickered several times, leaping to the mountaintop where the three elders stood. Senior brother. Master. Seeing the three of them looking as if they had something to say but hesitating, old Taoist Yunqing waved his hand. 10 years ago, when the envoy of the Savage Temple came from the West, Emperor Xia summoned me and the old monk. In the imperial palace of the divine capital I did meet the fourth prince once. At that time he was just a child. I didn't expect. Recalling the exchange just now, even old Taoist Yunqing, this grandmaster, couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Master, the court announced the establishment of the Jianghu division over half a month ago, and it is led by this fourth prince. The Jianghu division is aimed at the martial world. Although our Baiyun Temple has a good relationship with the court, we belong to the martial world after all, and you entered seclusion to avoid this matter. What should we do now? The transmission elder's smile had faded from his face. The great elder and the law enforcement elder also looked towards old Taoist Yunqing. Old Taoist Yunqing fell silent for a moment, then sighed lightly. Since the previous generation grandmaster followed the Great Xia's founding emperor to overthrow the previous dynasty, Baiyun Temple is no longer merely a martial sect. Over the years, Baiyun Temple and Lianhua Temple have been favored by the court. Their incense offerings are ceaseless. Disciples from both sects traveling the martial world receive the greatest conveniences at various government offices and relay stations. In the eyes of the martial world, our two sects are probably not much different from the Six Doors or the Jianhui. Now that the court wants to establish the Jianghu division to oversee the martial practitioners of the world, we might as well submit this letter of allegiance first. Old Taoist Yunqing took out a booklet from his robe. The edges of the cover were inlaid with a silver thread as fine as a hair. On it the words Jianghu book were inscribed in golden seal script. Jianghu Su. The great elder, the enforcement elder and the transmission elder all eyed the booklet in Yunqing the Taoist elder's hands with puzzled expressions. Yunqing handed the Jianghu Su to the transmission elder. Record every disciple of Baiyun Guan who has cultivated true qi. Then send the register to Jianghu Si. From now on, any new disciple who cultivates true qi must be entered into the register. At those words the three elders instantly grasped the weight of the little booklet. Even the ordinarily flippant great elder grew noticeably solemn. Senior brother, how can martial practitioners across the land be subjected to such constraints? Doesn't this amount to forcing them? The great elder's sentence trailed off. Yet everyone understood the implication. The enforcement elder beside them, anxious, said, Indeed, Abbot. No matter what, Baiyun Guan cannot take the lead in accepting the Jianghu Su. If this continues, would Baiyun Guan not be isolating itself from the Xia martial world? If it truly cannot be helped, then have the monks of Lianhua Si accept the Jianghu Su first. Yunqing the Taoist sighed helplessly. Ever since the court established Jianghu Si more than half a month ago, that old monk and I entered seclusion at the same time. We thought we might avoid the storm.
We expected that once the court felt resistance, the Jianghu would naturally fade away. Yet who could have imagined that the fourth prince so young would step into the realm of a grandmaster?
Last night I sensed the aura he deliberately emitted. I knew then this matter could not be avoided.
If I had prevailed in today's duel, perhaps I could have delayed it for a time. But apart from the final life or death technique I withheld, I had already exerted my full strength, Yunqing said.
Still I could not best that fourth prince.
Bai Yunguan has long enjoyed the emperor's favor, how could it possibly shirk this Jianghu Su?
As for Lian Huasi, rest assured I heard uniquely personally went to proclaim the edict.
Haha, that old monk will have even less room to refuse, Yunqing said with a hint of schadenfreude.
Senior brother, that fourth prince is still so young. Once among the princes he was unremarkable and little known.
Now like a submerged dragon surfacing he leads Jianghu with its sword pointed at the Jianghu. But what has occurred within the court, pondered the transmission elder whose mind was subtle. The court's sudden determination to suppress the martial world could not be a mere whim.
Yunqing fell silent for a moment. Enough. Do not speculate on the court's motives. Bai Yunguan will simply carry out the decree. Transmission elder, the matter of the Jianghu is entrusted to you, Yunqing declared. Be meticulous.
The transmission elder cupped his hands and bowed yes.
Abbot Bai Yunguan has many secular disciples, should they too be entered into the Jianghu? Yunqing nodded gently. He regarded the transmission elder with a grave look. Ensure every person is recorded in the Jianghu. Under no circumstances omit a single soul.
The great elder felt a tremor in his heart. Senior brother, if one is not entered in the Jianghu, what are the consequences? Yunqing's gaze grew distant as he looked toward the rolling sea of clouds.
Those not on the register are traitors and rebels. Xia Mo left Bai Yunguan and executed Zhongyi Dengxianbu the unrestrained ascension step.
He moved as if merging with the surrounding air, silent to the point that not even a breath of gale stirred. His steps were as light as down and as swift as lightning, seeming to shrink the earth to inches. In an instant he appeared at the foot of Diqing Shan.
Xia Mo's complexion was slightly pale, but his eyes held an excitement he could not conceal.
No wonder this peerless lightness skill was created by that ancient monster who slew dragons and phoenixes and has lived for over 1,000 years, he murmured. On a whim to fully unleash it, I truly felt an effect akin to shrinking distance to inches.
Only the cost is tremendous, he admitted. Even my perfected Jiai Shinggong strains against it.
He pursed his lips and whistled softly, making a circle with thumb and forefinger.
A whistle sounded. Before long, Mo Juefeng Ji came into view.
Apart from its fierce, intensely yang true qi and domineering force, the consummate Jiai Shinggong is fused with its practitioner so completely that not a trace leaks until it is called upon. Yet the true qi reservoir of the Jiai Shinggong still has its limits. In this respect it falls short of another art equally famed alongside the Jiai Shinggong. When that other art circulates, true qi is not consumed, but rather is nourished and strengthened by its cyclical motion. This internal power circulating and accumulating snowballs, growing ever greater.
Ultimately it reaches an inexhaustible realm. That quality makes it more suitable than the Jiai Shinggong for a high expenditure lightness skill such as Zhongyi Dengxianbu. Xia Mo vaulted and landed upon Mo Juefeng Jis back.
In any case, the two objectives that had brought him to Bai Yunguan had been achieved. Led by Bai Yunguan and Lian Huasi, the martial sects near the capital would scarcely have the nerve to openly confront Jianghu. From here on, by taking the capital as the core, let Jianghu's influence gradually spread outward until it envelopes the entire Xia martial world.
Yet Jianghu's current roster remains rather weak. Aside from its commissioner, it lacks a single formidable master of note. At present, Jianghu has one commissioner.
Beneath him are two deputy commissioners, officials of the second rank in Xia.
Under the deputies are 12 Jianghu envoys, equivalent to third-rank officials. Beneath the 12 envoys are Jianghu guards of 3 grades, heaven, earth and man. With Ji Chuxa's martial skill at best, she could serve as an earth grade guard. Likely Yu Qianhu from the Jianghu will not be exceptionally skilled either. With recruits from the Jianghu and Lushan, men assembling 20 human grade Jianghu guards would be acceptable. The imperial edict has been issued.
No Jianghu sect would be foolish enough to openly defy the court. Whether they can truly subdue these martial folk
will depend on Jianghu's capability.
Use force to suppress the martial world.
Xia Mo already had a plan to bring those unruly Jianghu fighters to heel. They must possess far greater martial might.
The court is fully engaged in wars with the steppe, and the northern kingdom support for Jianghu will be limited.
Therefore they must recruit highly skilled warriors into Jianghu.
For a start, at least half of the 12 envoys must be in place.
Only then will Jinwu Si have the confidence to square off against the entire Jianghu. They must also quickly ascertain the whereabouts of Wen Liang, the 7th-ranked martial evaluator of Tianji-gu. The crown prince's death will not remain concealed for long. A flash of killing intent crossed Xia Mo's eyes and was gone. Judging from Yunqing the Taoist's skill, he might not yet possess the strength to kill Wen Liang. A chime sounded. Please proceed to the destination to check in. A new image blossomed in his mind. Giddy up, Xia Mo murmured as he tugged the reins. Emoing Zhuifengji galloped like a bolt of black lightning. Xia Mo left the Baiyun temple, retracing his steps back to the divine capital. On the official road, the sky was darkening with clouds hanging low, obscuring the sun's rays. The wind rose, rustling his garments, bringing a coolness to his face. The weather has been truly unpredictable these past few days. Xia Mo murmured as he gazed at the sky. It had been clear skies just this morning. Now, barely at noon, the heavens had turned so gloomy. Xia Mo dismounted, unfastened the water pouch from his horse's back, and took a hearty sip. Feeling quenched, Xia Mo took out the delicate flatbreads made by the imperial kitchen and began to eat heartily. Out in the world, wandering the rivers and lakes, it seemed that this prince would have to endure some hardships for a while. Go on, he gently patted the rear of the ink-colored steed. Xia Mo sat beneath a large tree. The ink-colored steed lowered its head, eating grass gracefully and attentively. Whether a divine steed or an ordinary horse, to make a horse run, one must feed it grass. Xia Mo was certainly not the wicked capitalist of his past life. He focused his mind, and images shifted in his mind. Not long after signing in at the Baiyun temple, the next sign-in location began to emerge in his mind. The air seemed to be filled with a stench and dampness. The stone walls were dark green and black, mottled with moss. The light of day struggled to penetrate, with only a few rays sneaking through the narrow crevices, casting a sinister gloom within the room. The ground was a pool of water, reflecting the mottled stone walls above. Outside stood a massive stone tablet. The 9th level of the heavenly prison. There were no riddles to solve nor any guessing needed. The large characters were directly carved onto the stone tablet. The heavenly prison was directly managed by the court. Most of the inmates were serious criminals. Xia Mo had heard of the 9th level of the heavenly prison. It was filled with notorious figures from the rivers and lakes. They had fallen into the hands of the Jinyui due to certain matters. Martial arts manuals were extremely precious resources in this world. The court had gone to great lengths to capture these individuals. Naturally, they would not easily execute them. Thus, the stock in the royal library gradually increased. Baiyun Temple, 9th level of the heavenly prison. The system really knows how to choose locations. If not for the fact that I was reborn into the royal family and had taken on the task of the Jinwu division, these two sign-in locations would have been quite troublesome. Drive. Drive. A hurried sound of hooves echoed. Xia Mo interrupted from his thoughts, frowned slightly. He looked into the distance. A chestnut horse was galloping swiftly towards him. On its back was a young man around 20 years of age, clad in a moon-white robe. The hem of his robe was embroidered with several plum blossoms using fine silver thread, and he wore a jade belt with a flowing cloud pattern at his waist. He looked like a young master from a wealthy family. However, at this moment he wore an expression of panic. Brother, hurry and run. There are wicked people chasing after me. If they catch up, it will all be over. The young man initially brightened upon seeing Xia Mo, but then revealed a look of disappointment. He hastily shouted, "Ha ha ha, little thing, you dare to say your adoptive father is a bad person in front of others. Truly unfilial. Do not forget your parents entrusted you to me at their death. They asked me to protect you. The condition was to hand over the Hanmei Shui sword technique from your plum blossom manor to me. Good son, you have been leading your adoptive father around everywhere these days. I never expected that the sword technique would be in your head. What? Did you think you could escape in front of your adoptive father?" A harsh voice echoed like the reverberation in a valley. Even though it sounded distant, it clearly resonated in his ears, containing profound inner strength. It felt like an invisible storm raging through the air. Both the chestnut horse and the young man displayed expressions of pain. The young man clenched his silver teeth, his voice trembling slightly. "Bah! Stop pretending to be a good person. You are merely coveting the unrivaled sword technique of my Lin family. You are also implicated in the death of my parents." Just as the young man finished speaking, a figure appeared before him, a ragged man. He, my dear son, just immediately hand over the Hanmei Shui sword technique to your adoptive father. Or else you will suffer." The ragged man swayed, instantly appearing in front of the young man. A somewhat withered hand swiftly grasped the head of the chestnut horse. Thud. A muffled grunt. Blood suddenly flowed from the 7 orifices of the chestnut horse. Then it staggered and fell, having lost all vitality. Little Red. The young man fell from the horse. He quickly crawled to the side of the chestnut horse's corpse, his face filled with grief and anger. Without this horse, how do you expect to run away? Come on, follow your adoptive father back. Write down the Hanmei Inshu's sword technique in your head for your adoptive father. Once I learn it, I will definitely pass it on to you. Then you can kill your way to the Iron Sword sect to avenge your parents. Upon hearing this, the young man looked at the ragged man. His eyes flickered with hatred as he gritted his teeth and said, "Bah! Scoundrel, give up on that idea. Even if the Hanmei Inshu's sword technique from my Plum Blossom Manor disappears from the world, I will never hand it over to you. If you have the ability, then kill me." The ragged man's face showed anger upon hearing this. Humph! Stubborn little brat, you are asking for punishment. Want to die? It's not that easy. Wait until your adoptive father takes you back to deal with you properly. You need not worry about your silence. The young man's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. His body swayed slightly. Humph! Want to commit suicide? The ragged man coldly snorted. He flicked his fingers, each strike precisely targeting several key points on the young man's body. The young man collapsed weakly to the ground, only able to look at the opponent with a gaze full of hatred. That kid over there, bring your horse over. The ragged man ignored the young man's glare and instead turned his attention to Xia Mo, who had been watching the scene unfold. To be precise, he was looking at the ink-colored steed beside Xia Mo. The journey is far and I need to take this kid with me. It would be quite troublesome without a good horse. If you need a horse, why kill it? Xia Mo pointed to the fallen chestnut horse. The ragged man grinned, saying, since there is a better option, I naturally have no reason to keep this creature alive. The cold light flickered, penetrating the heavy atmosphere as you, the swordsman from the north, were rendered powerless 13 years ago by the leader of the angry whale gang Gu Fei Bai in Jianghu. I never expected that not only have you regained your martial arts, but you even dare to step into the Central Plains. Upon hearing Xia Mo's words, the ragged man's expression darkened. It seemed to awaken some unpleasant memories. His eyes fixed on Xia Mo. I had originally intended to let you go. This is seeking death by your own accord. The ragged man's eyes flashed with a fierce light. A cold gleam shot out from his palm, which was a hidden weapon resembling a flying locust stone. With a bang, the hidden weapon stopped a few meters in front of Xia Mo, making a crisp collision sound as if metal was striking against metal. Tiny ripples spread in circles through the air. Protective Chi. Who exactly are you? A slight ripple appeared in the eyes of the ragged man. The light in his pupils seemed to flicker more frequently. Protective Chi is not something common. One capable of releasing protective Chi must be quite remarkable. His internal power had at least reached the 4th realm of internal martial arts recognized in the martial world, the realm of external force release. The youth by his feet trembled with sudden excitement upon witnessing this scene. But all the acupoints on his body were sealed by the ragged man and he could only emit wo-wo sounds. Jianghu Division. Xia Mo calmly looked at the ragged man. That gaze was like looking at a dead man. Jianghu Division. The ragged man murmured to himself, somewhat puzzled. He had chased this brat from Meihua Villa all the way to the vicinity of the divine capital. He had not heard any news about the Jianghu Division. However, he clearly understood the name Daxia. People from the court. The ragged man slightly cupped his hands. I was previously unaware of your martial prowess and acted rashly. The road is long and the mountains are high. I shall take my leave now. Saying this, he grabbed the youth on the ground and prepared to leave. Wait. The ragged man slightly paused his body and turned to look at Xia Mo. Do you have any further instructions? How could you be so naive, being an old hand in the martial world? Did Gu Fei Bai knock some sense out of your head back then? Xia Mo suddenly revealed a smile. He pointed at the youth and the ragged man's hand. I am in a good mood today. Let this person go and leave behind one arm. Go back to your northern desert. Ha ha ha. The ragged man, infuriated, laughed in anger. Very well, very well. I initially thought you were young and had such power, which is indeed rare. I had no intention to argue with you. I never expected that today's youth would be so unaware of heaven and earth. Today I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Just based on you. Xia Mo's figure moved. In the next moment he appeared in front of the ragged man. To his shock, So fast. The ragged man instinctively dropped the youth. His right hand quickly reached for his waist. Swish swish swish, a soft sword slender and flexible like a snake appeared in Yi Tuozi's hand. Be careful, this sword is called Yuming Suo, it is this villain's famed weapon. The youth on the ground had broken free from the paralysis at some point. Seeing this scene, he hurriedly warned too late. The ragged man coldly snorted. The sword tip trembled slightly, producing a faint humming sound. The soft sword like a snake suddenly struck out, aiming directly at Xia Mo's throat. Its speed was like lightning, leaving one unable to react. Interesting. Just as the sword tip was about to touch Xia Mo's throat, Xia Mo's figure suddenly flashed, seemingly disappearing into thin air. The sword tip merely sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound, yet it did not touch Xia Mo in the slightest. 9 Hell's entanglement. The ragged man instantly changed his technique. The sword drew strange arcs in the air, forming a barrier that enveloped the surroundings. The sword energy surged forth like the wind from the 9 Hells, making one feel bone-chilling cold and restless. Xia Mo suddenly appeared to the left of the ragged man. Life-claiming uncertainty. The ragged man's figure vanished in an instant, and when he reappeared he was already behind Xia Mo. The soft sword like a noose aimed directly at his back, piercing through Xia Mo's afterimage. What? The ragged man looked at the scene before him in disbelief. There were many skilled lightness martial artists in the martial world, and many had perished at his hands. But he had never seen such a mysterious and unpredictable body technique in his life. As his thoughts turned, Xia Mo's palm had already become as hot as a branding iron, pressing against his back. The ragged man's face instantly turned pale. "Esteemed sir, please spare my life." With a puff he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body traced a long arc in the air, crashing through several large trees before finally landing heavily on an open ground. The youth witnessed all of this already dumbfounded. A swordsman from the northern desert. 13 years ago he had lost to the leader of the angry whale Jianghu Feibai. But his martial arts skills were certainly among the top in the martial world. Today he found himself utterly powerless against someone who looked even younger than him. Xia Mo walked towards the youth. The youth instinctively swallowed his saliva. Xia Mo's fingers flickered like lightning, pointing at several acupoints on the youth's body. The youth took a deep breath, regaining his ability to move. "I am Lin Fu from Meihua Villa, thank you for saving me. Is this force still present in the martial world?" Xia Mo looked at the youth named Lin Fu with a smile that was not quite a smile. Meihua Villa is located in Hanzhou, part of the 13 prefectures of Daxia. A century ago the former master of Meihua Villa Lin Che dominated Hanzhou with his Han Mei Xue sword technique. Years ago Lin Che fought a great master from the northern frontier for 3 days and nights. In the end they both perished together. Since Lin Che's passing, the Han Mei Xue sword technique was lost and the status of Meihua Villa plummeted. From a top-tier force in the martial world it gradually became a third-rate power. Months ago news of Meihua Villa recovering the Han Mei Xue sword technique suddenly spread throughout the martial world. A sword technique that could contend with a great master naturally attracted countless people's attention in the martial world. Another martial sect from Hanzhou even disregarded morality and ruthlessly annihilated the entire Meihua Villa. Only the young master of Meihua Villa was left alive. The martial community in Hanzhou was almost turned upside down for this young master. Unexpectedly this young master had quietly come to Zhongyuan. A hint of sadness flashed in Lin Fu's eyes as he slowly stood up and respectfully bowed to Xia Mo. "You are right, a dog without a home should not mention Meihua Villa. However, as long as Lin Fu lives one more day in this world, I will surely restore the prestige of Meihua Villa. I remember, you should not be named Lin Fu, right?" In the half-month since the establishment of the Jianghu division, Xia Mo had reviewed a substantial amount of documents regarding the martial world. He still had some impression of the intelligence about Meihua Villa. However, Hanzhou was too far from the divine capital. Xia Mo had not paid much attention to it. Lin Fu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he said, "The enmity of blood must never be forgotten. So the change to the name Fu is also to remind myself at all times. Revenge. Restore the villa." In the heart of the divine capital, Qinglong Avenue winds like a great dragon. It is a vital stronghold, a place of flourishing prosperity. The red walls rise tall and the yellow tiles glimmer in the sunlight, resembling the dazzling scales of a dragon. Above the gatehouse the golden characters Jianghu department shine brilliantly, exuding an imposing aura. Upon entering the Jianghu department a broad screen wall comes into view, intricately carved with a beast resembling a qilin. This creature is surrounded by treasures. Ji Chu Shui Yu Hao. The emperor personally issued the decree. Shindao and Commander Feng would never dare to take it lightly.
As a result from these 6 doors and the elite of the Imperial Guards, only 2 Earth-level Jianghu Guards and 18 human-level Jianghu Guards could be selected. This number of personnel might struggle to manage even the Jianghu factions of the Divine Capital. Not to mention suppressing martial artists from all over the world. In the study. In front of a large desk piled high with scrolls and paperwork, Xia Mo's gaze wandered before finally settling on an inconspicuous booklet atop the desk. He reached out and gently picked up the booklet, casually flipping through it. Name Yu Hao. Position Jianghu Guard Earth Level. Former position Imperial Guard 1000 House. Martial Arts by Xianyin Pong. This is the top martial artist transferred from the Imperial Guard to the Jianghu department. It is said that with Yu Hao's abilities and achievements, he could have long since been promoted from a 1000 House member to a commander in the Imperial Guard. However, due to offending a certain commander within the Imperial Guard, he has been unable to attain a promotion. Otherwise, a typical 1000 House member from the Imperial Guard would hardly reach the level of an Earth-level Jianghu Guard. When the Imperial Edict to establish the Jianghu department was issued, Yu Hao did not hesitate to request a transfer to the Jianghu department. Name Ji Chu Xue. Position Jianghu Guard Earth Level. Former position 6 Doors Golden Robe Enforcer. Martial Arts Liuguang Blade Technique. Name Meng Liang. Position Jianghu Guard Human Level. Former position Imperial Guard 1000 House. Martial Arts Illusionary Sword. Name Zhu Yan. Position Jianghu Guard Human Level. Former position 6 Doors Silver Robe Enforcer. Martial Arts Soul Snatching Flying Star Hidden Weapon. The roster of the Jianghu department currently records the details of 21 members, though only brief lines are listed. Name, position, and the martial arts that led to their fame. Although Xia Mo was confident that no one could take this roster from him, he still felt it wise to avoid exposing too much information about the Jianghu Guards. Xia Mo continued to flip through the roster, his fingers gliding gently between the pages, producing a faint rustling sound. Suddenly his movements halted. His gaze fell on one of the pages. Name Lin Fu. Position Jianghu Guard Earth Level. Background Meihua Villa Young Master. Martial Arts Han Mei Yingxue Sword Technique. The young master of Meihua Villa, whom he had fortuitously saved on the way back to the Divine Capital, possesses formidable martial skills. His inner power has already reached the pinnacle of Qi meridians connected. With just one opportunity, Lin Fu could break through the Rin and Du meridians, reaching the realm of profound inner strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break free from the paralyzed acupoint held by the Northern Swordsman in such a short time. Among the 18 human-level Jianghu Guards, many possessed Qi meridians connected. Yet Lin Fu was the only one to become the 3rd Earth-level Jianghu Guard in the Jianghu department. The reason naturally lies in the renowned Han Mei Yingxue sword technique. At that time, Xia Mo had tested him slightly, and sure enough, this young master had already begun to practice this sword technique. Xia Mo would certainly not let go of such a potential asset. After entrusting the Northern Swordsman to Lin Fu's handling with the life-saving grace plus the backing of the Jianghu department, Lin Fu readily agreed to join the Jianghu department. Xia Mo's ears twitched slightly as if he caught a subtle tremor in the air. Soon after, a sharp sound of fighting surged like a tide. The clashing of metal rang incessantly. What is happening? Xia Mo closed the roster and asked softly. Reporting to the chief, it seems that Lord Yu and Lord Lin have begun to fight. A steady voice came from outside the door. Yu Hao and Lin Fu. Xia Mo was slightly taken aback. Let's go take a look. The door to the study slowly opened and Xia Mo stepped out. Outside stood a man around 30 years old, dressed in dark fitted attire with a jade belt around his waist. A long sword hung from it, slender and sharp, exuding an air of fierceness and calm. Meng Liang, a standout among the 18 human-level Jianghu Guards. Yes. Meng Liang nodded slightly. With soft-soled cloth shoes, he moved lightly, his steps silent as if walking on flat ground. Clearly his lightness skill is also quite remarkable. In a courtyard within the Jianghu department, weapon racks line both sides with swords, spears and halberds in abundance. Ancient trees tower in the corners, casting a green shade, their gnarled trunks and lush branches. The Jianghu Guards either leaned against the weapon racks or sat beside stone benches, chatting in small groups, their gazes focused on the two battling in the center. Xia Mo and Meng Liang approached quietly. Moving lightly, no one noticed them. Just as Meng Liang was about to step forward to intervene, Xia Mo raised his hand to stop him. Let's watch first. Meng Liang's pupils constricted. The voice was clearly audible, yet no one around looked this way. Sound transmission. Han Mei Yingxue sword technique. This sword technique has gained immense fame in the Jianghu recently.
Brother Lin, why not let everyone see for themselves today? Although you are the Earth-level Jianghu guard personally appointed by the chief, the skills you just displayed are indeed hard to convince others. The speaker was a handsome man exuding a heroic spirit and was one of the 3 Earth-level Jianghu guards. Yu Hao. Xia Mo scanned the surroundings. Ji Chuxue had already changed into Jianghu guard attire, holding a blade and curiously watching the two in the center. Brother Yu, it's not that I intend to hide my abilities. Rather, I have only recently begun practicing the Hanmei Shuai sword technique and I still struggle to control it. If I were to accidentally injure someone, that would not be good. Lin Fu scratched the back of his head, speaking somewhat shyly. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin, with your skills, if you could truly injure me, I will cover your drinking expenses for the next month. Yu Hao patted his chest, clearly very confident in himself. Lord Lin, show us your skills. Yes, Lord Lin, the Meihua Villa once held great prestige. The grandmaster of the northern frontier has been thoroughly left in Hanzhou. He was still a young man in his early 20s. Taking a deep breath, his face reddened slightly. He knew he had been unusually promoted to Earth-level Jianghu guard. He was still a young man in his early 20s. Taking a deep breath, his face reddened slightly. He knew he had been unusually promoted to Earth-level Jianghu guard. Though they might not speak of it, many felt unconvinced in their hearts. To establish himself firmly in the Jianghu department, he must demonstrate some real skills today. The snow falls silently. Lin Fu moved his figure, darting like the wind as he swung his sword. The tip of the sword traced an elegant arc in the air. The snow falls silently. Lin Fu moved his figure, darting like the wind as he swung his sword. The tip of the sword traced an elegant arc in the air. Accompanied by the quivering of the sword body, a strong sword light emanated. The fallen leaves in the courtyard were swept up, rushing towards Yu Hao along with the long sword. Sword light. Everyone present except for Xia Mo was momentarily stunned. In the vast Jianghu, sword practitioners were as numerous as the carp crossing the river. A swordsman capable of unleashing sword light can be said to have entered the ranks of the top swordsmen in the Jianghu. Generally speaking, without opening the Ren and Du meridians, one finds it difficult to manifest sword light. Being able to achieve this at the stage of Qi meridian connection is enough to demonstrate the extraordinary nature of the Hanmei Shuai sword technique. It's no wonder that an extraordinary martial art appearing in the Jianghu often stirs up a storm of bloodshed. Yu Hao's expression became slightly serious. Even though his skill surpassed Lin Fu's, he still did not dare to underestimate the renowned Hanmei Shuai sword technique. He remained vigilant, his eyes glinting with calmness. Gripping his broadsword tightly, Yu Hao moved like a leopard, swiftly dodging the incoming strike. Simultaneously, he countered with a slash, the light of his sword cutting towards Lin Fu like a silken thread. Lin Fu quickly changed his stance, raising his sword in response. With a loud crash, the sword and blade collided, producing a deafening metallic clash. Yu Hao's sword technique evidently followed the path of raw power. One strike after another, like a fierce wind and torrential rain, he attacked Lin Fu. However, the disciple of the Meihua Villa was not to be underestimated. Lin Fu countered each move, stepping onto a peculiar footwork. Each time he skillfully evaded Yu Hao's attacks. Be careful, Brother Yu. With Lin Fu's low shout, the sword tip trembled lightly and an invisible force seemed to coalesce in the air. Suddenly, clusters of crystal-clear cold plum blossoms burst forth in the air, each emanating a bone-chilling cold. What? Yu Hao was taken aback. The internal energy influenced the changes in the surrounding environment. Not to mention him, even an average expert capable of external release could hardly manage this. These cold plums seemed to possess life, swirling in the air, charging towards Yu Hao with their sharp sword light. Yu Hao took a deep breath, moving like a swimming dragon as he weaved through the courtyard. Unfortunately, there were simply too many cold plums in the air. Yu Hao's lightness skill could not evade them all. One cold plum brushed past the hem of his clothing, sending a piercing chill through him, causing him to shudder. The surrounding Jianghu guards were dumbfounded. They never expected that it would be Yu Hao who fell into the disadvantage. His clothing had already been torn in many places. The areas where the sword light had grazed began to crystallize with ice. Ice heart cold plum. A giant plum blossom suddenly bloomed at the end of the sword light. The plum blossom rotated slowly in the air, each petal seemingly a sharp blade. Brother Lin, your sword technique is indeed astonishing. However, your initial practice is still too slow. Yu Hao, who seemed to be randomly dodging in the courtyard, had unknowingly closed the distance to Lin Fu. By Bo Xianin palm. Yu Hao abandoned his sword and used his palm, a faint blue light beginning to coalesce in his palm. This was the hallmark of the Bai Bo Xianin palm. With internal energy driving it, the palm power was gentle yet profound, like the endless waves of the Azure Sea. With a loud bang, the long sword collided with the palm power, producing a resounding boom. Although Lin Fu's sword technique was fierce in the face of the dense palm power of the Baibo Xianin palm, it was like a giant stone thrown into the sea, instantly submerged. Splash! The palm power dispersed, transforming into ripples of blue that spread outwards. Lin Fu felt a tremendous force surge through him, causing the long sword in his hand to fly out. He staggered, retreating several steps before barely regaining his balance. "Brother Lin, I concede." Yu Hao clasped his hands with a smile. Lin Fu finally came to his senses. A bitter smile appeared on his face. The Han Meiyingxu's sword technique had quite a reputation. He never expected to face defeat repeatedly since his debut. "Brother, yes, Baibo Xianin palm is indeed formidable. I am humbled." Lin Fu was not the type to be unable to accept defeat. He clasped his hands together. He returned a bow to Yu Hao. Yu Hao gently shook his head, saying, "I only rely on having slightly deeper skills than you. Brother Lin's sword technique seems to require a high level of internal energy. If you break through the threshold and open the run and do meridians today, it would likely be me who would lose." Yu Hao picked up the sword he had thrown on the ground. Looking at his tattered clothing, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Although he had won this contest, he felt no joy at all. Clap, 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 the crisp sound of applause rang out. Xia Mo and Meng Lian walked over from the corner. "Chief!" The lazy Jianghu guards around them immediately stood up straight. They straightened their bodies and bowed respectfully to Xia Mo. "Chief!" Yu Hao and Lin Fu also greeted him respectfully. Ji Chuxue floated over from a distance. Looking at Xia Mo, her eyes were filled with complex emotions. Yu Hao is right. Your Han Meiyingxu's sword technique is extremely taxing on internal energy. If you break through the threshold, it will be a whole different world. One must not let temporary victories or defeats affect one's state of mind. Lin Fu suddenly trembled, then once again bowed to Xia Mo. "Thank you for your instruction, Chief. I will remember it carefully." Xia Mo nodded lightly, then turned to the Jianghu guards around. "Within 3 days, have all the Jianghu factions in the capital submit their lists to the Jianghu division. If not, they will all be treated as rebels." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. Xia Mo looked at Ji Chuxue and said, "You will take the lead on this matter. Also notify the 5 cities military division and the 6 doors to cooperate with the Jianghu division." The Jianghu guards were short-staffed. The Jianghu factions in the capital were not traditional martial arts sects. To deal with these individuals, there was no need to follow the Jianghu's usual methods completely. Ji Chuxue nodded lightly, saying yes. "You two change your clothes and come with me to the Tianlao," Xia Mo said to Yu Hao and Lin Fu. Having returned to the capital for 3 days, he had been entangled in the trivial matters of the Jianghu division. It was time to sign in at the 9th level of the Tianlao. The Tianlao was located in the shadowy part of the capital, away from the bustling streets, isolated from the mundane world. It was filled with intricate mechanisms and fortified barriers. Without a royal pardon, one could not enter casually. Xia Mo, Lin Fu and Yu Hao left the Jianghu division, heading straight for the Tianlao. The doors were tightly shut with iron locks hanging high and chains entwined, resembling a coiling dragon exuding a forbidding aura. The guards on both sides were strictly vigilant, their armor gleaming, eyes focused ahead, exuding an imposing presence. When the wind blew, the door rings jingled softly like a sigh from the underworld, sending chills down one's spine. Fourth Prince. In front of the Tianlao door, a figure appeared to have been waiting there early. With a stern appearance, an aquiline nose, tightly pressed lips, and sharp narrow eyes that were deep as a chasm, radiating coldness and ruthlessness. Dressed in a luxurious python robe, deep in color, resembling a shadow in the dark night. The patterns of pythons embroidered with golden and silver threads on the robe twisted and turned vividly lifelike. The commander of the Jianghu, Feng Zhang. Before the establishment of the Jianghu division, there were 2 institutions for the court to interact with the martial world. One was the 6 doors and the other was the Jianghu. The 6 doors was the final destination for the promotion of constables from the various state offices of the Great Xia. Typically, it only handled conflicts between martial factions and captured notorious criminals pursued by the government. In the martial world, it had some connections with certain righteous sects. The 6 doors is led by the god of capture, under whom there are 4 divine captors known for their extraordinary martial arts and great renown in the martial world. Below the 4 divine captors is the position of the chief captor. Next in rank are the constables of 3 levels: gold-clad, silver-clad, and bronze-clad. As for the Jianghu, the commander is the highest-ranking official. Under the commander there are 2 deputy commanders and 2 supervising officers. Below them are the pacifying officials of the various Jianghu posts, followed by the 1000 House, 100 House, Chief Flag, Junior Flag, and Ordinary Jianghu.
It can be said that they are a sharp knife in the hands of the Emperor of Xia as well as important eyes and ears. The primary duties of the Jianghu are to protect the Emperor, inspect the officials and capture treasonous criminals. Moreover, what truly spread the notorious reputation of the Jianghu across the world was the genie prison, also known as the Imperial Prison. From the nobles to the commoners, everyone spoke of it with fear. The 6 doors in the Jianghu are often referred to as court watchdogs by the people of the martial world. Commander Feng, you seem quite busy today. What brings you here? Xia Mo tugged at the reins. The inked shadow galloped forward slowly. Looking down from atop, there was no intention of dismounting. The establishment of the Jianghu division not only stripped away considerable power from the 6 doors and the Jianghu. Moreover, the imperial edict issued by the Emperor of Xia clearly stated that as long as it involved matters of the martial world, the Jianghu division could act first and report later with imperial authority granted. The 6 doors and the Jianghu must unconditionally cooperate with the Jianghu division. Suddenly there was an additional figure looming over them. It would be strange to say that the god of capture and the current commander Feng had no thoughts about this. Some petty clowns won't waste much time. I heard the 4th prince is heading to the 9th level of the prison. Though I'm not sure what urgent matter the 4th prince has, he continued. But those locked up inside are all ruthless criminals. I couldn't help but accompany the 4th prince there. Feng Zhang clasped his fists in respect, showing no reaction to Xia Mo's arrogance. Xia Mo smirked slightly, looking at Feng Zhang with a meaningful gaze, and said, I know the 9th level of the prison is not like the ordinary imperial prison. That's why I submitted a request to the palace a day in advance. But I didn't mention when I would come. I didn't expect Commander Feng to have such foresight to wait here for me. Could it be that among the brothers transferred from the Jianghu to the Jianghu division there are still those who remember their old master? Xia Mo's eyes flashed with brilliance. This was also his weakness, an unfounded prince suddenly wielding great power. Whether it be intelligence or connections, his foundation in the divine capital was far from sufficient. On the way to Baiyun Temple, he still had not figured out the identity of the person who had instructed Feng Puyu to ambush him. However, from the subsequent investigation it was discovered that after he left the tea house that day, cavalry had arrived in a flurry. The horses of the cavalry were not like ordinary steeds. Once the constables of the 6 doors uncovered this point, they immediately reported the news back to the Jianghu division. To be able to mobilize dozens of cavalry near the divine capital, the forces behind them must be powerful. With Xia Mo's words, the air seemed to solidify instantly, even the smallest dust ceased to move. Feng Zhang maintained a neutral expression while Yu Hao behind him began to bead with cold sweat. He opened his mouth to say something, but after glancing at Xia Mo and Feng Zhang, he withdrew what he was about to say. 4th prince, you jest. Even if I had the guts of a giant, I wouldn't dare to place spies in the Jianghu division. Otherwise I wouldn't be waiting here for the 4th prince. Feng Zhang suddenly smiled, showing no sign of being shaken by Xia Mo's questioning. Xia Mo quietly watched Feng Zhang from atop his horse. The commander of the Jianghu is a 3rd-rank official of the Great Xia. In terms of ranks, he is on par with the 12 commanders of the Jianghu division. Since that's the case, then I must trouble Commander Feng. A voice came from behind. Feng Zhang's pupils constricted slightly as he glanced back. Xia Mo had dismounted without him noticing. He appeared behind him. Why? Brother Yu, did you see the actions of the division master just now? Lin Fu asked from atop his horse. He instinctively swallowed hard. Yu Hao beside him blankly shook his head, having only felt like he blinked and Xia Mo had already vanished from his horse. Then he suddenly appeared behind Feng Zhang. Feng Zhang turned around respectfully, saying, It is my honor. Lead the way. Feng Zhang stepped ahead, moving toward the prison, followed closely by Xia Mo and the other 2. Greetings, 4th prince. The guards at the prison knelt on one knee in unison. Rise. Thank you, your highness. The large door of the prison slowly opened. Feng Zhang entered first with Xia Mo and the others closely following. The prison only had its first level above ground, the remaining 8 levels were all built underground. Such an enormous space must have consumed countless manpower and resources. Given the nature of ancient feudal dynasties, it's likely that none of the craftsmen who constructed this prison lived to leave it. In the deep underground they quietly proceeded. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the empty staircase, becoming the only melody in this silent space. Around them the darkness was thick as viscous ink, swallowing all light. Only the flickering torch they held struggled to emit a few strands of orange light in the dark. Before long their pace suddenly slowed. Ahead a faint light gradually appeared, breaking the long-standing darkness. Is there sunlight down here? Lin Fu exclaimed in surprise. They were already quite far from the surface. Commander Feng, do you know who built this prison? Xia Mo suddenly asked, realizing he had been mistaken earlier. To be able to draw sunlight to such depths, this prison was certainly more complex than he had imagined and not something ordinary craftsmen could construct.
Feng Zhang turned his head. Has the fourth prince heard of the Mu family from the southern prefecture?
Xia Mo was somewhat surprised at Feng Zhang's words.
Are you referring to the Mu family known for their expertise in mechanisms? Feng Zhang nodded. Indeed, that is the Mu family.
This prison was built under the command of the late emperor in collaboration with the Ministry of Works and the Mu family.
I see. No wonder it is so masterfully constructed.
As they chatted along the way, they soon arrived at the 9th level of the prison. Upon seeing the stone tablet before him identical to the one in his mind, Xia Mo once again heard a familiar voice ringing in his ears.
Ding! Congratulations on reaching the 9th level of the prison sign-in successful. Task reward Tianshan Jame hand.
The Tianshan Plum Blossom hand. Unexpectedly, it is this martial art.
Fourth prince.
A voice echoed, belonging to Feng Zhang, the commander of the Jianghu, whose eyes glimmered with a hint of barely perceptible suspicion. The Jianghu deal with all sorts of people daily. The ability to read people's expressions and moods has become an innate skill. Just moments ago, the fourth prince seemed lost in thought upon seeing the stone tablet of the 9th level of the heavenly prison.
Have you been here before, fourth prince? Xia Mo snapped back to reality. Commander Feng, you jest.
I have grown up in the palace since childhood. How could I have ever come to such a place? Commander Feng, I would appreciate it if you could show me around the 9th level of this heavenly prison. I too wish to see it for myself. What kind of people are imprisoned in the 9th level of the heavenly prison, which the people of the martial world fear like a tiger?
Yes.
Several individuals passed the stone tablet and entered. What kind of people are imprisoned in the 9th level of the heavenly prison, which the people of the martial world fear like a tiger?
Yes.
Several individuals passed the stone tablet and entered. The chains on them and the walls around are made of solid obsidian.
Moreover, those who enter here must either have their bones pierced or be sealed in their acupoints using special methods.
No matter how renowned or skilled they were in the martial world before coming here, once they arrive, they can only obediently reveal all their martial arts skills.
Feng Zhang looked around at the cells, introducing them as they walked.
This person's name is Zhang Tieshan, known as Iron Fist, invincible with fists strong enough to shatter stones and break gold.
His character is bold and straightforward, hating evil fiercely. He has a reputation for chivalry in the martial world.
2 years ago, he was wanted by the court for killing a governor.
In order to capture him, the Jianghu lost 1,000 households and 200 households.
In the dim cell, a figure was ruthlessly bound to the cold stone wall by heavy iron chains.
Poof! You bunch of court dogs. If it weren't for your despicable tricks, even if you brought dozens more, you wouldn't be able to capture me.
Seeing Xia Mo and the others, the figure in the cell suddenly began to struggle. Each struggle was accompanied by the harsh sound of chains and violent tremors of the body.
Neither Xia Mo nor Feng Zhang paid any attention. They continued towards the next cell. This is Sword Shadow Lone Swan, Li Yuni.
Renowned in the martial world for his unique Lone Swan sword technique.
However, he has a reclusive personality and acts alone.
This is Poison Doctor, Sun Jin. He excels in medicine and is skilled in poison making, capable of killing without a trace. A year ago, he poisoned an entire village's populace on the western frontier. And this woman is the thousand-faced fox, Humayr.
Skilled in disguise techniques, able to transform into various figures, mimicking voices and actions with remarkable precision.
This woman is ambitious and somehow managed to infiltrate the palace. She almost caused a major disaster. As they passed each cell, Feng Zhang introduced the backgrounds of the prisoners like a treasure trove. The entire 9th level of the heavenly prison holds over a dozen martial arts masters, each a famous figure in the martial world.
However, it is a pity. Xia Mo gently shook his head.
These masters have been captured here for at least half a year, some for even several years.
Most have long since had their martial arts destroyed. Moreover, the injuries on each person look quite severe. The methods of the Jianghu are no trifling matter.
The only remaining value of these individuals lies in the martial arts manuals they have not completely divulged, and the martial arts techniques that made them famous in the martial world.
For instance, Humayr and Sun Jin. Disguise techniques and poison techniques. They might even be more suitable for an organization like the Jianghu than ordinary martial arts. This person is. Xia Mo suddenly stopped outside a cell, pointing inside. On a pile of messy straw lay a man dressed in tattered gray clothes.
His hair was as wild as weeds, with several strands clinging to dust and grease.
His face was covered with a layer of greasy dirt, making it nearly impossible to discern his original features. Only his slightly parted mouth and the occasional sound of snoring proved that he was still alive. To be able to sleep so soundly in such a place. Moreover, this person was not bound by chains. A rare expression of embarrassment appeared on Feng Zhang's face. To answer you, fourth prince, this man is the laziest person in the world. He voluntarily entered the heavenly prison and even handed over the tortoise breathing technique he had practiced on the first day. Since then he has been residing here. Not only Xia Mo but even Yu Hao and Lin Fu behind him were speechless. Is there really such a person in the world? What a waste of rice. Xia Mo's voice was cold. He initially thought he might encounter some hidden master in the 9th level of the heavenly prison. Then attempt to recruit them into the Jianghu division. Unexpectedly, even this kind of person exists. Kill him. Xia Mo immediately extinguished the thought of staying here any longer. After saying this, he turned and walked outside. Yes. Feng Zhang looked at the laziest person in the world in the cell. With his left hand behind his back, he waved his right hand. The palm seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, yet was as light as a feather. The laziest person in the world suddenly widened, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Pfft, a sound of bones shattering rang out, accompanied by a spurt of blood. His chest caved in, forming a horrifying deep pit, and his clothes were instantly stained red. Feng Zhang withdrew his palm, looking emotionless at the scene. Then he left without looking back. At this moment, Xia Mo, who had just reached the stone tablet, felt a stir in his heart. Unexpectedly, this Jianghu commander's light palm technique was so formidable. Fourth prince, I shall not see you off. Outside the heavenly prison, Feng Zhang once again cupped his hands towards Xia Mo. Commander Feng, you are being polite. Thank you for guiding me today, Commander Feng. If there is leisure in the future, do come to the Jianghu division for a chat. Xia Mo and the others mounted their horses. By now he naturally did not believe the farcical claims of accompanying guards made by Feng Zhang. No matter how impressive the prisoners of the 9th level of the heavenly prison were before. Now there was only a group of old, weak, sick and disabled individuals. This commander. Could it be that he really just came to make an acquaintance? I will definitely visit you, fourth prince. After the pleasantries, just as Xia Mo was preparing to leave, he suddenly frowned. He suddenly looked up at the dome of the heavenly prison. Who goes there? As soon as he uttered these words, Yu Hao and Lin Fu instinctively drew their swords. The guards stationed at the heavenly prison quickly formed ranks. So this is where the court imprisons people from the martial world. Hey, if this place gets leaked, then there will be a good show to watch. A mocking voice rang out. Feng Zhang's previously steady countenance instantly transformed as if covered by frost, turning extremely ugly upon hearing this voice. Which thief dares to spy on the sacred grounds of the heavenly prison? Feng Zhang shouted angrily, his voice booming like thunder. Before his words had finished, Feng Zhang had already shot out like an arrow released from a bow. With a light step, his figure gracefully leaped onto the dome of the heavenly prison. The heavenly prison is far removed from the bustling streets. In fact, it lies hidden within an inconspicuous mountain range in the divine capital. If the location of this place were to leak out, then unless the court sends a large army to guard it, it would surely attract waves of curious individuals from the martial world. The one who was secretly observing just now possesses formidable skills. You two stay here in case we fall for their trick of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. Xia Mo instructed Yu Hao and Lin Fu. The figure had already vanished from the horse's back. Verdant peaks stretched endlessly, ancient trees towered, deep valleys echoed with the songs of birds. Two silhouettes darted like the wind and lightning through the forest, their lightness of skill breathtaking. Leave it to me. Feng Zhang observed the figure ahead leap gracefully into the air, moving like a flying swallow skimming over the treetops. Concentrating his internal energy in his palm, he suddenly shouted. With a powerful strike, he sent his palm crashing towards the figure ahead. Leaves fluttered down like rain. The figure ahead suddenly halted and then vanished mysteriously from the spot. Bang! With a resounding crash, a large tree collapsed, its trunk splintering into several pieces, wood shavings scattering everywhere. Hey, is this the famed heavenly silkworm soft palm of the Imperial Guards? The leaf beneath his feet seemed to become weightless, showing no tremor whatsoever. Who are you? What is your purpose in spying on the heavenly prison? The leaf beneath his feet seemed to become weightless, showing no tremor whatsoever. Who are you? What is your purpose in spying on the heavenly prison? Feng Zhang also landed on a branch and stopped looking at the figure not far away. He asked in a deep voice. Just now both were in a state of rapid movement. The person had evaded the palm strike he unleashed.
It seemed reminiscent of the forest flight technique from the maple leaf sect in the martial world.
There isn't anything particularly special about my purpose.
However, since arriving in the Central Plains, I've been hearing various rumors about the heavenly prison.
I simply couldn't suppress my curiosity and thought to come take a look. Yet the location of the heavenly prison is indeed very secretive. I've been in the divine capital for a while now and have been unable to find its whereabouts.
There was nothing to be done but to observe from outside the Northern Pacification Department. It was just as I was about to give up when I finally saw the commander hurriedly leaving the Northern Pacification Department.
So I followed him all the way here.
I did not expect that the fourth prince would be so vigilant. I merely took a breath of fresh air.
And he discovered me.
The mysterious person was dressed in dark tight clothing with a black silk ribbon tied around his waist and his face covered by a black scarf.
Feng Zhang's expression instantly darkened.
Are you saying that from the moment I left the Northern Pacification Department you have been following me? The mysterious person spread his hands. Otherwise, how could I find the location of the heavenly prison?
It's just a bit of a pity. I still haven't found the opportunity to enter the heavenly prison to take a look.
The mysterious person shook his head, feigning a sigh.
If that's the case, then I truly cannot let you go.
Feng Zhang's eyes flashed with killing intent. The python robe rustled in the wind. With a quick step, he leaped towards the mysterious person.
At this moment, it seemed as if two slender silks were intertwining and weaving in his palm, shimmering with a faint silver light.
Feng Zhang's eyes flashed with killing intent. The python robe rustled in the wind. With a quick step, he leaped towards the mysterious person.
At this moment, it seemed as if Feng Zhang's heavenly silkworm soft palm overcomes hardness with softness.
His internal energy is as fine and continuous as silkworm silk. Once it strikes the enemy, it tightly wraps around them like silkworm silk, leaving no escape. If he were to reveal the location of the heavenly prison, if this were to reach the ears of the Summer Emperor. At this moment, Feng Zhang had fused all his internal energy, will and killing intent into this palm strike.
Come on.
The mysterious person showed no fear. With a swift step, the leaves trembled slightly as he leaped towards Feng Zhang.
Boom.
With a loud crash, their palms met and true energy surged through the woods. Countless leaves were blown away by this force and the trunks quivered slightly under the impact. In the moment of their confrontation, it felt like two wild beasts had collided.
Feng Zhang only felt a powerful force transmitting from his palm.
Realizing he was up against a formidable opponent, the heavenly silkworm's soft palm unfolded like a mighty river flowing endlessly. The two exchanged blows back and forth in the woods, their palm forces clashing. The mysterious person's figure swayed, seemingly transforming into countless phantoms quickly spinning around Feng Zhang.
Both hands waved simultaneously and transparent palm shadows appeared out of thin air. These palm shadows flickered in and out of existence, elusive as ghosts. Misty palm. Feng Zhang's brows furrowed.
He clearly recognized the martial arts the mysterious person was employing.
With both hands extended, his internal energy in his palms was as dense as silkworm silk.
With a gentle wave, he collided with those transparent palm shadows.
The sounds of bang bang echoed incessantly. Each collision of palm forces created ripples in the air.
All palm shadows were dispersed by Feng Zhang, leaving only the one true shadow.
Feng Zhang struck out with a palm. The mysterious person did not back down. The two clashed again.
The mysterious person utilized the rebound force, skillfully distancing himself from Feng Zhang.
Like a light and agile swallow, he traced an arc in the air before landing steadily on the ground.
Feng Zhang flew down as well, landing firmly on the ground. A glint of amusement flashed in the mysterious person's eyes. He punched down hard towards the ground.
The earth instantly cracked under the impact of this force. A massive fissure spread towards Feng Zhang. Feng Zhang's brows furrowed slightly and he instinctively took a step back.
With a push of his feet, he soared into the air. Just as Feng Zhang reached midair, the mysterious person suddenly moved. His figure dashed like the wind, instantly closing the distance to Feng Zhang, his palm gathering internal energy, striking sharply towards him. In a rushed moment, Feng Zhang quickly adjusted his internal energy and raised his palm to meet the mysterious person's attack. At the moment of collision, Feng Zhang's body trembled slightly, then he plummeted down as if struck by a giant hammer.
Upon landing, his feet left deep imprints on the ground.
He then retreated several steps, each step accompanied by vibrations in the ground. Only after crashing into a large tree did he manage to stabilize himself.
The tree shook violently upon impact, its leaves rustling. Feng Zhang's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth, forcefully channeling his energy.
On the trunk of the large tree behind him, deep fissures were clearly visible. The forest flight technique, misty palm, earth-shattering fist, and
gale palm. To possess so many martial arts in the martial world, each with such mastery, there is only one person I can think of. You are the martial enthusiast Bai Xian. As soon as Feng Zhang's words fell, it was like a heavy hammer striking the surface of a lake, sending ripples cascading outward. Countless birds, startled, took to the skies. Truly, I have finally revealed my identity. As expected of the renowned commander of the Imperial Guards. You are indeed well versed in the martial arts of the world. The mysterious person gently unveiled his mask, revealing a somewhat helpless expression. Martial arts require talent. Profound martial skills demand even better talent. The world of Jianghu is never short of people holding a peerless martial arts manual. Yet there are still mediocre individuals who cannot find their way in. Human effort sometimes reaches its limits, and talent is the same. One must choose the martial art that suits them best and devote a lifetime of effort to it. This is the path taken by the vast majority of geniuses in Jianghu. However, there was one person who was different. He learned from countless sources and mastered numerous skills. He relentlessly trained every martial art he encountered to the peak of perfection. This martial fanatic Bai Xian hailed from the cold region of Han Prefecture. Originally, he was a child of a wealthy family. In his youth, he apprenticed under a transient Jianghu figure and learned some rudimentary martial arts. Yet within less than a year, Bai Xian progressed rapidly, and soon that master was no longer a match for him. After discovering Bai Xian's talent in martial arts, his first master did not dare to delay. Using all his connections, he introduced Bai Xian to the Fengye sect in Han Prefecture, where he came under the tutelage of the sect's elder. Bai Xian took only 3 years to master all the martial arts of the Fengye sect and showed a talent that surpassed his teachers. The elder of the Fengye sect was ecstatic and immediately declared Bai Xian a candidate for the next sect leader. However, despite mastering all the techniques, Bai Xian felt it was far from sufficient. The Fengye sect was at best considered a second-rate sect in Jianghu. Bai Xian did not wish to waste his life in such a small sect. So after achieving victory in a martial arts contest against another sect, he publicly declared that he would no longer be a disciple of the Fengye sect. This nearly caused the elder of the Fengye sect to faint from anger. Naturally, the sect was furious and spread the word that Bai Xian was ungrateful and dishonorable in the eyes of the martial world. Moreover, several elders from the sect were sent to capture Bai Xian. Although he had learned all the martial arts of the Fengye sect, he was still relatively inexperienced. In terms of inner strength, he was still inferior to the elders of the sect. Pursued relentlessly, he was eventually driven out of Han Prefecture. At this moment, Bai Xian completely liberated himself. He would bow down to anyone willing to teach him martial arts, calling them master upon meeting them. This man possessed an inexplicable obsession with martial arts. 3 years passed and Bai Xian's martial skills skyrocketed. His reputation as a martial fanatic soared in Jianghu, during which he challenged famous masters across the land. According to Bai Xian, he had no ulterior motives, he merely wished to witness the renowned skills of the martial world. From a record of more losses than wins, he progressed to an even balance and then to more victories than defeats. In less than 10 years, the reputation of the martial fanatic Bai Xian was on par with that of the leaders of some major sects in Jianghu. What truly made Bai Xian famous was his battle against the top expert of the demonic Tao, the elder Wu Gu. After achieving mastery in martial arts, Bai Xian returned to Han Prefecture. After all, he had been at fault regarding the Fengye sect. Therefore, he did not hold a grudge against the pursuit from years prior. He went directly back to his family's home in Qiulin City. Bai Xian's father was a well-known wealthy merchant in Qiulin City. However, just one day before Bai Xian returned to Qiulin City, the Bai family had unknowingly offended Elder Wu Gu while passing through Qiulin City. Their entire household was slaughtered. Bai Xian would naturally not let this go unpunished. He tracked her down. Eventually, he cornered Elder Wu Gu in an inn in a small city. The martial arts that Elder Wu Gu practiced, the Wu Gu demon canon, was said to stem from a demonic sect called Xia Mo sect that existed 500 years ago. Every move contained a strange power that could lead one to madness. Elder Wu Gu was also a well-known expert in Jianghu. It is said that she once escaped with her life from a great master at the Tiangong Pavilion's martial arts assessment. This battle was initially thought to be a sure win, yet unexpectedly it was Bai Xian with his myriad of tactics who emerged victorious. After avenging his great enemy, Bai Xian did not inherit his family's wealth. Instead, he donated most of the money to beggars and refugees in the city and then began to wander the Jianghu. It is rumored in Jianghu that Bai Xian had two great passions in life: the love of martial arts and curiosity. His love for martial arts goes without saying. He was already a top expert renowned throughout Jianghu. Yet whenever he encountered martial arts that piqued his interest, regardless of whether the practitioner was an elderly person or a child, man or woman, he would kneel down at once. he would immediately perform the bowing gesture of apprenticeship. As for his curiosity, it meant just what it says. This person possessed an ever-curious heart. No matter the rumors in Jianghu secret tales, forbidden grounds of sects or perilous lands. As long as he learned of them, he would find a way to explore them. Once he heard that the leader of a sect in Jianghu had a secret relationship with a man. Outwardly he seemed righteous and dignified, yet behind closed doors he had no idea how many lovers he harbored. He even had an affair with his own senior disciple. This fellow stubbornly hid under the bed for a day and night, inadvertently exposing their secret. This became known to all. The sect leader went mad and fought fiercely against Bai Xian. However, even with the full force of the sect, they could not overcome this martial fanatic. In summary, Bai Xian can be considered a figure of both righteousness and villainy in the Jianghu. Commander, if your heavenly silkworm cotton palm has only this level of skill, then it cannot restrain me. Besides, I haven't done anything heinous. So why not just let it go? I assure you I will never disclose the location of the heavenly prison. As you know, while I may not be universally loved in Jianghu, I have no friends either. There is really no need to offend the imperial court. I was merely making a small joke earlier. Bai Xian appeared to be in his 30s, wearing a grin on his face. Oof. If the words of a martial fanatic could be trusted, she knew the master wouldn't still be searching for you everywhere now. Feng Zhang snorted coldly, his gaze at Bai Xian carrying a hint of malice. Xing Yu was the sect leader who had his secret exposed by Bai Xian. Such a huge scandal naturally precluded him from continuing as the leader of a sect. It is said that even the elder who was in seclusion was disturbed by the incident. Bai Xian awkwardly scratched his head. That night I was actually planning to leave quietly. It was that guy who insisted on having a duel with me. In the end, the commotion was too great and the good thing between Xing Yu and his senior disciple was exposed. But it has nothing to do with me. Feng Zhang's face was as dark as water. During the earlier encounter, although there was an element of carelessness, this person's martial arts were indeed above his own. Damn it, why is the fourth prince also present today? I really shouldn't have shown my face before the fourth prince. Now it's impossible to retreat. The heavenly prison is a heavy place and once known to the world. It will be difficult to have peaceful days in the future. Since this person knows such a secret, Commander Feng, what are you hesitating for? The calm voice fell into the ears of Feng Zhang and Bai Xian. Both of them changed their expressions simultaneously, looking up in the direction of the voice. At the top of a great tree with branches lush and leaves dense, it resembled a jade canopy supporting the heavens. A young nobleman dressed in a black python robe with a jade belt cinching his waist stood atop the tree, seeming like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Fourth Prince. A voice of surprise emerged from Feng Zhang. To be honest, it was quite an achievement for Emperor Xia to allow this fourth prince to command the town martial division. Feng Zhang had his suspicions regarding this prince's martial prowess. Previously at the gates of the heavenly prison, it was this fourth prince who first discovered Bai Xian's presence. However, this only indicated that Xia Mo's perception was particularly sharp. As of now, Feng Zhang had exchanged dozens of moves with Bai Xian. He once thought that this fourth prince had not followed, but it seemed otherwise. Bai Xian gazed at Xia Mo atop the tree, his expression slightly grave. He had not noticed when this person had appeared there. The current fourth son of Emperor Xia, the leader of the town martial division, Xia Mo. Bai Xian had been in the divine capital for some time and naturally understood what kind of place the town martial division was. For someone like him, a martial artist from the rivers and lakes, it was an existence more troublesome than the six gates and the Jianghu. This one. Fourth prince. I swear I have absolutely no intention of opposing the court. How about we let today's matter rest? Bai Xian suddenly raised three fingers, his expression sincere. Xia Mo smiled faintly, lightly tapping the tree branch with his toes, his figure soaring into the air. In an instant he had landed on the ground. Peering into the heavenly prison is a capital offense. Moreover, the town martial division oversees all martial artists in the realm. Those who fail to relay orders are also traitors and rebels. Martial enthusiast Bai Xian. I have heard of your fame. I also witnessed your earlier exchange with Commander Feng. If that is all you are capable of, perhaps there will no longer be a figure known as the martial enthusiast in the rivers and lakes in the future. Bai Xian's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. However, he quickly smiled and asked, "May I inquire when the fourth prince arrived? How much did you see of my contest with Commander Feng?" Feng Zheng, standing nearby, also looked over with curiosity. Xia Mo pretended to ponder for a moment, then pointed at a large tree that had fallen to the ground. I had already been waiting for you here before you jumped onto that tree. What? Feng Zhang furrowed his brows. Bai Xian, however, wore a disbelieving expression. I have already stated I have no intention of opposing the court. This exploration of the heavenly prison was simply out of curiosity. Fourth Prince, please do not act excessively, or you may force me to reveal the location of the heavenly prison. I shall take my leave now. Bai Xian cupped his hands. He turned to leave. As a commander of the Jianghu and a prince, he couldn't truly do anything to them. Poof. Trying to leave. Feng Zhang cast a glance at Xia Mo, then swiftly and decisively dashed out, striking towards Bai Xian's back. Silken cocoon bind. Feng Zhang's palm instantly transformed in the air, creating countless small hand shadows. At first glance they bore some resemblance to Bai Xian's earlier misty palm. Yet in essence they were different. Numerous silken threads intertwined and wrapped in the air, forming a massive net. The entire space seemed to be engulfed by this net. Bai Xian felt a powerful pulling force emanating from behind, causing him to hesitate, nearly immobilized. The net tightened around him as if it aimed to envelop him entirely. Commander Feng, I have already said it. You cannot keep me. How many times must I repeat this? Bai Xian's voice carried a hint of impatience. The forest leaping technique was unleashed, weaving through Feng Zhang's palm shadows. Simultaneously his hands gently waved, causing numerous streams of qi to flow at his fingertips. Although Feng Zhang's heavenly silkworm's soft palm was intricate and resilient under Bai Xian's hands, it gradually lost its binding power. Flowing clouds, dispersing hands. Feng Zhang recognized the martial arts Bai Xian was employing once again. Bai Xian's hands were at times as light as willow fluff and at times as hard as steel, continuously dismantling Feng Zhang's offensive. In a short time the two exchanged dozens of moves. Bai Xian found a flaw in Feng Zhang's palm technique. With a gentle press of his hands, a surge of qi struck Feng Zhang's chest directly. Feng Zhang was caught off guard by this sudden attack. His entire body was jolted back repeatedly, his face turning pale. If you continue to entangle me, I will truly not hold back. After saying this, Bai Xian prepared to leave once again. Just at the moment of turning around, a cold sweat suddenly dripped from his forehead. Bai Xian abruptly looked back, then lightly tapped his toes and soared backward, creating a considerable distance. You, Bai Xian looked at Xia Mo with some suspicion. At that moment Xia Mo wore a faint smile, his gaze towards Bai Xian carrying an inexplicable meaning. Fourth Prince, I am incompetent and cannot match this person. Feng Zhang, holding his chest, spoke with some difficulty. There is no need for Commander Feng to take this to heart. The duties of the Jianghu do not lie here. These individuals who have long made a name for themselves in the rivers and lakes. It should be the responsibility of my town martial division to address this matter. Please withdraw. Xia Mo waved his hand, signaling Feng Zhang to step back. Feng Zhang's pale face regained a hint of color. He nodded gently, then retreated to one side. You are called martial enthusiast. May I ask how many martial arts you have learned? Xia Mo looked at Bai Xian and inquired. Bai Xian cast a doubtful glance at Xia Mo, the deadly sense of crisis that had surged in his heart earlier. He wondered if it was indeed this fourth prince before him. I would say I have learned dozens of martial arts. Bai Xian answered truthfully. These martial arts were acquired through learning from masters, battling strong enemies, and even by chance in the resting places of illustrious predecessors. To catch the eye of the martial enthusiast, these martial arts must have their unique strengths. Are you not afraid of overreaching? Xia Mo asked curiously. Indeed, I lack the energy, so I do not learn every martial art I come across. Are you confident in your martial skills? If the fourth prince has something to say, please speak directly. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Bai Xian met Xia Mo's gaze. An inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him. You previously battled with Commander Feng and employed 5 or 6 different martial arts in succession. Ultimately you broke his heavenly silkworm's soft palm with flowing clouds dispersing hands. If you can break my Tianshan folding plum hands, we shall let today's matter rest. As for whether the location of the heavenly prison should be publicized, that is up to you. The court will not make things difficult for you regarding this matter. Xia Mo gently raised his hand. Tianshan folding plum hands. Both Bai Xian and Feng Zhang were momentarily taken aback. Their eyes flickered as they desperately recalled which martial arts in the rivers and lakes bore this name. Fourth Prince. Feng Zhang was about to say something when he was interrupted by Xia Mo's gesture. What do you think? If I lose, what then? Bai Xian asked tentatively. If you lose, then join the town martial division. Inviting Bai Xian to join the Jianghu division was indeed a momentary whim of Xia Mo. Feng Zheng as the commander of the Xia Imperial Guard possessed martial skills that were undoubtedly formidable. From the previous observation it was clear that Feng Zheng's internal strength had at least reached the 5th stage of internal martial arts harmony of intent. The technique he practiced, the Tian Kan Mian Zhang, was also a rare martial art. Yet Bai Xian was able to handle himself with ease in front of Feng Zheng, even showing signs of holding back. Although this martial fanatic was not particularly well liked in the Jianghu, he had not committed any truly heinous acts. Xia Mo indeed valued talent. What if I refuse? Bai Xian asked, locking eyes with Xia Mo. No matter how one looked at it, the fourth prince was still too young. Bai Xian, having roamed the Jianghu for many years, naturally knew that one should never judge a person by their appearance. It was still hard to imagine how a young man who had yet to reach his comingaf age could possess such high martial prowess. However, from previously revealing his whereabouts and demonstrating remarkable lightness of foot, it was evident that this fourth prince was far from being as simple as he appeared. If you refuse, you will find it extremely difficult to leave this place today. Xia Mo's voice remained light, yet his words sent chills through the onlookers. It's been a long time since I've heard such threats today. I will agree, but with one condition. Let's hear it. If I win, not only will today's matter be dismissed, but you must also allow him to give me a copy of the Tian Kan Mian Zhang's manual. And the lightness of foot technique you just displayed, I want a copy of that as well. Bai Xian pointed at Feng Zheng. You are daydreaming. Feng Zheng immediately shot an angry glare at Bai Xian. All right. Xia Mo replied readily. Fourth prince. Feng Zheng looked at Xia Mo in surprise. Does Commander Feng lack confidence in me? I dare not, but... Enough, let's proceed as planned. I will obey. Feng Zheng reluctantly cupped his hands. Then let us begin. Xia Mo said with a smile to Bai Xian. All right. With your princely status you surely wouldn't go back on your word. I never go back on my word. Then forgive me. Bai Xian's figure swayed, appearing beside Xia Mo like a ghost. His hands waved simultaneously, resembling two azure dragons soaring through the air. This was indeed the Lu Yunsan show that had just broken Feng Zheng's Tian Kan Mian Zhang. It wasn't that Lu Yunsan show was necessarily superior to Tian Kan Mian Zhang. The main factor was the disparity between the practitioners. The airflow was thin and delicate, yet it contained immense power, directly targeting Xia Mo's throat. This move was clearly more exquisite than when he had previously defeated Feng Zheng. Xia Mo shifted his feet slightly, tilting his body, skillfully evading Bai Xian's attack. At the same time, his hands gently folded like a plum blossom, aiming for Bai Xian's waist. Good. Bai Xian nodded in acknowledgement as he saw Xia Mo's quick reflexes and exquisite techniques. His figure swayed again and his hands transformed into a sea of azure clouds, enveloping Xia Mo in an instant. Xia Mo remained unfazed. No matter how turbulent the waves were, they could not shake him even a bit. Such strong internal power. Bai Xian marveled inwardly. He was using the most energy-consuming move of Lu Yunsan show, Yunji Yuan. This move was often effective against those with lesser internal strength than his own. Yet he never expected that this fourth prince would be so at ease. Xia Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. If he unleashed the full power of the wedding dress divine art, this martial fanatic would certainly not be his opponent. However, to subdue this person, one must completely crush him in the aspect he was most proud of. Xia Mo's technique shifted again. His fingertips sparkled with glimmers of cold light, directly targeting Bai Xian's wrist. Seeing this, Bai Xian quickly withdrew his hands and retreated to evade Xia Mo's grasp. The two exchanged blows, each move more intricate than the last. Bai Xian's Lu Yunsan show was exquisitely brilliant, while Xia Mo's Tian Shanjime show was even more varied. Regardless of the moves Bai Xian employed, Xia Mo was able to deftly resolve them and counterattack. The leaves in the forest rustled in response to the momentum of the two, creating a whispering sound. The three paths palm technique and the three paths seizing technique, after integrating these 6 martial arts, can produce such marvelous effects. Bai Xian grew increasingly astonished. Lu Yunsan show had long since been thoroughly defeated. The Mi Zong Zhan Lai Di Beng Shan Quan Pa Feng Zhang. No matter how many martial arts he knew, all were rendered ineffective against the 6 flowing plum techniques of his opponent. The fourth prince's martial skills. Feng Zheng, watching from a distance, looked on in amazement at their duel. Though he had been mentally prepared, he was still profoundly shocked. Others were one thing, but he, as the commander of the Imperial Guard, had seen this fourth prince countless times. In his impression, he always seemed ordinary, lacking ambition and indulging in pleasures. If this keeps up, I will undoubtedly lose. Bai Xian steadied his mind and took a deep breath. His fist struck out like a heavy hammer, carrying a powerful sound of breaking air directly targeting the front. However, Xia Mo simply shifted slightly to the side, skillfully avoiding the punch. At the same time, he transformed his palm into a finger pointing towards Bai Xian's shoulder blade. Bai Xian hastily withdrew his fist to defend, but felt a surge of internal power from his shoulder blade, forcing him back several steps. Xia Mo advanced upon him. Bai Xian crouched low, his legs kicking out like lightning. In midair, they left behind trails of afterimages accompanied by a fierce gust of wind directly targeting Xia Mo's lower body. Xia Mo's figure floated like willow fluff, easily evading Bai Xian's attack. Seeing his leg technique fail, Bai Xian's heart stirred and his hands came together like swords, concentrating internal power at his fingertips. Pajun Ji. This was the technique he was most proud of. Xia Mo, however, seemed to have already seen through Bai Xian's intentions. Just as Bai Xian's fingers were about to touch Xia Mo's hands suddenly transformed into the shape of 3 plum blossoms, colliding with Bai Xian's fingertip force. Bang! A light sound echoed as Bai Xian's fingertip power was skillfully neutralized by the 3 plum blossoms. How is this possible? Bai Xian found it hard to believe. But Xia Mo did not give him another chance. His palm drew elegant arcs in the air like plum blossoms gently swaying in the cold wind. Bai Xian hastily adjusted his stance, trying to evade this seemingly gentle yet deadly move. 6 plum blossoms! Xia Mo exclaimed. Both palms poured down like a torrential storm. Bai Xian felt an overwhelming power surging toward him. He exerted all his strength to defend, but ultimately he was still sent flying by Xia Mo's palm force. Put! Bai Xian fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I am defeated. Xia Mo slowly pulled out a token from his sleeve and tossed it to Bai Xian. From this day forth, you are the 9th Jianghu envoy of the Jianghu division, Jianghu. Once you recover, come report to the Jianghu division. Aren't you afraid I might run away? Bai Xian struggled to stand, clutching his chest. You can try. Xia Mo replied with a faint smile, then turned and left without looking back. Feng Zheng glanced at the token in Bai Xian's hand with a complex expression, looking as though he wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally he sighed softly and followed Xia Mo away, leaving Bai Xian in a ravaged forest speechless for a long time. The 9th Town Martial Envoy Jianghu. In a study of the Town Martial Division, Xia Mo smiled at the roster in his hand. The Town Martial Division had established positions for 12 martial envoys. They were designated by the names of the 12 zodiac animals. In the Great Xia, the headquarters of the Town Martial Division was located in the Central Plains. Naturally, the other 12 states also needed a branch of the Town Martial Division. Bai Xian, hailing from Han State, will be sent ahead to establish the foundation of the Han State branch. Xia Mo was still contemplating, accompanied by a faint creaking sound. A figure gracefully floated in from the window, lightly passing over the threshold. It landed silently on the floor, hardly stirring a speck of dust. Why not use the front door? Why must you enter through the window? Do all you people from the martial world have this habit? Xia Mo put down the roster in his hand. He spoke softly while watching Bai Xian, who was surveying the study. The front door of the Town Martial Division indeed has an inexplicable majesty. Though I am not a dangerous element of concern for the court, the moment I see that plaque, my legs become a bit weak. It's still more reassuring to enter through the window. Bai Xian turned back, rubbing the back of his head and smiling. Then his expression turned serious and he cupped his fists, bowing to Xia Mo. 9th Town Martial Envoy Jianghu pays respects to the Division Lord. Xia Mo nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It seems you are adapting quite quickly, so I can trust you with this task. Task? What task? No way, Division Lord, I've just joined the Town Martial Division, please don't assign me any difficult tasks. Bai Xian was initially taken aback, then he revealed a pained expression. Ever since he was defeated by Xia Mo in the woods, he had considered sneaking away. But every time he thought of the look Xia Mo had given him when he left, he would instinctively shiver. After struggling in the martial world for over a decade, now he had transformed into a court official. What a twist of fate. Let's take a look. Xia Mo picked up another booklet from the table and tossed it to Bai Xian. Bai Xian opened it and, somewhat surprised, said, Han State. Xia Mo nodded slightly. Indeed, you are from Han State, so you should know the local martial factions well. With the Town Martial Envoy's token in hand, all personnel and resources, both civil and military, in Han State will cooperate. Establishing the Town Martial Division in Han State should not be too difficult. Bai Xian revealed a bitter smile. Han State, I haven't been back in 2 or 3 years. Xia Mo paused slightly while holding his teacup, then looked up at Bai Xian.
In the Great Xia's 13 states, the martial influences in Han state are not that complicated. The righteous and demonic paths are clearly delineated and the various sects are not overly significant. The 12 town martial envoys must delineate their territories. What? You are unwilling to go to Han state? Bai Xian remained silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Fine, Han state it is. If I were to be dispatched to the northern desert or that ghostly place Mo state. Don't even mention establishing a branch of the town martial division, I might easily lose my life. At this point Bai Xian seemed to suddenly remember something. He approached Xia Mo's desk with a grin. Division Lord, establishing the Han state branch of the town martial division is such an important task. It will undoubtedly encounter opposition from both the righteous and demonic factions in Han state. How about passing on the Tianshan Jime hand to your subordinate? Your subordinate is also willing to go through fire and water for the great cause of the town martial division. Bai Xian rubbed his hands, looking at Xia Mo with hopeful eyes. Everyone in the martial world says that the martial fanatic Bai Xian will go to any lengths to learn a martial art. It seems this rumor is not unfounded. For a superior martial arts manual, people in the martial world would do anything. If the division lord is willing to impart the secret art, what is a little face worth? How about I bow to you a few more times and take you as my master? As Bai Xian spoke, his legs involuntarily began to bend. At that moment an invisible and powerful force surged from the void. It tightly bound his knees like iron chains, preventing his legs from reaching the ground. A glint of determination flashed in Bai Xian's eyes. A surge of fierce internal force erupted from his dantian. He attempted to break through the binding force. It was as if thunder was rumbling in the air and the two internal forces clashed violently, emitting a faint yet heart-shaking hum. Bai Xian's complexion changed from white to red, as if engulfed in flames, with veins bulging on his forehead. He was clearly exerting all his strength. However, even with all his effort, his knees remained suspended in midair, unable to touch the ground. Great Master, Bai Xian said with some difficulty. Xia Mo raised his hand and gently waved. The internal force that had originally bound Bai Xian suddenly shifted direction. Not only did it cease to suppress him, but it also gently lifted his body, allowing him to stand firmly on the ground. The town martial division is not a mere theatrical troupe from the martial world. Don't try that with me. If you truly achieve enough merit, I will not hesitate to impart the Tianshan Jime hand to you. Bai Xian took a deep breath, then calmed the turbulent internal force within him. He still looked at Xia Mo with some disbelief. Division Lord. An 18-year-old grandmaster. If this news were to spread, it would surely cause a stir in the Great Xia's martial world. The divine martial continent is vast and no one has ever known where its borders lie. Talented individuals and extraordinary figures abound in the martial world. There is no need for surprise. Xia Mo seemed to guess what Bai Xian was thinking. Bai Xian's expression became serious again. He cupped his hands towards Xia Mo and said, Division Lord, I will set out for Han State now. Go ahead. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to use the Town Martial Division's messenger eagle to send a message. Understood. Bai Xian did not say anything further this time. After bowing, he walked toward the main door. Just as Bai Xian stepped out, a woman dressed in town martial guard attire with a frosty expression walked towards him. The woman saw Bai Xian and slightly bowed in greeting. Bai Xian nodded in response. The hierarchy of the town martial division was strict. Aside from fellow town martial envoys, any town martial guard would react in this manner upon seeing him. What is it? Xia Mo directly asked as he looked at Ji Chuxue, who had entered the study. The vast town martial division could not possibly have only a dozen or 20 town martial guards to handle everything. During this time, aside from registering the lists of major factions in the capital, Ji Chuxue also had to assist Yu Hao and Lin Fu in screening the martial world figures they were trying to recruit. It was unlikely that she would come to find him for ordinary matters. Division Lord, a message from Xian State's Flying Eagle. Ji Chuxue took out a white note from her bosom. Elder Pang Wenshan of the Biluo Sword Mansion will hold a golden basin washing hands ceremony in Minggu City, Xian State on August 8. Xia Mo was taken aback. Golden basin washing hands. Who brought the news? Xia Mo asked, shaking the note in his hand. Ji Chuxue replied it was a golden-clad constable from the Six Gates. The Biluojin sect is a righteous major faction in Xian Prefecture. The current Biluojin master is a top expert, second only to the grandmasters in the Tianji Pavilion. How could Fang Wenshan, who wants to wash his hands of the matter, send us news through the Six Gates? He saw the four characters wash hands with a golden basin.
Xia Mo felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity arise within him. However, the complexity of this world far surpassed that of the one in his memories. Xia Mo would not fall into the trap of preconceived notions. Master, a month ago Fang Wenshan had already pledged allegiance to the court. He is now a captain in Minggu City. Ji Chuxue answered truthfully. Ha ha! Xia Mo suddenly laughed upon hearing this. That truly is the simplest path leading to the same destination. What do you mean, master? Ji Chuxue looked at Xia Mo in confusion. It's nothing, just remembering an old friend. Ji Chuxue's confusion did not diminish. Before turning 18, Xia Mo had lived in the imperial palace. How could he have any old friends from the martial world? The martial world is deeply hidden, making it hard to turn back. A single reed floats and the dream remains unbroken. The shifting emotions are fleeting, the sword's frost and the knife's snow make it hard to fulfill one's aspirations. In the vast mortal realm one is bound for a long time, the clear waters cross the world leisurely. If you wish to ask where the way back is, only the bright moon shines on the lonely boat. Xia Mo stood up from his chair. He slowly walked to the window that Bai Xian had just opened. The martial world once stepped into is not easily left behind. Though the Biluojan sect is a righteous faction in Xian Prefecture, it has always kept its distance from the court. Not only that, but the entire martial world of Xian Prefecture. Regardless of the righteous or demonic paths, a tacit understanding has naturally formed that is at odds with the court. Washing one's hands with a golden basin. How could this basin filled with blood ever be clean? Xia Mo turned around and asked Ji Chuxue, as for the other factions in Xian Prefecture, what is the attitude of the Biluojan sect regarding this matter? Ji Chuxue replied softly, it is said that the Biluojan sect has kept silent about Fang Wenshan washing his hands of this matter. The Biluojan master has also been in seclusion for a long time. However, another righteous faction in Xian Prefecture, the Tianhe Palace, is quite furious about this matter. The Tianhe Palace. Is that the Tianhe Palace where the old man Tianhe resides? Ji Chuxue nodded. Yes, it is indeed the Tianhe Palace. Originally, the Tianhe Palace could only be considered a second-rate force in Xian Prefecture. But since a grandmaster has emerged, it has gradually gained fame equal to that of the long-established Biluojan sect. It even seems to be on the verge of surpassing the Biluojan sect. Xia Mo turned around looking at Ji Chuxue with great interest and asked, so if we go to Xian Prefecture this time, we might encounter a grand master. Ji Chuxue instinctively replied, the old man Tian's whereabouts are unpredictable. Currently, the Tianhe Palace is led by his only close disciple. According to the records from the Six Gates, it seems this person had some grudges with a high-ranking official of the court in his early years. Going to Xian Prefecture. Ji Chuxue suddenly realized. Xia Mo casually tossed the note away. The paper in his hand rose into the air and spontaneously ignited, turning to ashes. The event of washing hands with a golden basin is certainly something interesting to witness. The God Catcher asked you to bring this information to the Jianghu office, isn't that the same intention? Ji Chuxue felt a jolt in her heart and quickly said, Master, he. All right. Xia Mo waved his hand, interrupting Ji Chuxue. I have no intention of blaming you. This is precisely the duty of the Jianghu office. On the 8th day of the 8th month, although Xian Prefecture is adjacent to the Central Plains, the distance is not short. If we set off in the next 2 days, we should be able to reach Minggu City before the 5th of the 8th month. Let Juhao stay behind at the Jianghu office this time. You, Lin Fu, Mangliang and Zhu Yan will accompany me to Xian Prefecture. Master, when do we depart? In 2 days. Yes. The winding path lay ahead with verdant grass and flourishing trees as the wind brushed against the dry leaves, whispering like soft speech. A party of 5 riders leisurely moved along, their hooves lightly treading, raising a bit of dust. The leader was a young gentleman dressed in black embroidered garments with a heroic demeanor and an air of nobility. The gentleman appeared calm, gazing ahead, seemingly deep in thought yet with no apparent desires. Following closely behind, 2 riders flanked him, spaced half a step apart. On the left side, a woman's face was as cold as frost, her gaze sharp as a blade. She wore a fitted outfit, deep blue as the base with silver lines tracing cloud patterns, appearing both capable and valiant. A long knife was slung diagonally at her waist. The sheath was simple and unadorned, yet imposing with its sharpness apparent even when it remained in its sheath. On the right side, a young man had a refined appearance, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He was mainly dressed in an elegant light blue shirt, the hem fluttering in the wind, with a jade belt around his waist from which hung a treasured sword. The sword sheath was intricately carved, faintly exuding a chilling aura. Following a bit behind them were 2 more riders, a man and a woman, both dressed in fitted attire that conveyed a sense of practicality and competence. The man wore deep gray fitted clothing with the collar simply tied with dark-colored cords, moving without any sense of restraint. The woman appeared even more agile, similarly clad in fitted attire, though her color was brighter, a soft yellow hue. This group was none other than Xia Mo, Ji Chushui, Lin Fu, Mang Liang and Zhu Yan, setting off from the divine capital toward Xian Prefecture. Master, at our current speed we probably won't reach the relay station before sunset. Ji Chushui glanced at the leisurely Xia Mo and spoke up. Haha, no worries, once we leave the divine capital the world is vast, where can we not rest? As they walked along the wild path, Xia Mo rode the ink shadow chasing wind steed, looking around. Before him were verdant mountains stretching endlessly. Clear waters flowed past the village, crystal clear and gurgling with small stones and swimming fish visible. Such scenery was rare in his past life. It seems they won't be coming. The five continued on for half an hour when Xia Mo suddenly spoke. Are you waiting for someone, master? Lin Fu asked with a puzzled expression. Ji Chushui appeared to be deep in thought nearby. It's nothing, let's go, we should pick up the pace. Xia Mo spurred his horse, leading the way ahead. After leaving the divine capital they strolled leisurely. He wanted to see if he could lure out the mysterious cavalry that had followed him that day. There was such a force hidden within the divine capital. The 6 gates and the Jianghu had both gained nothing. It was truly a thorn in one's throat. However, it seemed that there was no hope left. Wu Qi Bai Xian had been defeated by his own hand and had joined the Jianghu office. Surely this could not be hidden from the eyes of the observant. Giddy up, although Ji Chushui and the others' mounts were not as fine as the ink shadow chasing wind steed, they could still be considered rare steeds. The dark clouds loomed like ink heavy over the city walls. The woods by the path were densely packed, casting flickering shadows that revealed a sense of unease. A group of 5 riders darted through the trees like black lightning, the sound of their hooves sharp and powerful. Master, judging by the sky it seems a heavy rain is about to fall, Ji Chushui said in a low voice. Xia Mo felt a hint of embarrassment at her words. Just 2 hours ago the world was vast and there was no place they couldn't rest. Now it seemed they were destined to be drenched. They had set out lightly without bringing much with them. Moreover, in ancient times there were no tents. Master, once we pass through this grove and travel a little further there should be a deserted ancient temple. Perhaps we can take shelter there from the rain for a while. Zhu Yan, riding on a large yellow horse, suddenly spoke. Have you been here before? Xia Mo looked at Zhu Yan with curiosity. This expert in hidden weapons had hardly spoken since leaving the divine city. Seeing Xia Mo's gaze land on her, Zhu Yan felt a bit nervous. In response to the master, I had been here before when I was in the 6 doors. I came to this area to pursue a notorious thief. At that time the sky was just like today and I caught a distant glimpse of that ancient temple. I have never actually entered it. Xia Mo nodded slightly. In that case, let us hurry to the ancient temple ahead. We shall spend the night there. Understood. The other 4 had no objections. The sky gradually darkened, the clouds hanging low as if they could touch the treetops. Soon a fine rain began to fall, quietly weaving a dense curtain of rain. The raindrops gently tapped against the ground, producing a soft pattering sound. Xia Mo and his companions took out their bamboo hats from their bags. They gently placed them atop their heads to shield against the impending heavier rain. Droplets of rain hung from the edges of the hats, occasionally sliding off and merging with the earth below. The hooves struck the damp soil, creating a clop-clop sound. With each landing they splashed circles of tiny water droplets like white lotuses blooming on the water's surface, only to be instantly swallowed by the rain. As the 5 ventured deeper into the woods, the rain seemed to grow more persistent. The leaves were washed to a more vibrant green, glistening with sheen. The path through the forest became exceedingly muddy from the rain's nourishment. At that moment Xia Mo's ears twitched slightly. He suddenly slowed his horse, his gaze quickly scanning the surroundings. A cold smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Ji Chushui, after all those years in the 6 doors, do you know why thieves have always favored robbing during the rain? Ji Chushui was taken aback by his words. She quickly reacted, instinctively placing her hand on the knife at her waist. There are 3 reasons. First, the weather aids evil. When it rains, travelers' visibility is obstructed, making it hard to discern front from back or left from right. Second, the terrain provides an advantage. The roads become muddy, making it arduous to walk, and carts and horses struggle to move, often causing travelers to hesitate. Third, the hearts of men are anxious. On a rainy night the chilling wind penetrates to the bone and travelers eager to find shelter often neglect their defenses. Ha, since you understand it so clearly. It must be that they are either fellow travelers or officials. Brothers, keep your eyes sharp, let none escape. Otherwise this business will be hard to conduct in the future. As Ji Chuch's words fell, a hoarse voice echoed in the woods. Lin Fu unsheathed his sword and with a cold smile said, to know they are officials yet dare to act. You truly don't know how to die. The hoarse voice rang out again. What of the officials? In this territory even the king cannot control us. Ha ha ha, laughter echoed through the woods. If it were an ordinary merchant they would have long been frightened into trembling legs. 1, 2, 3. A total of 28 people. Among them 3 are breathing steadily, likely possessing internal strength, Xia Mo thought to himself. Attack! Just as Xia Mo and his group were advancing deeper, countless bamboo spikes shot towards them from all directions. These bamboo spikes were coated with black oil. Once triggered they would launch from the ground with astounding speed, capable of piercing through heavy armor. A mere trick. Sensing the subtle changes in the surrounding air, Xia Mo's inner strength surged and those bamboo spikes were deflected by a powerful force as they approached him. Ji Chuxue moved slightly, her blade transforming into a stream of light that sliced through the curtain of rain. Each blade of light struck those incoming bamboo spikes with precision. Lin Fu shouted softly, his sword gleaming like cold plum blossoms blooming in winter. Each strike carried a chilling aura, freezing the bamboo spikes in midair, then shattering them one by one. Meng Liang displayed his unique phantom sword technique. The short sword in his hand conjured countless sword shadows in the air, making it difficult to discern the real from the illusion. When the bamboo spikes encountered these sword shadows, they were misled. Having lost their original direction, they ultimately fell weakly to the ground. Zhu Yan was the most unique among them. She lightly tapped the horse's back and leaped into the air. Her hands moved in unison and countless small hidden weapons flew from her fingertips like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. Zhu Yan's hidden weapon technique was not only fast and precise but also incredibly powerful. The traps are set, net them. The hoarse voice sounded again. 4 figures descended from the sky tugging at a large net. The net was adorned with sharp iron hooks. Once trapped, escape would be nearly impossible. Seeking death. Xia Mo snorted coldly. He struck directly at the net that was about to close. With a thunderous roar, the massive net shattered under Xia Mo's inner strength, fragments scattering and iron hooks flying erratically. The 4 figures were struck as if by lightning, their chests caving in as they spat blood and flew backward. What? The hoarse voice sounded in disbelief. Road robbers' ruthless methods, who knows how many travelers they have harmed. Kill them all. Xia Mo said softly while riding his horse. Understood. Ji Chuxue, Lin Fu, Meng Liang and Zhu Yan simultaneously leapt into the air, charging towards the depths of the woods. Ah! Not good, these people are masters. Spare me. The cries of despair echoed from deep within the woods. This group of bandits was no match for the Jianghu guards. Dark red blood trickled down the large tree, merging into the earth. Master, a total of 28 people have been eliminated. Before long, Ji Chuxue and the others emerged from the woods, not a speck of blood on them. Let's go. Xia Mo gently stroked the mane of the ink shadow chasing wind steed. Ji Chuxue and her companions mounted their horses simultaneously. The night descended, silence enveloping all. Xia Mo and his 5 stepped onto the muddy path, finally reaching the dilapidated temple, standing solitary in the wilderness as the last glimmer of light faded from the horizon. Around them darkness fell like a heavy curtain, silently descending and shrouding everything in a depth of the unknown. The sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force as a dazzling lightning bolt suddenly sliced through the dark horizon, winding down like a colossal dragon, instantly illuminating the entire world. The bright light was glaring and pale, outlining the contours of the dilapidated temple with clarity. Even the broken tiles on the temple roof flickered with a cold gleam in that moment. Following closely was the deafening roar of thunder. The booming sound rolled down from the heavens, shaking the earth. The power of nature is truly terrifying. Xia Mo murmured to himself as he gazed at the returning darkness of the sky. The martial civilization of this world was highly developed. The grandmasters on the Tianji Pavilion's martial rating list were revered like deities in the martial world. If the bridal garment divine art were to fully unleash, it would rival the force of a volcanic eruption. However, if he were struck by that lightning just now, he would surely be either dead or severely injured. Let's go in. The rain fell heavier and heavier as Xia Mo dismounted from the Moing Choi foam steed. The temple door was half ajar and each gust of wind produced a creaking sound. As he pushed open the door, a damp and moldy scent rushed towards him. Meng Liang and Zhu Yan entered first to investigate. Master, there's no one inside. Xia Mo and the others led their horses into the dilapidated temple. The area of the temple was not small. Outside there was a spacious courtyard. Inside the courtyard, weeds were rampant, almost drowning the stone path, with withered wild grasses swaying elegantly in the rain. Several crooked old trees, sparse in leaves, stretched their branches towards the sky like ghostly claws. Rainwater dripped from the worn eaves, forming slender waterfalls. Dropping into the puddles in the courtyard, they produced a ding-dong sound. There's a stable. Lin Fu surveyed the courtyard. In a corner of the temple courtyard right next to the modeled courtyard wall there stood an abandoned stable that had been neglected for a long time. Inside the stable it was empty, left in a state of disarray. In the corner perhaps remnants of some rusty chains and horse gear still lingered. Let's take the horses over there, Xia Mo glanced over. Although the stable was old, the wooden boards on the roof were still intact. The horses wouldn't be left exposed to the rain in the courtyard at night. Yes. Lin Fu took the reins and led the 5 horses including the Moing Chui Feng to the stable. Xia Mo and Ji Chushue walked towards the dilapidated temple. Meng Liang and Zhu Yan had already been waiting outside. Upon seeing Xia Mo approach they slightly bowed in greeting. It seems this ancient temple has been abandoned for at least 20 or 30 years. Xia Mo stepped inside. The light was dim and Meng Liang and Zhu Yan each lit a torch, barely illuminating the dilapidated space. In the center of the temple a Buddha statue sat majestically atop a lotus pedestal. The face of the statue had become blurred and indistinct due to the erosion of wind and rain, its golden surface modeled losing its former luster. Beneath the lotus seat the incense altar had long been toppled, the incense burner broken, and the incense had ceased. Surrounding it wild grasses thrived amidst the broken walls. Master, the conditions are crude but let's make do with it. Zhu Yan collected a fair amount of dry grass and spread it on the ground not far from the Buddha statue. Xia Mo glanced casually at it and then shook his head. I can meditate for the night. If any of you feel tired, just sleep on top of it. For those with profound inner strength, when meditating their minds are focused, their thoughts unified, and their chi sinks into the dantian. When the mind is still, the spirit is calm. When the spirit is calm, the chi is settled. When the chi is settled, the blood flows freely, and when the blood flows freely, the body feels at ease and the spirit is naturally invigorated. Among the 5, Zhu Yan had the weakest inner strength, yet she had also reached the realm of chi meridians connecting. She saw Xia Mo casually find a spot beneath the Buddha statue and sit cross-legged. The other 4 would naturally not sleep on that pile of dry grass. They each found a spot either leaning against the wall or propped up against a pillar, weapons close at hand, and began to close their eyes to rest. The sound of rain was urgent and forceful, pounding against the temple's broken tiles. As time passed the downpour gradually softened, turning from a torrential downpour to a gentle drizzle. As night deepened the sound of rain outside gradually became sparse. Occasionally a few mischievous raindrops leaped on the eaves, producing a crisp echo. As the last wisp of dark cloud slowly dispersed from the horizon, silver moonlight cascaded down like a waterfall, penetrating through the dilapidated walls of the temple. Inside the temple at some unknown time the flickering torch had already extinguished. Xia Mo, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and his gaze became sharp. His eyes scanned every inch of the temple, yet Ji Chushue and the others had completely vanished. The sounds of the horses in the courtyard had also disappeared. Xia Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Although he had entered a deep state of meditation just now, it was unlikely that anyone could have stealthily abducted Ji Chushue and the others right under his nose. Xia Mo slowly rose, fixing his gaze on the somewhat modeled temple door not far away. The world in his sight appeared both real and somewhat distorted under the moonlight. Like an elusive dream, it was hard to grasp. Without any hesitation he stepped forward, heading straight for the temple door. Just as Xia Mo was about to step out of the door, a sudden heavy sound pierced through the air from behind. It was as shocking as thunder, shaking the entire space. Xia Mo turned on his heel and his body seemed to transform into a wisp of smoke, vanishing in an instant. A deafening roar echoed through the night sky. After the dust settled, the spot where Xia Mo had been was struck by a giant rusted hand, creating a large pit. Is this for real? Xia Mo appeared on the other side, astonished as he looked at the massive Buddha statue slowly rising from the lotus pedestal. The statue in the temple has come to life. Could it be that he had crossed into a high martial world, but in reality this place was strange tales from a Chinese studio? The body of the Buddha statue gradually stood upright. At a height of several zhang it suddenly collided with the roof of the temple. The roof tiles fell like raindrops. The Buddha statue resembled an unshakable mountain, continuing to rise until its entire body completely broke free from the temple's confines. The corners of the Buddha's mouth turned slightly downward, the muscles beside its mouth tensed, creating a terrifying visage of wrath. With a low rumbling roar, the Buddha's fist pierced through the air, accompanied by a whistling wind smashing towards Xia Mo with lightning speed. Xia Mo's eyes were fixed on the Buddha statue. Showing no intention of dodging, he extended one hand to meet the Buddha's fist hidden. As soon as Xia Mo's palm made contact with the Buddha's fist, an indescribably immense force surged forth like a tidal wave. The strength of this force caused Xia Mo's body to sink in an instant. The ground beneath him could not withstand the impact of this force, beginning to crack with a loud snapping sound. This is interesting, Xia Mo remarked calmly while looking at the Buddha statue.
The cracking noise of the ground grew increasingly dense, the fissures spreading like a spider's web around Xia Mo's feet. Dust and debris flew up with the tremors of the ground, and the entire ancient temple seemed on the verge of collapsing at that moment. A crackling sound echoed, reminiscent of the thunderous roar of ancient ice fracturing for the first time, abruptly breaking the tranquility of the space. The once wrathful visage of the Buddha statue now appeared strangely human-like. The rust-colored pupils slowly descended, shifting from a cold, unfeeling gaze to one imbued with a hint of confusion and self-reflection. It landed upon the arm which was being pressed down by Xia Mo's palm. A mottled fragment peeled off from the Buddha statue's arm, slicing through the air and hitting the ground with a crisp yet slightly muffled sound. This sudden change was like a stone cast into a calm lake, stirring up ripples across the surface. The world is vast, filled with extraordinary individuals, countless beyond measure. I truly did not expect this. Just having left the capital not long ago, I encountered someone as adept in spiritual martial arts as yourself.
It has certainly opened my eyes. Xia Mo met the gaze of the Buddha statue, applying a slight pressure with his right hand, resulting in a sight even more shocking. Minute cracks began to sprout across the entire arm of the Buddha statue, emerging like bamboo shoots after the rain, and these fissures spread at an astonishing pace. They intertwined, forming a complex web resembling a spider's. Within the cracks, flickers of firelight could be faintly seen, emanating an unmistakable heat.
The Buddha statue fixed its gaze on Xia Mo and suddenly spoke, such profound internal strength.
Xia Mo smiled faintly as the Buddha statue's entire arm detonated, transforming into countless tiny fragments that scattered in all directions.
With this sudden explosion, the surroundings warped under a mysterious force. The originally bizarre temple instantly reverted to its former state. The dilapidated Buddha statue remained seated on the lotus platform, and the sound of hoarse breathing echoed once more in the courtyard. The figures of Ji Chuxue and the others also appeared within the room. However, at this moment all four had their eyes tightly shut, their faces somewhat pale, with faint traces of blood still lingering at the corners of their mouths, evidently having endured considerable tribulations.
Wake up! Xia Mo called lightly, causing the four to tremble violently and open their eyes simultaneously. Master! Ji Chuxue's expression was grave.
Among the four, she possessed the strongest internal strength, allowing her to barely move. The other three, including Lin Fu, were seated in place, cultivating to restore their energy. Though the Hanmei reflecting snow sword technique was powerful, this method directly affected one's spirit.
Lin Fu's internal strength was still somewhat lacking.
Xia Mo waved his hand, signaling Ji Chuxue not to speak for the time being.
Focus on healing first.
After saying this, he walked towards the door. Ji Chuxue furrowed her delicate brows, her expression shifting unpredictably. Watching Xia Mo's retreating figure, she bit her silver teeth and followed with her knife. Amitba, though I have long heard of you, seeing you today reveals the unparalleled martial prowess of the fourth prince.
The rumors indeed understated your capabilities.
The sky gradually brightened just at dawn, and unbeknownst to one, an additional figure quietly appeared in the dilapidated temple courtyard.
An old monk.
A strange flicker of meaning sparkled in Xia Mo's eyes. The monk in the courtyard, though appearing not young, was well preserved.
A sheen beneath his skin hinted at an extraordinary vitality.
His face bore a hint of charm and nonchalance, with a playful smile often gracing his lips. Since you know of me, it is clear you do not hail from a mere mountain temple.
Then why not reveal your name? Xia Mo looked at the monk in the courtyard.
His monk robes were dark purple at the base, embroidered with intricate patterns. Each stitch and thread revealed an unusual beauty in danger. Your Highness is of noble birth. While I am merely an outsider, it is better not to mention it.
However, since your Highness has inquired, it would be impolite for me to remain silent. Amitba. I am called Hua Xin. Hua Xin, you are the demon monk Hua Xin. No, wait, didn't you already die?
As soon as the words were spoken, Ji Chuxue looked at the monk in the courtyard in horror. Her once pale face was now devoid of any color. I did not expect the lady benefactor to have heard of my name.
I will try to make it easy for you to leave soon.
The demon monk Hua Xin clasped his hands together, a wicked smile slowly spreading across his face as he looked at Ji Chuxue.
The demon monk Hua Xin.
A hint of confusion flashed in Xia Mo's eyes. In the records of the six doors and the embroidered uniform guard from the past decade, it seems there is no mention of such a figure. Master, this demon monk has a rather mysterious background, and few in the world know his details. However, 30 years ago he fought against the current abbot of Lianhua Temple, Master Zhikong.
He fought with the old monk. Indeed? Xia Mo asked in surprise. Ji Chuxue nodded.
That's right, the rumors in the martial world say this demon monk was knocked off the sheer cliff of the pure Lotus Mountain by Master Zhikong. But during that battle my master was also present. Master Jikon was injured at that time.
As Ji Chushua spoke, what Xin in the courtyard maintained a faint smile.
Oh. He could injure a grandmaster. Xia Mo finally showed some interest, recalling his earlier encounter with the old Taoist Yunqing at Baiyun Temple. He knew that the level of a grandmaster was difficult to gauge by common sense. Although Master Jikon was ranked slightly lower than the old Taoist Yunqing in the martial evaluations of the Celestial Machine Pavilion, if they were to truly engage, the outcome was still uncertain. Remembering how he had unknowingly fallen into the demon monk's trap, Xia Mo felt a strange urge to try it for himself. Master, it is rumored that the demon monk Huazin's martial arts are known as the chaotic mind technique. This technique is unlike ordinary martial arts. It targets the weaknesses of the human heart. In an instant it can lead one to madness and inner demons, making it impossible to extricate oneself. Ji Chushuo understood Xia Mo's meaning immediately and spoke up.
Chaotic mind technique. It is indeed aptly named. Xia Mo looked at the demon monk Xin, considering how even his power was affected so. Those with shallow internal strength would surely exhaust their energy and spirit, ultimately leading to their extreme decline.
Monk, there is something I do not understand. May I ask for clarification? The air in the courtyard solidified, creating a tense atmosphere.
At that moment Xia Mo suddenly spoke up. By your highness may speak freely. The demon monk Xin maintained a smile, responding politely.
You, having been knocked off the pure lotus mountain by Master Jikon, why do you not seek revenge on that old monk but instead focus on me? Xia Mo's gaze was sharp as a sword, fixed intensely on Huazin's eyes.
Ha, I know what your highness wishes to ask, the demon monk replied. However, I cannot tell you.
As for the grievances between me and Lianhua Temple, they will be resolved in due time. There is no need for your highness to worry.
It is getting late. I should also send you all on your way. You think you can?
At this moment Lin Fu, Meng Liang and Zhu Yan had completed their recovery and burst out of the temple. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of shadowy figures silently stood atop the walls, dressed in black like the night, their faces grotesque. These individuals moved in perfect unison, slowly drawing long bows, the strings taut with tension. The air was thick with an oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. Looking at the black-clad ghost-faced archers from all directions except for Xia Mo, Ji Chushue, Lin Fu, Meng Liang and Zhu Yan's expressions instantly turned grim.
I thought you wouldn't take action this time.
I didn't expect that while cavalry came last time, this time it would be an archery squad. You are raising private soldiers. Does your backer not know this is a crime that warrants the extermination of 9 clans? Xia Mo's gaze swept over all the black-clad ghost-faced archers. His voice gradually turned cold. Although he had the intention of luring these people out, he did not expect that the mastermind would dare to attempt a second assassination on him.
Such audacity. Ba.
As long as you keep the 4th prince and several members of the Jinwu Guard here, no one will know of today's events.
The demon monk Xin lowered his head submissively. A strange fluctuation rippled around him.
Xia Mo snorted coldly, his voice like icy steel piercing through the clouds and shattering stones. Suddenly the courtyard was filled with a tempest, fierce winds swirling, whipping clothing and sending dust and stones flying. That strange fluctuation seemed like a startled bird instantly retracting, leaving no trace.
Do not embarrass yourself with these lowly tactics before me. Did you not consider the possibility of failure?
Xia Mo stood protectively in front of Ji Chushue and the others, staring intently at the demon monk Xin. This monk was indeed a bit dangerous. If one is not careful, they would fall victim to his schemes.
Ba.
Although I am merely a wandering monk in the Jianghu, I have quite a bit of confidence in my abilities. However, the 4th prince's skills
indeed surprised me once again.
Seeing Xia Mo easily dismantle his tactics, a flicker of astonishment flashed in the demon monk Huazin's eyes. No wonder His Majesty has appointed the 4th prince as the head of the Jinwu division.
Perhaps there is indeed a possibility of failure today.
Facing the demon monk Xin, Xia Mo suddenly moved his hand behind his back.
Ji Chushue and the others understood immediately and retreated halfway back into the temple.
They had previously fallen victim to the demon monk Huazin's tactics.
Their condition was not at its peak. If they were to confront the full force of the black-clad ghost-faced archers, casualties were inevitable. Only by utilizing the complex terrain of the ancient temple could they maneuver against them.
Since you know it will fail, why not tell me about your backer? I can make it so that today's events will be forgiven. Master's martial arts are remarkable. If willing, I can offer you a position as a Jinwu envoy.
What do you think, Master? Hearing this, the demon monk Xin smiled and shook his head. A 3rd-rank Jinwu envoy. Your proposal has indeed stirred a slight interest in me.
However, I owe a great favor from 30 years ago. Today I must use the 4th prince's head to repay this favor.
30 years ago. Xia Mo stroked his chin and said softly, I thought it was one of my brothers. Now it seems the scope still needs to be expanded. Among Xia Huang's sons, the oldest, the crown prince, had already died in the northern frontier, and he was only just 30 this year. The demon monk Hui Xian fell silent upon hearing this. After a moment he finally spoke, it seems I cannot say much more to the fourth prince. Attack! In an instant a rain of arrows poured down like a black torrent. These black-clad ghost-faced archers all possessed internal strength. The arrow rain was dense and swift, each arrow containing enough power to penetrate metal and stone. Ji Chuxue and the others reacted extremely quickly, their figures flickering like flowing wind and falling snow, retreating back into the temple in an instant. Clang clang. The crisp and urgent sounds of metal clashing rang out continuously. Xia Mo stood still. When the arrows made contact with his protective chi, they seemed to encounter an invisible giant hammer, breaking one after another. The broken tips glinted coldly, falling to the ground with a thud-thud. Be careful. The demon monk Hua Xin's voice had just escaped his lips, not yet fully dissipated in the air, when one black-clad ghost-faced archer suddenly found his vision blurring. Xia Mo's hand had firmly gripped his chest like an iron claw. With a dull heavy sound, the black-clad ghost-faced archer's chest caved in, instantly the sound of fractured ribs faintly audible. His body flew back like a kite, with a broken string crashing hard against the courtyard wall, smashing a gaping hole through the solid wall. As rubble flew and dust billowed, this scene happened so quickly that the surrounding black-clad archers had no time to react. Xia Mo's lips curled up slightly as he stepped forward, crossing a vast distance in an instant. His hands became mere afterimages, like leaves falling in a storm or fish swimming in a stream, agile and lethal. 6 black-clad ghost-faced archers simultaneously sensed the threat from Xia Mo. They wanted to evade but found their bodies seemingly bound by invisible chains. They were utterly unable to respond effectively. Xia Mo's hands struck like 2 bolts of lightning, precisely targeting their vital points. A powerful force erupted instantly. These individuals were struck and sent flying as the previous archer had been. In the blink of an eye, 7 black-clad ghost-faced archers had already perished at Xia Mo's hands. Stop! The demon monk Hua Xin's figure suddenly shot up, instantly flying above Xia Mo's head. His charming face now bore a look of suspicion. The movement technique Xia Mo had just displayed had indeed caught even him off guard. He suddenly slapped down from the air. The force of his palm was fierce, accompanied by a howling sound directly striking Xia Mo's crown. Xia Mo narrowed his eyes slightly, his internal energy surging as he retaliated with a palm strike at lightning speed. The 2 palms collided violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. The surrounding airflow was twisted by this force, forming visible ripples. First deal with those 4. The demon monk Hua Xin's complexion was somewhat red. Yes. The remaining black-clad ghost-faced archers shouted in unison, discarding their bows and arrows and drawing gleaming steel blades from their waists. They charged toward the temple. Does the fourth prince not intend to save his subordinates? The demon monk Hui Xian gritted his teeth. Only by truly encountering the overbearing true energy of the Wedding Dress Divine Skill could one grasp its terrifying nature. If you cannot handle these rabble, then they do not deserve to remain in the Jianghu division. Xia Mo smiled faintly, appearing very calm. With the threat of arrow rain gone, with Ji Chuxue and the other skills, they were not afraid of these black-clad ghost-faced individuals. Bang! A muffled sound echoed in the air. Xia Mo remained in place while the demon monk Hui Xian used this force to fly backward. With hands striking out like lightning, it seemed as if thousands of demonic shadows were swirling within his palms, each containing a terrifying power capable of tearing apart the spirit. Chaos God Palm. The demon monk Hui Xian wore a smug, self-satisfied expression. This palm strike, named Soul Disturbance, targeted not only the physical body but struck directly at the heart and mind, capable of shattering one's mental clarity and plunging the victim into endless terror and chaos. Xia Mo felt the world plunge into darkness before his eyes, as if reality itself were collapsing beneath that single palm. The demon monk was not merely formidable in inner strength, he wielded martial arts of eerie, uncanny nature. With a subtle shift of stance, his right hand unfurled like a plum blossom blooming in early spring, light as air yet imbued with unyielding force, as it met Hui Xian's assault. At this moment, the peerless artistry of the Tian Shan plum blossom hand reached its zenith. Xia Mo's palm seemed to bend space itself, effortlessly dispersing Hui Xian's fierce palm wind and deftly converting its momentum into counteroffensive power. What manner of martial art is this? Though a demon monk, Hui Xian was a master of martial cultivation who could contend with grandmasters, and instantly recognized the profound subtlety of the Tian Shan plum blossom hand. His body erupted forward like a tiger lunging upon its prey, launching a direct thunderous palm strike toward Xia Mo's chest. Such refined techniques are most vulnerable when drawn into an opponent's rhythm. The art that shall defeat you. Unfazed Xia Mo shifted his footing with effortless grace, evading like a banished immortal, ethereal and untouchable, while his right palm traced a flawless arc initiating the plum blossom hand's opening form. Plum blossoms blessing 5 fortunes. Palm wind and fist wind collided midair with a muffled boom, sending shockwaves rippling outward and scattering fallen leaves in violent spirals. In that instant their duel ignited into full-blown intensity. Hua Xian's palm techniques were profoundly uncanny. Each strike left faint black fissures shimmering in the air, a sign his inner energy had reached the apex of harmony between realm and intent. He stood but one step away from the ultimate state of returning to primal simplicity. With every exchange of blow and block, surging chi waves battered nearby flora, bending trees and trampling blossoms alike. Soul-confusing illusion. Hua Xian suddenly roared, clapping his palms together with explosive force. A devastating psychic shockwave radiated from his core, seeking to fracture Xia Mo's mental composure. From Xia Mo's dantian surged a torrent of searing, overwhelming true energy, like the blazing sun rising at noon, flooding his meridians with radiant clarity. So tyrannical was this energy that it could incinerate all illusion and malevolence in existence, utterly impervious to Hua Xian's soul-disturbing art. Oof. I had heard much of your soul-disturbing art, yet it proves no more than this. It pales beside the few spirit-affecting arts known to me. Xia Mo channeled the Jianghu divine art's true energy throughout his limbs and viscera. A faint shapeless flame enshrouded his form, intangible yet radiating an aura of inviolable majesty that made the very air tremble. A grand master. While Xia Mo fought with serene mastery, Hua Xian stared dumbfounded at the ethereal flames dancing about him, manifestations of pure concentrated inner energy. Disbelief flooded his eyes. How old could this fourth prince possibly be? Amit Ba. I have heard that the current holy maiden of the Grassland Dynasty's eternal heaven has mastered the supreme cultivation manual of eternal heaven. Yet she achieved grand mastery in her mere youth, still in the bloom of spring. Now it seems the fourth prince's martial talent eclipses even hers. Oof. Cease your evasions. Do you truly believe you may escape today? Xia Mo sneered, then launched himself forward like a storm breaking loose. At this moment the Tianshan plum blossom hand reached its absolute peak. Palm's whirled fingers wove a dense lattice of afterimages, forcing Hua Xian into relentless retreat. His face darkened with strain. Your Highness's martial artistry far exceeds my expectations. Yet to detain me will not be so simple. Plum blossom triad, stabilize. Xia Mo uttered a soft command. 3 blossoms of condensed inner force struck Hua Xian simultaneously, yet the demon monk's inner cultivation remained formidable. Invisible forces clashed fiercely in the air, crackling with minute detonations. Then came a deafening explosion, and Hua Xian shattered free of restraint, hurtling. Invisible forces clashed fiercely in the air, crackling with minute detonations. Then came a deafening explosion, and Hua Xian shattered free of restraint, hurtling backward with explosive speed. Like a tiger bursting from its cage, he moved with ghostly swiftness. Within a blink he had already reached the edge of the courtyard wall. To strike a grand master, I have repaid my debt of gratitude. Your Highness, mountains are high and roads long, we shall meet again. Upon confirming Xia Mo's status as a Grand Master, Hua Xian had already resolved to withdraw. If a Grand Master were so easily slain, then the illustrious names inscribed on the Tianji Pavilion's martial rankings would hold little worth. Hua Xian lightly tapped his feet against the wall, leaping 3 times before putting vast distance between himself and the ancient temple. Master, having come thus far, you should remain. This ancient temple is destined to become your final resting place. Xia Mo's voice rang clearly in his ear. Hua Xian's pupils contracted sharply. He whirled around just in time to see a blazing fist hurtling toward his face. Boom! He was hurled violently back into the courtyard. Cough, cough, cough. As dust settled, Hua Xian staggered upright from the crater he'd been slammed into. Are you man or ghost? Xia Mo's speed had clearly transcended the bounds of conventional lightness arts. Master, your wonder is truly rare, Xia Mo remarked, before his figure dissolved like mist, reappearing instantly behind Hua Xian. Hua Xian spun sharply, locking his gaze upon Xia Mo. Yet Xia Mo did not press his advantage. Instead he stood motionless, observing the demon monk with calm, appraising eyes. Indeed, rare geniuses exist in this world, those who blur the boundary between Grand Masters and those below. But you clearly possess no such ability. I suspect your wounding of the venerable monk Zhikong 30 years ago was accomplished by underhanded means, not worthy of honorable mention. Hua Xian's expression hardened, his eyes flashing with grim resolve. Knowing now that survival hung in the balance, he held nothing back. His true energy surged forth like a floodgate, shattered, wild and unrestrained. Heavenly demon dance. His palms slashed outward, howling gusts erupting in their wake, whipping up tempestuous currents. Heat spiked violently, the air thickened with an oppressive, scorching miasma.
Xia Mo's fist transformed into a meteor forged in flame, unstoppable, inevitable, as it crashed headlong into What Xian's demonic palm wind. A sharp, horrifying crack echoed through the air, the sickening sound of bones snapping. Xia Mo's fist pierced straight through the heavenly demon dance and slammed deep into What Xian's chest. That blow did not merely shatter What Xian's protective aura, it sent his ribcage groaning in protest. Ah! A searing pain lanced through his chest as blood gushed forth, staining his robes crimson. His body crashed heavily to the ground far away, raising a plume of dust. Xia Mo lowered his fist and stood still, calmly watching the fallen demon monk lie motionless. I haven't even begun to exert myself, and you've already fallen. As the hour of Chen and Si arrived, sunlight slanted down upon the desolate wilderness. The once abandoned ancient temple now lay in ruins with crumbling walls and scattered debris. The courtyard was a scene of chaos, littered with the corpses of black-clad ghost-faced archers. Xia Mo slowly approached the demon monk Huan Xian, his brow slightly furrowed. He had been caught up in the moment earlier and did not expect that his full-force strike would result in the death of this demon monk. He had originally intended to extract clues about the mastermind from this demon monk. Master! Ji Chuxue and the others emerged from the temple, a wave of blood-stained air hitting them. Are there any survivors? Ji Chuxue, Lin Fu and Meng Liang were relatively fine, though their faces were a bit pale and their breaths unsteady. The black-clad ghost-faced individuals were clearly no match for them. Only Zhu Yan gently supported her left arm with her right hand, her clothes bearing still wet bloodstains. Skilled in hidden weapons, she was not adept at fighting multiple enemies in the confined space of the ancient temple. Meng Liang shook his head, saying, "They are all death warriors with poison concealed in their teeth." After Master defeated the demon monk, my subordinates did not have time to react and all committed suicide by poison. Xia Mo stood quietly, lost in thought. Ji Chuxue and the others dared not disturb him. They had all heard the demon monk Huan Xin's cries of surprise. Grandmaster! Especially Ji Chuxue, since the establishment of the Jianghu division. Xia Mo constantly refreshed her understanding. For some reason, a vague sense of regret tugged at her heart. Send a message via the Flying Eagle to notify the 6 doors to handle these corpses. And also, Xia Mo looked at Ji Chuxue, have your master re-investigate the demon monk's whereabouts over the past 30 years. He was knocked off a cliff by the old monk Shikong. If no one helped, it would be impossible for him to walk out of the pure Lotus Mountain alive. Ji Chuxue nodded gently. That's right, my master told me that the 6 doors in Lianhua Temple searched for a long time back then. They never found the corpse of the demon monk Huan Xian. In the end, it was assumed that he had been taken away by nearby wild beasts. Are you all right? Xia Mo suddenly looked at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan replied with some fear, "Thank you for your concern, master, but it's just a minor injury, nothing serious." Then just tidy up a bit and prepare to continue our journey. The demon monk Huan Xian and the black-clad ghost-faced archers were merely an interlude. Naturally, they could not afford to delay their journey to Xianzhou because of this incident. Ji Chuxue took out a slender tube made entirely of an unknown black metal from her bosom. With a gentle twist towards the sky, a sharp sound echoed. It left behind a brilliant trail, instantly blooming into a dazzling firework against the azure sky. Before long, the tranquility of the horizon was shattered by a rapid, powerful flapping sound. A gray-blue messenger eagle hurtled down from the distant clouds. This cloud-hidden sun falcon is a unique messenger eagle of the Great Xia. It has a robust build, broad wingspan, and most importantly is highly intelligent. Even after leaving the capital, Xia Mo would not completely sever connections. The messenger eagle gracefully folded its wings and landed steadily on Ji Chuxue's outstretched arm. Ji Chuxue tied a note to the eagle's leg. "Go, little one." The messenger eagle soared into the sky, gradually becoming a black dot against the heavens. On a scorching summer day, sunlight poured down like golden threads over the land. The 5 of them rode along the official road, their steeds galloping with a thunderous sound. In the blink of an eye, a sizable town came into view. Is that Wujiang town? Xia Mo suddenly halted. Yes, master. Up ahead is Wujiang town, and we have reached the borders of the Central Plains. Beyond this town, after a short distance, lies the territory of Xianzhou. Meng Liang replied. He had previously carried out tasks for the Jianghu in Xuanzhou, so he was somewhat familiar with this area. Since they left the ancient temple that day, the journey had been smooth. What a significant stronghold! Ji Chuxue remarked as she gazed at the almost city-like Wujiang town in the distance. As the only daughter of the Minister of War, she had a discerning eye. Wujiang town is nestled against mountains and rivers, its terrain undulating like a giant dragon coiling around. Let's go, we will rest here in Wujiang town today. Giddy up.
The five of them entered Wujiang town, where the streets were crisscrossed and taverns and tea houses lined the roads. On the main street one could see numerous figures from the martial world wielding swords and knives. Wujiang town is close to Xianzhou and is a vital passage between the two places. I suppose the customs and practices here are significantly influenced by Xianzhou. Ji Chushui also observed her surroundings. Although the Great Xia is not strict about weapons, walking openly on the streets like this is quite common among these tradesmen. Perhaps only the atmosphere from Xianzhou is like this. Master, should we notify the governor of this town to come and meet us? Meng Liang quietly inquired. Xia Mo shook his head. We are merely passing through, leaving tomorrow, so let's not trouble anyone. Find an inn. Yes. The five rode leisurely down the street, soon arriving in front of an inn. The sign hung high, the wooden carvings exquisite, exuding an antique charm. Jianghu, and the name is quite straightforward. Let's go with this one. They dismounted and directly entered the inn. Upon entering the inn, the lobby was spacious and bright, featuring a round table made of redwood in the center, surrounded by intricately carved wooden chairs. Several landscape paintings hung on the walls, vibrant and profound, adding a touch of elegance to this rugged martial world. Behind the counter stood a shopkeeper clad in a blue gown, his demeanor amiable as he busily manipulated an abacus recording accounts. Upon seeing the five enter, he quickly set his work aside and approached with a warm smile. Honored guests, may I ask if you are here for a meal or for lodging? Lin Fu took out a silver ingot from his pocket. We need lodging and also meals. Please prepare 2 superior rooms and 3 ordinary guest rooms for us, and bring the signboards from your shop to the 2nd floor. Also take care of our horses outside. Understood, honored guest, rest assured. In Wujiang town there is no better inn than our Jianghu inn. The shopkeeper cheerfully accepted the silver. A keen-eyed waiter had already gone out to tend to the horses. 5 superior rooms, please. Xia Mo suddenly stated while walking up the stairs. Lin Fu was taken aback for a moment, then cupped his hands in acknowledgement, saying yes. Superior rooms are usually located at the back of the inn or on the 2nd floor, away from the hustle and bustle, in a tranquil environment. The room door was made of thick nanmu wood, adorned with a pattern of water clouds and Zen heart. Xia Mo directly opened the door and walked in. The room was spacious and bright, with a reasonable layout that maintained an ancient charm while ensuring convenience and comfort. In the center stood a large bed with intricate carvings covered with soft silk bedding. By the window was an antique writing desk adorned with the 4 treasures of the study and several ancient books. Outside the window lay a meticulously tended courtyard with rockeries and flowing water, green bamboos and pines, occasionally interrupted by the chirps of birds passing through the forest. The Jianghu inn appeared ordinary from the outside. Yet the arrangement inside was quite extraordinary. The shopkeeper's earlier statements were not mere exaggerations. Honored guest, is there anything else you need? The voice of the waiter sounded from outside. Bring me some bathing water. Xia Mo leaned back casually on the bed, his hands naturally resting on his chest. His feet were slightly apart, finding the most natural position. With his level of internal cultivation, his requirements for food and sleep had long since diverged from those of ordinary people. Even bathing was no exception. As his internal energy circulated throughout his body, his blood and chi filled him without any obstruction. At this moment his pores slightly opened, akin to leaves in the morning dew unfurling to greet the rising sun. This effect was far superior to washing himself. However, due to the habits Xia Mo had developed over the years, he still preferred to do such things himself. All right, please wait a moment. The waiter responded, and hurried footsteps could be heard leaving outside the door. Xia Mo slowly closed his eyes, and the world behind his eyelids instantly turned pitch black. Yet this allowed him to feel every subtle change in his body more clearly. His consciousness gradually drifted on the edge of reality and dreams. Around him were ancient trees, all 1,000-year-old iron firs, their branches and leaves like swords pointing to the heavens, ceaseless day and night, as if guarding the sword. In the center of the tomb there was a stone platform 100 feet high and several tens of feet wide, smooth as a mirror, untouched by dust. At that moment a beam of sword light suddenly swept across from the void. It was not something the naked eye could capture, only a glimpse of pure radiance could be felt between heaven and earth, cold and sacred. Xia Mo suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance shining within them. In an instant he had risen from the bed. By Luo Sword Tomb. Xia Mo's voice was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that in just a moment of dozing off a new sign-in location had appeared. Having never heard of Bai Luo Sword Tomb, he assumed it must be related to Bai Luo Sword Manor. What a coincidence. Guest, your bathing water is ready. At this time the waiter's voice rang out again from outside the door. Bring it in. In ancient times families with a bit of means almost always used wooden tubs for bathing. In one corner of Xia Mo's room there was an ancient wooden tub. "Leave now. I'm taking my leave." After the waiter exited the room, Xia Mo undressed and stepped into the tub where various flower petals floated on the water. Given the hot weather, Xia Mo did not wash for too long. Throughout the process there were no occurrences like in the dramas of his previous life. For instance, a female thief suddenly breaking in through the window. Or a chaste heroine from the martial world hiding in the tub to escape her enemies. After finishing his bath, Xia Mo slowly stood up from the tub. Water droplets slid down his strong skin, dripping onto the wooden floor, producing faint and crisp sounds. He casually took a dry cloth from beside him and gently dried himself. After dressing neatly, he pushed open the door and arrived at a private room by the window on the second floor of the inn. Young master. Ji Chuxue and the others had been waiting for a long time, and upon seeing Xia Mo arrive they all stood up. There were other guests in the inn, so they naturally could not address him as master. "Please sit down." Xia Mo waved his hand. Waiter served the dishes. Lin Fu shouted loudly. Before long, exquisite dishes were brought in one after another. "Everyone eat up, don't be polite." The chef at this inn seemed to possess some skills. Xia Mo's appetite was already whetted. "Waiter, do these dishes have names?" Xia Mo picked up a piece of golden crispy fried fish with his chopsticks. "He honored guest, these are all signature dishes of our Jianghu inn. You are currently eating the dragon-leaping Jianghu fish. This dish uses fresh river fish caught from streams near Wujiang town as the main ingredient. The fish is first marinated with secret spices for flavor, then quickly fried in hot oil until the skin is golden and crispy while the meat inside remains tender and juicy. This is chui bamboo shredded chicken. Using free-range native chickens from the mountains, the meat is firm and uniquely flavored. And this golden sand tofu pot. The tofu is handmade from high-quality yellow soybean, smooth and delicate, and the pot contains a special golden sand sauce. Slowly simmered, the tofu fully absorbs the rich flavor of the golden sand sauce." The waiter described the dishes with enthusiasm. The guests before him were generous. The innkeeper had previously instructed that they must be served well. "This wine is also good, not inferior to what I drink at home." Xia Mo curiously looked at the wineglass in his hand. "Ha, honored guest, this is Jianghu drunken moon brew made from local spring water in grains brewed according to ancient methods. After enduring the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, it becomes a fine brew. I don't have much of this in my entire inn." The innkeeper suddenly appeared behind the waiter. He smiled and explained Xia Mo's words. "So it seems we arrived at just the right time. Innkeeper, are there usually so many outsiders in Wujiang town?" Xia Mo took another sip of Jianghu drunken moon brew. His gaze fell on the innkeeper. At first he hadn't found it strange. However, as more and more people came to eat on the second floor, from the attire of these martial world individuals, it was clear that most of them were from outside. Moreover, from their conversations he kept hearing about one. "Why are you guests not here for the Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus?" The innkeeper suddenly looked at Xia Mo and the others in surprise. "Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus? What is that?" Xia Mo's heart stirred as he curiously asked. "Young master, the Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus generally grows in the extreme northern regions atop the towering snow peaks. This lotus blooms once every 300 years and ordinary people rarely get to see it. Legend has it that consuming the Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus can cleanse the marrow and expel impurities, doubling one's internal strength." The innkeeper had not yet answered. Beside him, Lin Fu said excitedly. He hailed from Meihua Villa and had some knowledge of such legendary treasures from the martial world. "Oh. Where is the Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus now?" Xia Mo was clearly intrigued. The innkeeper looked around before finally lowering his voice to whisper. "Honored guest, I think it would be best to avoid this muddy water. The Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus was originally entrusted to the Divine Eagle Escort Agency by a merchant from the northern realms to be brought to Wujiang town. However, for some unknown reason, the recipient was exterminated the day before the Divine Eagle Escort Agency arrived. Now this matter is left hanging. Many martial world practitioners have come upon hearing the news. Thus there are so many outsiders in Wujiang town these days." Xia Mo nodded. "I see people die for wealth, birds die for food. It seems there will be quite a spectacle in Wujiang town this time." The innkeeper agreed, saying, "Who says otherwise? In our inn alone, several well-known figures from the martial world have already checked in. Everyone is eyeing the Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus held by the Divine Eagle Escort Agency. However, I did hear a little rumor." The innkeeper's eyes drifted and he lowered his voice again. "The head of the Divine Eagle Escort Agency knows that the Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus is a hot potato.
He doesn't have the guts to consume it himself, so he has already contacted the imperial court. Lord Wang, the governor of Wujiang town, is willing to buy the snow domain Ice Heart Lotus at a high price. The shopkeeper chatted for a while before leaving. Interesting, truly interesting, Xia Mo thought while drinking, pondering the shopkeeper's words. The governor of Wujiang town, Wang Jing, seems to be a student of your father, right? Ji Chushua gently nodded. Indeed, this Wang Jing is indeed from my father's school. He has quite some genuine talent and has been out in the world for many years now. Xia Mo's expression was serene as he gazed out the window. At dusk the horizon was gradually stained with rosy clouds like a woven tapestry, brilliant and dazzling. As the sun dipped in the west, it seemed to cradle the peepa, casting golden rays. Your inner power cultivated under the tutelage of the Godcatcher is quite exceptional, he remarked. However, without an extraordinary opportunity it would be nearly impossible to advance further in a short time. What do you think? Do you have any ideas? Ji Chux's interest was piqued. Yet she hesitated, saying, after all, this is a deal made by Lord Wang with the Divine Eagle Escort. Xia Mo interjected, we are not asking for it for free, we will pay whatever is necessary. The snow domain Ice Heart Lotus is so precious, giving it to me would be somewhat wasteful. If the young master were to consume it. You do not understand, at my level merely increasing inner strength does not have much effect. It would be better to let it serve its purpose with you all. The 300-year-old snow domain Ice Heart Lotus might not need to be fully utilized for you to break through your current bottleneck. As for the remaining lotus petals, if the three of you each take one, it should also be beneficial. Xia Mo pondered carefully. Thank you, young master. Lin Fu, Meng Liang and Zhu Yan all displayed excitement on their faces. Especially Lin Fu, whose cold plum reflecting snow sword technique had been limited by his weak inner strength. He had always been unable to unleash its true power. If he could connect the two bridges of heaven and earth, reaching a realm of profound inner strength, the power of the cold plum reflecting snow sword technique could finally be fully realized. It is getting late, let us visit Lord Wang tomorrow, he suggested. Yes. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes. Although there were still many diners in the inn, the sun had completely set. The current prince and the commander of the town military personally came to pay a visit. For such a mere governor it was quite an honor. At the hour of night, when the stars were sprawling and all was quiet, Xia Mo sat quietly in his room. With his legs crossed in a lotus position, he focused his mind as if entering a state of deep meditation. The flickering candlelight illuminated Xia Mo's face, which wore a solemn and transcendent expression. The marriage garment divine art, a martial arts Zen technique, is not something that can be glimpsed by one lacking great wisdom and courage. He had soared to the heavens, mastering the marriage garment divine art. However, the system rewarded him with a max-level martial art. This should be the highest realm attained by the creator of this martial art or some practitioner. Though the speed was exceedingly slow, Xia Mo could clearly feel his power could still be in hand. The energy surged as if thousands of fine currents were converging in his dantian, were like myriad rays of light piercing through clouds and splitting stones, illuminating his heart. The air in the room became heavy with a faint breeze brushing his face, yet the doors and windows did not move. A faint light flowed around Xia Mo, not overly bright but sufficient to illuminate the walls. At this moment his breath became long and profound, as if he was breathing in sync with heaven and earth, sharing the same fate. For a moment it seemed as if he merged with all things, indistinguishable from one another. Unaware of how much time had passed, Xia Mo suddenly opened his eyes. A strange sound stirred atop the roof, dust falling gently as the wind blew. Xia Mo gently extended his finger. The dust, which should have fallen, suddenly paused in midair, swirling around his fingertip, floating serenely. Not sleeping at this late hour. You must either be a thief or a scoundrel. The window of the room slowly opened, and with a gust of wind Xia Mo had vanished from the room. On the roof of the inn, Xia Mo stepped lightly on the blue tiles, moving as if walking in the clouds, not disturbing the dust. Looking around, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The bright moon hung high, casting silver rays like silk. Looking up, the surrounding buildings were arranged in an orderly manner. The people of the Jianghu he had seen during the day, whether sitting or standing, all appeared on the roof. Young master. Ji Chuxue and the others also flew up from their respective rooms to the rooftop. With such a commotion it would be strange to be able to sleep. What's going on? Xia Mo asked Meng Liang. Among them, when it came to experience in the Jianghu, even Lin Fu, who hailed from Plum Blossom Villa, could not compare to this former commander of the Imperial Guard. After they settled in, it was Meng Liang who was responsible for gathering all the news from the Jianghu and Wujiang town. Young master, it seems that someone is going to make a move against the Divine Eagle Escort tonight, Meng Liang said after glancing around. In broad daylight. Lin Fu glanced at the star-studded night sky and immediately changed his words.
Why would they choose to act at this hour in the dead of night? Ji Chushua coldly said tomorrow the Divine Eagle escort is to conduct a transaction with Lord Wang.
If the Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus falls into the hands of the court,
it would be much harder to snatch it back then.
Although these martial artists of the Jianghu generally look down on associating with the court, very few can truly bear the wrath of the court's thunder.
Thus tonight is the best time to strike.
I just wonder who will be the one to take the lead. Xia Mo picked up Ji Chush's words, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
The Jianghu truly is interesting. Well done. Not long after, a loud shout suddenly echoed through the silent town.
Immediately after, two figures danced upon the rooftops, the sounds of their powerful clashes echoing.
Ha ha ha.
Captain Lei, keeping the Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus in your Divine Eagle escort is also a disaster.
Why not hand it over to me?
It would also be good to rid yourself of this hot potato.
Lu Xiaotian, he said, at your age, why don't you find a place to wait for death instead of wandering around like this? Aren't you afraid of an accident that could cost you your life? The two landed on a roof of a house. Captain Lei San of the Divine Eagle escort is also a figure in the Jianghu.
With his skills in the iron claw of the falcon, he has reached the pinnacle of his craft.
As for the other person, Iron Fist Yama Lu Xiaotian.
This person hails from a family of martial artists in a small town. His family was annihilated due to a sudden Jianghu feud. Only Lu Xiaotian miraculously escaped. To avenge his family, he sought out renowned mountains and rivers, challenging various masters, constantly honing his skills at the cost of life and death.
This person's mindset is twisted. He is a typical example of power is justice, pursuing the ultimate power by any means necessary. After avenging his family's massacre, he became even more unrestrained, carrying many lives on his back.
The bounty posted by the 6 doors is quite substantial. Ji Chushua saw the old man confronting Lei San, her hand instinctively dropping to the hilt of her knife.
No hurry, let's just watch for now.
Xia Mo sat down on the tiles, watching with great interest as the two clashed once more in the distance.
Well, since you don't know what's good for you,
then don't blame the old man for killing you and taking the Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus afterward. Such a precious item, Master Lei would surely carry it with him for peace of mind.
Lu Xiaoshan's voice rang out once more.
The onlookers from the martial world felt a stir in their hearts. Lei San, furious, exclaimed, "Old bastard seeking death." After speaking, he moved like lightning, leaping off the roof as if he were an eagle in the dark night. His sharp eyes locked onto a burly figure below.
Come at me.
Let the old man experience just how powerful your eagle claws really are. Lu Xiaotian did not dodge, instead he stepped forward, the wind from his fist howling as it struck directly at Lei San's face.
Poof.
Lei San twisted his body slightly in midair, evading the edge of the strike. At the same time, his palms transformed into eagle claws, exuding a sharp aura as they aimed for Lu Xiaoshan's shoulders, targeting the shoulder well acupoint.
Eagle strike on twin peaks. Someone recognized Lei San's technique. It was indeed the exquisite move from the famous Kanjiang iron claw of Master Lei.
It aimed to break through the surface and seize the initiative against the enemy.
Not a chance.
Seeing this, Lu Xiaotian retreated a half-step, drawing his iron fist in response. The fist wind swirled, intending to dissolve Lei San's attack into nothingness.
Lei San's internal power was profound, and he maintained the claw's momentum, instead utilizing it to his advantage. He transformed his claws into fingers midair, stabbing directly at Lu Xiaoshan's zhongzhong acupoint on his chest.
The air shimmered around his fingertips, clearly imbued with internal strength.
Break for me! Lu Xiaotian shouted fiercely.
He summoned all his power, his iron fist solidifying like metal as he forcefully met this strike. The two forces collided, creating a muffled sound that erupted into a cloud of dust, leaving the rooftop in disarray.
The two men separated instantly, each standing firm, their gazes piercing as they faced each other in silence.
Lei San's clothes were slightly disheveled, yet his breath remained steady.
What a formidable Kanjiang iron claw, what a remarkable Master Lei! Lu Xiaoshan's complexion was slightly flushed, clearly having endured considerable pressure. If you know what's good for you, then scram. Lei San's hands were clasped behind his back. Lu Xiaoshan's iron fists were not so easy to face. Surrounded by numerous enemies, it was unclear how many harbored ulterior motives. If he did not employ thunderous measures, the Divine Eagle Escort Agency would likely be erased from the martial world today.
Indeed, the martial world is vast, filled with capable individuals. Putting aside their internal strength, just based on their formidable external skills, they could likely take a place among the top experts in the martial world. Ji Chushua rested her right hand on the hilt of her sword, seemingly eager to try her hand.
Lin Fu, Meng Liang and Zhu Yan nodded in agreement.
For their age, they were not considered prodigies in the martial world.
However, among the various sects they would undoubtedly be regarded as elite disciples receiving focused training. Yet in the face of the older generation in the martial world, whether in terms of internal power or experience and techniques, they still fell somewhat short. The gazes of the group instinctively fell upon Xia Mo. Not bad. Just two simple words felt starkly perfunctory. However, upon remembering that the person before them was an 18-year-old grandmaster, they couldn't help but feel disheartened. In comparison to this individual, any prodigy in the martial world seemed insufficient. Who does Master Lei really think that your Divine Eagle Escort Agency can protect the Snow Domain Iceheart Lotus today? Lu Xiaoshan's expression darkened. If the two of you do not show yourselves, do you wish to wait until the old man and Master Lei are mutually injured? Then reap the benefits as a fisherman. Lu Xiaoshan's voice spread through the night. Haha, old ghost Lu, don't judge a gentleman by your own narrow heart. I have no such intention with that kid one. A burst of laughter abruptly broke through the night sky. Each ripple seemed to resonate with the air, creating invisible circles of disturbance. It showcased the deep internal strength of the speaker. As the laughter approached, two figures appeared like phantoms in the dark night. With a light tap of their toes, the tiles trembled slightly but did not fall as their forms leaped from several zhang away. They gracefully appeared on the eaves. Old Bone. One Moxie. How could it be these two guys? I never expected they would team up with Iron Fist Yen Luo Lu Xiaotian. Now the Divine Eagle Escort Agency is in big trouble. Hee, it's not just big trouble. If they are not careful, the Kanjiang Iron Claw will likely be erased from the martial world. As soon as the two appeared, whispers filled the air. Old Bone was a hunchbacked elder with white hair. He wore a tattered gray robe patched all over yet clean and tidy. In his hand he held what seemed to be an extremely ordinary cane. One Moxie was a scholar dressed in black. His raven hair was simply tied up with a jade hairpin, a few strands swaying gently in the wind. He held a folding fan, its surface adorned with an ink landscape painting. Lord, these two are from the left path of Xian Prefecture, and they are also registered with the 6 doors. Ji Chushue whispered in Xia Mo's ear. What is the left path? In the martial world, aside from the righteous and demonic paths, those who are both just and wicked are referred to as the left path. Old Bone, One Moxie, do you also intend to oppose my Divine Eagle Escort Agency? Lei San's face darkened as he looked at the two who had suddenly appeared. He. Aside from you, Kanjiang Iron Claw, does the entire Divine Eagle Escort Agency have any other masters? What does it matter if we are enemies? Master Lei, it would be wise to hand over the Snow Domain Iceheart Lotus. Otherwise tonight in Wujing Town will become your burial ground. When Moxie struck his right hand against his left, watching the corner of Lei San's mouth curve into a smile. Not bad, Master Lei, the old man does not wish to be your enemy. Since the designated recipient from the employer is already dead. Handing over the Snow Domain Iceheart Lotus wouldn't tarnish the reputation of your Divine Eagle Escort Agency. Master Lei, not only should you consider yourself but also the others in the agency right. Upon hearing this, a hint of anger flickered across Lei San's face. Yet he forcefully suppressed it. The 3 opponents before him, none were beneath him in martial skill. If the 3 joined forces, they indeed had the strength to annihilate the Divine Eagle Escort Agency. Poof. Don't think that I don't know what the 3 of you are plotting. So many figures from the martial world are present today. Then let's speak plainly. The Snow Domain Iceheart Lotus I have already sold to Lord Wang Jing, the governor of Wujing Town. If you have the ability, go ahead and snatch it from him. Lei San's gaze swept over Lu Xiaotian, One Moxie, and Old Bone. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into a dead silence. After a moment, Old Bone's face darkened like water. This is our martial world affair, Master Lei. Why drag the courtspeople into this? Once the Divine Eagle Escort Agency enters Wujing Town, who knows how many pairs of eyes are watching? At least tonight the item must still be in your possession. Lei San coldly stared at Old Bone. I run an escort agency and I have properly registered with the authorities. I am not like you rogues. Stubborn and ignorant you two, what are you still discussing with this fellow? First kill him, then find the Snow Domain Iceheart Lotus. Lu Xiaoshan's eyes flickered with determination and coldness. The gray-blue tiles beneath his feet suddenly cracked under pressure, emitting a crisp and rapid shattering sound. His fists clenched tightly, muscles subtly bulging beneath his clothes. Suddenly he leaped into the air, his fist aiming directly at Lei San. Faced with Lu Xiaoshan's fierce attack, Lei San's eyes narrowed, his body agile like a leopard as he sidestepped, easily evading the powerful strike. His hands clenched into fists instantaneously, fingers curling slightly, resembling the talons of an eagle, exuding an undeniable sharpness. First I will deal with you. Lei San shouted loudly, you boast without shame. Lu Xiaotian, equally unwilling to back down, met him with an iron fist. In an instant the air ignited, erupting into a deafening roar. Dust and airflow intertwined, forming a chaotic vortex. Head guard. Suddenly over a dozen figures wielding swords leaped onto the rooftop. They were the guards of the Divine Eagle escort. Fall back quickly. You are no match for these people. Lei San shouted loudly. Hey! Wen Moxie curled his lips into an extremely charming smile. With every step it was as if he treaded upon an invisible wind, making no sound yet covering several zhang in an instant. Headguard Lei, my apologies. Wen Moxie lightly waved the folding fan in his hand, its surface swirling with a bizarre ink light as if thousands of ink droplets danced within. With a flick of his wrist the fan suddenly unfolded, transforming into a black ribbon that whistled through the air, aiming straight for Lei San's vital points. Lei San felt darkness enveloping him. A powerful suction accompanied by a chilling aura surged towards him. This is bad. He was currently competing in internal power with Lu Xiaotian. He had no energy left to deal with Wen Moxie's attack. Clang! A finely crafted treasure blade moving with incredible speed accurately blocked Wen Moxie's fan. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Wen Moxie's eyes. Who are you? His long black hair was tied up high with a few strands dancing in the wind. Her face was cold as frost, her features exquisite, exuding an unassailable heroism. Ji Chushua coldly said, in the year 178 of the Great Xia, the bloodshed at Jianghu in Xianzhou. Wen Moxie, your deeds have caught up with you. Hearing this, Wen Moxie's expression changed and he stared sullenly at Ji Chushua, saying, you are a dog of the six doors. Ji Chushua remained expressionless, still speaking coldly, I come from the Town Marshal Division. Flowing light slash. Ji Chushua lightly parted her red lips, enunciating each word like ice. The blade that blocked Wen Moxie's fan trembled slightly. The blade gleamed with silvery light, transforming into a dazzling silver ribbon carrying a chilling aura and an overwhelming momentum. It pressed fiercely against Wen Moxie's throat. This move was not only a supreme display of speed but also a brilliant fusion of strength and technique, leaving one dazzled. This woman. Wen Moxie felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, having no time to ponder Ji Chux's origins as he lightly raised his arms. He seemed to blend into the surrounding shadows. A surge of indescribable black energy emanated from his body, the result of his years of diligent practice of the Ink Shadow Divine Skill. With a gentle wave of his palms, his internal energy rolled like ink clouds meeting that unstoppable blade. Bang! Ji Chux's body shook slightly. Yet she did not retreat, instead she leveraged the recoil, her body soaring once more. Flowing light, instant shadow. Ji Chux's speed surged to its peak. She left only a blurred shadow in her wake, her strike so swift that even the naked eye could hardly capture it. One could only sense its terrifying speed through the fluctuations in the air and the fleeting silver light. Wen Moxie's expression turned grave as he waved his folding fan, pushing the Ink Shadow Divine Skill to its limits. The fan in his hand seemed to come alive. With the turn of his wrist, streams of black energy swirled around it, perfectly blocking Ji Chux's lightning-fast strike. Ding! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Ji Chux's blade struck it, sparking a dazzling display of light. However, this was merely a momentary contact and Ji Chushua quickly withdrew her blade. She once again prepared to unleash her next wave of attacks, while Wen Moxie gracefully retreated a few steps, flipping the fan in his hand. Under the influence of the Ink Shadow Divine Skill, the fan's surface flowed with ink containing indescribable changes. This woman's internal energy may not match mine, but her swordsmanship is terrifyingly swift. Damn it! Wen Moxie met Ji Chux's cold gaze and an uncharacteristic sense of trepidation arose in his heart. Old Bone, what are you doing? Wen Moxie suddenly turned and shouted. If he and Old Bone attacked together, this woman would surely not be her match. Wen Moxie's brows furrowed. On another rooftop, a young man holding a treasure sword had appeared before Old Bone without him noticing. Old Bone's aged appearance resembled the last leaf in winter, ready to be swept away by the wind. Yet his eyes were exceptionally bright. Little brat, state your name. Town Marshal Division, Lin Fu. Lin Fu spoke slowly. His gaze towards Old Bone held a hint of excitement. This old man looked somewhat fearsome, yet his martial arts were far inferior to the desert swordsman who once hunted him. The leader's judgment could not be wrong. This guy was very suitable to be his test sword target. Town Marshal Division. Old Bone's expression shifted. The news of the Great Xia establishing the Town Marshal Division had long spread throughout the Jianghu. However, compared to the famed Six Doors and the Imperial Guard, the Town Marshal Division was shrouded in mystery. Apart from knowing that its leader was the fourth son of the current Xia Emperor, nothing else was known. Unexpectedly, a man and a woman claiming to be from the town martial division appeared tonight. Judging from the martial prowess displayed by the girl over there, this little brat before him was likely not to be underestimated. A sudden extreme sense of foreboding surged from the bottom of Old Bones' heart. Having roamed the Jianghu for many years, surviving to this age was largely due to trusting such sudden instincts. This feeling did not come from the little brat before him. Old Bone glanced around cautiously. Could there be masters from the town martial division nearby? With this thought, a vague sense of retreat emerged in Old Bone's heart. What are you looking around for? I heard you old fellow have done quite a lot of evil in Xianzhou. Today let me show you my prowess. Suddenly the temperature around plummeted and tiny ice crystals formed in the air, slowly drifting down. Lin Fu's body surged upward, his sword moving like lightning, aiming straight for Old Bone's face. This sword strike bore no wind, leaving behind fine ice marks wherever the blade passed. It also gathered glimmers of cold light like the first snow of winter, pure and deadly. What sword technique is this? Old Bone's eyes flashed with seriousness upon witnessing it. Although there were legends of the cold plum meaning snow sword technique in the Jianghu, this sword technique had been lost for over 100 years and few had truly seen it. Withered wood meets spring. Old Bone shouted low, his cane seeming to come alive. On one side was vibrant greenery, while on the other was the desolate withered yellow. The cane and the longsword clashed. Clang! Lin Fu felt a surge of robust internal energy transmitted from the cane, causing his wrist to tingle slightly. The momentum of the longsword faltered as well. Damn! Up until now, internal energy truly remained his shortcoming. Old Skeleton seized the opportunity to counterattack, drawing a smooth arc with the cane, its tip aimed directly at Lin Fu's side rib. Using strength against strength, Lin Fu reacted swiftly, shifting his body to the side and with a flick of his sword lightly tapped the cane, using the momentum to deflect Old Skeleton's counterattack. Meanwhile, Lin Fu stepped repeatedly, circling around Old Skeleton. The clash between the two intensified, the sounds of the longsword and cane colliding ceaselessly echoing. After one particularly fierce clash, both retreated a few steps, gazing intently at each other. Lin Fu's sword tip still trembled slightly, clearly indicating that the previous strike had exerted considerable pressure on him. Good swordsmanship. Old Skeleton spoke first, his voice hoarse yet full of energy. I haven't encountered a young person like you in many years. Lin Fu sneered in response, that's just your ignorance. Not to mention my revered master, the 13 states of the Great Xia are incredibly vast. This old skeleton is already at the age where 1 foot is in the grave. His reputation only spreads in the region where Xian Prefecture meets the Central Plains. How many true prodigies could he have seen? You young brat are quite arrogant. Has your elder not taught you about respecting your elders and cherishing the young? Old Skeleton glared fiercely. Then allow me to send you to inquire with them. As Lin Fu's words fell, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. A faint cold fragrance spread, that of plum blossoms, yet it also foretold the approach of death. Lin Fu unleashed all his might. Where the sword light passed, the air was sliced into fragments, producing a faint explosive sound. What sword technique is this? Old Skeleton's expression changed drastically. Although this young one's internal energy was lacking, the sword technique used gave him a sensation akin to needles prickling his back. Faced with Lin Fu's lethal strike, Old Skeleton's eyes widened, suddenly brilliance shooting from them. The cycle of decay and rejuvenation, all phenomena returned to one. Old Skeleton roared. With a flick of his wrist, the cane transformed into a swirling yellow tornado, crashing directly into Lin Fu's longsword. The impact from the collision between the longsword and the cane caused both to feel a surge of blood and energy. The house beneath their feet was even shaken by this force, cracking open fissures. The snow domain's ice heart lotus is not necessarily carried by the iron claws of the Tsang Eagle. The escort of the Divine Eagle Escort Bureau still hasn't made a move. Something is amiss. Search. Hand over the snow domain's ice heart lotus. As Ji Chushui and Lin Fu faced off against Wen Moxia and Old Skeleton, Lei San and Lu Xiaotian were locked in a fierce struggle. The onlookers from the Jianghu could no longer contain themselves. Immediately, more than a dozen figures flew toward the location of the Divine Eagle Escort Bureau. Moreover, their numbers were increasing. You dare! Lei San shouted angrily. However, he could not shake off Lu Xiaotian's entanglement. Damn it, do you really think I am made of mud? Brothers, anyone who dares to rob the escort will be killed without mercy. The escorts of the Divine Eagle Bureau drew their blades and chaos erupted instantly. Master, what should we do? Meng Liang leaned down to ask the seated Xia Mo, who was watching the show. Get lost. Before Xia Mo could respond, a sudden furious voice echoed from behind. A burly man wielding a large knife leaped towards their location.
He moved quickly, showing no signs of stopping. A barely noticeable cold glint flashed in Zhu Yan's eyes. With a flick of her finger, a thin, cold, gleaming flying knife appeared silently in her palm. The big man, initially fierce and ready to unleash his fists, suddenly encountered an unexpected turn of events. His pupils contracted sharply at that moment, bewilderment and fear intertwining, unable to perform even the most basic defensive move. The flying knife in Zhu Yan's hand was already aimed at the big man's throat. Whoosh! After a faint sound of slicing through the air, a long deep wound suddenly appeared on the big man's neck, blood gushing forth instantly.
You! The big man's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and unwillingness.
The body, lacking support, fell like a broken kite from the high rooftop, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust.
The surroundings instantly fell into a deathly silence.
Only the wind whistled through the window panes and occasionally a few night birds chirped from afar.
Jianghu division. People nearby were taken aback.
Someone suddenly recalled the young couple facing off against Old Skeleton and Mo Xia. They seemed to have also been on the roof of the Jianghu just moments ago. These individuals were in cahoots.
Truly courting death.
Zhu Yan glanced at the big man's corpse.
She lightly shook her hand. The wonderful show tonight has been going on for quite a while. Our esteemed governor has finally made his appearance.
Xia Mo suddenly chuckled softly.
Both Meng Liang and Zhu Yan were momentarily stunned.
Just as they were about to say something, dozens of riders surged in like phantoms from the night.
Then on the roofs surrounding them, hundreds of figures quietly emerged, tightly gripping glimmering longbows, their arrows pointed straight at the onlooking Jianghu crowd below.
Government soldiers.
Not good, we're surrounded. Damn, let's break out.
Don't be impulsive, do you want to be shot into a sieve?
All fighting instantly ceased.
Ji Chushui and Lin Fu distanced themselves from Mo Xia and Old Skeleton.
The iron-fisted Yan Luo Lu Xiaotian looked grimly at the government soldiers surrounding them.
Lord Wang.
Lei San's face visibly lit up with joy.
He leaped towards the middle-aged man at the head of the riders.
The governor of Wujiang Town, Wang Jing.
Chief Escort Lei, it seems we won't wait until tomorrow for the transaction. You should hand over the Snow Domain's Ice Heart Lotus to me first. Stop thinking about waiting for a better offer. If I hadn't come tonight, the Divine Eagle Escort Bureau would likely struggle to get through this. Wang Jing, riding on his horse, leaned slightly forward, smiling as he spoke to Lei San.
Cough, cough, cough. Lord Wang is joking.
I have no such intention. Lei San's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he spoke, gesturing toward the Divine Eagle Escort Bureau.
A somewhat frail escort brought a jade box to Lei San's side.
Chief Escort. Lei San took the jade box and respectfully handed it to Wang Jing.
Lord Wang.
Curiosity flashed in Wang Jing's eyes. He directly took the jade box and cautiously opened a small gap. A fresh, elegant, cold and pure aura suddenly spilled out from the box. Indeed, it is the Snow Domain's Ice Heart Lotus. Wang Jing revealed a delighted expression. Lord Wang, then about the price we discussed at the beginning. Lei San slightly bowed, a smile appearing on his face. Having offloaded this hot potato, the Divine Eagle Escort Bureau could finally extricate itself from this turmoil. Of course, my word is my bond, what I say counts. Wang Jing closed the jade box and looked at Lei San with a satisfied smile. However, his gaze suddenly turned cold, revealing an undeniable resolution and ruthlessness. Lei San seemed to sense something just as he was about to act, but it was already too late. Wang Jing suddenly struck, delivering a powerful palm to Lei San's chest. An indescribable agony surged from his chest, as if thousands of icy needles were piercing him simultaneously, or as if he were being scorched by raging flames. The intertwining of two extreme pains made him unable to suppress a heart-wrenching scream. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. Ji Chushui, who was about to step forward to greet him, instinctively halted in her tracks. Chief Escort. A somewhat frail bodyguard exclaimed as he rushed towards Lei San. Chief Escort, quickly take the healing spirit pill. The weak bodyguard supported Lei San's head and frantically retrieved a small vial from his pocket. He poured out a white pill, ready to feed it to Lei San. A dozen bodyguards from the Divine Eagle Escort rushed over, surrounding Lei San and glaring at Wang Jing with predatory eyes. Wow! A jet of black blood suddenly erupted from Lei San's mouth, splattering onto the ground. This black blood was mixed with congealed blood toxins and shattered internal organs, emanating a chilling aura.
Lei San could not swallow anything. Corroding heart palm. You are from
the Nether Path.
Nether Path.
Lei San pointed a trembling finger at Wang Jing, his gaze beginning to glaze over as his consciousness faded.
Chief Escort. The frail bodyguard's heart-wrenching cry echoed. Lu Xiaotian looked at Lei San's corpse in disbelief. Had the Kanjiing Iron Claw who had just fought him and even gained the upper hand truly died like this? Moreover, the Nether Path. Lei San's last words caused all present in the martial world to look at Wang Jing as if they had seen a ghost. In the Great Xia's 13 provinces there was a province called the Demon Province. The Demon Province had connections with the wildlands of the 7 great dynasties in the Divine Martial Continent. The Demon Province had 2 sects and 7 schools. It is said that they split from the Demon sect 1,000 years ago. The Demon sect, claiming to be sacred, once dominated the entire Demon Province during its peak. Long before the establishment of the Great Xia Dynasty, the 2 sects and 7 schools of the Demon sect had already taken root in the Demon Province. It can even be said that all demonic sects in the Great Xia's 13 provinces had some intricate connections with the Demon sect. The Nether Path is one of the 2 sects and 7 schools. I just remembered I have pressing matters, so I shall take my leave now. The old man with the dry bones sensed the situation turning dire and quickly darted towards the town's exit. Whoosh! The rain of arrows poured down like a sudden storm, each arrow flashing with a cold light. Bastard! The old man with the dry bones cursed angrily. His cane traced an impenetrable trajectory in the air. Whether deflecting or knocking down arrows, his swift movements left the eye unable to keep up. As the rain of arrows intensified, the old man's figure retreated rapidly. Ha ha, you thieves, do you really think you can leave Wujiang town alive today? With a sweeping gesture, Wang Jing ordered, "Let them go." Soldiers from all directions drew their bows, covering everyone within their sights. Despicable! Bastard! These court lackeys, let's fight them to the death. Having lived the dangerous life of the martial world, they naturally would not sit idly by. Especially the bodyguards of the Divine Eagle escort, who charged towards Wang Jing without regard for their lives. Capture the thief by seizing the king. Let's take down this dog official first, someone shouted loudly. Another 20 or 30 figures surged forward alongside the bodyguards of the Divine Eagle escort. The direction Wang Jing was in was also the weakest point of the rain of arrows. Although this person had just killed the chief escort of the Divine Eagle escort with a single palm. Everyone saw that this dog official had struck from ambush. The one thinking the same was the Iron Fist Xia Mo Lu Xiaotian. Wang Jing, mounted on horseback, revealed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. Behind him dozens of riders let out a low shout, suddenly synchronizing their actions. Accompanied by the crisp sounds of shing shing shing, glimmering long knives whistled out of their sheaths. Master! Ji Chuxue and Lin Fufei leapt onto the rooftop where Xia Mo was located. The blades swung, blocking the rain of arrows from all directions. Xia Mo's gaze remained fixed on Wang Jing and the cavalry behind him. This group of cavalry possessed exceptional internal energy and martial skills that far surpassed the black-clad ghost-faced archers who had besieged them at the dilapidated temple. No, these guys are not cavalry. A glimmer of insight flashed in Xia Mo's eyes. The cavalry behind Wang Jing suddenly dismounted in unison. Their figures moved fluidly, akin to phantoms weaving through the crowd. Wherever the blades passed, they left behind visible silver traces. Although the bodyguards of the Divine Eagle escort were also capable fighters in the martial world, they clearly found themselves at a disadvantage against these foes. Swish swish, the sound of blades slicing through cloth and flesh echoed. Following that were the sounds of bodies thumping to the ground. Bodyguards and martial artists who charged forward fell one after another into pools of blood. Die, old man! Iron Fist Xia Mo Lu Xiaotian appeared as an immovable iron tower, his fists swirling with a howling wind striking out fiercely. There was a dull explosion as 2 charging cavalrymen suddenly collapsed, their chests caving in. Their bodies flew uncontrollably backward, crashing heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Seeking death. A coal-faced commander clad in silver armor leaped from beside Wang Jing. He soared from his horse, and his sword light wove a deadly web, instantly enveloping Lu Xiaotian in a storm of sword shadows. Such a fast sword! Lu Xiaoshan's heart sank. Clenching his fists tightly, he bent his waist and with a tremendous force collided head-on with that lethal sword strike. The clash of sword light and fist wind erupted in the air. The silver-armored commander retreated swiftly. The Lu Xiaotian steadied himself, his clothing bore multiple tears. His face turned pale, clearly indicating that this strike was a significant burden for him. Just then Wen Moxie, with his folding fan in hand, gracefully leaped beside Lu Xiaotian. Lu Xiaotian, whose nerves had been taut, couldn't help but relax slightly. Just in time. Let's strike together, we can surely. Before he could finish, Wen Moxie suddenly snapped his folding fan shut. With a flick of his wrist, the folding fan struck Lu Xiaoshan's waist with lightning speed, hitting him precisely. Lu Xiaoshan's body jolted and his complexion turned as pale as paper. Put! A mouthful of fresh blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto the dust. As he fell, Lu Xiaotian struggled to turn around, his eyes filled with disbelief and fury. With trembling fingers he used his last ounce of strength to point at Wen Moxie. You. The silver-armored commander stepped forward without a trace of hesitation. In a flash of cold light the longsword accurately pierced through Lu Xiaoshan's chest. Iron Fist Yama truly went to meet Yama this time. My lord. Wen Moxie stepped forward and bowed to Wang Jing. Wang Jing nodded, pulling the reins and riding forward. Almost all martial artists of the night had fallen beneath the rain of arrows. Only a few scattered figures had gathered around the martial guest inn. This official pays respects to your highness. Wang Jing's gaze fell upon Xia Mo, who was seated on the rooftop, a meaningful smile appearing on his face as he cupped his hands in salute. I have come from the Divine City without contacting any local authorities. Upon entering this Wujiang town I have not revealed my identity. Does Lord Wang imply that you have long known of my presence here? Xia Mo slowly stood up from the rooftop, gently patting the dust off his clothes. Of course, if it were not to wait for the fourth prince. As for these people from the martial world, I have already captured them all. Wang Jing smiled, pointing at the dozen or so survivors around the martial guest inn. This included the old bone man. Although this old fellow's martial skills did not impress Xia Mo, a few rounds of arrows would still be enough to take his old life. Hearing the conversation between Xia Mo and Wang Jing, the expressions of the martial artists around changed repeatedly. They never expected so many unforeseen events to occur tonight due to the Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus. Their gazes fell upon Xia Mo, the fourth prince of Xia, the head of the Jianghu division. They did not expect that the leader of the organization used by the court to suppress martial artists would be so young. Many felt a slight sense of relief. In this situation, the head of the Jianghu division had become their beacon of hope. They could hear the tone of Wang Jing's speech. Xia Mo had yet to say anything. Ji Chushui and her companions had a hint of anger rising on their faces. Lord Wang, how dare you act so disrespectfully? Do you wish to rebel? Moreover, Ji Chukshu's voice grew even colder. When did you learn to use the heart-eating palm of the underworld path? They had all witnessed Wang Jing's sneak attack on the head of the Divine Eagle escort. Miss Ji, with so many questions, which one should I answer first? Wang Jing suddenly revealed a strange smile. Lord Wang. Ha ha ha, it was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Dozens of riders behind Wang Jing laughed simultaneously. What's so funny? Lin Fu suddenly shouted from the side. Could it be? You are not Wang Jing. Xia Mo stared at Wang Jing's face, seemingly pondering. What? Upon these words everyone looked at Wang Jing in surprise. A military governor of the court replaced by someone else. All laughter ceased abruptly. A gust of night wind blew through and the atmosphere seemed to grow somewhat foreboding. Wang Jing stared into Xia Mo's eyes and after a moment of silence said, at this point it doesn't hurt to tell you. This military governor of Wujiang town was killed by me 2 years ago. Suddenly ripples began to appear on Wang Jing's face like the surface of water. This is... Including Xia Mo, everyone looked in astonishment at this bizarre scene. When Wang Jing spoke those words, Xia Mo initially thought someone had disguised themselves as the military governor Wang Jing. However, it now seemed that it was not simply a matter of disguise. In a very short time the ripples ceased to move. Wang Jing's face had completely transformed into that of another person with fair and delicate skin, a nose like a suspended gallbladder and lips like they were painted red. He transformed in an instant from a middle-aged man into a young man. Thousand-faced phantom art, you are the Phantom Dragon King, Mei Qi. Cold sweat dripped from the old bone man's forehead. Pointing in shock at Wang Jing. No, it should now be called Mei Qi. The Phantom Dragon King Mei Qi, one of the 3 holy sons of the underworld path from Mazhou. He is also a direct disciple of the current leader of the underworld path. No one knows how high this person's martial skills are, as those who have seen him are probably all dead. In addition to his martial skills from the underworld path, Mei Qi possesses another unique skill. The thousand-faced phantom art. It is said that this art comes from ancient secret transmissions. It allows martial artists to circulate their internal energy through their meridians and bones, thereby controlling their flesh and muscles, creating countless appearances. Within a breath one can transform from old to young, from ugly to handsome, changing endlessly with no fixed form. This skill is not limited to facial transformation, it can also mimic others' voices, gestures, and even temperament, making it difficult to discern the truth. The Phantom Dragon King Mei Qi had established great merit for the underworld path using the thousand-faced phantom art. That is why he sits in the position of the holy son of the underworld path. I did not expect this old man to know my name. If you can submit to me, I might spare your life. Mei Qi said softly while looking at the old bone man. Poof. I am not some 3-year-old child. Having disrupted your good plans today, is there any chance of survival? The old bone man instinctively glanced at Xia Mo, thinking of the rumors about the Phantom Dragon King in the martial world. Tonight's target is self-evident. One Moxie, I did not expect that you have already joined the ranks of the underworld path. The old bone man looked at Wen Moxie beside Mei Qi and said solemnly. A man who knows the times is a hero. Wen Moxie lightly waved his folding fan and smiled faintly. Phantom Dragon King Mei Qi. Right. After 2 years, it seems that not only the military governor Wang Jing was replaced, but the troops of Wujiang town have also been switched to your people. Having gone through so much effort to infiltrate the border towns of Central Plains, why choose to expose yourselves now? If you continue acting, I might not be able to see through your true identity. Xia Mo's expression darkened. If his initial acceptance of the Jianghu division's responsibilities was merely to freely enter and exit the divine city, he now deeply felt the threat from the martial world. These fellows really are audacious. Ha ha ha, as long as I can obtain the fourth prince, what is a mere Wujiang town? Mei Qi's eyes flashed with an indescribable fervor. It seems the underworld path intends to remove its name from the martial world. With the thousand-faced phantom art, one could easily guess what the other party intended to do. Xia Mo smiled instead of getting angry, looking at Mei Qi as if he were a dead man. The fourth prince is joking. Let's not mention whether the court can achieve that. After tonight, I will go to the divine city in place of the fourth prince to pay respects to the father emperor. What reason does the court have to make a big fuss? After all, the grandmasters on the martial ranking of the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion are 3 from 2 sects and 7 clans. Mei Qi stared at Xia Mo, speaking each word deliberately. The 2 sects and 7 clans of Mazhou originated from a split in the demon sect 1,000 years ago. Though they often engage in open and covert struggles, if the court were to take action against any one of them, the other sects would inevitably not stand idly by. I will be going. The fourth prince may not have this opportunity. Release the arrows. At Mei Qi's command, the soldiers around, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say the disciples of the underworld path, unleashed countless cold lights that pierced the night sky, carrying a deadly threat. Arrows from all directions poured down like a torrential rain, densely and rapidly descending upon Xia Mo and the others. Xia Mo raised one palm to the sky. Buzz, a deep and prolonged humming sound emanated from Xia Mo's palm. The rain of arrows suddenly halted in midair. Poof! A cold snort. Xia Mo clenched his 5 fingers. The arrows in the air began to make cracking sounds of kacha directly falling from the sky. This. The old bone man and the surrounding martial artists revealed expressions of shock. However, Mei Qi's face gradually darkened. It seems the establishment of the town martial office by the court is no laughing matter. The fourth prince's martial skills are indeed somewhat surprising. Mei Qi stared at Xia Mo, speaking each word deliberately. The inner strength surged outward, blocking the rain of arrows from all directions. Mei Qi admitted that this level of power was beyond him. Release. Mei Qi waved his hand again as arrows rained down from all sides. No matter how strong the inner strength, there will always come a time when it is exhausted. Surrounded by protective Qi, Xia Mo charged towards Mei Qi, directly facing the hail of arrows. Ji Chuxue bit her silver teeth. The flowing light sword technique unfolded, instantly severing the arrows around her. She then rushed towards Xia Mo. At the same time, the withered bone elder also executed lightness skills, heading straight for Wen Mo Xia. In the current world of Jianghu, very few are incompetent. Utilizing the complex structure of the surrounding buildings, the rain of arrows posed no threat to them. Meng Liang moved gracefully like an elusive night breeze. With each light footfall, he accurately avoided the trajectories of the arrows. Although the rain of arrows was dense, not even the corner of his clothing was touched. With every dodge, there was a barely perceptible crack sound. It was the subtle noise of his toes lightly tapping on branches or fallen leaves, using them to propel himself. Die. In the blink of an eye, Meng Liang had approached the 2 nearest archers. With a flick of his right hand, an illusory sword shadow appeared, the very embodiment of his fame, the illusionary sword. With a light touch of the sword tip, silently 2 archers had gained a slender line of crimson on their necks. Zhu Yan hid behind a pillar, tightly gripping several poison plum blossom needles. Gently stroking the cold surface of the plum blossom needles, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhu Yan's eyes. With a flick of her wrist, 5 plum blossom needles, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, shot towards the target with incredible speed. By the time the archer sensed the danger, it was already too late. The first plum blossom needle accurately struck his wrist, causing him to drop his bow with a cry of pain. Immediately after, the remaining 4 needles struck his throat, heart, and both knees respectively. Almost simultaneously, the fire of his life was extinguished. Zhu Yan's figure once again vanished into the shadows. Cold plum reflecting snowfrost descending on three paths. Lin Fu murmured as the sword light surged forth like frost and snow. Not only did it illuminate the dark battlefield around, but it also fragmented the air itself. Within the sword light one could vaguely see the blooming cold plums. The three archers were all visibly terrified at this sight. In an instant the sword light flashed by and their bodies were covered in a thin layer of ice crystals. Then came the sounds of cracking the ice shattering, marking the end of their lives. Witnessing such valor, the remaining Jianghu people felt invigorated. They rushed towards the archers surrounding them. At that moment the situation became chaotic. Meanwhile Xia Mo soared into the air targeting Mei Qi, who stood before the crowd. To kill a court official and to target him directly is truly a death wish. Kill! The five knights shouted in unison, their voices merging into an unstoppable torrent. The blades shimmered like dragons, sharp and unmatched, all aimed at Xia Mo. You overestimate yourself. Xia Mo's eyes flashed like lightning just as five long blades were about to touch him. With a sudden sweep of his hand as if capturing falling leaves, he effortlessly grasped all five blade tips in his hand. What? The five knights were taken aback. In an instant the five long blades shattered, turning into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. The knights were struck by the backlash, their faces turning pale as paper, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Their bodies flew back uncontrollably like kites with cut strings. Xia Mo's momentum did not diminish as he reached out towards Mei Qi's face. Holy Sun! Five more knights rushed forward. Before they could even draw their blades, they were struck by a tremendous force and sent flying. Mei Qi's expression was as grave as frost covering a face. He struck out with a palm, dark energy swirling within as if the gate to an abyss was slowly opening. The temperature dropped sharply, the cold wind biting, startling the flora. Xia Mo narrowed his eyes, the true energy within him surging. With palms facing each other, a thunderous sound erupted. Mei Qi's expression changed repeatedly, his body slightly trembling. The horse beneath him, unable to bear the impact of this power, let out a shrill neigh and collapsed. Seeing the situation turn dire, Mei Qi's expression hardened and his figure flickered like a ghost escaping a shell, executing an eerie lightness skill. In an instant he had retreated several feet. Upon landing he stepped in rapid succession, each step like 1,000 pounds, leaving deep impressions on the solid ground. Once stable, Mei Qi looked at Xia Mo with uncertainty. Although he was famous in Jianghu for the thousand-faced illusion technique as the holy son of the netherworld path, his martial skills could rival those of the older generation. He did not expect the fourth prince's martial skills to be even more astonishing. The fierce and domineering true energy made Mei Qi's hands behind his back still feel somewhat numb. Meanwhile, the silver-armored general, wanting to assist Mei Qi, suddenly sensed a cold wind rush at him, signaling imminent danger. The silver-armored general reacted swiftly, halting abruptly, his head slightly tilting back, resembling a fish avoiding a wave. In a critical moment he evaded a sudden blade. The blade grazed his forehead, hair trailing a wisp of blue smoke. Your opponent is me. Ji Chuxue aimed her blade at the silver-armored general, speaking coldly. When Mo said, let the old man go, and I promise to keep tonight's events under wraps. The withered bone elder looked at Wen Mo Xia and the dozen cavalrymen blocking his path. His expression was quite grim. Wen Mo Xia opened his folding fan, looking rather helpless. Withered bone elder, I do not wish to be your enemy, but if I let you go I will lose my life. So, I must ask you to die. When Mo Xia's tone suddenly turned cold. If you have the ability, come and try. The withered bone elder held his cane in front of him. Although I have tried my best to estimate the fourth prince's abilities, I still underestimated him. Mei Qi said to the slowly approaching Xia Mo, is this your dying words? Who will kill the deer is still uncertain. Elders, why are you still not showing yourselves? Mei Qi's voice spread out. Holy Sun, if the three of us make a move, this assessment will count as your failure. A deep voice rang out. Three figures approached from afar, blocking Xia Mo's path. In the netherworld path hidden in the darkness, there are three elders renowned for their combined attack techniques, feared by the world like ghosts and deities. They are known as the three supreme malice of the netherworld. For the grand cause of my Yoming Dao, what significance does a mere assessment hold? The martial prowess of this master of the Jianghu division surpasses expectations. Do not underestimate him, three elders. Seeing the newcomers, Mei Qi instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. He then cast a wary glance at Xia Mo, whose attention was focused on the sudden appearance of the three individuals. The three supreme killers of Yoming. These three are elder-level figures within the Yoming Dao, second only to the sect master. They are notorious in the demon province. Unexpectedly, they have also come to the central plains. From their words, it seems to be something trivial like a saint's assessment. Is this the master of the Jianghu division from the court? To possess such martial abilities at such a young age is truly a pity.
A woman in a long black gauze dress among the three supreme killers of Yoming suddenly licked her lips. Xia Mo's gaze was drawn to a guqin in the woman's hand standing tall like a person. The Qin demon Lu Wuyin with a single tune of the Dark Night Yoming melody can ensnare souls and confuse the mind. The sound waves disrupt the spirit combined with her unique finger technique, soul-severing finger. The wind from her fingers carries the melody striking straight at the heart. No one can withstand its edge.
Don't be reckless. This young man before you is not something you can covet.
Beware of jeopardizing the master's grand plans.
Next to Lu Wuyin, a towering figure like an iron tower snorted softly.
Wei Qi, who practices the renowned iron bone technique of the Yoming Dao. Harnessing the supreme yang energy of heaven and earth to temper the body, he is unmatched in strength, capable of lifting heavy weights and vulnerable to blades and spears.
What does it matter to you, you brutish man? Lu Wuyin glared angrily at Wei Qi. She set her guqin upright on the ground, ready to strike. Enough!
A voice of reprimand rang out. The last of the three supreme killers of Yoming was an elderly man in his 60s, his face showing signs of wear. The shadow hand Meng Xuanyo, proficient in the unique martial art of Yoming shadow weaving, adept at using shadows as a medium, his hands turn formless. With a great enemy before you, you still bicker among yourselves. Be wary of capsizing today in the gutters. Meng Xuanyu's eyes were fixed intently on Xia Mo, who appeared remarkably calm since they revealed themselves. For some reason, a vague sense of foreboding loomed in his heart.
Old Meng, are you being overly alarmist?
With the three of us here plus Saint Mei, can we not handle such a young man?
Unless the current emperor has lost his mind, it is impossible for this to be a joke.
Letting a juvenile sit in such an important position as the master of the Jianghu division.
A cautious approach ensures longevity.
Wei Qi's deep voice echoed again.
Have you all chatted enough?
Xia Mo looked towards the three supreme killers of Yoming and the increasingly flushed Mei Qi. A strange smile suddenly curled at the corners of his mouth. With a whoosh, he vanished from his original spot, appearing above Lu Wuyin in the next moment. In the martial world, sound-based attacks are rare. However, almost every type possesses its unique power.
The gust of energy was fierce, overshadowing the sky, making the surroundings feel suffocatingly tense. Lu Wuyin's expression changed drastically, wanting to pluck the strings in response, but her arms felt heavy as if bound by a nightmare.
Eat! Wei Qi suddenly roared like a tiger, his stout figure stepping protectively in front of Lu Wuyin. His clothing tore apart, revealing bulging muscles, a hue of iron emerging. With a punch carrying the force of wind and thunder, he struck towards Xia Mo.
The collision of fists echoed like thunder.
Wei Qi murmured softly, forcefully suppressing the surging blood within his chest. Dust flew from beneath his feet, creating a deep pit beneath him.
Duck!
Lu Wuyin shouted sharply. Her fingertips trembled slightly, finally breaking free from her restraints. The sound surged forth, transforming into blades sharply targeting Xia Mo from all directions. Xia Mo's figure expanded as he executed the celestial ascendancy step, like a dragon swimming or a hare leaping. In an instant, he had distanced himself from the intersection of the sword lights, appearing several zhang away.
Meng Xuanyu appeared strangely behind Xia Mo.
His form flickered in and out like countless overlapping phantoms, making it hard to discern the real from the false. He pointed a finger resembling a cold star in a shadowy valley, directly aiming at the void behind Xia Mo.
Yoming finger.
His true energy burst forth, shooting out from his fingertip, transforming into a wisp of ghostly blue chi, as thin as a thread yet heavy as 1,000 pounds. The martial skills of the three supreme killers of Yoming, when considered individually, may not even match the seductive powers of the demon monk in the ancient temple. However, when they moved in concert, their synergy was impeccable. The level of threat was by no means inferior to that of the demon monk. Not to mention, there was also a lurking dragon king with a phantom face nearby.
A good opportunity.
Mei Qi's eyes were sharp as an eagle, catching sight of Meng Xuanyu quietly appearing behind Xia Mo. His form shifted like a ghost, instantly adjusting his position, intending to form a pincer attack with Meng Xuanyu. Mei Qi's aura suddenly transformed, as if countless illusory faces were rapidly swirling around him. Some were fierce, some compassionate, some mocking, and some scolding, endlessly morphing, leaving one dazzled.
Thousand-faced phantom kill. Mei Qi thrust his palms forward.
Countless illusory faces coalesced into a terrifying true energy, transforming into a massive illusory dragon woven from light and shadow. With bared fangs and claws bearing an astonishing might, it lunged fiercely at Xia Mo. This was the reason he was known in the martial world as the Phantom-Faced Dragon King. Xia Mo's lips curled slightly, letting out a cold laugh. He lightly turned, standing effortlessly between Meng Xuanyu and Mei Qi's assault, his demeanor calm.
With a mere flick of his fingertip, it was as if a spring breeze transformed into rain or autumn frost-covered leaves. The cold and venomous nature of the Yoming finger was quietly dispelled by this gentle gesture. What? Meng Zhuang's expression changed slightly, his attack momentarily stalling. Before he could react, Xia Mo surged forth, his fist like a dragon enveloped in the fiery intensity of the bridal garment divine skill. His fist had not yet reached, but fire had already spread. However, this punch was aimed at Mei Qi. This person's thousand-faced phantom skill was too bizarre. If he were to impersonate others and infiltrate the court in the future, that would truly be a great trouble. The air ignited flames in true energy intertwined, forming an unstoppable momentum. Boom! As soon as they collided, the massive dragon formed by Mei Qi's palm power was instantly devoured. Xia Mo's figure vanished like a ghost in place, and in the next moment he appeared right before Mei Qi. Mei Qi's face twitched, his pupils constricted with unwillingness and terror, and he shouted no. With a punch, he struck forcefully against Mei Qi's chest. With a loud bang, Mei Qi's body flew out like a kite, with a severed string crashing into a nearby building. The building collapsed with a resounding crash, dust flying and stones scattering, waiting for the dust to settle. Amidst the ruins, Mei Qi was engulfed in flames, swirling black smoke, unable to move. The full-force blow of the bridal garment divine skill made the outcome obvious: the phantom-faced Dragon King Mei Qi dead. Impossible! Lu Wuyin exclaimed in shock. Mei Qi was one of the three great saints of their Yoming Dao. Although not particularly skilled in martial arts, in an unknown fight, none among the three supreme killers of Yoming could claim to be able to decisively defeat Mei Qi. The thousand-faced phantom kill was also one of Mei Qi's major killing moves. How could it be that he was utterly defenseless? Yu's combined attack techniques do not hold back. Meng Xianyu was the first to react, retreating rapidly, creating distance from Xia Mo. Setting aside the fact that Xia Mo had broken through his Yoming finger technique for now, the thunderous power he demonstrated when killing Mei Qi genuinely made Meng Xianyu feel a bit panicked. The sect master of the Yoming Dao is rumored to be infinitely close to the grandmaster on the martial rating of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The methods of this master of the Jianghu division just now gave Meng Xianyu a sense of facing the sect master of Yoming Dao directly. Lu Wuyin and Wei Qi moved in unison, forming a triad formation around Xia Mo. Meng Xianyu glared at Xia Mo, her voice chillingly cold. In an instant, Lu Wuyin gently caressed her, Yao Qin elegantly standing it upright on the ground. A soaring melody burst forth. The sound waves like threads intertwined, as if whispering thousands of secrets, luring one into an illusion entrancing the mind. Wei Qi stood like an iron tower, his physical strength comparable to that of metal and stone. Without holding a weapon, he relied solely on his bare fists to shake mountains and rivers. The wind from his punches howled, accompanied by the clang of metal striking metal. Each strike seemed to possess the force of 1,000 pounds, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Meng Xianyu spread her hands, and black shadows surged forth like ghosts beneath the night sky. Each shadow contained Meng Zhuang's profound inner strength. Some intertwined, some sliced, some bound, weaving into a net of death that surrounded Xia Mo. The three struck together perfectly in sync. Above them, sound waves, the wind of punches and shadows intertwined, forming a massive vortex that firmly anchored Xia Mo at its center. Within the vortex, Wei Qi suddenly appeared, roaring with a voice filled with endless rage and determination. Beneath his skin, it seemed as if countless iron streams surged, and his bones emitted a series of rumbling sounds. His body was covered with an impenetrable steel luster, resembling a living steel war god. The previously raging vortex around him trembled slightly as Wei Qi's eyes blazed, locking onto Xia Mo not far away. A punch imbued with the power of earth-shattering force thundered towards Xia Mo. Interesting. Xia Mo's lips curled into a faint smile, facing this blow that could shake mountains and rivers. He did not flinch or evade, instead gathering all his true energy at the tip of his fist. The true energy of the bridal garment divine art surged, glowing red like a blazing fire, both fierce and lingering. In the moment their fists collided, the world seemed to still. Wei Qi gritted his teeth, his expression resolute, the might of the iron bone determination evident. Even in the face of Xia Mo's bridal garment divine art's dominance, he stood firm, each punch a test of strength, vowing to determine the outcome. Is that all you have? Xia Mo suddenly spoke. Wei Qi, who was gritting his teeth in endurance, was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, a sound of air being split reached his ears. Xia Mo kicked fiercely toward Wei Qi's head, the true energy of the bridal garment divine art blazing like fire, radiating with flames. Wei Qi instinctively raised his hand to block. But as his palm made contact, it was instantly scorched to a crimson hue by the fiery true energy, the pain unbearable. With a thunderous explosion, Wei Qi was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through walls. Dust filled the room, and a hollow the height of a person appeared in the wall. The surrounding vortex of true energy showed no sign of dissipating. At that moment Meng Xuanyu's figure silently appeared behind Xia Mo like a ghost, her 5 fingers splayed black energy swirling, almost merging with the night. She stealthily approached Xia Mo from behind. Sensing danger, Xia Mo quickly turned his Tianshan Jimei hand technique like a cold plum and bloomed the palm wind, fierce glinting with cold light. Meng Xianyu was instantly caught by Xia Mo's wrist. The black shadow trembled as if frozen by frost, losing its former agility and swiftness. Chang! A sound of qin music suddenly arose, melodious yet carrying a hint of eeriness surging from all directions. Xia Mo's movement faltered, seemingly disturbed by the music. Meng Xianyu seized this opportunity to retreat. Looking up, she saw a giant sword materialize out of thin air, suspended in the air, its blade shining like a ribbon. Without hesitation it swung down toward Xia Mo. How troublesome! Xia Mo muttered. A punch erupted, true energy surging like a volcanic eruption, lava spilling forth, meeting the giant sword hidden. After a moment of stalemate, the giant sword could no longer withstand Xia Mo's punch, shattering into countless fragments that dissipated in the air. So that's how it is the so-called 3 phantom demons rely on your shared martial arts. Trinity. No matter which one of you I face, I am simultaneously battling 3 people. Xia Mo's gaze swept across Meng Xuanyu, Wei Qi and Lu Wuyin. Meng Xianyu sneered, indeed our individual inner strength is equivalent to the total sum of 3 people. To fight one of us is to face all 3 at once. If the 3 of us strike together, you will undoubtedly die today. I have roamed the martial world for many years and have never killed a prince of the current dynasty. Today shall be a precedent. Xia Mo lightly shook his head. You call yourselves veterans of the martial world, yet you are nothing but wine sacks and meal bags. I have already witnessed your martial arts. I am indeed a bit tired now. No need to rush, I will send you on your way shortly. Xia Mo suddenly stretched out, yawning widely. He spoke lazily, facing death. You still dare to be boastful? You vile woman! Meng, old man, strike with all your might, do not give him any chance. Wei Qi angrily urged the iron bone, determination unleashing all his latent potential, his entire body radiating a brilliant iron glow like the blazing sun breaking through the clouds, dazzling brilliantly. After reaching its peak, the iron glow gradually shifted, slowly losing its hardness, turning into a lustrous jade-like sheen. Wei Qi lightly tapped his foot, causing the ground to collapse with a thunderous roar, forming a deep pit. He charged directly towards Xia Mo. Let's go all out. Lu Wuyin slightly parted her crimson lips, raising her hands. The Yao Qin floated slowly in midair, drawn by her inner strength. As her fingertips plucked, a stirring and powerful melody of slaughter suddenly resonated. The music contained boundless killing intent and power, as if it could summon the underworld. Instantly the air around trembled, cold winds rose, and countless skeleton generals clad in ghostly armor wielding weapons appeared out of thin air. Their eyes sparkled with ghostly green light, fiercely charging at Xia Mo. Meng Xianyu compressed her true energy to the utmost, slapping her palm down, and a black-red giant handprint erupted explosively from her palm. This black-red giant handprint bore a bizarre hue, black with red with black. It rapidly expanded in the air, blotting out the sun, carrying a destructive aura as it thunderously smashed down towards Xia Mo. Xia Mo's expression turned solemn. Indeed, this trio working together had some power. He slowly raised both hands, his fingertips lightly tapping, leaving some trajectory in the void. The surrounding air seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, converging into brilliant red lights that surrounded Xia Mo. Like layers upon layers of bridal garments worn by a bride, both beautiful and infused with indescribable power. The red light danced at his fingertips, ultimately coalescing into a dazzling beam of light aimed at Wei Qi, Lu Wuyin and Meng Xianyu. 1,000 layers of red garments, a thought blooms, a thought fades. With a clear whistle from Xia Mo, the light erupted violently, transforming into countless layers of red light, sweeping toward the 3 like a tempest. Though Wei Qi's iron bone determination was strong, it appeared insufficient against this strike. He was sent reeling back by the red light, and cracks began to appear in his body where iron and jade intermingled. Lu Wuyin's music abruptly ceased. The skeleton generals in ghostly armor disintegrated into nothingness under the impact of the red light. The Yao Qin was sent flying, and she turned pale, clearly suffering from internal injuries. As for Meng Xuanyu, the black-red giant handprint melted away swiftly upon contact with the red light, as if ice and snow met the blazing sun. Meng Xianyu was sent flying by this force, crashing to the ground heavily, temporarily unable to rise. The surroundings fell into silence, with only Xia Mo standing alone in place. You are a grandmaster. Yu Qi struggled, supporting his weight with both hands as he stared at Xia Mo approaching. An expression of disbelief flitted across his face. The red light, just now rigid and domineering, had driven his Tieguju iron bone technique to its limit and shattered it utterly. Most alarming of all was the true qi contained within. It had clearly ascended to another tier. It was the very realm the Yuming Das Dao Lord had long dreamed of attaining.
The bones of the body are like the trunk of a tree, they support the flesh and guard the organs, the foundation of life. If this gongfei is cultivated to its extreme, the marrow brims and the bone grows dense, one gains immeasurable strength and can repel external corruption. Yet should one encounter overwhelmingly rigid force or strange poisons and esoteric arts that breach the defense and strike the marrow, the source will be harmed and the foundation shaken. Even if one survives, one would be ruined thereafter. Xia Mo looked at Yu Qi with cold detachment. Even combining the strength of the three of them, the ceiling of this Tiegu Ju was fixed and immutable. Had it been the Jingang Bu Wai Shinggong Vajra indestructible divine skill, even with inner power inferior to mine, one could have met the Jai Shinggong wedding garment divine skill Hedon. Coughing, he managed a grim laugh. To die by the hand of a grandmaster, that would be a worthy end. I did not expect someone so young and of princely rank to have cultivated such a fearsome art. The Tao Lord truly miscalculated this time. Yu Qiqing's breath waned. Hearing Xia Mo's words, a bitter smile curled his lips. Go on your way, Xia Mo said without further preamble. He crouched slightly and lightly pressed his palm to Yu Qiqing's chest. A muffled groan escaped the light and Yu Qiqing's eyes faded and he crumpled to the ground. Meng Xianyu watched in terror, his face drained of color. He hastily struck several vital points on his body to temporarily suppress his wounds. With a silent palm to the earth before dust could even rise, his form lifted like a specter and rose from the ground. Flee. At that moment Meng Xianyu had but one thought. Facing a grandmaster. If the Yuming Dao's Tao Lord were present, perhaps they might barely stand a chance. But with only them, victory was impossible. Meng Zuang's lightness skill propelled him with extraordinary speed. Beneath the interplay of moonlight and shadow, he hurtled toward the outskirts of Wujiang town. Xia Mo turned on his heel, his gaze fierce as a torch locking onto Meng Zuang's fleeing silhouette. With a single light step, he contracted the distance to an inch. In an instant, he stood squarely in the fugitive's path. What? Meng Zuang's face went deathly pale. You're getting on in years, just stay, Xia Mo said to him with cold calm. A stern light flashed in Meng Zuang's eyes as he lashed out with a palm. Just as the palm wind neared, it vanished and his body had already recoiled more than 30 meters. A futile struggle. Xia Mo's voice whispered again at his ear. Meng Xianyu was about to speak, then the world went black. Xia Mo glanced at Meng Zuang's corpse and without so much as turning his head walked toward the remaining Lu Wuyin. Why did you not flee? Lu Wuyin clutched her chest, blood staining the corner of her mouth. Whether you fled or not, the result is the same. Xia Mo nodded. I am intrigued by your vocal art. If you would cast off darkness and join the light, I will spare your life this night. Lu Wuyin managed a wan smile. Do I have any choice? Xia Mo regarded her with mild curiosity. You betray the Yuming Dao so easily. Lu Wuyin rose to her feet. I only joined the Yuming Dao midway myself. I cannot claim loyalty to the Yuming Dao. If in the future His Highness the Prince faces a stronger foe, I would not be bound to you either. Xia Mo appraised Lu Wuyin with frank appraisal. You are honest. But that matters little. For now I do not entirely trust you either. First seal your martial art, then wait for me in Shindu. With that, Xia Mo reached out and quickly struck several acupoints on Lu Wuyin's body. Lu Wuyin gave a stifled groan and said little. When you return, report what you know of the Yuming Dao and the 7 sects across the 2 Majo factions. Xia Mo turned to other pockets of the battlefield. The Yuming Dao archers had already suffered heavy casualties. Elsewhere, Ji Chushua moved like willow fluff in the wind, elusive and merciless. A blade of flowing light flashed from her hand, slashing at the silver-armored commander with blinding speed. His face shifted, his long sword splintered into 1,000 phantom strokes, weaving an impenetrable net of steel. Ji Chux's blade was dawn's first light, tearing through the night's veil. The commander's pupils shrank as though peering into an abyss. All else vanished from his sight save that single streak of blade light. In a breath, a thin crimson line appeared at his throat. Blood erupted like a spring, unstoppable, staining the silver armor red. When swift sword meets swift saber, the saber ultimately has the edge. Ji Chux's chest heaved, sweat beaded on her brow. The victory had not come easily. With emotion, Xia Mo suddenly materialized amid the cavalry once led by Mei Qi. Boom! 7 or 8 riders, without seeing him, were lifted bodily and hurled outward in every direction. With Xia Mo's entry, the Yuming Dao disciples who had come this time were quickly annihilated. Commander! Lin Fu, Mang Liang and Zhu Yan swept in at once. Those still alive in the martial world did not linger. They smashed outward beyond the bounds of Wujiang town. It went without saying that tonight's battle at Wujiang town would soon echo throughout the Jianghu. The Imperial Jianghu Sis commander proved to be a grandmaster. Commander Kugu Wang fled. A small circle had formed around a corpse whose skull had been caved in. It was when Moxie, a left path expert from Xianzhou. In the earlier chaos when Moxie had led a host of Yuming Dao disciples to bar Kugu Wang's way. Unexpected. Humph, we truly underestimated that old fellow. Lin Fu jabbed when Moxie's corpse with his sword. A sense of having survived a calamity swelled within him. Had Kugu Wang fought with that strength from the outset with his current inner power alone, even unleashing the Hanmei Shuai sword technique, he would not have been a match. Old man grow cunning. Given Kugu Wang's age, it is only natural he harbored secret tricks. Ji Chushui sheathed her blade and spoke slowly. Notify the garrison troops in nearby towns to come and finish the cleanup. And send a messenger hawk. Order the Jinyui to thoroughly investigate all border towns of Zhongyuan. If another Wuzhong town incident occurs, make Feng Jing personally relinquish his Jinyui commander's hat. Xia Mo was silent for a moment as he told Ji Chushui. Yes. Commander, what shall we do with her? Lin Fu pointed toward Lu Wuyin. I've sealed her martial art by a private method. Have her escorted back to Chengdu for the time being. We'll deal with her further when we return from Xianzhou. Xia Mo glanced at Lu Wuyin as he said it. Ji Chushui gave a whistle, and beneath the night sky another messenger hawk, unlike the one at the old temple, descended. In the imperial palace within the imperial study. A porcelain cup shot out from the dragon table, sweeping past Feng Zhang's ear. With a loud crash it struck the door, shattering into pieces and stirring up a cloud of dust. Feng Zhang lowered his head, almost touching the ground, as the furious voice of Emperor Xiao rang in his ears. What are you all doing in the Jinyui? A town's governor along with his personal guards was swapped out right under your noses, and you didn't even notice anything. If one day I were to fall victim to such treachery, would you all remain oblivious and helpless? Feng Zhang trembled slightly, prostrating in fear as he said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. His voice was humble, revealing his deep respect and terror. Having served as the commander of the Jinyui for many years, Feng Zhang knew well that this was not the time to argue with Emperor Xia. The danger posed by an angry Emperor Xia was the least of his worries. If Emperor Xia had remained indifferent today, Feng Zhang would indeed have to worry for his own head. Emperor Xia glanced coldly at Feng Zhang, his anger slightly easing, and said, If it weren't for the fourth prince saying you still have some use, I wouldn't hesitate to punish you severely. The newly established Jianghu division is short on manpower. You will personally lead an elite team to rush to Xianzhou during the night. Once you arrive there, just follow the orders of the fourth prince. Xianzhou is adjacent to the central plains where the local forces are formidable, especially with a grandmaster emerging. We must not be careless. Feng Zhang felt as if he had received a great reprieve, and with utmost respect he said, Thank you, Your Majesty. I will set off for Xianzhou immediately upon my return. Emperor Xia nodded lightly. Go on then. Feng Zhang slowly rose and respectfully retreated. After Feng Zhang left the imperial study, Emperor Xia's gaze became profound. He murmured, Mazhou. The underworld path. Your Majesty, the Dark Guards have uncovered some clues regarding the Jianghu division's affairs. However, they are currently fully focused on tracking down Wen Liang's whereabouts and have not been able to attend to this matter for the time being, said Li Gonggang, holding a whisk and bowing. Emperor Xia waved his hand. Since the time of the founding emperor until now, I have almost become accustomed to the lawlessness of these people in the Jianghu. Otherwise, do you think I would support the fourth prince so much? As for his position as the head of the Jianghu division, not only the civil and military officials but also several of my other sons have voiced considerable opposition. Li Gonggang again bowed and said, In this battle concerning the Jianghu division, the fourth prince's identity as a grandmaster should spread throughout the land. The resistance in the court will be much less. Emperor Xia nodded in agreement. Indeed, I believe the fourth prince knows what he is doing. By the way, Li Gonggang, have there been any updates on those mysterious black cavalry spotted outside the capital? In response to Your Majesty, the Dark Guards are close to uncovering the whereabouts of that group of cavalry. A cold light flickered in Emperor Xia's eyes. Remember not to alert them. I want to see who possesses such great ability to form a cavalry right under my nose. Under my very eyes to form such a cavalry. Mazhou, the underworld mountain. The peaks rose and fell with strange rocks jutting out, dense forests shading the sky, and streams flowing quietly, revealing faint glimmers of light. In the mountains there was a deep valley, as if a gap had opened up in the heavens hidden among the greenery. On both sides of the valley there were houses scattered in layers. The buildings were constructed against the mountains, skillfully integrating with the sheer cliffs. Between the houses winding paths led into the depths, with stone steps meandering and inviting one to venture further. At the deepest part there was a thatched cottage hidden away. The cottage was simple but radiated an aura of tranquility and mystery that transcended the mundane. In front of the thatched cottage a square bluestone lay quietly, upon which sat an old man.
Dressed in a black robe, the old man had a gaunt face with prominent features and an imposing aura that exuded authority without anger. In other words, my underworld path has lost 3 elders, a holy son, and 200 to 300 disciples. In the end, we gained nothing. Instead, we have only enhanced the reputation of the Jianghu division in the court. The old man slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood 2 young men and an old woman leaning on a cane, all bowing respectfully. Master, that is what is being said in the Jianghu. No one expected that the head of the Jianghu division, still underage, would turn out to be a grandmaster of martial arts. The old woman slightly bowed to the master of the underworld path and said, "Humph, a grandmaster who was still underage. Elder Wu, do you believe such absurd words? However, master, with the martial skills of the 3 elders and junior brother may, unless a grandmaster intervened, it would have been no problem for them to escape even when surrounded by an army. Yet even now there has been no news. Surely it is as the rumors say. The situation is dire." One of the young men in a deep blue robe spoke. The master of the underworld path turned his gaze to the young man. "I have been in seclusion for a long time, diligently cultivating the supreme martial arts technique of our sect, the Underworld Heart Sutra. The final barrier has always been like a fleeting illusion, sought but never attained. A mere child, even if he began cultivating from his mother's womb, could not possibly become a grandmaster at this age. What you say is true, that 4th prince must be a puppet put forth by the court. The true head of the Jianghu division is someone else. Brothers Mei and the 3 elders must have fallen victim to the true head of the Jianghu division's treachery." Another slightly older man suddenly spoke. The master of the underworld path nodded. "I think the same. Humph, the court's dogs are truly cunning. The underworld's 3 fatalities can be overlooked, but Mei Qi's 1,000-faced illusion technique. Our sect has finally produced someone who has mastered this technique after hundreds of years. Originally it would have had great future uses, but unexpectedly we have encountered misfortune." The young man in the deep blue robe lowered his gaze, a flicker of barely perceptible joy passing through. Then he raised his head and worriedly said, "Master, the court is already aware of what we have done in the Jianghu division." "Could it be?" The master of the underworld path disdainfully replied, "Unless the court wants to incite chaos throughout the land, they would never dare to touch my underworld path. However, send word to the underworld path disciples outside of Majo that from now on they must all change from light to dark. Do not let the court's dogs discover them." After Xia Mo killed Mei Qi, the Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus naturally fell into his hands. The 300-year-old Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus holds little value for a Grand Master. Thus he allowed Ji Chuxue, Lin Fu, Meng Liang and Zhu Yan to share it. Even with Xia Mo's assistance, it took the 4 of them several days to fully digest the medicinal power of the Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus. Lin Fu's inner strength directly rose from Qi meridians connected to the realm of inner strength solidified. Ji Chuxue reached the peak of the inner strength solidified realm with 1 foot stepping into the realm of external release of inner strength. Meng Liang and Zhu Yan's inner strength was originally barely at Qi meridians connected. Now they too have 1 foot stepping into the inner strength solidified realm. The martial arts of the 4 improved dramatically. Especially Lin Fu, the true power of the Hanmei reflecting snowsword technique gradually revealed itself. Even Ji Chuxue now did not dare to claim she could securely defeat Lin Fu. Such delays made the originally ample time suddenly become tight. Therefore the 5 hurriedly rushed from Wujiang town to Xian Prefecture. They did not delay at the border either. They traveled directly towards Minggu City. Within the Xian Prefecture lies the city of Minggu. The city walls are built of bluestone standing the test of time, exuding an ancient and sturdy aura. Above the city gate hangs an iron sword as decoration, its blade gleaming like frost, emanating a chilling sword aura that instills reverence in all passers-by. Inside the city the streets are narrow, flanked by ancient inns and martial arts schools, their signs weathered revealing the traces of time. In the center of the city stands a magnificent ancient tower named Nameless, its peak pointing straight to the clouds with countless sword marks embedded in its body. Each mark is a testament left by masters of the martial world. In Minggu City there is the Pang Manor. In a grand hall the intricately carved beams and painted rafters emanate a sense of solemnity. Xia Mo sat at the head of the table with a blue porcelain teacup emitting wisps of smoke, the fragrance of tea wafting throughout. Ji Chuxue, Lin Fu, Meng Liang and Zhu Yan stood on either side behind Xia Mo like 4 pillars supporting the central honor. Suddenly a middle-aged man entered the center of the hall, his demeanor refined and his actions graceful. He approached Xia Mo and bowed deeply. His voice was loud and respectful. "I am Pang Wenshan, paying respects to your highness the 4th prince." Xia Mo slightly raised his hand to indicate him to rise. "Lord Pang, please be at ease." Lord Pang once commanded the martial world with great renown, yet now has the foresight to detach from the chaos of the martial realm and devote himself to the court. Such wise actions truly demonstrate great wisdom and courage. I foresee that Lord Pang will surely showcase his talents in the court and contribute significantly to the prosperity of the Great Xia. Upon hearing Xia Mo's praise, Pang Wenshan's expression changed slightly. He bowed again, speaking humbly, I am deeply honored. Your Highness' commendation is too much for me to bear. His demeanor was filled with deference, fully displaying the etiquette of a minister. Xia Mo smiled faintly, gently stroking the teacup, observing the verdant liquid within, feeling at ease. Then he slowly raised the teacup to his lips, lightly parted his crimson lips, savoring its fragrance, his expression one of intoxication. After tasting, Xia Mo set down the teacup and his gaze suddenly shifted to Pang Wenshan. Looking at this renowned sword immortal of the Azure Falls, a hint of curiosity and inquiry flickered in his eyes. The status of the Azure Falls sword manor in the martial world is hardly inferior to that of the Netherworld sect. Pang Wenshan's martial arts should not be beneath that of the Netherworld's infamous Meng Xianyu. Lord Pang, do you have any knowledge of music? Xia Mo suddenly inquired. Not only Pang Wenshan but even Ji Chuxue and the others behind him were taken aback. They did not understand why Xia Mo would suddenly ask this. Pang Wenshan cautiously glanced at Xia Mo. Replying, to your Highness, I am merely a martial man from the Jianghu. I can wield a sword and dance with blades, but I know nothing of music. Xia Mo mused inwardly, with your refined demeanor I thought you would. He then asked, does Lord Pang have any close friends among those of the demonic or sinister sects? Pang Wenshan looked at Xia Mo, puzzled. Your Highness, jest. I come from the Azure Falls sword manor, and if I encounter demonic practitioners, the only outcome is to draw my sword and fight. How could I befriend such people? Xia Mo nodded. It seemed the sword immortal of the Azure Falls was truly weary of the Jianghu, wanting to seek refuge in the court. Pang Wenshan. I am here. Your Highness, do not worry about anything. The Golden Basin washing hands ceremony will proceed normally. However, there is one matter I would like to trouble Lord Pang with. Pang Wenshan's expression suddenly became serious. He clasped his hands and bowed, saying, I dare not say the word trouble. Your Highness, please give your orders. I would like to meet the current sword master of the Azure Falls sword manor. I ask Lord Pang to introduce me. Pang Wenshan looked at Xia Mo in confusion. I wonder why your Highness wishes to meet my senior brother. Xia Mo's eyes lit up. Oh. Lord Pang and the sword master of Azure Falls are brothers. That would be perfect. Rest assured, I bear no ill will towards the Azure Falls sword manor. Lord Pang can simply introduce me. Pang Wenshan suddenly showed an awkward expression. Does Lord Pang have any difficulties? Xia Mo inquired. Pang Wenshan bowed again. I dare not conceal anything from your Highness. Since I decided to wash my hands of the Jianghu, although the Azure Falls sword manor has not made things difficult for me, I have gradually become distanced from them due to some gossip from other sects in Xian Prefecture. I have long since severed ties with the Azure Falls sword manor and ceased all contact. Xia Mo suddenly smiled at Pang Wenshan. Lord Pang's decision to wash his hands has shaken the entire martial world of Xian Prefecture. Lord Pang. This is to avoid implicating your sect. Pang Wenshan's expression became solemn. Regardless of the outcome, this was my own choice. Xia Mo nodded gently. Since that is the case, I will not make things difficult for Lord Pang. The Azure Falls sword manor is not far from Minggu City. I shall personally visit them. Surely the Azure Falls sword manor would not refuse me at their door. However, there is one matter I still wish to inquire of Lord Pang. Your Highness, please speak. Do you happen to know about the Azure Falls sword tomb? The Azure Falls sword tomb. Pang Wenshan looked at Xia Mo in surprise. How did your Highness learn of the Azure Falls sword tomb? What? Is Lord Pang reluctant to speak? I would not dare. He noticed Xia Mo's subtly impatient expression. Pang Wenshan quickly said, the Azure Falls sword tomb is the burial ground for all disciples of the Azure Falls sword manor who have mastered the complete Azure Falls 9 techniques. The sword tomb is a forbidden area of the Azure Falls sword manor. Only the sword master of Azure Falls and the highest-ranking elders of the sect have the right to enter. I have been at the Azure Falls sword manor for many years. I have only heard of its name but have never been inside. Xia Mo curiously asked, where is the Azure Falls sword tomb located? Pang Wenshan hesitated for a moment before slowly replying, it should be at the highest point of Azure Falls Peak behind the main hall of the sect leader. Thank you, Lord Pang. It is getting late today. I would like to impose a bit at the Pang manor. I trust Lord Pang will not mind. Not at all, it is my honor. Meng Liang, you will go first tomorrow morning to the Azure Falls sword manor to deliver a visiting card. Yes. By Luo Peak towers majestically amidst the vast sea of clouds, resembling a sharp sword piercing the heavens, exuding an air of invincibility. Surrounding the peak, the sheer cliffs and deep abysses instill fear in those who gaze upon them. Within the Bai Luo Sword Manor there exists a position known as the Elder Council, holding great power and extraordinary prestige. Pang Wenshan was once a member of this council. Fourth Prince, since Pang Wenshan has decided to withdraw from the world, he naturally has no ties with our Bai Luo Sword Manor. May I ask what brings you here today, Fourth Prince? In the main hall of the sect leader, the atmosphere is imposing with flying eaves and upturned corners adorned with intricate carvings. At the center of the hall an old man sits upright. He wears a button-long robe intricately embroidered with sword patterns in silver thread, the sword tip pointing skyward. Great Elder, let's speak plainly. The court has established the Jianghu division to regulate the martial world, with Bai Luo Sword Manor being a major sect of the righteous path in Xi'an Prefecture. If we can represent Xi'an Prefecture to accept the Jianghu register, it would also be a fine tale for the future. Xia Mo sat below and gently sipped his tea. Fourth Prince, you jest. Ever since our Bai Luo Sword Manor established itself in Xi'an Prefecture, our disciples have always abided by the law. Aside from engaging in battles against demonic forces, we have never taken the initiative to trouble others. Why is the court specifically targeting our Bai Luo Sword Manor? A middle-aged beauty dressed in the robes of a Bai Luo Sword Manor elder spoke slowly beside the Great Elder. Lady Lan, do not exaggerate. The court is not targeting Bai Luo Sword Manor, but rather all martial sects within the Great Xia. The court seeks to unify their governance. Although Bai Luo Sword Manor exists within the martial world, we are also citizens of the Great Xia. If we can be the first to accept the Jianghu register, it would set a precedent for the martial world in Xi'an Prefecture. Ji Chushua looked at the middle-aged beauty and spoke. Lan Zhihui is the only female elder in the Elder Council of Bai Luo Sword Manor. This lady, although Bai Luo Sword Manor holds some reputation in Xi'an Prefecture, we cannot claim to represent the entire martial community of Xi'an Prefecture. An elder with a handlebar mustache spoke from the left of Lan Zhihui. Indeed, who does not know that Tianhe Palace is the sect that truly holds sway over the righteous path in Xi'an Prefecture? Why don't you all go to Tianhe Palace first and let them accept the Jianghu register? The only youth in the Bai Luo Sword Manor spoke with some indignation. Silence, this is not a place for you to speak. Lan Zhihui suddenly scolded the youth. Apologies, Master Lan, I misspoke in the heat of the moment. The youth clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to Lan Zhihui. He was Feng Tian, the chief disciple of Bai Luo Sword Manor, personally taught by the current Bai Luo Sword Master. Since Bai Luo Sword Manor cannot represent the martial world of Xi'an Prefecture, let us simply accept the Jianghu register as Bai Luo Sword Manor. Xia Mo spoke in a calm tone, his expression unchanging. Besides the Great Elder of Bai Luo Sword Manor, all the elders in the main hall frowned slightly. The most troublesome figure today was still the one before them. The Great Xia Prince, the head of the Jianghu division and the grandmaster recently spoken of in the martial world. The hall fell into a moment of silence. Neither Lan Zhihui nor the other elders nor the chief disciple who spoke earlier dared to utter a word. Their statuses were insufficient to represent Bai Luo Sword Manor in accepting Xia Mo's proposal. The Great Elder turned to Xia Mo and said slowly, Fourth Prince. My sect leader has been in seclusion for over a month. Such a significant matter cannot be decided without him. Might we wait until the sect leader emerges from seclusion? Xia Mo lightly tapped the cup lid with his finger, gently caressing it, producing a soft and pleasant sound reminiscent of a summer breeze rustling through bamboo leaves. Do you take us for 3-year-olds? Your sect leader just happened to enter seclusion when we in the Jianghu division came knocking. Such tricks. The sects of the Central Plains have long grown weary of them. Lin Fu looked at the Great Elder and chuckled softly. Impudent, the Great Elder is speaking with your division leader. Who do you think you are to dare interrupt? Feng Tian glared angrily at Lin Fu, who stood holding a sword behind Xia Mo. Poof. This young hero Feng has a poor memory for someone so young. Have you forgotten that you were also interrupting just moments ago? Lin Fu showed no mercy. You. Feng Tian looked at Lin Fu's much younger face and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. As the direct disciple of the Bai Luo Sword Master, even the elders of Bai Luo Sword Manor treated him with courtesy. He had not expected to be reprimanded by Lan Zhihui in the sect leaders' hall today, and now to be challenged by this unknown youth from the martial world. Feng Tian pointed his sword directly at Lin Fu. What use is merely showing off your tongue? Since you are also a practitioner of the sword, do you dare to fight me? Impudent. The Great Elder admonished. What is your status to dare to engage in conflict with the dignitaries of the Jianghu division? A look of displeasure crossed Feng Tian's face. But. Silence. The Great Elder reprimanded again. There is no need for you to be angry, Great Elder. I actually think a contest would not be out of the ordinary. Before coming to Xian Prefecture I had heard that the Bai Luo 9 styles of your manner are extremely powerful. Why not let these two have a spar so I can witness it myself? Xia Mo set down his teacup. His voice was soft yet contained an undeniable authority. The elders of Bai Luo Sword Manor frowned once again. The thought process of this fourth prince seemed a bit too erratic. He felt that things were not so simple. However, merely competing like this seems rather tedious. Xia Mo smiled at the several elders. May I ask what the fourth prince means? Lan Zhihui asked tentatively. If this young hero Feng wins, I will leave Bai Luo Sword Manor immediately. Before Tianha Palace accepts the court's Jianghu register, I will not disturb your sect. And if this esteemed gentleman wins? The elder with the handlebar mustache looked at Lin Fu. Then I will not press your sect. The matter of the Jianghu register can be discussed after the Bai Luo Sword Master emerges from seclusion. Xia Mo paused for a moment, then continued. I have heard that there is a sword tomb in Bai Luo Sword Manor buried within are swords that countless martial artists dream of. Might we be allowed to choose a suitable weapon from there? As soon as Xia Mo spoke, the expressions of all the elders except the great elder changed dramatically. A sturdy elder who had remained silent until now spoke urgently. The sword tomb is a forbidden area of Bai Luo Sword Manor. Apart from the sect leader and the supreme elder, even the great elder cannot enter. Xia Mo's voice grew progressively colder. I have already made concessions today. Does Bai Luo Sword Manor truly think I have no temper? Let it be as the fourth prince said. The great elder's aged face moved slightly, his gaze at Xia Mo filled with some confusion. Great elder. The other elders were taken aback. The great elder gently waved his hand, saying, I will bear some consequences. Feng Tian, do you have confidence? Feng Tian's expression brightened. He immediately stepped forward, clasping his fists. Please rest assured, great elder and esteemed elders. I will not disgrace the name of Bai Luo Sword Manor. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, dappled across the smooth mirror-like surface of the green stone ground. Outside the main hall of the Bai Luo Sword Manor there was a martial arts arena. Surrounding the martial arts arena were towering green pines and cypress trees, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. A breeze rustled through the treetops, carrying the sounds of pine waves and birdsong. Scattered around were stone tables and benches. The chief disciple of the Bai Luo Sword Manor was about to engage in a sword duel with a guard from the Imperial Martial Suppression Division. As soon as the news spread, it immediately attracted many disciples from the Bai Luo Sword Manor to come and watch the battle. Is that the guard who will duel with senior brother Feng? He doesn't look very old, truly unaware of his own limitations. Indeed, senior brother Feng's Bai Luo 9 styles has been deeply passed down by the master, and even some elders are not his match. But don't underestimate the opponent. I've heard that the Martial Suppression Division wants us at Bai Luo Sword Manor to accept the Martial Suppression Register. They wouldn't send a weakling to compete against senior brother Feng. Poof. The world of martial arts has always been distant from the court. The Imperial Court is truly daydreaming. Should keep your voice down, don't bring trouble to the Bai Luo Sword Manor. Indeed, the determination of the court this time is considerable. Even the Baiyun Temple and Lianhua Monastery have announced their acceptance of the Martial Suppression Register. Those two are sects with great masters overseeing them. Enough who doesn't know that these two have followed the Daxia Emperor since ancient times and are aligned with the court. What's so strange about that? Did you hear that the prince barely in his youth is already a great master of martial arts? Is that true? Yes, both the three fiends of the underworld and the Phantom Dragon King have fallen at the hands of this prince. I find it hard to believe that. Every so often some incomprehensible genius emerges in the martial world. Whether this prince is a great master or not has nothing to do with us. Even if he is just an ordinary person with no martial skills, we at Bai Luo Sword Manor will still treat him as an esteemed guest. Let's focus on the duel before us. That guard seems to be named Lin Fu. His words were drowned out by the whispers of the Bai Luo Sword Manor disciples around. On the highest viewing platform, the gaze of the Grand Elder remained fixed on Lin Fu in the arena. At such a young age to have such internal power is truly rare. Fourth Prince, may I ask who this Lin gentleman is apprenticed to? Suddenly Lan Zhihui beside the Grand Elder spoke up. What is it? Does Miss Lan doubt the chief disciple of the Bai Luo Sword Manor? Xia Mo said with a smile in his eyes. The fourth prince is joking. Elder Lan is merely concerned that Senior Feng might not hold back during the duel. It would be unfortunate if that Lin gentleman were to get hurt. The mustached elder said with some dissatisfaction. Ha ha ha, in martial arts duels how can one avoid injury? Rest assured, with me and the Grand Elder here nothing serious will happen. Let us focus on how these two will wield their swords. After Xia Mo finished speaking, the surroundings fell into silence once more. Master. Ji Chux's voice rang in Xia Mo's ear. She frowned as she looked at Lin Fu on the martial platform. Although Lin Fu had gained significant internal strength after consuming the Snow Domain Ice Heart Lotus, yet Feng Tian, as the chief disciple of the Biluo sword manner, surely could not be weak. Watch closely, Xia Mo said softly. This sword is called Dawn. It was forged at the moment when the first ray of sunlight illuminated the dawn. The blade is 3 feet and 7 inches long, weighing 7 pounds and 14 ounces. The blade is over 3 feet and 6 inches long, weighing exactly 7 pounds and 9 ounces. It was made by an ordinary blacksmith shop in the capital. It can't compare to the treasure sword in senior brother Feng's hand. However, after this battle I should also be able to acquire a suitable treasure sword, right? Lin Fu slowly drew his sword. Feng Tian smirked coldly. You speak boastfully. With a crisp and elongated shing sound like a dragon awakening or the wind rustling through the pines, it instantly captured everyone's attention. Senior brother Feng has made his move. A disciple of the Biluo sword manner exclaimed. The blade broke free from its sheath, radiating a cold light, and the air was filled with a sharp energy. As Feng Tian unleashed his sword momentum, a flicker of deep blue light suddenly illuminated the sword tip, resembling the purest blue of dawn condensed in that moment. The air emitted a subtle yet piercing hiss sound. Star River Rainfall. Feng Tian's figure surged forward and countless strands of sword energy shot forth from the sword tip. The sword energy intertwined and spiraled in the air, ultimately converging into a brilliant star river cascading down towards Lin Fu. The Biluo sword technique embodies both the vastness of stars and the delicacy of rain, possessing both destructive power and gentle grace. Feng Tian's mastery of swordsmanship truly reflects his status as the chief disciple of the Biluo sword manner. Lin Fu's expression turned slightly serious. His vital energy surged and his eyes shone brightly like a cold plum under the reflection of winter's first snow, both clear and resilient. With a slight movement he resembled a plum branch swaying in the cold wind, instantly entering a combat state. With a sharp whistle, Lin Fu raised his right hand, lightly tapping the ground with the sword tip. A chill emanated from the sword tip, freezing the surrounding air and forming delicate spirals of ice crystals. This is... On the viewing platform, several elders of the Biluo sword manner changed their expressions. Cold plum blossoms unfold. With this sword move, Lin Fu's figure soared. The air was left with glistening translucent sword marks. Snow dance in flight. Countless snowflakes danced gracefully in the air, each containing sharp sword energy. At the moment the swords clashed, sparks flew, and the deafening sound of metal striking metal echoed. Feng Tian's eyes glimmered with sharp light as he raised his sword high, its tip pointed towards the sky. Biluo Yellow Spring. The sword tip trembled slightly, and a vague sword intent that blurred life and death suddenly erupted. The Biluo radiance blossomed at the sword tip, illuminating Lin Fu's determined face, only to be followed by the shadow of the yellow spring swallowing all light. Lin Fu abruptly retreated like leaves swirling in the wind, quickly stabilizing himself. He knew the power of Feng Tian's sword should not be underestimated, thus he focused his mind and energy, resolving to counterattack. Pride amidst frost and snow. Lin Fu shouted, an aura of coldness enveloping him, reminiscent of winter snow suddenly descending, crystallizing the frost in the air. With a flash of sword light, it was as if the winter sun broke through the clouds, illuminating the surroundings. Wherever the sword pointed, the air would split, leaving traces like ice, clear and transparent. As the sword move was executed, countless cold plums appeared around Lin Fu, both illusory and real, shining brilliantly, surrounded by cold energy, noble and unyielding. The intent of this move lies not only in its beauty but also in its profound meaning. Cold plum reflecting snow sword technique. The Grand Elder, watching, exclaimed. Ultimately he recognized the legendary sword technique from the Cold State Plum Blossom Manor, renowned throughout the world. Although the Plum Blossom Manor has fallen, its ancestors once produced a genuine great master of the sword path. Rumors have recently swept the Jianghu. The frost plum reflecting snow sword art, lost for a century from the Plum Blossom Manor, has re-emerged. Our Biluo sword mansion also traces its lineage to the sword sect tradition. I had intended to journey all the way to Han province to witness it firsthand. But scarcely had time passed before news arrived of the Plum Blossom Manor's utter annihilation. Elder Grandmaster gazed slowly upon the frost-blooming plum blossoms adorning the martial training platform as he spoke. Indeed, Lin Fu was truly the sole surviving heir of the Plum Blossom Manor. After its destruction he endured untold hardships, crossing into the Central Plains, only to be hunted by a swordmaster from the northern deserts. I intervened and saved him, Xia Mo declared without hesitation. Elder Grandmaster nodded. I see. Long ago the Elder Master of the Plum Blossom Manor wielded this very frost plum reflecting snow sword art in a legendary duel against the Great Swordmaster of the Northern Frontier. A contest that has long stirred awe and longing among all sword cultivators. It appears a new great swordmaster may soon rise within the Jianghu Bureau. Xia Mo smiled faintly. Elder Grandmaster flatters me. Even the most formidable martial art depends ultimately upon the practitioner's innate aptitude. Was not the founding patriarch of the Bilo Sword Mansion himself a great swordmaster? The Bilo Sword Mansion had stood for over 3 centuries, yet aside from its founding patriarch no disciple had ever attained the rank of great swordmaster through mastery of the Bilo 9 forms. This remained an unshaken obsession among all disciples of the Bilo Sword Mansion. Several elders instinctively lowered their gazes. Had those words been spoken by anyone else they would have deemed it outright provocation. Yet before them stood a youth not yet 20, yet already a great swordmaster. There was simply no rebuttal to be found, not even for Elder Grandmaster and his fellow elders who remained silent. Xia Mo's gaze returned once more to the martial training platform. The duel between the two had reached its fevered climax. Feng Tian, chief senior disciple of the Bilo Sword Mansion, was at least 7 or 8 years Lin Fu's senior and held a slight edge in inner force. Yet Lin Fu wielding the frost plum reflecting snow sword art and fighting with reckless life-defying ferocity, forced Feng Tian backward step after step. An unsettled mind cannot wield the sword well, Elder Grandmaster murmured, shaking his head in quiet disappointment. Feng Tian's inner force surpassed Lin Fu's, barely. And the Bilo 9 forms were hardly inferior to the frost plum reflecting snow sword art. Yet under the watchful eyes of his masters and countless peers, Feng Tian seemed unnerved, his focus fractured, his swordplay distracted. Damn it! He sensed it too, but recognizing the flaw was easy, correcting it in the heat of battle was near impossible. Below cloud veil. Feng Tian vanished, then reappeared instantly, his blade tip already hovering before Lin Fu's face, swift beyond mortal perception. This technique mimicked drifting clouds in the boundless below sky, elusive, vanishing and reappearing without warning. Though its sword chi appeared unassuming, it was razor-sharp, capable of piercing gold and stone alike. Let alone mere flesh and blood. Snow-covered thousand peaks. Faced with Feng Tian's lethal strike, Lin Fu did not retreat, he surged forward, instead sweeping his sword in one fluid motion. Instantly blinding swordlight erupted like falling snow, blanketing the entire arena. Within that light dwelled absolute cold and incisive sharpness, each snowflake a blade, capable not only of striking the body but of shattering the opponent's composure. What? Feng Tian recoiled in shock, his sword halted mere inches from Lin Fu's chest, utterly unable to advance further. Temperatures plummeted, the air itself turned frigid as if winter had descended in an instant. The swordlight coalesced into snowflakes, not only blanketing the ground but crystallizing midair into shimmering ice florets. With a subtle twist of his wrist, Lin Fu guided his blade like a serpent emerging from its den, drawing a seamless, flawless arc, and deftly flicked Feng Tian's sword aside. Before Feng Tian could react in astonishment, Lin Fu's blade tip rested silently against his throat, its chilling aura freezing his very breath. Senior brother Feng, you are too kind. Lin Fu sheathed his sword and stood tall. Ha! Feng Tian exhaled deeply, his expression complex as he looked upon Lin Fu. Master Lin's swordsmanship is peerless, I am simply outmatched. Lin Fu inclined his head modestly. Then activating his light skill, he soared upward, graceful as a swallow gliding between clouds, and in the blink of an eye alighted upon the observation terrace. Director, I have fulfilled my duty. Lin Fu bowed low, hands clasped in formal salute, his sword's blade bearing faint fissures. Though victorious, his blade paled in resilience beside Feng Tian's dawnbreaker. Elder Grandmaster. Xia Mo turned toward him. Ah! Elder Grandmaster sighed softly. Very well, fourth prince and Master Lin, please follow me. The sword tomb is our Bilo Sword Mansion's most sacred forbidden ground. By strict precedent I hold no authority to admit even the fourth prince. Yet given His Highness's exalted status, retrieving merely 1 or 2 treasured blades should pose no difficulty. Xia Mo immediately grasped the elder's unspoken implication. Elder Grandmaster, does the Bilo Sword Mansion's ancestral sword burial site truly lie within the sword tomb? A flicker of suspicion crossed Elder Grandmaster's eyes, yet he still nodded. Though only in the outermost tier, yes, it lies within the sword tomb. Then Elder Grandmaster, please lead the way. Atop Biluo Peak, a stone staircase wound heavenward like a celestial ladder, 3 figures ascended it slowly. They were Xia Mo, Lin Fu and Elder Grandmaster. As this was the Bilo Sword Mansion's most hallowed forbidden ground, few dared accompany them. We have arrived. Before long, Elder Grandmaster halted. This is the Bilo Sword Tomb. Lin Fu gazed around in wonder. A winding stone path led deep into shadowed silence. Within the tomb darkness reigned, save for scattered points of swordlight piercing the gloom like fallen stars, their cold radiance muted yet vivid, illuminating the surrounding stone walls. Upon those walls were carved fragmented sword manuals, ancient script imbued with lingering sword intent pulsing faintly beneath the surface. Where wind whispered past, a mournful resonant howl arose, the lingering spirits of legendary blades refusing oblivion, still vying in eternal song. A clear spring murmured gently, its waters pristine, reflecting sky and cloud, lending the scene an ethereal transcendent serenity. Beside it dozens of ancient swords stood half buried in stone, many scarred with age, yet each retaining its sovereign sharpness, commanding awe without uttering a word. Yes, this is the sword burial ground of our below sword mansion's forebears. Most of these blades are of exceptional quality. Yet some, alas, could not withstand the relentless erosion of time. Once you have made your selections, we shall depart. Elder Grandmaster sighed softly. Director. Lin Fu turned toward Xia Mo, eyes alight with excitement. The array of legendary blades dazzled him, he needed time to choose wisely. Go ahead, Xia Mo said, nodding gently. Lin Fu strode directly toward the cluster of ancient swords beside the spring. Ding! Congratulations, you have arrived at the below sword tomb. Sign-in successful. Quest reward: 13 deadly sword techniques. A familiar chime echoed in his ears. Xia Mo's pulse quickened. Ever since learning the sign-in location was a sword tomb, he had suspected such a reward. He had anticipated receiving the Divine Sword Manual, a counterpart to the Marrying Garment Divine Art. He had not expected the 13 deadly sword techniques. The true energy of the Bridal Garment Divine Art is fierce and overwhelming. When paired with the equally formidable Divine Sword technique, its power is far beyond a simple sum of 1 plus 1. Xia Mo closed his eyes and carefully sensed. He had some guesses about the martial arts provided by the system. The so-called max level should be based on the highest realm achieved by the founder of this art or a certain practitioner. Although the Bridal Garment Divine Art and the Divine Sword technique are said to be a perfect match, this 13 deadly swords. A terrifying sword intent that extinguished all vitality flashed by in an instant. The Grand Elder beside him took several steps back in haste, looking at Xia Mo with a face full of shock. So it is. Xia Mo opened his eyes, joy flashing across his gaze. The fourth prince is also proficient in swordsmanship. The Grand Elder's voice was filled with confusion. Although that sword intent vanished quickly, he was sure he did not sense it incorrectly. I do have some understanding, which is why I sought a suitable sword from your sect. Xia Mo replied with a calm smile. If it is such a 13 deadly swords, it indeed surpasses the Divine Sword technique. Master. Lin Fu returned quickly. Xia Mo and the Grand Elder both turned to look at the sword in Lin Fu's hand. The sword was long with a blade as clear as autumn water emanating a chilling light. On it faint frost patterns were visible, seeming to radiate an overwhelming chill. The hilt, however, was carved from ancient wood wrapped in fine silver threads embedded with a small pearl. This sword is named Frostblade, and it pairs well with your cold plum reflecting snowsword technique. The Grand Elder nodded. He seemed not surprised by Lin Fu's choice of this Frostblade. Xia Mo curiously asked, Grand Elder, may I inquire about the origin of this Frostblade sword? Lin Fu also looked at the Grand Elder with the same curiosity. The Grand Elder gently stroked his long beard and said slowly, this Frostblade did not originate from our Biluo Sword Mansion. In the past, there was an elder in Biluo Sword Mansion obsessed with fine swords who traveled far and wide to seek good swords. One day, while in a secluded valley deep in the mountains, he felt an overwhelming chill and sensed something unusual. Thus he dug through ice and stone and finally obtained this sword. That elder cherished it as a treasure and named it Frostblade, implying that this sword is cold as autumn frost and extraordinarily sharp. Xia Mo and Lin Fu nodded slightly. This Frostblade is now within the Biluo Sword Tomb. It is likely that elder has long since passed away. Since Master Lin has already chosen, then the fourth prince should select another sword and we can leave the sword tomb. The Grand Elder had not finished speaking. Xia Mo had already walked up to a sword embedded in a stone. This sword hung alone within the stone, its cold light restrained. At first glance it seemed to rival the Frostblade that Lin Fu had obtained. As Xia Mo reached out to take it mere inches from the hilt, the sword suddenly hummed lightly, then trembled incessantly. Having learned the 13 deadly swords, his understanding of swords had reached the level of a grandmaster. This sword was resisting the sword intent emanating from him even. It seemed to be afraid. Such a sword naturally could not bear the complete 13 deadly swords. Xia Mo withdrew his hand, and in an instant a chilling sword aura surged around him, filled with killing intent as if frost covered the ground. Within the sword tomb 100 swords resonated, humming and vibrating due to sensing this sword intent. Xia Mo frowned slightly. Grand Elder, does your sect's sword collection consist only of these? The Grand Elder was left speechless, staring at the buzzing swords around him, momentarily stuttering. Sword. Sword Dao Grandmaster.
The ability to evoke a response from so many swords containing spirit at once could only belong to a sword Dao grandmaster. Seeing Xia Mo's somewhat dissatisfied expression, the Grand Elder hurriedly said, "Fourth Prince, the swords paired with the disciples who mastered the Biluo 9 styles throughout the generations are all here. If there are no swords here that satisfy you, then there would be none elsewhere." Hearing this, Xia Mo's gaze flickered and he looked towards the depths of the Biluo sword tomb. The Grand Elder suddenly became alarmed. "Fourth Prince, that area is where the sword masters of our Biluo sword mansion have secluded themselves throughout the ages. You must not enter without permission or else." The Grand Elder subconsciously wanted to issue a threat, but then suddenly remembered the identity and martial prowess of the person before him. There is no need for the Grand Elder to panic. As long as I do not enter there, it should not violate our agreement, right? Xia Mo suddenly smiled at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was taken aback, a hint of unease rising in his heart. But at this moment he could only nod and say, "As long as the Fourth Prince does not venture into the depths of the sword tomb, you may choose any sword here." Xia Mo's smile grew wider. Having the Grand Elder say this is enough. Xia Mo slowly turned around and the air around him suddenly shifted. His robes began to billow on their own as if lifted gently by an invisible force. "Fourth Prince, what are you doing?" the Grand Elder asked cautiously. Xia Mo merely smiled faintly. His gaze pierced through layers of sword shadows, directly targeting the deepest part of the sword tomb. Xia Mo extended his right hand, pointing towards the depths of the sword tomb as if sensing or summoning something. The swords that were previously only trembling slightly began to shake more violently. After about a moment of tea time, a chilling and bone-piercing wind mixed with endless resentment and killing intent surged forth. Lin Fu's face instantly turned pale and his body became unusually stiff. "Quickly retreat." The Grand Elder's figure flashed, blocking in front of Lin Fu. Lin Fu seized the opportunity to fly backward, only stopping when he reached the edge of the sword tomb. A completely black sword as dark as night suddenly broke through the air from the depths of the sword tomb. The sword body radiated a dark red bloodlight as if it were formed from the wails and unwillingness of countless souls. "Hellblade." The Grand Elder's voice trembled slightly upon seeing this sword. "Oh. This sword is called Hellblade." Xia Mo called out, and with a swift motion Hellblade landed in his hand with a whoosh. At the moment it touched Xia Mo, Hellblade underwent a subtle change. The sword body trembled lightly and the rampant resentment and killing intent seemed to be soothed by an inexplicable force. Such a precious sword buried deep in the tomb, how could it not be regrettable? The Grand Elder's expression became serious. "Fourth Prince, this sword is sealed here by the founding ancestor of our Biluo sword mansion. All past sword bearers have been influenced by this sword, ultimately falling into madness and becoming sword slaves. It is truly a cursed sword." Xia Mo held up Hellblade and examined it closely. "I will take this one." It was as if he had completely ignored what the Grand Elder had just said. He played with Hellblade in his hands, a satisfied look in his eyes. "Who dares to intrude upon my Biluo sword mansion's forbidden grounds?" A loud voice echoed from the depths of the sword tomb. A gray-white sword aura shot out, startling the grass and trees, causing stones to crack and dust to fly. Xia Mo's gaze sharpened. He raised his hand and waved. A black sword aura met the gray-white sword aura hidden. A loud crash echoed as two sword energies clashed, sounding as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth splitting, resonating endlessly. A massive storm of dust swirled like galloping horses, engulfing the sky. Amidst the dust, the faint sound of metal clashing could be heard, adding a sense of deadly tension. Moments later, the dust began to clear. A figure in a blue robe slowly emerged. "Master!" The elder gasped upon seeing this person, quickly cupping his hands in salute. The master of the Bai Luo sword. Xia Mo's gaze turned towards the newcomer. Judging by his age, he was likely in his 30s, with a face like jade, his brows concealing sharpness and his eyes deep as the sea. The current master of the Bai Luo sword had gained fame over 20 years ago. If this person is truly the master of the Bai Luo sword, his actual age must not be as young as he appears. "Elder, why is there an outsider in the sword tomb?" The master of the Bai Luo sword spoke slowly. The moment he saw the elder, he realized he might have misunderstood something. His gaze continuously scrutinized Xia Mo. The sword energy that this young man casually unleashed earlier had given him a sense of heart palpitations. The elder moved slightly, instantly appearing beside the master of the Bai Luo sword. "Master!" The elder whispered something into the ear of the master of the Bai Luo sword. The master's expression changed drastically, surprise flashing in his eyes, which then turned to astonishment and shock. "So it is His Highness the Fourth Prince visiting. I have been in seclusion for a long time and failed to welcome you properly. Forgive my offense. The master of the Bai Luo sword is surnamed Li."
As Xia Mo's thought spun, he replied, "Not at all, it is I who has disturbed Master Li's seclusion. Since Master Li has emerged from seclusion, how about we discuss the matter of the Bai Luo sword sect taking on the Jianghu book?" Xia Mo looked at the master of the Bai Luo sword casually holding the Mingyu sword. He made no mention of the sword's matter. The master of the Bai Luo sword raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to remain silent. This fourth prince had a prior agreement with the elder. He had not entered the depths of the sword tomb. Obtaining the Mingyu was also due to his own capabilities. However, the sword intent from earlier. The master of the Bai Luo sword looked at Xia Mo with a grave expression. "Your Highness, let's not beat around the bush. The Bai Luo sword sect has been rooted in Jianghu for many years and we have never opposed the court. In this area around Bai Luo Peak, the Bai Luo sword sect also safeguards the local populace's peace. However, this matter regarding the Jianghu book is indeed of great importance. The Bai Luo sword sect does not wish to oppose the court, nor do we want to stand in opposition to the martial world of Jianghu." Xia Mo looked at the master of the Bai Luo sword and smiled. "If Master Li has something to say, please speak freely. If His Highness can persuade Tianhe Palace to take on this Jianghu book, then the Bai Luo sword sect will have no objections." The master of the Bai Luo sword spoke earnestly. "Tianhe Palace?" Xia Mo murmured to himself. "Is Elder Tianhe currently in Jianghu?" The master of the Bai Luo sword shook his head. Elder Tianhe's whereabouts are elusive. Aside from the current palace master of Tianhe Palace, no one knows his location. However, since Tianhe Palace was founded by Elder Tianhe, I suspect he will appear, especially since His Highness has been traveling without concealing his path. Xia Mo suddenly smiled. 13th place in the Wuping of Tianji Pavilion. If there is a chance, I would like to learn from him. Since Master Li has spoken frankly, then in consideration of this sword I will allow the Bai Luo sword sect to postpone taking on the Jianghu book. However, if I handle the Tianhe Palace and then delay? The master of the Bai Luo sword quickly replied, "Your Highness need not worry, such a situation will never arise." Xia Mo nodded lightly. "Then I shall not disturb you further. By the way, Lord Fong Wanshan has asked me to convey his regards to Master Li." The master of the Bai Luo sword's expression suddenly became complex. As Xia Mo turned to leave, he called out, "Your Highness. Is there anything else, Master Li?" Xia Mo turned back. "The sword energies that Your Highness summoned earlier caused the swords within the sword tomb to resonate. Did you achieve entering the path through the sword?" The master of the Bai Luo sword suddenly asked sternly. "Entering the path?" Xia Mo looked at the master of the Bai Luo sword with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. "Master Li, I do not quite understand what you mean by entering the path. What does it mean to enter the path?" The master of the Bai Luo sword anxiously replied, "It means becoming a grandmaster of the sword path." "Ha ha ha." Xia Mo suddenly burst into laughter. "What is amusing, Your Highness?" "I sincerely seek your guidance, Master Li." The master of the Bai Luo sword replied somewhat discontentedly. "It's nothing at all, I just thought of something interesting." Xia Mo waved his hand, then revealed the Mingyu sword. "With Master Li's martial arts and sword techniques, you are probably only one step away from becoming a grandmaster, right?" The master of the Bai Luo sword said in a deep voice, "Yet that step feels like an insurmountable chasm trapping me for many years." "Then why doesn't Master Li come and experience it personally?" Xia Mo looked at the treasured sword in the master of the Bai Luo sword's hand. The Bai Luo sword, approximately 3 feet and 3 inches long and barely an inch wide. The sword wielded by the masters of the Bai Luo sword through the generations. "Good." The master of the Bai Luo sword did not refuse, lifting his hand leisurely. The Bai Luo sword seemed to respond to its master's thoughts, leaving its sheath and floating in midair. A supreme and boundless sword intent surged forth from the master of the Bai Luo sword. "Your Highness, be careful." The master of the Bai Luo sword pointed the sword tip at Xia Mo. In that moment, the colors of the world seemed to fade, with only the brilliance of the Bai Luo sword growing ever more radiant. An exceedingly glorious sword erupted from the hand of the master of the Bai Luo sword. Upon reaching its peak, it did not continue to rampage as expected. Instead, in an indescribable manner, it gradually transformed into a grayish-white color. It was a color that transcended hues, piercing straight to the essence. It seemed to represent the supreme will of heaven, cold and merciless, yet containing the truth of the rise and fall of all things in the world. This is the final move of the Bai Luo 9 forms, ascend to the abyss of Bai Luo. The brilliance of this sword was all that remained in Xia Mo's eyes. The Mingyu in his hand emitted a deep resonant hum. The tyrannical true energy of the wedding garment divine art erupted at this moment. Xia Mo directly unleashed the 13th sword. This sword not only fused the essence and killing intent of the 13 death swords, but under the enhancement of the wedding garment divine art it produced a transformation that no previous practitioner had ever experienced. Within the sword energy there was both unmatched sharpness and unparalleled power. It could sever all obstacles in the world and reach the netherworld. The sword of the master of the Bai Luo sword was knocked away. It tore through the defensive net of heavens while piercing the shoulder of the master of the Bai Luo sword. Blood splattered and the master of the Bai Luo sword staggered, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Master! The elder's worried voice rang out. On the 8th day of the 8th month during the Golden Basin Washing Hands Conference in Minggu City. I suggest Master Li not to miss it. Xia Mo's voice came from a distance as he reached the edge of the sword tomb. The 8th day of the 8th lunar month in Minggu Chang, a blacksmith's forge glowed with fierce furnace light bathing every corner of the workshop in its amber radiance. Clang! A heavy hammer struck the searing red anvil, each blow reverberating with the resonant metallic tremor unique to forged steel. A young master clad in sumptuous robes sat upon a chair, his gaze piercing through the swirling smoke as he watched rapt and unwavering the blacksmith's skilled hands at work. 2 guards stood behind him, 1 man 1 woman, Xia Mo, Mangliang and Zhu Yan. Since returning from the Bilo sword sect, Xia Mo had been deeply absorbed in studying the sword Mingyu. Forged from an unknown alloy, the blade was unervingly sharp, so much so that ordinary scabbards could not contain its lethality. Xia Mo had thus sought out the largest forge in Minggu Chang. He spent a princely sum commissioning a scabbard worthy of Mingyu. Today was the day of Feng Wenshan's ceremonial retirement ceremony, the Golden Basin handwashing rite. Thus Xia Mo arrived at dawn with Mang Liang and Zhu Yan to collect the scabbard. Ji Chushui and Lin Fu remained within the Feng residence. In recent days the martial world's presence in Minggu Chang had grown steadily denser. Master, it's the Tai Sui Zhai and Feng Yupai factions. Mang Liang glanced toward the forge's entrance where 2 rival groups had just exchanged heated words before parting in mutual disdain. During his stay in Mingguchang he had meticulously mapped nearly every sect and school across Shenzhou. Even bandit clans have come. It seems Feng Wenshan's retirement ceremony is destined to be extraordinary. Indeed, it shall be quite the spectacle, Xia Mo replied with a faint smile. After all, Master Feng hails from the Bilo sword sect, among Xuanzhou's most venerable orthodox sects. And for many years countless sects have coveted the Bilo sword sect's preeminence. Zhu Yan withdrew her gaze from the doorway. As the group exchanged idle banter, a blacksmith emerged from a dimly lit adjacent chamber. Bare-chested sweat traced glistening paths along his taut-corded musculature. An old towel hung loosely over his broad shoulders, worn smooth by years of use. Honored guest, your scabbard is complete. The blacksmith bowed respectfully, presenting a time-worn, elegantly shaped scabbard with both hands. This patron was no ordinary customer, he spent gold like water. To craft this scabbard the forge had exhausted its entire reserve of rare treasured materials accumulated over decades. As Xia Mo accepted it, a silken jade-like warmth spread gently across his palm. An exquisite scabbard. Xia Mo murmured in admiration. At his touch Mingyu quivered softly, like a dragon returning to its abyss, and unleashed a blinding arc of light cleaving the air with a crisp windswept resonance. At its zenith the blade halted abruptly, then slid effortlessly into its sheath with a single crystalline ring qianlong. The blacksmith chuckled beside him. This scabbard is forged primarily from meteoric iron blended with cold jade and tempered night and day in sacred flame. Lined with century-old silkworm silk, supremely supple yet imbued with shock-absorbing resilience. When the sword rests within it feels as though a dragon has returned to the sea, every motion still or swift answers only to the wielder's will. Xia Mo nodded satisfied. Master craftsman, you possess true artistry. He turned to Meng Liang. Meng Liang settled the payment with the master. Yes, sir. Meng Liang stepped lightly to the table bearing a cloth bundle. With a gentle tug the knot loosened, the cloth fell open to reveal 3 gleaming gold ingots and over 20 silver taels. Master, please count them. Meng Liang gestured politely. Yet the blacksmith waved his hands hastily. No rush, I must finish what I have to say. Young master, this scabbard is the very essence of my life's craft. Beyond what I've already mentioned, its greatest marvel lies herein. Attuned to its master's intent, it responds to infused qi, adjusting the blade's temperature, protecting both sword and wielder alike. Oh. Xia Mo's eyes lit with sudden brilliance. Such a feature exists. Without hesitation he channeled qi into the scabbard, and instantly a soothing warmth bloomed along its length. Meanwhile, in the central courtyard of the Feng residence, sunlight filtered through dappled tree canopies, yet even its golden light could not pierce the thick palpable tension hanging over the grounds. On either side of the courtyard stood scores of martial artists, diverse and bearing, armed with swords, sabers and blades of every kind.
Their gazes ranged from icy indifference to smoldering resentment, from veiled calculation to quiet sorrow.
Feng Wunshan stood atop the raised dais, robed in serene unadorned silk.
Bowing deeply with clasped fists, he swept his gaze slowly across the assembly, voice calm and resonant. I thank you all for honoring me today at my golden basin handwashing ceremony. Years on the martial path, grudges, affections, vendettas, all now drift like mist into memory's distant sky. From this day forward I serve the imperial court, severing all ties with the Jianghu forever. A hush followed his words, brief, heavy, expectant. Then two attendants entered with solemn reverence, bearing a basin wrought entirely of pure gold. Feng Wunshan drew a slow deep breath and lifted his hands toward the basin, preparing to immerse them in symbolic farewell to the martial world. At that precise moment a voice cut through the silence, cold, sharp and venomous. Feng Wunshan. To wash your hands in gold.
That is not so easily done.
Today you shall repay us with your life, for our masters. At that cry the crowd surged. Two figures erupted from the throng like phantoms, hurtling toward the dais with lethal grace. Blades flashed, hundreds of serpentine shadows coiling and interweaving, striking Feng Wunshan with terrifying speed. The Huiying sword art. Is this not the signature technique of the Dragon Serpent Lord? Precisely. In his prime, the Dragon Serpent Lord wielded this art with unparalleled brilliance across the Jianghu. Yet soon after he vanished without trace. It is said he met his end at the hands of the Bilo Sword Immortal. Could these two truly be his disciples? Feng Wunshan's face hardened, his brows knotted with glacial fury. With a subtle gesture, a longsword held by a nearby guard suddenly hummed a resonant living vibration and leapt obediently into Feng Wunshan's waiting grasp. Your master challenged me to mortal combat, life and death left to fate, with no grievance born beyond the duel. Feng Wunshan's voice dropped low, each syllable landing like a mallet upon the heart. A senior elder of the Bilo sword sect was no mere target for opportunistic vengeance. Yet undaunted by Feng Wunshan's imposing aura, the two assailants shifted position, flanking him left and right, blades poised in perfect lethal triangulation. Had I been less skilled, you would not stand here seeking vengeance today? Feng Wunshan did not stir, yet his blade lanced forth and a streak of cobalt light aimed unerringly at the left attacker's throat. The opponent reacted instantly, raising his sword in desperate parry. Steel shrieked against steel in a bright ringing clash. But Feng Wunshan's mastery was absolute, redirecting force with effortless precision. His blade spiraled sideways, sliding along the enemy's weapon to strike at his wrist, forcing a hasty defensive retreat. The second assailant seized the opening, launching a furious barrage of strikes, weaving a net of lethal light toward Feng Wunshan's flank. Feng Wunshan exploded into motion like a leopard seizing prey. His feet danced along an arcane, unpredictable path. 3 consecutive strikes followed, each distinct in form and intent, thrust, cleave and upward slash, each perfectly countering the onslaught. In the final stroke he found the opening, his point flicked lightly against the opponent's shoulder. No wound, no blood, but the impact sent the man staggering backward, off balance and breathless. Oof. What does that matter to us? You slew our master. Today we slay you, that is the Jianghu. Feng Wunshan, do you truly believe dipping your hands into a golden basin absolves you of its bloodstains? How many souls have fallen beneath your blade over these long years? Can you even name them all? The Dragon Serpent Lord's 2 disciples landed lightly in the courtyard. Only then did the onlookers see clearly 2 youths barely past 20 winters. The 2 individuals bore a striking resemblance, suggesting they were likely twin brothers. Oof. Do you think your master Longxi Langjuan is a good person? How many innocent lives did he take back in the day to cultivate the Huiying sword technique? Pang Wunshan said coldly. Today the Golden Basin Washing Hands event had almost every prominent sect from Xian Prefecture sending representatives. If these grudges weren't clarified, then his act of washing his hands would become a complete joke. In the past, why would he need to explain too much to these 2 little snake cubs? Stop the nonsense. Today either my brother and I die at your hands or we kill you. The 2 disciples of Longxi Langjun once again pointed their swords at Pang Wunshan. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Pang intended to use this Golden Basin Washing Hands event to sever ties with the Jianghu. However, it seems some martial arts peers have quite a lot to say about me. Then let's clarify everything here. This hand of mine is definitely washed today. If anyone has old grievances with me, feel free to step forward. In front of so many martial arts peers, all grudges shall be settled together. After today, if anyone seeks trouble with me, it will be tantamount to opposing the court. Everyone must think this through. Pang Wunshan stood on the high platform, holding his sword and scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. Pang, since you've said that, it seems it's time to settle our accounts. A figure suddenly leaped in from outside the courtyard. He landed steadily in the courtyard. Despite it being broad daylight, he was dressed in dark clothing. His facial features were distinct with sword-like brows slanting into his temples, making him quite handsome. However, his left eye was covered with black silk, adding a hint of sinister aura. "The jade-faced butterfly Lu Xuanhuan!" someone in the crowd exclaimed. "How dare this flower thief appear here? Humph, this bastard has harmed countless virtuous women and he must not escape today." His eye was pierced by the Bilu Ojin immortal. Pang Wenshan stared at Lu Xuanhuan, his eyes cold like stars, filled with anger and intimidation. "Back then you relied on your exceptional lightness skill and the complex terrain to escape. I never expected you to come knocking today." Lu Xuanhuan couldn't help but sneer. Pang Wenshan, "Stop the unnecessary talk. If you had properly acted as an elder of the Bilu Ojin sect, I wouldn't have gotten such a good opportunity. Since you have decided to withdraw from the Jianghu, surely the Bilu Ojin sect, and you wouldn't act on behalf of the court, right?" As he spoke, Lu Zunhuan's gaze turned to Lan Zhihui and the disciples behind her who had remained silent until now. The Bilu Ojin sect found itself in an awkward position regarding Pang Wenshan's washing hands event. In the end, the Bilu Ojin master did not attend. However, he sent Lan Zhihui, the female elder, along with several disciples to represent the Bilu Ojin sect in Minggu City. "Lu Xuanhuan, you need not provoke with words. Today we of the Bilu Ojin sect will not intervene in the grievances between you and junior brother Pang. But once this is over, you the thief shall be hunted down by everyone. Indeed, my Jianghu sect feels the same way. Lu Xuanhuan, since brother Pang has decided to wash his hands, we have no reason to act on his behalf. However, you the flower thief. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? How dare you swagger in here?" A middle-aged man dressed in robes patterned with green bamboo suddenly spoke and laughed. "Poof." Lu Xuanhuan coldly snorted and said nothing. Among the righteous sects of Xian Prefecture besides the Bilu Ojin sect, there were three others of equal renown. The first was Tianhe Palace, which claimed to be the #1 sect in Xian Prefecture due to the influence of Elder Tianhe. The second was the Jingang Temple, where the monks trained in the Vajra Arhat body, known for their resilience and vulnerability and immense strength. The martial arts in the temple were known for their ferocity, each move containing the power of mountains collapsing and earth shattering. They also possessed the Arhat demon subduing formation, capable of trapping thousands of soldiers unseen. Unfortunately, they did not send anyone to the Golden Basin washing hands event today. The third was the Jianghu sect, with a long-standing tradition, their martial arts combining the mysteries of the Jianghu and Bagua, standing alone in the martial world. The position of sect master was passed down through generations, requiring not only exceptional martial skills but also proficiency in Jianghu formations and Qimen Duanjia techniques. This middle-aged man was a master of the Jianghu sect. He was known as Youqiang Dubu Zhuinghan. This individual was not famous for his sword or fist techniques. He excelled in a movement technique known as Jianghu Bamboo Shadow Step. It was like the wind weaving through the bamboo forest, silent as the falling bamboo leaves. In an instant, he could use the principles of the Jianghu to evade enemy attacks while seeking their vulnerabilities to deliver a fatal strike. Those in the Jianghu known as flower thieves and flying thieves feared encountering Zhuinghan the most. There was no escape, absolutely no escape. Are there any others? If not, then I will settle these grievances with these few first. Pang Wenshan twirled his sword in one hand and shouted loudly. He, this place is so interesting, why not let this old man join in? A strange laughter made many people in the courtyard cover their ears due to the overwhelming energy. A sound tore through the air, sharp and piercing, startling the birds in the courtyard. An old man with white hair and beard, his eyes like cold lightning, appeared in full view. Bloodhand Di Liang. Pang Wenshan's pupils constricted. Lan Zhihui and Zhuinghan abruptly stood up from their seats. Whether it was the two disciples of Longxi Langjun or the jade-faced butterfly Lu Xuanhuan, the weight they carried together was far less than that of the old man before them. Di Liang, how dare the demon of the dark path show up? Bloodhand Di Liang was notorious in Xian Prefecture for his frightening skills capable of draining people's blood and turning enemies into withered bones. Lan Zhihui immediately unsheathed her sword with a clang. Zhuinghan also unconsciously shifted a few steps. Just now this Bilu Ojin immortal mentioned he wanted to settle grievances before washing his hands. This old man once had a disciple who died at his hands. What? Are you all planning to swarm together? This old man is not afraid either. Di Liang's gaze swept around, seemingly not regarding these people at all. Humph, you're quite arrogant. If our sect master or the Jianghu sect's leader were here, you'd have probably fled long ago. Lan Zhihui sneered. Di Liang seemed to have heard nothing. Looking at Pang Wenshan, he said, this old man will not take advantage of you. First deal with those little thieves and little snake cubs over there. Then come and fight me. But if you righteous people plan to attack together, then today's Golden Basin washing hands event shall come to a halt.
Upon hearing this, Pang Wenqin's expression immediately turned grim. Attack! Just as the scene fell into silence, the two disciples of Longxi Langjun struck again. 10,000 snakes devour hearts. The two shouted simultaneously, and the sword light surged forth like thousands of venomous snakes darting out from the shadows. Each sword shadow twisted and spiraled, carrying a chilling air as if imbued with the most lethal poison in the world. The crowd looked on captivated. This sword technique was not only ferocious in its offensive power, but its venomous nature was even more terrifying. A faint stench and coldness lingered in the air. Two streams of 10,000 snakes devouring hearts converged into an unstoppable torrent rushing towards Pang Wenqin. Amidst the sword shadows, it seemed as if 10,000 snakes writhed and hissed, attempting to engulf Pang Wenqin in this endless sea of serpents, devouring his spirit and stripping away his life force. So you too have mastered the 10,000 snakes devouring hearts. No wonder you dared to come here today, Pang Wenqin said, somewhat astonished. At the same time, a refreshing energy radiated from the blade. He slightly shifted his form, thrusting his sword forth as if the rising sun pierced through the clouds, instantly illuminating the dark space shrouded by 10,000 snakes devouring hearts. The sword tip made contact with those snake-like sword shadows, producing a hiss sound. Each sword shadow seemed to be purified upon touching Pang Wenqin's sword, directly dissipating. The two disciples of the Dragon and Snake Lord were not surprised. If the renowned Biluogen immortal could be so easily defeated by them, their master would not have fallen at his hands back then. The two shifted their sword stance, and the dissipating sword shadows were reborn, converging again from all directions, even denser and more ferocious. You overestimate yourselves. Pang Wenqin's lips curled into a faint smile, and the subsequent sword moves of the Biluogen 9 styles followed closely. The sword light became gentle and variable, each swing perfectly avoiding the sharpness of the venomous sword shadows. Pang Wenqin moved like the wind, and the sword shadows flowed like a dragon. In the blink of an eye, he was before the two disciples of the Dragon and Snake Lord. The flash of his sword was like a comet striking the moon. Before the two disciples could react, they felt a chill at their throats. A splash of blood bloom, then solidified disbelief filled their eyes as they stood frozen. The sword fell, and they breathed their last. Such a fast sword, such a powerful sword. Xu Yinghan's expression shifted. Just now, Pang Wenqin's sword was difficult to evade even with his lightness skill. Not to mention those two juniors. Be careful. Pang Wenqin sheathed his sword, blood just dripping from the tip. At that moment, he heard Lan Zhiwei's voice. Lu Xuanhuan, employing an unknown movement technique, flitted like a butterfly among the flowers, silently arriving behind Pang Wenqin. He pointed a finger towards Pang Wenqin. The wind from his fingertip carried a faint exotic fragrance. This finger was laden with cunning, stealthily aiming for Pang Wenqin's vital points. Pang Wenqin was acutely aware, pivoting like a dandelion in the wind. The sword light, like a silk ribbon, accurately pierced Lu Zunhuan's shoulder, instantly staining his clothing with blood. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zunhuan's other hand had preemptively touched Pang Wenqin. The speed and precision of the technique were breathtaking. He. Lu Zunhuan's lips curled into a playful smile. Though his shoulder was in excruciating pain, he remained unfazed. He covered the wound, retreating swiftly, instantly widening the distance between himself and Pang Wenqin. Just as Pang Wenqin was about to pursue, he suddenly felt his internal energy surging chaotically, his body inexplicably stiffening, and his face turned grim. You have fallen victim to my invisible hand. Your internal energy is already in disarray. Don't even think about forcing your way through the acupoints. That will only cause your internal energy to rebound more violently. Lu Xuanhuan quickly tapped a few times on himself, briefly halting the bleeding from his shoulder. Right now he can only exert 70% of his martial prowess. With the prowess of a senior, it would be effortless to take his life. Lu Xuanhuan said to the blood-handed Di Liang. After finishing, he did not wait for anyone to react. He lightly tapped his toes, moving like a startled rabbit weaving through the courtyard. Upon reaching the wall, Lu Xuanhuan unfurled like butterfly wings, attempting to leap over the courtyard wall. He's trying to escape. Someone exclaimed. Xu Yinghan's foot moved slightly, preparing to give chase. A chilling sword energy like a blossoming cold plum surged from outside the courtyard, directly threatening Lu Zunhuan's chest and abdomen. What? Lu Xuanhuan was startled, his form abruptly stalling. However, he reacted swiftly, his superb movement technique reaching its peak. In a hair's breadth, he evaded the sharp edge, lightly tapping the wall to utilize the force to leap again. Suddenly, a blade light erupted from the side like fleeting light, nearly slicing his throat. Lu Zunhuan's heart tightened, his form shifting again, his movement becoming even more unpredictable. The blade light was like lightning, grazing his throat narrowly. Lu Xuanhuan could only stagger back, landing once more in the courtyard. Only then did the crowd see clearly that atop the courtyard wall stood a man and a woman clad in Qilin attire, watching Lu Xuanhuan with predatory eyes. You. Lu Xuanhuan, still unsteady, was about to speak when he saw a multitude of sword shadows descending upon him, impenetrable. Damn it! Lu Xuanhuan was filled with astonishment and fury, his figure transforming into a series of afterimages weaving through the sword shadows. Just then a flower-patterned needle silently slipped through the gaps of the swords. Caught off guard, Lu Xuanhuan's heart raced. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The needle reached his brow, his eyes widened in shock and unwillingness, his body trembled and then slowly fell. Lord Pang, this palace went out to fetch a sword sheath, and it has become so lively here. A casual voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. A richly dressed young master stepped into the courtyard from outside. The four who had just attacked Lu Xuanhuan all fell behind the young master. Fourth Prince! Pang Wunshan exclaimed in surprise. He quickly stepped forward, cupping his fists and bowing, saying, "I thank the fourth prince." "There is no need for such courtesy, Lord Pang. You are a fifth-rank officer appointed by the court. The official robe seal and appointment papers are all in place. This so-called retirement is merely a casual gesture. Today this palace wishes to see just how many treacherous officials dare to lay hands on a fifth-rank minister within the borders of our Great Xia." Xia Mo gently patted Lord Pang's shoulder, his gaze sweeping across the crowd of martial artists. Including Lan Zhihui and Zhuinghan, they instinctively averted their eyes. Though the Biluojian House and the Nine Palaces sect were major sects in Xuanzhou, they had not yet become arrogant enough to openly provoke the court. Especially Lan Zhihui. Recalling the elder's many warnings before departing, he must never engage in any conflict with this fourth prince. It seemed that the quietly circulating news within the Biluojian House was indeed true. He. So it's the chief of the Jianghu division arriving. Who would have thought it was such a young lad? The disciple of my lineage perished at Pang Wenshan's hands. I intended to seek his misfortune today. However, if you are willing to join my faction, this matter can still be overlooked. The rumors in the martial world say you are a young grandmaster. I do not believe it. Di Liang scrutinized Xia Mo, suddenly speaking astonishingly. Who are you? Xia Mo turned his head slightly, his tone very flat. Fourth Prince, this person is named Di Liang, known as Bloodhand in the martial world, a notorious demonic master in Xianzhou. Pang Wunshan said softly. Bloodhand. Xia Mo suddenly laughed, glancing at Di Liang with a hint of playfulness, saying, "If you can withstand a sword from this palace, I don't mind taking you as my master." Really? Di Liang displayed a look of delight. Xia Mo nodded gently. Of course it's true. Well then, you may take your shot. Di Liang said confidently. Your Highness the fourth prince. Feng Wunshan started in alarm. Before he could utter a word, Xia Mo cut him off. Master Feng need not worry, this prince acts with full discretion. Feng Wunshan sighed helplessly. Through recent interactions, he had come to understand that this fourth prince possessed an exceptionally decisive and autocratic temperament. Once resolved, his decisions brooked no interference. Yes, Your Highness. Pray take care, Your Highness. This man cultivates the blood-refining demon art. For decades he has tempered his body with the blood of living beings, forging unparalleled physical might and cultivating a chilling tyrannical qi. When perfected, this demonic art allows its wielder to manipulate an opponent's blood flow mid-combat, a technique both ruthless and horrifying. After all, Feng Wunshan had served for many years as a senior elder of the Bilo Sword Manor. He retained considerable knowledge of both righteous and demonic sects across Xianzhou. Xia Mo nodded slightly, acknowledging the warning. Casually drawing the sword Mingyu from its scabbard, he murmured, "I scarcely sheathed you today, yet already you thirst for blood once more." As if comprehending his words, Mingyu resonated with a low sonorous hum. An exceptional blade. Even Di Liang, with his vast martial experience, instantly recognized Mingyu's peerless quality. My obedient disciple, strike now. Di Liang exuded unshakable confidence in his own cultivation. Xia Mo's gaze grew glacially sharp. Mingyu rose slowly, its tip locking onto Di Liang. A sword intent thick with death descended upon the courtyard, terrifying, suffocating, absolute. When the blade flashed, it was as though the gates of hell had swung wide open, unleashing 10,000 specters beneath the moon, chilling the marrow, freezing the breath. This strike was the kiss of death. Where its point fell, life withered, vitality perished, and all living things were reduced to ash. Di Liang's face paled violently, wine whipped his aged features into a mask of raw terror. No. What manner of sword art is this? With no time to ponder, Di Liang flung both hands forward, channeling the blood-refining demon art to its utmost, crimson light erupting as two colossal blood hands surged forth to intercept Xia Mo's lethal thrust. Boom! Scarlet light exploded, the blood hands shattered piece by piece beneath the sword's radiance. The blood-refining demon art was severed in a single stroke, utterly, devastatingly, irreversibly. Unchecked, the blade pierced De Leon's chest, blood gushed like a crimson spring drenching his robes. His body convulsed violently under the impact, disbelief and despair flooded his eyes. The blade's residual force surged onward, obliterating an entire courtyard wall in thunderous collapse. Bricks and stones scattered, dust billowed, chaos reigned. Silence descended upon the courtyard, absolute, hollow, profound. Even Lan Zhihui of the Bilo Sword Manor and Zhu Yinghan of the Jianghu sect stood utterly dumbfounded. All gaped speechless, staring at the spectacle before them. Could it truly be? The infamous bloodhand of Xuanzhou's demonic sex slain in one stroke. Every onlooker turned towards Xia Mo, faces etched with shock. Was the rumor true then? Did such a youthful grandmaster truly exist in this world? Master Feng, you spoke of retiring from the martial world, did you not? Xia Mo slid Mingyu back into its scabbard. This so-called bloodhand possessed but one peculiar trait, the ability to command blood itself. In sheer inner strength, however, he fell short even of the three nethermost soul-killing techniques. How then could he possibly withstand that single strike? Feng Wunshan suddenly snapped back to awareness. Yais. He too had been stunned speechless by that single sword stroke. Frankly, even had he not been ambushed by Lu Xuanwen, his odds against this demonic elder would have barely exceeded 40%. Did that mean he too could not endure even one strike from Xia Mo? Most martial artists remained entranced by that hellish sword technique moments earlier. Feng Wunshan approached the golden basin, dazed and unsteady. Just as he raised his hands to immerse them. Hold! A voice robust and resonant rang out from beyond the courtyard gate. Instantly dozens of figures streamed inward in disciplined succession. Clad uniformly in elegant, pristine Taoist robes embroidered with cranes soaring amid clouds, white as snow, untouched by dust. The Tianhe Palace. What brings them here? Feng Wunshan's brow furrowed faintly. Without betraying emotion, he withdrew his hands. His gaze settled upon one figure entering the courtyard. What auspicious wind carries Palace Master Feng to our humble gathering? Feng Shui, the Palace Master of the Tianhe Palace. Ha ha ha. How could I possibly miss Elder Feng's retirement ceremony? Yet I confess I am surprised Master Li did not attend. Xia Mo observed the Palace Master of the Tianhe Palace draped in a refined crane feather cloak. His countenance was lean and austere, his brow radiating an innate sovereign authority, calm, unyielding, commanding. Yet fleeting glints of shrewd intelligence flickered within his eyes, hinting that this man was far more complex than he appeared. We are honored by Master Feng's remembrance. Our sect master has long secluded himself to cultivate the below 9 forms. This time I represent him at Elder Brother Feng's retirement ceremony. Is something amiss? Does Master Feng deem me unworthy to stand in his stead? Lan Zhihui locked her gaze with the Palace Master of the Tianhe Palace. He offered a gentle smile. Lady Lan jests. It is merely that I have not seen Master Li in many years. I had hoped perhaps to exchange sword techniques with him this day. Alas, it seems we must postpone that pleasure to another time. Having spoken, the Palace Master's gaze shifted deliberately towards Xia Mo. His expression grew solemn. He clasped his fists in formal salute. Feng Shui, Palace Master of the Tianhe Palace of Xianzhou, honored to meet your Highness the Fourth Prince. Xia Mo returned his gaze, long, measured, inscrutable. Master Feng arrives most opportunely. Feng Shui lifted his head, studying Xia Mo with quiet curiosity. Not at all, not at all. The distance from the Tianhe Palace to Minggu City is considerable. Only after concluding numerous urgent affairs within the sect did I hasten here without pause. And thankfully arrived just in time. Your Highness's arrival in Xianzhou, why not grace the Tianhe Palace with your presence? I should be delighted to offer proper hospitality. This prince is unfamiliar with Master Feng. Such an unannounced visit might prove inconvenient. Ha ha ha. Your Highness speaks too modestly. The Tianhe Palace stands ever ready to welcome your Highness as our most esteemed guest. The corpse of the bloodhand De Leon lay near the Palace Master, yet Feng Shui acted as if it were invisible. Engaging Xia Mo in courteous, unhurried conversation. Is Master Feng awaiting someone? Xia Mo fixed Feng Shui with a direct, unblinking stare. The Palace Master had all but ignored the ceremony's host. And his conduct bore unmistakable signs of deliberate delay. Ah! Feng Shui's expression flickered, unprepared for such blunt candor from the Fourth Prince. Before he could respond, a piercing crane call echoed from the heavens, clear, resonant, ethereal. All looked up. A speck appeared in the azure sky, swiftly resolving into a magnificent red-crowned crane gliding gracefully downward. Its feathers gleamed immaculately white, its crown blazed crimson as flame, its bearing regal, serene. Upon its back stood an elder, stoic and ageless, a venerable sword resting across his back.
His hair was snow white, his complexion youthful, his eyes held the still depth of autumn waters, his spirit calm and profoundly radiant, a being transcendent, otherworldly.
Greetings, master. Feng Shui suddenly cried aloud, bowing deeply before the elder. Greetings, venerable ancestor.
Disciples of the Tianhe Palace chorused in unison.
Delegates from every sect and school rose to their feet, their expressions shifting between awe and uncertainty as they gazed upward. 13th ranked among the Tianji Pavilion's martial rankings.
The sole publicly acknowledged grandmaster of Xianzhou, the Tianhe elder.
This old man puts on far more airs than Elder Yuncheng. Elder Tianhe's robes fluttered gently as if harmonizing perfectly with the breath of heaven and earth. His movements were light, like an autumn leaf drifting silently from its branch.
In the blink of an eye, the figure that had moments earlier sat serenely upon the crane's back dissolved into a faint ethereal white silhouette.
Within the courtyard, floral fragrance filled the air and emerald bamboo swayed softly. At that very instant, swift and imperceptible, Elder Tianhe landed steadily at the courtyard's center.
His feet touched the ground with such delicacy that not a single speck of dust stirred.
Phantom step! Zhu Yinghan cried out in astonishment.
Though famed across the martial world for his mastery of lightness arts, this legendary technique was no mere feat of agility, it demanded far more. Without formidable inner energy to sustain it, even the peerless lightness art of the realm would never achieve such transcendence.
Truly, the martial world is vast and boundless, each generation births its own prodigies.
Such a young one, you are truly exceptional indeed. From the moment Elder Tianhe set foot in the courtyard, his clear lucid gaze never once left Xia Mo.
Heaven and earth are immense, how many wonders remain unseen?
You have long been confined to the remote corner of Xianzhou, unaware of the world's immensity. Your awe is only natural.
Xia Mo replied calmly. Between grandmasters there exists an innate resonance and unspoken awareness of cultivation level. Others might doubt his status, but Elder Tianhe surely sensed it the moment their eyes met.
Fourth Prince, though your rank is exalted, my master is a grandmaster of this age. Even His Imperial Majesty himself would dare not treat him with anything less than utmost reverence.
Feng Shui's tone shifted abruptly, tinged unmistakably with resentment. Enough! Elder Tianhe's voice rang out.
Feng Shui turned toward him, puzzled.
Master! The elder bowed respectfully toward Xia Mo.
My disciple has spoken unwisely, pray your highness grant him leniency.
Xia Mo studied Elder Tianhe with quiet curiosity. This old man seemed markedly different from what he'd imagined.
This prince naturally bears no grudge against juniors.
Xia Mo spoke indifferently.
Yu Feng Shui's lips twitched faintly.
He was over a full decade older than this imperial prince, yet dared presume himself the junior. He is a grand master.
A voice resonated directly within Feng Shui's mind. He stared at Xia Mo in stunned disbelief, so the rumors were true.
Then all his intricate schemes.
A grandmaster alone posed a daunting challenge, especially one serving the imperial court.
Splash!
Water rippled melodiously like pearls cascading onto jade, a crisp crystalline sound.
All turned toward the source, Pang Wenshan observing the unfolding surprises with growing amusement.
He simply plunged his hands into the golden basin and washed them thoroughly, once twice with unreserved relief.
Ha ha ha!
Esteemed guests, Pang Mao has now retired from the martial world, henceforth all past grievances bear no relation to me.
I thank you all for attending today's ceremony. Pang Wenshan bowed deeply in all four directions.
Great Hero Pang, no, we should now address you as Director Pang. Since the Golden Basin retirement ceremony has concluded, we shall take our leave.
Farewell.
One by one the martial artists departed Pang Mansion, bowing politely in twos and threes. Most had come merely for spectacle, and Xia Mo's single sword strike had already granted them enough material for years of boasting. Di Liang, the blood-handed demon of the Shenzhou cult sect, slain in one stroke. And Elder Tianhe, the Grand Master, arrived then stood in solemn silence. Everything confirmed it, the Imperial Court's newly appointed director of the Martial Pacification Bureau was undeniably a Grand Master. Surviving in the martial world required sharp wits. Within less than a single incense stick's burning time, only the servants of Pang Mansion remained, alongside emissaries from Tianhe Palace, Bilo Sword Manor and Jiogong sect.
Excellent. Aside from Jingang Temple, 3 of Xuanzhou's 4 orthodox sects are present today. Tianhe Palace itself has both its founding patriarch and current master in attendance, saving this prince considerable effort. The court has established the Martial Pacification Bureau to unify and regulate all martial practitioners under one authority. You elders of the martial world surely comprehend the court's profound intent. Xia Mo withdrew 2 martial pacification registers from his sleeve. With a subtle surge of inner energy, the registers flew seamlessly into Feng Shui's and Zhu Yinghan's hands. This Xu Yinghan held his register uncertainly, hesitant yet unable to refuse. He had intended to decline, but his hand moved instinctively, betraying his will. Beside him, Fang Shui's expression darkened. Xu Yinghan was merely a senior elder of Jianghu sect, but Fang Shui, the reigning master of Tianhe Palace, found himself equally unable to evade the register placed in his palm. He perceived more clearly embedded within the slender booklet was an exquisitely refined inner energy if one refused to accept it willingly. This unassuming volume would instantly transform into a terrifying concealed weapon. As Fang Shui and Xu Yinghan opened their registers, their expressions shifted instantly, complex, unreadable. Your Highness. This matter carries grave implications. I beg pardon, I hold no authority to decide. I shall return immediately to consult our sect master and deliver your answer in due course. Xu Yinghan spoke without delay. Xia Mo showed no surprise. Jianghu sect lay far to the extreme west of Xinzhou, too distant from Minggu City. Encountering this lone stroll amidst bamboo groves spared him the journey. Should Jianghu sect refuse the register, so much the better. Should Jianghu sect refuse the register, so much the better. This prince has long admired your sect master Sima Jiao, though only from afar. Should your sect consent to accept the register, please contact the local prefectural yamen. The Martial Pacification Bureau will dispatch envoys to Jianghu sect without delay. Xia Mo spoke carefully, deliberately, his words leaving no room for the possibility of refusal. Tianhe Palace today hosts both its founding patriarch and its current master, surely a swift reply may be expected. Xia Mo's tone shifted, turning his gaze toward Elder Tianhe and Fang Shui. Your Highness, does the court not fear provoking upheaval across the entire martial world? Fang Shui raised the register in his hand. Ha ha ha. The entire martial world. Master Fang, what official bureau is that? What rank does it hold? Xia Mo locked eyes with Fang Shui. Under heaven, all land belongs to the king, every subject along the shores owes fealty to the crown. Within the borders of the Great Xia, the court's decree stands as sole sovereign will. Not only sects and schools, but even the martial alliance's supreme leader is but a commoner in the eyes of the throne. Now the court grants you masters the same status and privileges as imperial officials. Does Master Fang harbor other intentions beneath that concern? Xia Mo's voice hardened, sharp, commanding, unyielding. Fang Shui paused mid-sentence, instinctively glancing toward Elder Tianhe. In this moment, only another grandmaster could withstand the crushing pressure radiating from Xia Mo. Only another grandmaster could withstand the crushing pressure radiating from Xia Mo. You are now the master of Tianhe Palace. What do you want from me? If you want to accept, then accept. If not, then don't. Hesitating like this, it seems rather hasty to have entrusted such a grand enterprise to you back then. Unexpectedly, the elder Tianhe not only did not go along with Fang Shui's thoughts but instead reprimanded him. Master, I. Fang Shui glanced at the Tianhe Palace disciples around him, their heads lowered. He felt somewhat embarrassed. Elder Tianhe shook his head in disappointment. What does it matter if Tianhe Palace becomes the #1 sect in Xian Prefecture if you are obsessed with these empty titles? If this palace master lacks martial prowess, wouldn't that only invite ridicule from heroes across the world? Master, your disciple's misty uncertain sword has already reached great perfection. Under Grandmaster, I believe I won't lose to anyone. Fang Shui gently cupped his fists. Won't lose to anyone. Elder Tianhe glanced at Fang Shui from the corner of his eye, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Does that also mean you can't win against anyone? Against the brat from Biluo Sword House or the lad from Jianghu sect, who do you have confidence in defeating? Not to mention the old bald donkey from King Kong Temple. Your sword probably can't even break through his golden body. Fang Shui opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for words. Today was clearly meant to ask Elder Tianhe for support. How did it turn into a criticism of himself? If the two of you want to discuss martial arts, you can return to Tianhe Palace and deliberate slowly. Palace Master Fang, you haven't answered this palace's question yet. This Xinwu manual. Will you accept it or not? Xia Mo suddenly interrupted the two. Fourth Prince, does Biluo Sword House wish to accept the Xinwu manual? Fang Shui's tone turned serious, his gaze shifting from Xia Mo to Lan Jiahui. Just now Xia Mo had only produced 2 copies of the Xinwu manual. If Biluo Sword House were to accept the court's Xinwu manual first, that news would spread. Tianhe Palace's reputation wouldn't suffer too greatly. Lan Jiahui smiled faintly. Recently the 4th Prince has already visited my Biluo Sword House. Our sect leader said that with such a grandmaster like Elder Tianhe in Xian Prefecture today, Tianhe Palace is indeed a pillar of the martial world. Biluo Sword House wouldn't dare to act rashly. As long as Tianhe Palace agrees, we at Biluo Sword House will certainly have no objections. Fang Shu's expression instantly darkened. On the other side, Zhu Yinghan's heart suddenly stirred. Humph. Biluo Sword House has quite the ambition. Fang Shui snorted coldly. If in the past Biluo Sword House had such awareness, he would certainly be pleased. But now. What? Is Palace Master Fang feeling troubled? Xia Mo's voice rang out again, causing Fang Shu's expression to change. He hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Fourth Prince, you just I. Ever since he learned that Xia Mo was a grandmaster. The strategies Fang Shui had previously devised were now completely useless, especially with Elder Tianhe being unreliable." Sigh. Seeing Fang Shu's troubled expression, Elder Tianhe sighed helplessly. "After you return, shed the burden of being the palace master and hand over the affairs of the palace to the elders. Go retreat and cultivate in the Huxin cave." Master. Fang Shu's body trembled, staring at Elder Tianhe in disbelief. At this moment, Elder Tianhe ignored Fang Shui and instead looked at Xia Mo. "I have indeed been trapped in Xian Prefecture for many years, unaware of how the outside world has changed. Baiyun Temple and Lianhua Temple have accepted the Jinwu Manual. Naturally, Tianhe Palace would not dare to go against the will of the world and oppose the court. However, there are rules in the martial world. If the court has not issued a decree and Tianhe Palace just accepts the Jinwu Manual like this, it would inevitably lead to ridicule. Just now, as I rode my crane hundreds of feet above, I sensed a fierce sword intent below, which must be the fourth prince's doing right." Xia Mo sighed lightly. "It seems that whether it be righteousness or evil, you martial artists all share the same character. Does the elder mean for this palace to compete with Palace Master Fang?" Fang Shui looked at Xia Mo with some confusion. Elder Tianhe smiled faintly and said, "The fourth prince's character is indeed interesting. How could my foolish disciple with his limited abilities be a match for the fourth prince? If the fourth prince can defeat my Tianhe Palace's misty uncertain sword, then we will accept this Jinwu Manual," Elder Tianhe stated decisively. A sharp aura emanated from him, causing a gust of wind to rise around the courtyard, swirling leaves and dust throughout. Xu Yinghan, Lan Zhihui, Fang Wenshan and Ji Chushui all changed their expressions. They finally remembered that this individual before them was a genuine grandmaster. Good. A simple word was spoken, plain and unremarkable. Yet it instantly pierced through the surrounding chaos and turbulence. As this voice fell, the violent winds that had swept through the courtyard seemed to be gently calmed by an invisible hand. Gradually the wind ceased and the dust settled, everything returned to tranquility. Xia Mo looked at Elder Tianhe and said, "This place cannot accommodate such a display. We shouldn't ruin the master's courtyard. Let's find another location." Elder Tianhe nodded. "More than 10 miles outside the city there is a bamboo forest. Fourth Prince, would you allow my crane to take us there?" Elder Tianhe turned around, gently stroking the feathers of the red-crowned crane. This crane was indeed much larger than the average red-crowned crane. It should be a crane king with considerable spiritual awareness. "No need, just lead the way, Elder." Elder Tian's figure moved slightly like a light swallow skimming the water without stirring, a speck of dust gracefully leaping onto the broad back of the crane. The red-crowned crane seemed to have long since communicated with him without any hesitation. With a powerful flap of its wings, a strong wind swept from below. It lifted the small branches and dust within the courtyard, yet in an instant the soaring figure left them far behind. "Fourth Prince, there are excellent steeds in the manor." Fang Wenshan leaned close to Xia Mo and whispered. Xia Mo's figure shifted slightly silently, and by the time everyone reacted he was already standing firmly atop the towering courtyard wall, his speed astonishing. Immediately afterward he leaped directly into the air. Xia Mo's toes lightly touched the void as if he had touched some invisible medium. Invisible ripples began to ripple outwards from beneath his feet, slowly spreading like stones thrown into water, silent yet causing the air to tremble slightly. In an instant Xia Mo's figure faded, and with a whoosh he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. "Follow him." It was unclear who shouted. Only then did everyone react and hastily use their likeness skills to chase after the direction where Elder Tianhe and Xia Mo had vanished. The Grandmasters' battle. If they could gain some insight from it, this trip would not be in vain. The emerald bamboo forest stood dense and shadowy where the wind whispered through the leaves, creating a soft murmur. Suddenly a crane call echoed from the sky high and spirited, its flapping wings resonating through the bamboo grove, startling the resting birds into flight. A red-crowned crane gracefully approached, its feathers white as snow with a fiery red crown descending from the heavens like a celestial bird. The elder of the crane stood upon its back, gazing down at the bamboo grove with deep contemplative eyes as if appraising this tranquil world. In a moment the elder of the crane moved slightly, as light as a feather leaping down from the crane's back. With a gentle touch of his toes he landed firmly upon a bamboo leaf without ever touching the ground.
The bamboo leaves trembled slightly, producing a soft rustling sound, while the branches only quivered as if bearing something ethereal, showcasing the magnificence of his likeness. The red-crowned crane, witnessing this, raised its head and let out a long, clear call. It then flapped its wings and soared high into the sky, its wings spreading wide, creating a strong wind that made the bamboo leaves rustle loudly.
This creature is quite intelligent. A voice suddenly echoed in the bamboo forest.
The elder of the crane looked at Xia Mo, who was also standing on a bamboo leaf in the distance, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. Even he dared not claim that mere agility could match a large bird like the red-crowned crane. From the Fang residence to this bamboo grove there were at least several dozen miles of distance. The fourth prince had actually arrived almost simultaneously with him. On Lingyun Mountain, where the crane palace is located, there is a jade pond where a flock of cranes resides. If the fourth prince is interested, you can personally go and select one. Xia Mo said, watching the silhouette of the red-crowned crane gradually fade away. He turned to the elder of the crane and asked, "Do all the red-crowned cranes of the crane palace possess such standards?"
The elder of the crane shook his head. "Certainly not.
This crane of mine was the former leader of that flock."
Xia Mo nodded.
"If given the opportunity, I will visit the crane palace."
A red-crowned crane suitable for riding.
Xia Mo truly entertained the thought of raising one. With a clear ringing sound, the elder of the crane slowly drew out an ancient long sword from his back. The blade was long and light, yet stable, shimmering with a faint silver glow like the first rays of morning sunlight spilling onto the feathers of the crane. "This sword is named Crane Call. The last time it was drawn was 3 years ago," the elder of the crane said slowly. Xia Mo slightly opened his sleeve, and as he casually gestured, his hand holding the sword suddenly relaxed. Then, swift as lightning, his right hand accurately seized the sword hilt. Whoosh! The sword sheath fell from above with an irresistible force, embedding itself deep into the ground. Dust flew in the air around, seemed to be stirred by this throw and catch, remaining unsettled for a long time.
Mingyu.
Xia Mo had not yet managed to introduce himself. The elder of the crane had already recognized the sword in his hand. "Indeed, I previously made a trip to the Biluo sword mansion.
They were quite generous to present this Mingyu to me."
Xia Mo casually twirled the sword, saying this fierce sword had quite a reputation in Xinzhou back in the day. The founder of the Biluo sword mansion nearly fell into madness because of this sword. Why did the fourth prince choose it? The elder of the crane furrowed his brow. The founder of the Biluo sword mansion was also a grandmaster. In the end, he decided to seal this sword in the sword tomb.
It is evident how fierce Mingyu is. Is that so? I was unaware of that.
Perhaps it was simply a mismatch between the founder and this sword. I find this sword quite
very docile. Xia Mo was not speaking at random.
The sword techniques of the Biluo sword mansion seemed entirely incompatible with Mingyu. Yet in Xia Mo's hands, executing the 13 deadly swords felt remarkably smooth. How long does the elder intend to chat? I am eager to witness the legendary Piaomia wooding sword and see what makes it so formidable. In that case, fourth prince, be careful. The elder of the crane ceased further words, rising swiftly like a celestial crane, spreading its wings, moving effortlessly among the bamboo leaves. A flash of sword light appeared, resembling drifting clouds in the sky or clear water in a mountain stream, ethereal and elusive, making it difficult to grasp. Wind danced crane call in the bamboo forest. Wherever the sword wind swept, bamboo leaves flew about, akin to a tempest. Bamboo trunks swayed, branches broke, and leaves fell, creating a scene of chaos. Several slender bamboo stalks were even cut in half by the sword energy, lying fallen on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the sword in the elder of the crane's hand was already close to Xia Mo's face. Xia Mo's expression slightly tightened, his figure retreating hastily while Mingyu met the attack directly. Within the bamboo forest, only the fleeting shadows of the two could be seen. The elder of the crane's sword tip lightly touched the ground, causing ripples to spread, making the bamboo leaves tremble.
Xia Mo retreated several zhang away. A bamboo branch bent down under pressure.
"Elder, receive my sword." Xia Mo's gaze focused, an icy aura emanated from the blade, creating a series of eerie sounds as it rubbed against the surrounding air. Eighth sword. The sword light erupted like a specter in the dark night, instantly slicing through the air, targeting the vital points of the elder of the crane. Amidst the sword energy, a dense killing intent intertwined, forming a bizarre vortex of black and white.
This sword technique.
The elder of the crane furrowed his brow upon seeing this, yet remained calm. The ancient sword crane call shone with brilliance at this moment. The sword light wove together, dancing in the air, every shadow of the sword indistinguishable between reality and illusion, resembling countless cranes flying together as if a river of stars hung upside down, dazzling to behold. Two sword lights intertwined and wrapped in the air, producing a series of rumbling sounds. The surrounding bamboo forest shook violently under the impact of this force, and bamboo leaves scattered. 10th sword.
The sword light cascaded down like a waterfall, carrying an unstoppable momentum intending to engulf the Elder of the Crane into an endless abyss. The Elder of the Crane slightly shifted his body, lightly tapping the sword tip using softness to overcome hardness, dissipating Xia Mo's powerful blow into nothingness. 11th Sword. Xia Mo's figure transformed the sword light, splitting into several beams, attacking the Elder of the Crane from different angles, each beam carrying a deadly threat. The Elder of the Crane frowned slightly, his footwork profound, moving left and right, effortlessly weaving through the dense shadows of the sword, evading each one. 12th Sword. Xia Mo's sword momentum suddenly changed, the sword light flickering like the gates of life and death, opening and closing repeatedly. The Elder of the Crane's expression grew solemn, his true energy surging as the sword tip condensed a powerful sword energy. When the two swords clashed in an instant, sword light burst forth and killing intent filled the air. Ha! Suddenly the Elder of the Crane's loud shout echoed through the bamboo forest. A vast and boundless sword intent surged into the sky. It was the most lethal move from the Pyomia Wooding Sword. Once this move was unleashed, the sword light transformed into a void, yet seemed to contain everything, making it difficult to grasp its true essence. The surrounding space seemed to twist under the sword intent. Bamboo leaves danced wildly, the wind howled, and chaos reigned between heaven and earth. The Elder of the Crane moved with the sword like a ghost, drifting in the void, directly approaching Xia Mo. The surrounding space seemed to twist under the sword intent. Bamboo leaves danced wildly, the wind howled, and chaos reigned between heaven and earth. It appeared that he no longer intended to continue battling with Xia Mo. Facing this overwhelming killing move, Xia Mo, though startled, remained composed, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The trajectories of the preceding 13 swords replayed in his mind like a revolving lantern. Mingyu seemed to sense its master's will, transforming its sword light into a fierce poisonous dragon coiling in the air, its tip spewing forth hellish flames. 14th Sword. It merges the essence of the first 13 swords with the unique properties of the bridal garment divine art. Xia Mo's 14th sword is already vastly different from its original wielder. As the sword move was unleashed, a poisonous dragon roared, carrying with it endless killing intent and destructive power. It collided head-on with the crane's cry of Elder Tianhe. A piercing crane's cry shattered the sky, sounding like the clash of gold and stone, akin to a sharp blade being drawn, reverberating through the clouds. The sound was not only deafening but also contained boundless sword intent, transforming into rolling sound waves that surged like raging tides. The surrounding bamboo forest fell in response, branches and leaves flying as if shaved down by invisible blades, leaving a scene of devastation. As the crane's cry gradually faded, a massive ethereal crane slowly materialized in the void. Its entire form was composed of incredibly sharp sword chi, with each feather glimmering with a cold light resembling tangible swords that emanated a chilling aura. What a great sword technique! Xia Mo sincerely praised. Indeed, no one who could become a grandmaster was simple. The elusive and indefinable sword wielded by Elder Tianhe himself. The power was far beyond that of the master of the Azure Sky Sword. The poisonous dragon opened its massive mouth and let out a deafening roar, carrying with it the anger and despair from the abyss. The surrounding ghostly green flames churned violently, each flicker of flame seeming to be drawn from the depths of hell, carrying a corrosive toxicity and endless heat. The poisonous dragon soared into the sky, transforming into a flash of burning green flame, charging straight for the ethereal crane. A hellish sword intent spread out, enveloping the entire bamboo forest in an invisible shadow, the air thick with the scent of death. The ethereal crane did not retreat but instead gazed with even colder eyes. Each flap of its wings erupted with sharp sword chi, colliding with the flames of the poisonous dragon and sparking dazzling flames. Elder Tianhe swung his sword continuously, sending brilliant sword lights shooting towards Xia Mo. However, they were all deflected by the sword in Xia Mo's hand. This ends here. Xia Mo leapt into the celestial steps, appearing beside Elder Tianhe almost imperceptibly. What? Elder Tianhe's pupils constricted. He had been fully focused, yet he was still taken by surprise. It was a divine skill that seemed to shrink the land into inches. It was not like any martial arts of the mortal realm. Nevertheless, Elder Tianhe was still a grand master. He reacted instantly. The long sword flipped in an instant, the tip exuding a fierce sword light, trying to adjust its attack as swiftly as possible. However, Xia Mo's speed surpassed his reaction limit. As Xia Mo's true energy surged wildly, the 14th sword seemed to break free from its shackles. Its might erupted, instantly flattening the entire bamboo forest with overwhelming force. Fire and poison intertwined, forming a magnificent yet deadly tornado. Within the tornado, a pair of massive wings forged from pure sword chi suddenly spread open, sweeping towards Elder Tianhe with destructive power. This was not merely a sword strike, it resembled a calamity sweeping across heaven and earth. The rampaging poisonous dragon seemed unstoppable. The air ignited, producing a series of explosive booms. Elder Tianhe's face turned crimson. At this moment he had no time to concede or call for a stop.
A long-lost sense of lethal threat rose from the depths of his heart.
Go! Elder Tianhe exerted all his strength, condensing his entire life's cultivation at the sword tip.
He unleashed a brilliant sword light attempting to block this terrifying strike. When the two forces collided, it was like an ant shaking a tree. Elder Tian's sword light instantly shattered under the overwhelming might of the 14th sword. His entire being was shaken by this force, sent flying several meters like a kite with a broken string. His clothes were tattered and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating he was heavily injured.
At the same time, the ethereal crane shadow that had been surrounding Elder Tianhe let out a mournful cry.
Then its light dimmed and dissipated into nothingness.
He actually survived. Xia Mo looked at the heavily injured Elder Tianhe with some surprise. This world's grandmasters should not be underestimated.
This person was clearly ranked at the bottom in the martial assessment of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion of the Great Xia.
Yet he was able to survive under the onslaught of Xia Mo's full-strength 14th sword.
He had indeed entertained the thought of killing Elder Tianhe earlier. As long as this Grand Master died with the temperament exhibited by the Master of the Tianhe Palace, there was no way the Tianhe Palace could sustain its status as the top sect of Xian Prefecture. The work of the Jianghu division could also proceed more smoothly. However, upon reflection, Elder Tianhe had already agreed to take on the Jianghu register. Anyway, he had already grasped this old man's martial arts.
The Tianhe Palace would not stir up significant waves.
With such a Grand Master stationed in Xian Prefecture, it could play a crucial role in stabilizing the martial world. Whoosh! The sword sheath that had been stuck in the ground suddenly flew back into Xia Mo's hand. It was a form of telekinesis.
Senior, thank you. Xia Mo sheathed his sword, preparing to check on Elder Tianhe.
A sound of air being sliced through was heard. In the distance, Feng Shui arrived at an astonishing speed, executing the unique lightness skill of the Tianhe Palace. He looked incredulously at the scene before him.
The entire bamboo forest had turned into ruins, a sight of devastation.
Bamboo leaves scattered all over the ground, some piled in heaps while others gently swirled in the wind, never to coalesce into that vibrant green sea again.
Master!
Feng Shui suddenly saw Elder Tianhe slowly standing up from the ground.
I lost.
Elder Tianhe raised one hand, then slowly pressed it down. His pale face gradually regained some color. Your Highness, this sword technique is too lethal. No wonder it is so well suited to that vicious sword.
What is the name of this sword technique? 3 sounds of slicing air followed. Zhuinghan, Lan Zhihui and Pang Wenshan finally arrived.
They did not expect the duel to have already concluded.
Pang Wenshan's face lit up with joy.
It seemed that His Highness had won. The 13 death swords.
Xia Mo slung Mingyu over his shoulder.
He spoke unabashedly the name of the 13 death swords. After all, these fellows would never be able to trace the origins of his martial arts. The 13 death swords. Elder Tianhe murmured to himself, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes.
Suddenly Elder Tianhe raised his head abruptly and looked at Xia Mo, exclaiming, "Isn't it the 14th sword?"
After saying that, he immediately reacted. "I see, it is the utmost sublimation that is the red flower after the green leaves."
Elder Tianhe nodded repeatedly, unconsciously recalling the duel just now.
At this moment, Ji Chushui and the others also arrived. Compared to these veterans of the martial world, the internal strength of the 4 members of the Jianghu Guard was still lacking. Except for Ji Chushui, who looked a little pale, Lin Fu, Mangliang and Zhu Yan were all panting heavily.
Your Highness, once we return, the Tianhe Palace will immediately announce the acceptance of the Imperial Jianghu Register. My master is seriously injured, so I shall take my leave now. Feng Shui clasped his fists and said to Xia Mo.
His attitude was evidently much more respectful this time.
In the martial world, strength ultimately spoke for itself. Xia Mo nodded gently.
A crane's cry echoed in the sky as Feng Shui took Elder Tianhe away. Zhuinghan and Lan Zhihui also bid their farewells. What happened here today they needed to report back to their respective leaders at the first opportunity. You all go back with Lord Pang first, I still have some matters to attend to. After Xia Mo finished speaking, he vanished without waiting for Ji Chushui and the others to respond. In a lush valley, Xia Mo stood by the stream, his expression calm and serene as water. Come out. As his words fell, a gentle breeze swept by, accompanied by a faint sound. A shadow flashed like a ghost from the darkness, instantly appearing in Xia Mo's line of sight. The figure was shrouded in a heavy black robe, revealing only a pair of sharp eagle-like eyes. And San pays his respects to His Highness the 4th Prince. The man in black knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in salute with utmost respect. Xia Mo raised his hand gently, signaling him to rise. What is it? And San straightened his posture immediately upon hearing the question. Your Highness, after several days of covert investigation, the Dark Guards have discovered Wen Liang's whereabouts. A glimmer of barely perceptible light flashed in Xia Mo's eyes.
Where is he?
When Liang killed the crown prince and has undoubtedly made it onto the kill list of Xia. He could gain the support of the Summer Emperor and so easily become the head of the Jianghu division aside from the martial prowess he displayed before the Summer Emperor. This Grandmaster ranked 7th in the Jianghu Pavilion's martial evaluation had placed a military order. When Liang's movements had always been under investigation by the Dark Guards beside the Summer Emperor.
Now there was finally a lead.
In response to Your Highness, when Liang has not left the northern border since he killed the Crown Prince. Someone claimed to have spotted his traces in a small town in the northern border. According to the information received, it seems when Liang is searching for something, and San respectfully stated. The Summer Emperor had long since ordered that all information regarding when Liang be reported to the Fourth Prince. The Dark Guards could report everything to the Fourth Prince. Especially after witnessing the duel between Xia Mo and Elder Tianhe, and San, even as the leader of the Dark Guards, would still show utmost respect before the Fourth Prince.
Searching for something. Xia Mo frowned slightly. Have you sent someone to inquire? And San continued, there are already Dark Guards in disguise infiltrating that small town. It is likely that news will come soon. Can we determine when Liang's exact whereabouts?
In response to Your Highness, after all, he is a Grandmaster. Although the Dark Guards excel in stealth, they still dare not follow him directly.
For now we can only confirm that when Liang is still in the northern border. As for his specific traces, the Dark Guards cannot accurately grasp it for the time being.
However, please rest assured, Your Highness, the Dark Guards have already split into smaller groups and dispersed into the various towns in the northern border.
As long as when Liang reappears, he will certainly not escape the net laid out for him.
And San spoke confidently. Do not underestimate a Grandmaster with such a loud commotion if he remains undetected. Then it must be said that when Liang is a fraud.
Xia Mo looked at San calmly. Surely not.
And San hesitated. We know the power of a Grandmaster. That is why after when Liang revealed himself, he has not taken the initiative to make contact.
Did you think Elder Tianhe didn't notice you while you were in the city? Xia Mo stated directly. And San's pupils suddenly constricted. Your Highness. Alright, once I finish dealing with some trivial matters in Xuanzhou, I will promptly set off for the northern border.
If when Liang truly senses you but does not react for a long time, it indicates that what he is searching for is of great importance.
Before achieving his goal, when Liang will not leave the northern border. You all should proceed with the prior arrangements and lock down when Liang's specific whereabouts. Everything will be discussed when I arrive in the northern border. After Xia Mo finished speaking, he prepared to turn and leave. Fourth Prince. Is there anything else?
And San hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Currently the court is at war with the two major dynasties of the grasslands and the northern border. The situation is changing rapidly. Some soldiers have already begun to harbor doubts. The matter of the Crown Princess disguising herself as the Crown Prince cannot be hidden for long. The Emperor's intention is to kill when Liang and announce that the Crown Prince died of illness. The Crown Princess. An image of a dignified yet gentle figure unconsciously surfaced in Xia Mo's mind. The Crown Prince is the offspring of the Empress. The current Empress of Xia has a gentle disposition and is not one to fight for power. As the biological mother of the various princes, she has done her best. Otherwise Xia Mo would not have spent the previous 18 years in the palace so comfortably. The Crown Princess was personally chosen by the Empress. She seems to come from the maternal clan of the Empress. Xia Mo had crossed paths with this Crown Princess a few times in his childhood. If news of the Crown Prince being killed by Wen Liang were to spread, the court's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. No matter how heartbroken the Summer Emperor is, he must make a decision befitting an emperor. The Crown Prince dying of illness is undoubtedly the best narrative. I understand. As the voice lingered in the air and San raised his head, and Xia Mo had already vanished without a trace. Half a month passed in the storm surrounding Fong when Shan's retirement gradually subsided. However, the news that Elder Tianhe was defeated by the head of the court's Jianghu division spread wildly, centered around Minggu City, driven by those with ulterior motives. There were no doubts left regarding the emergence of a young grandmaster from the court. The Jianghu Palace remained silent on this matter. Before long they announced their acceptance of the court's Jianghu order. The Biluo Sword House and Jiugong sect followed suit. The trend was unstoppable. Even the Jingang Temple could not remain aloof. The abbot of the Jingang Temple personally visited Minggu City. No one knows what has transpired. After returning, they also announced their acceptance of the court's Jianghu order. The four major sects of the righteous path in Xianzhou have all accepted the Jianghu order.
Lord Fong doesn't even Biluo Sword House know the location of the Evil Spirit Valley and the Night Palace. In a courtyard, Xia Mo turned to ask Fong Wenshan. Before the rise of the Tiangue Palace there were 5 top sects in Xianzhou. The 3 righteous sects were Biluo Sword House Jiogong sect and Jingang Temple. The 2 demonic sects were Evil Spirit Valley and Night Palace. However, since the emergence of Elder Tianhe as a grandmaster, these 2 demonic sects have acted exceptionally discreetly. No one knows the location of their mountain gates. Fong Wenshan bowed and said, "In response to your highness, I truly do not know." Xia Mo sighed softly. "I intended to resolve all issues here before leaving Xianzhou. It seems I will have to ask Commander Fong to temporarily stay in Xianzhou to handle the follow-up matters." Next to Fong Wenshan was Commander Feng Zheng, who had rushed from the divine capital with elite members of the Jianghu. Yes. Feng Zheng clasped his hands together. The Jianghu envoy in Xianzhou has yet to be appointed. Fong Wenshan was not in the mood to deal with matters in the martial world. Were it not for Xia Mo's direct request, he would not have contacted fellow disciples from Biluo Sword House to inquire about news regarding Evil Spirit Valley and Night Palace. Feng Zheng arrived just in time. This commander of the Jianghu was not weak in martial prowess. Once the Jianghu division grew stronger, the positions of the 2 offices' 6 doors in Jianghu, which had highly overlapping functions with the Jianghu division, would become quite awkward. I believe Feng Zheng has an understanding of this himself. "Division Master, you are going to leave Xianzhou?" Ji Chuxue and the others looked at Xia Mo in surprise. They were completely unaware of this matter beforehand. "Indeed, this time you do not need to follow me. Stay in Xianzhou temporarily and assist Commander Feng in handling the affairs here. The journey to the northern border is long, and whether it is to kill Wen Liang or deal with the war with the 2 major dynasties, it is extremely dangerous for you to get involved with your martial skills. It is more convenient for Xia Mo to act alone." After staying in Xianzhou for 2 more days, Xia Mo rode his horse Moing Choi Feng Ji towards the northern border. This is one of the advantages of having the backing of the court. No matter which city he arrived at, local officials and the Imperial Guard were always ready to assist him. The reputation of the Daxia Town Martial Division was at its peak. Xia Mo had yet to encounter anyone who lacked foresight. "It seems I need to make time for a visit to Tianhe Palace soon." By a small stream, Xia Mo was bathing Moing Choi Feng Ji with a brush. On such a long journey, no horse could compare to the white crane flying in the sky. If judged by the speed of the old man with the red crown crane, he would have likely approached the northern border by now. Mumu Moing Choi Feng Ji expressed its dissatisfaction. All right, I meant no offense. Different tasks, different roles." Xia Mo gently combed Moing Choi Feng Ji's mane. "Sometimes animals can be more straightforwardly jealous than humans. But it looks like we'll have to camp in the wild again tonight." Xia Mo looked up at the sky. The heavens were gradually tinged with orange, the afterglow like gold casting a warm light that dyed the clouds, signaling that dusk had arrived. In ancient times there was no navigation and maps were quite rudimentary. Moreover, Xia Mo had deviated from the official road and was on a rarely trodden path. Thus a sense of direction was particularly crucial. Fortunately, since the establishment of the martial division, Xia Mo had made a concerted effort to learn how to discern directions through the natural environment. Additionally, Moing Choi Feng Ji was adept at recognizing the way. It was impossible to get lost. The moonlight was bright, casting a silver glow. Moing Choi Feng Ji was grazing beneath a crooked tree. All around was silent, only occasionally interrupted by the calls of night birds. In a clearing, the lush vegetation swayed gently in the breeze, bringing with it refreshing coolness and the fragrance of plants. Fortunately, the night was pleasant. Otherwise, finding an ancient temple or dilapidated house to shield against the wind and rain would have been challenging. Xia Mo gathered a considerable number of branches together. Just as he was about to ignite a bonfire, a sudden rustling sound reached his ears. Xia Mo's sharp gaze pierced through the dimming light, focusing on the grass nearby. His left hand shot out swiftly, fingers spread like an invisible net, suddenly grasping in the direction of the sound. This grab was both quick and precise, as if he could catch the dust in the wind. A plump gray rabbit, eyes white with terror like rubies, was firmly in Xia Mo's grasp. "Looks like I won't have to chew on jerky and flatbread tonight." Xia Mo smiled with satisfaction at the rabbit in his hand. Soon the air was filled with an irresistibly appetizing aroma of meat. Aside from salt, the spices in this world already included cumin. He casually sprinkled a bit over the meat. The unique fragrance instantly mingled with the aroma of the roasted meat, creating an indescribable delicacy. Xia Mo had just torn off a piece of meat and taken a bite. Good brother, on this long night with meat but no wine, would it not be a pity? Suddenly a clear voice rang out like a spring breeze brushing his face, carrying a hint of carefree laughter, causing Xia Mo to narrow his eyes slightly. A flicker of surprise and curiosity passed through his gaze. How could he not have noticed this person if he had not spoken? Following the sound, he saw a young man in a flowing white robe looking curiously at him from several feet away. This person appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with a handsome countenance that revealed a maturity and wisdom beyond his years. A jade belt of the same color was tied around his waist. Hanging from it was an ancient-style jade pendant, warm and smooth like jade, with a subtle luster that clearly distinguished it from ordinary items. "Here is the meat, but where is the wine?" Xia Mo pointed to the roasted meat before him. The young man had empty hands, and there was no burden or package on him. A faint smile graced his lips, exuding an effortless elegance. In that unassuming moment, miraculously, a clay wine jar appeared in his right hand. The jar was adorned with cloud and water patterns, making it particularly exquisite. In his other hand he gently held two delicate jade cups. A technique of the Qiman. Xia Mo's gaze sharpened slightly. If it were an ordinary person, they might easily dismiss the young man's earlier actions as mere tricks. Yet he could clearly sense a mysterious aura emanating from this person. This was undoubtedly a sign of the Qiman technique being activated. Though those skilled in the Qiman were rare across the world, considering the population of the 13 states of Daxia and even the entire Xinshi continent, there were still quite a few renowned figures in the martial world. Within Daxia there were two sects that specialized in the Qiman technique. One was the Xingzong, located in Lingzhou. The Xingzong possessed a Qiman technique known as Star Track Qiman. This Qiman technique was said to be inspired by the movement of the stars, capable of perceiving and simulating the trajectories of celestial bodies, channeling this grand power into the formation. The user could draw complex star maps around themselves, influencing the rules within by adjusting the star tracks. Although tales of the Star Track Qiman circulated in the martial world, few had actually witnessed it. The Xingzong had few disciples, with only 3 or 4 inheritors at most from each generation venturing out into the world. This generation's Xingzong master was a grandmaster, ranked 3rd in the Tianji Pavilion's martial evaluation. Their status was exalted. As for the other sect skilled in the Qiman technique, technically it did not belong to Daxia. Shadows of this sect could be seen across the 7 great dynasties of the Xinshi continent. The Tianji Pavilion. The Xingzong and the Tianji Pavilion, one is the Qiman faction of the Xia dynasty, while the other is the most mysterious sect of the Xinshi continent. None of the 7 great dynasties wished to uncover the secrets of the Tianji Pavilion. Yet the Tianji Pavilion existed within the major states and prefectures of each dynasty. However, no one ever knew where the true Tianji Pavilion was located. The Xingzong master had once personally attempted to calculate the precise location of the Tianji Pavilion. Yet for some reason he appeared to be very secretive about the matter afterward. "Good brother, your insight is commendable indeed. It is the Qiman technique." The newcomer tossed a jade cup to Xia Mo. Xia Mo caught it effortlessly. The wine from the jar flew out on its own, tracing a bright arc in the air before landing in the jade cup held by Xia Mo. "You drink my wine and I'll eat your roasted meat." "Fair enough." The young man seated himself across from Xia Mo without reservation. He reached out to grab the meat roasting over the bonfire. Whoosh! The young man's expression suddenly froze, his hand retracting like a startled bird. A stone flew through the bonfire, sending a ripple through the red-yellow glow. "I don't like strangers eating my roasted meat," Xia Mo's calm voice rang out. He then downed the wine in his hand. The young man, witnessing this scene, opened his mouth as if to say something, but the next moment a bitter smile appeared on his face. "You are truly a person of character, good brother." After saying this, the young man's expression turned serious. He clasped his hands in salute and said, "I am Xianying from Tianji Pavilion, pleased to meet you, good brother." "Tenji Gu." Xia Mo stared at the youth, who called himself Xin Jing, as if trying to see through him. "Since I left Minggu City, I do not even know which road I should take." "Tenji Gu." Xia Mo stared at the youth, who called himself Xin Jing, as if trying to see through him. "Since I left Minggu City, I do not." Xin Jing smiled and reached again for the roast. Xia Mo did not stop him this time. He bit down fiercely as if he had gone days without food. He mumbled between mouthfuls, "Qiman Bagua is vast and profound. A mere technique for finding someone is of little consequence. Not only are Tianji Gu, any true practitioner of Qiman art in the Jianghu would not find it difficult. Of course, Brother Liang's status is lofty and his fate weighty. To find Brother Liang, I have endured no small hardship." Xin Jing finished the meat in 3 swift bites, reluctantly licking his fingers. "Oh. Why has your Tianji Gu come seeking me?" A thought flickered through Xia Mo's mind. Beyond issuing the martial rankings to the great dynasties every jiazi, the Tianji Gu was essentially an organization that traded in information. The Tianjigu boasted there was nothing in the world they did not know. If one could pay the price, one could visit a Tianjigu in any city. In as little as a day or two, at most 3 to 5, you could learn what you sought. Xianjing used his qi to cleanse the grease from his hands. He poured another cup of wine. Fine wine and roast, truly comforting. Xianjing stretched lazily. The Tianjigu runs the intelligence trade across the entire Xinwu continent. Naturally, we are curious about what we do not know. This journey to find Brother Liang could be called a trek across mountains and rivers. First, I wish to confirm whether Brother Liang is as the rumors say. Xianjing looked at Xia Mo and said slowly, a grandmaster. Xia Mo replied indifferently, do you have an answer? Xianjing shook his head. It matters little. The one who defeats a grandmaster is not necessarily a grandmaster himself. It is nevertheless a fact that Elder Tianhe fell to Brother Liang's hand. On that alone, Brother Liang could easily ascend the next Jiazi martial rankings. No interest. Xia Mo said bluntly. The Tianji Ge's rankings looked impressive, but beyond empty fame they offered no real benefit. They would instead invite covetous attention. He, a prince of Daxia and the head of the Jianghu Sea, had no need for any list compiled by a Jianghu sect. Xianjing was not surprised. Brother Liang officials from the 7 great dynasties never enter the Tianji Ge's rankings. Like that uniquely within the palace. With his martial skill, if he were truly not of the Jianghu, how could the previous ranking have missed him? And the Jianghu Sea established by Daxia might as well be an unconventional Jianghu sect. Like Changshangshan of the Steppe dynasty, more a wild shrine than a court. So in the next ranking, Brother Liang will surely appear. Xia Mo's expression chilled. Oof. The Tianjigu is a Jianghu sect too, how can it have no one on the list? Don't tell me there are no grandmasters within the Tianjigu. Xianjing smiled without answering. If Brother Liang truly refuses to be listed, I will report back to my elders. This matter is not beyond discussion. Xia Mo looked at him and said suddenly, no need, just a ranking. Arrange it as you please. I do not concern myself with the other 6 dynasties, but within Daxia I must know the names of all Tianjigu personnel, and, under no circumstances, allow me to find the location of your mountain gate. Xianjing looked as if he had expected this demand. The Tianjigu does business with the great dynasties and naturally obeys their laws. Rest assured, Brother Liang, when I return I will deliver to the Jianghu Sea the list of Tianjigu members across Daxia's prefectures who possess internal power. We will not cause Brother Liang any trouble. Xia Mo regarded Xianjing deeply. Speak, what else? Xianjing's expression flickered. For someone of your age to have attained such martial skill, Xianjing said, your sect must be extraordinary. Sect? Xia Mo paused, perceptibly taken aback. Xianjing hurried on, I will not hide it, I come by order of the Tianjigu master to invite the venerable teacher Putai Zushi to visit the Tianjigu. If Brother Liang wishes to learn where our Tianjigu is, you may come with the venerable teacher. If he has reservations, our master can pay a personal visit. Only that we would trouble Brother Liang to guide us. Xia Mo's eyes cooled. How did you come to know the name Putai Zushi? He had only given the Xia Emperor a perfunctory hint that Putai Zushi existed that night. Could the Tianji Ge's methods have deduced that as well? What in this world could hide from them then? Xianjing waved his hands. Brother Liang, do not misunderstand, Tianjigu learned of it by chance. We came to know that Daxia's secret guards were secretly investigating a master called Putai Zushi. Qimen art is adept at divination, but it is no simple matter. Especially when the target's fate is weighty, the risk of calculation grows. Xia Mo glanced at Xianjing in puzzlement. You would not have actually calculated Putai. My master. He was not surprised that the secret guards investigated Putai Zushi. If they could find him, that would be incredible. But the Tianjigu. Xianjing fell silent at those words. After a long moment he raised his head and looked towards Xia Mo. To be frank, ever since Brother Liang burst onto the scene, the Tianjigu has been intensely curious about everything concerning you. About the person capable of teaching such a disciple as Brother Liang. Naturally they wished to learn more. Xia Mo asked with some curiosity, and what did you find? Xianjing met Xia Mo's gaze and spoke deliberately. Within the Tianjigu, the elder most skilled in divination went mad. Mad. Xia Mo looked at him, uncertain of what madness could mean in this context. Indeed, that elder could be counted among the few who had penetrated destiny itself. Even using Qimen art to calculate an ordinary Tianren, such a result would be impossible. Xianjing watched Xia Mo's expression with care. Yet Xia Mo remained from start to finish an imperturbable calm, giving no sign of surprise at Xianjing's words. Tian run. The thought stirred in Xia Mo's mind. Could this be a realm above grandmaster? Daxia had no record at all of the term Tianren. Since mastering the Jia Divine Skill and then consecutively learning the Zhongyi Dengxian step, the Tianshan Plum Strike and the deadly 13 swords, Xia Mo had not shown it outwardly. Yet he had in truth developed a trace of contempt for common folk. The visit of the Tianji Ge's heir tonight, however, had sounded a warning bell for him. The world was not as simple as it appeared. I understand. But my master is always elusive, appearing and vanishing like a dragon. If I meet him next time, I will pass the message to the Tianji Gu. Xia Mo hefted Mingyu in his hand and suddenly rose to his feet. Now that I am fed and sated, why not let me witness this so-called Shiman art? With a metallic hiss, Mingyu was drawn. Good brother. Xianjing was taken aback. Before he could react, the tip of Mingyu's sword was already less than a foot from his throat. The Buddhist reaction is often the most honest. The air of the Tianji pavilion trembled slightly, his feet lightly tapping the ground as if stepping on an invisible spring. His entire body shot out at an incredible angle towards the side and back. Mingyu's sword was swift, yet it could only capture the fleeting shadow of Xianjing from a moment before. Xia Mo's sword was primarily exploratory. However, in the martial world, the number of individuals who could evade it was exceedingly few. Xianjing was now firmly standing several zhang away. Good movement technique, but as I said, what I wish to see is the strange arts of the Tianji pavilion. A calm voice reached Xianjing's ears. Xianjing's pupils contracted. Not far away, Xia Mo still stood in place. A residual image. Xianjing instantly realized that this renowned head of the Jianghu division was not only unfathomably deep in internal strength. His lightness skill was equally terrifying. Seventh sword. Xia Mo lunged at Xianjing once more. The air around them instantly solidified, even the faintest sounds of the wind came to a halt. Not good. Cold sweat dripped from Xianjing's forehead. He suddenly raised two fingers and exclaimed, "Can Fa escape water?" As he spoke, a delicate mist gradually enveloped the surroundings. A clear and deep blue light erupted from between his fingers, instantly forming a water curtain barrier. Xia Mo's gaze sharpened as a fierce sword aura shot out. That water curtain barrier shattered instantly under the onslaught of the sword aura, turning into countless splashes of water akin to a sudden summer rain, yet with a bone-chilling coldness. Amidst the water splashes, Xianjing had long since vanished. However, several zhang away, the air stirred droplets gradually coalescing, resembling morning dew gathering, ultimately transforming into Xianjing's form. Good brother, I am no match for you. Xianjing wore a bitter smile. Interesting. Xia Mo casually uttered. The sword tip drooped, already filled with enough killing intent to tear the night sky apart. This sword lacked the gentle touch of moonlight, only boundless darkness and the aura of death entwined upon it. Though the sword light was not yet visible, the unsettling killing intent had already arrived. Good brother, the words have been spoken. I recall I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first. Xianjing felt a chilling aura rising from the depths of his heart. Just as he was about to flee, the sword light had already arrived, faster than imaginable, carrying a force that seemed intent on dragging all things into an endless abyss. Qianfa burn. Xianjing once again unleashed the strange arts. A fire dragon emerged from the void, roaring as it lunged towards Xia Mo. The surrounding air was distorted by its high temperature, exhibiting tremendous destructive power. Bang! The sword light and fire dragon intertwined, erupting with a series of thunderous roars. Hiss! Before long, the fire dragon was torn apart like a rag by the sword light. Xianjing's figure as before appeared in another position. Auspicious and inauspicious, the five elements secret art. I am truly becoming more and more interested in you strange arts practitioners. Xia Mo turned to look at Xianjing. Though these two swords were merely casual strikes. However, some leaders in the martial world might not be able to handle them with such composure. The heir of the Tianji pavilion looked as if he felt a pang of sympathy. Yet he obviously still had plenty of strength left. Huff! Xianjing let out a long sigh. It seems that good brother does not intend to let me leave easily tonight. Xia Mo pointed the sword at Xianjing. Then it will depend on whether you can entertain me. Xianjing's gaze suddenly grew sharp. In that case, good brother, be careful. Xianjing pressed his right thumb against the tip of his middle finger, the other three fingers slightly curled. Then with his left palm facing up, fingers together, he gently covered his right hand, forming the stance of Qian Kuan He Bai. A gentle breeze swept by, stirring up a barely perceptible wave. Oh. Xia Mo's gaze narrowed slightly, momentarily hesitating to act. He saw fine beams of light beginning to gather on the ground, originating from an invisible source, accurately outlining the contours of 8 directions. Is this the Bagua diagram? Despite Xia Mo not understanding strange arts, he could still recognize the pattern beneath Xian Jing's feet. As the air of the formation further developed, a gigantic Taiji diagram gradually emerged in the central area, with the yin-yang fish slowly rotating, the black and white colors intertwining. Golden lock chain. Xian Jing suddenly shouted at Xia Mo. Dozens of tiny golden chains appeared from the void, nimbly wrapping around like living creatures, sealing off the space around Xia Mo layer by layer. Would bind prisoning dragon. As Xian Jing's hand seal changed, the surrounding trees suddenly stirred. Thick roots and vines broke through the ground, weaving into a complex net rapidly extending towards Xia Mo. Water prison trapping heaven. In the void, a clear water curtain suddenly appeared, quickly enveloping Xia Mo, forming a crystal clear water prison. Within the water prison, the water flowed like a living thing, constantly squeezing and swirling, creating immense pressure and whirlpools. Fiery flame separation. Flames shot up to the sky, with 9 fire dragons bearing their fangs and claws surrounding Xia Mo menacingly. Thick earth stabilizing mountain. The ground trembled, a heavy yellow light surged from the earth, transforming into a towering mountain phantom that pressed down heavily. Looking at Xia Mo, who was completely submerged by the 5 elements secret arts, Xian Jing's expression did not ease. He knew in his heart that although the strange arts appeared daunting, facing a grandmaster was still somewhat beyond his capabilities. 8 gates transport. Xian Jing's previously pale face drained of color. A void opening gradually split open behind him. He lightly leaped back, directly jumping into the opening without any intention of stopping. At that very moment, 13th sword. Xia Mo's voice resonated from within the strange art's 5 elements formation. Though the voice was not loud, it echoed like thunder. Wherever the sword light reached, all things fell silent. Life and death, good and evil, love and hate, enmity and affection, all transformed into nothingness at this moment. The power of the 5 elements crumbled and disintegrated under the impact of the sword light. Even more terrifying was that as the sword light penetrated deeper, the entire strange arts formation began to violently shake, as if a giant tower was about to collapse. The space became distorted and chaotic at this moment. Boom! The strange arts 5 elements formation completely collapsed, turning into countless fragments that dispersed into the air. Xia Mo's figure then became visible. You run quite fast. Looking at the now closed void opening, Xia Mo casually sheathed Mingyu. As he delved deeper into the martial world, Xia Mo discovered that this world seemed even more interesting than he had imagined. The air of the Tianji Pavilion, strange arts, the heavenly beings. The harvest of this night could be considered substantial. Ding, please proceed to the destination to sign in. Xia Mo paused, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. He did not expect the system to react at this moment. To be honest, he still had not figured out what the conditions to trigger the system tasks were. Could it really be completely random? New scenes floated in his mind. As the sun began to set, its rays slanted across the landscape, casting golden glimmers that illuminated the mountain path. A young gentleman clad in a luxurious garment woven with cloud brocade slowly approached from outside the town. This town lies in the deep mountains on the edge of Xuanzhou, famous for producing a poisonous flower known as yulan. The yulan blooms throughout the year, its leaves concealing hidden toxins. The shadows of the flowers dance as if they are fairies, yet they are the source of the world's treachery. This is the secluded abode of the last grandmaster Yudu Huang, who ranked 6th in the previous Tianji Pavilion martial evaluation. The Tianji Pavilion martial evaluation is held every 60 years. The lifespan of a grandmaster is roughly 200 to 300 years. Therefore, it is not surprising that some grandmasters hold their rankings for consecutive terms. It is said that the grandmaster currently ranked 2nd in the Great Xia has been on the list 3 times in a row, always holding the 2nd position. Thus he is referred to as the 2nd in the world among the martial community. The ranking rules of the Tianji Pavilion martial evaluation are quite straightforward. Firstly, it relies on actual battle achievements. If one can defeat a grandmaster on the list, their ranking in the next evaluation will naturally surpass that of the defeated. Secondly, a grandmaster may fall due to nearing the end of their lifespan or unexpected demise. In any case, at least half of the participants in each Tianji Pavilion martial evaluation undergo changes. Finally arrived. Looking at the Yulan town before him, Xia Mo strode in confidently. Nestled among towering mountains, Yulan town is surrounded by rugged paths lacking any official roads. He left his steed Moing Jue Fengji at a government post station. If he did not return for an extended period, someone would naturally bring Moing Jue Fengji back to the capital. As Xia Mo stepped into the town, he noticed that the place was sparsely populated with hardly any signs of life. The streets were deserted, with only the wind passing through crumbling walls stirring up some dust. The yulan flowers were planted everywhere, their colors captivating and their fragrance mysterious. When the gentle breeze blew, it carried the floral scent, mingling with an ominous aura. Xia Mo's heart trembled and he felt as if there were foreign entities disturbing his breath. As he circulated his inner strength, a peculiar force surged forth, actually forcing the wind back. In the air, besides the floral fragrance, there was an almost imperceptible crack sound. A flicker of surprise flashed in Xia Mo's eyes. Could the toxic gas of these Yulan flowers actually corrode protective qi? If that were the case, it would be impossible for ordinary people to exist in this town. Xia Mo's figure unfolded and in one step he firmly stood atop a nearby rooftop. With a few leaps he traversed the streets and arrived outside a courtyard surrounded by a fence. Inside the courtyard the scenery was elegant, where a woman in white held a fan made of palm leaves, gently swaying it as she carefully tended to a pot on the stove. Her expression was gentle and her demeanor exuded a subtle elegance. Surrounding her Yulan flowers thrived lush green leaves supporting white blossoms. "This young lady, may I ask your name?" "You must not be an ordinary person to have come here," Xia Mo said, cupping his fists in greeting from outside the courtyard. The woman in white gently raised her head and glanced at him. "Take my advice, there is nothing you seek here. You should return from whence you came." Xia Mo looked at the woman in white with some surprise. "I have not even spoken yet, how do you know what I want?" The woman in white turned her head back to attend to the pot once more. "This Yulan town is filled with Yulan flowers, even first-rate experts from the martial world tread carefully here. The mountains surrounding Yulan town are known as Wanda Ridge, teeming with poisonous creatures resembling a hellish realm. Those who come to this town are either of profound inner strength or experts in poison techniques." "Are you not here for the inheritance of Yudu Huang?" After a brief exchange of glances with Xia Mo, the woman in white slightly turned her fingers, delicately sprinkling white powder. Like falling snow, it landed on the fire. In an instant the fierce flames extinguished, leaving only wisps of blue smoke entwined with the fragrance of herbs. The woman in white clapped her hands to disperse the dust, pouring the prepared medicine into a bowl. Then without hesitation she drank it all in one go. The inheritance of Yudu Huang. Xia Mo was first taken aback, then quickly realized. Yudu's secret code. The reason Yudu Huang could rank 6th in the last Tianji Pavilion martial evaluation was not only due to his unfathomable martial arts but also because of his terrifying poison techniques that kill invisibly. The culmination of both is the unparalleled poison technique created by Yudu Huang in his later years, the Yudu secret code. No wonder there are so many unusual breaths in the town, it turns out they all came for the Yudu secret code. Xia Mo muttered to himself. "Miss, there are rumors in the martial world that Yudu Huang secluded himself here in his later years, yet over the years many must have come seeking his inheritance. Most left empty-handed and some even lost their lives in Wanda Ridge. Why is it that the tale of the Yudu secret code is circulating again now? These martial world curiosities are recorded in the archives of the town's martial affairs office. A grandmaster skilled in poison techniques. Even the court has coveted this place." After several failures and losses they gradually stopped paying attention. At this moment the woman in white curiously observed Xia Mo. "Looking at you, it seems you truly are not here for the Yudu secret code." Xia Mo shook his head with a bitter smile. "To be honest, I came here to search for a certain poisonous creature in Wanda Ridge. Could something have happened recently in Wanda Ridge that has drawn all these rarely seen monsters and demons from the martial world here?" Xia Mo quickly thought of the key point. The woman in white withdrew her gaze, not answering Xia Mo's question, and began to clean the pot. "Since you are not here for the Yudu secret code, I advise you to leave quickly. This place has not been peaceful lately. Do not foolishly risk your life out of curiosity. With poison everywhere in Wanda Ridge, some toxins are even feared by grandmasters. To come to Wanda Ridge to seek poisonous creatures, it's truly surprising that you thought of it." As the woman in white spoke, she was about to carry the pot back into the house. Xia Mo sighed softly. He actually did not want to come. Who would have known that this time the system's sign-in task would involve a living creature? The scenery hinted at by the system was but the tip of the iceberg, and it was constantly changing. Xia Mo had put in great effort just to find this place. If that thing did not even exist in Wanda Ridge with the vast world before him, he truly did not know where to search. "What kind of poisonous creature are you looking for?" The woman in white stepped into the room and then turned to ask. Xia Mo hurriedly replied, "I don't even know what the poisonous creature is called. However, it looks like a scorpion about 2 inches long with a body as translucent as blood jade, a sharp tail hook, and it moves silently." Rare surprise appeared in the eyes of the woman in white. "If you know, please let me know. I will surely reward you handsomely." Xia Mo's heart lifted at the woman's demeanor. It seemed she knew something. The woman in white gazed deeply at Xia Mo. "I indeed know of this creature. However, before that I hope you can help me with a small trouble." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 sounds of air braking echoed, landing on either side of the courtyard's fence. You wretched woman, how dare you play us for fools? Today I will ensure your demise. Xia Mo turned to see an old crone with frost-like silver hair and a face full of wrinkles. The old crone wore a long purple robe adorned with subtly embroidered serpentine patterns. Her wrists were wrapped with several delicate silver rings that jingled crisply with her gestures. At this moment the old crone stood outside the fence glaring at the woman in white with a face full of rage. Poof! Bai Lin Po, why are you still rambling on with her? Once we capture her and apply some methods, she will surely reveal the whereabouts of the Yuta secret classic. Another person short in stature and resembling a youth spoke. Dressed in a colorful short shirt, he had a delicate belt around his waist with a few small porcelain bottles hanging from it. The youth's gaze toward the woman in white grew more sinister. Bai Lin Po Hua Du Tong Zi, I have already told you. There is no Yuta secret classic in the Wandu Ridge. But you insisted on diving headlong into it. Now only the two of you have returned, and it seems that Chi Su Gong is in grave danger. The woman in white turned around and said flatly, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation despite the two fierce figures outside. Bai Lin Po Hua Du Tong Zi Chi Su Gong. Xia Mo's expression shifted. The Wandu Ridge is located at the edge of Xianzhou with half of its territory in Beizhou and Hanzhou. In reality it belongs to a lawless area. The martial forces here are intricate and complex, with famous masters dying daily due to their reckless ways. Thus Xia Mo was not very familiar with the characters around Wandu Ridge. He had never heard of these three names. However, judging by their titles, they should all be experts in poisons. Then why didn't you mention that along the way there is a swamp filled with Dijudu? Dijudu, formless and intangible, lurks in the earth veins, entering the flesh upon contact. Initially there is no difference, but when one realizes it, they are already deeply poisoned, with their internal organs corroded, suffering unbearable pain. I see you deliberately pointed us toward a dead end. The woman in white calmly looked at Bai Lin Pa. You three are also experts in poisons. You should know that Dijudu, aside from its intense toxicity, will not poison you if you do not come into contact with the skin. Given how disheveled you both look, you must have been in the swamp fighting over something, right? Bai Lin Po and Hua Du Tong Zi fell silent at her words. After a moment Bai Lin Po suddenly shouted, wretched woman, today no matter what you must repay Chi Su Gong with your life. Bai Lin politely raised a hand and a small green snake swiftly darted toward the woman in white. In the courtyard the orchids seemed to respond, their leaves turning towards the green snake as if wishing to obstruct its path with their fragrance. Hua Du Tong Zi elegantly waved his sleeve, the orchid sent calming, once more maintaining his original stance. Just as the green snake was about to touch the woman in white, a flash of swordlight suddenly zipped past. Bai Lin Po and Hua Du Tong Zi felt as if their eyes had blurred. They heard a crack sound as the green snake was instantly severed into several pieces in midair. Ladies, how about giving me a bit of face and returning tomorrow? Xia Mo appeared in the courtyard at some point, smiling at Bai Lin Po and Hua Du Tong Zi while turning his back to the woman in white. Bai Lin Po and Hua Du Tong Zi frowned simultaneously. They had just seen this young man. Anyone who could appear in Yulan town was certainly not an ordinary character. Thus, realizing that this person was not aligned with the woman in white, they tacitly ignored him. Who are you? This is a matter between us and this wretched woman. I advise you not to meddle. Bai Lin Po regarded Xia Mo warily. To be honest, she felt a bit dazed by that sword just now. I have no intention of interfering in your grievances, I only wish to ask this girl something today. So I kindly request you two to come back tomorrow. The woman in white saw this scene and directly walked into the house. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Kid, you are just asking for death. Bai Lin Pa's true energy surged, causing the fence outside the courtyard to shatter under the pressure, cracking loudly. The fence was torn open as if it were made of paper, wood chips flying everywhere and dust rising. The old crone seemed to have used some kind of movement technique. After a few staggering steps, she had already appeared in the courtyard, striking towards Xia Mo with a palm. The gust from her palm howled, bringing with it a suffocating strong wind. The wind was also mixed with strands of green mist, evidently containing deadly poison. A clear whistle echoed in the air. Bai Lin Pa's pupils constricted sharply, revealing a hint of disbelief. Xia Mo vanished before her eyes, and in the next moment he appeared behind her. A long thin wound suddenly appeared on Bai Lin Pa's neck and blood gushed out like a fountain. Thud! She fell to the ground. A sword sealed her throat. Hua Du Tong's face was filled with horror. This person was unfathomable. With a light tap of his toes, Xia Mo transformed into a brilliant flash of color. Each push allowed him to leap several zhang. He did not even glance at Bai Lin Pa's corpse on the ground. Right now he had only one thought in his mind. Escape. Stop him. A faint voice sounded in his ear. A cold glint flashed in Hua Dutong's eyes. He lightly raised his right hand, curling his fingers slightly, and from his fingertips erupted countless thin needle-like poison darts. These darts shimmered with a rainbow of colors under the sunlight. Hua Dutong's lips curled into a smug smile. These poison darts were meticulously crafted by him, as thin as hair yet capable of easily penetrating armor. What was even more terrifying was that these poison darts were infused with hundreds of rare and strange floral toxins. Even the mightiest of warriors would find it difficult to escape misfortune once struck. The voice in his ear was so clear. This person must be very close to him. He had been waiting for this moment. Hua Dutong's smile stiffened as the poison darts passed through Xia Mo's afterimage. Put! A mouthful of blood suddenly spewed out. Hua Dutong collapsed to the ground. His once youthful face now appeared extremely aged. Moreover, there was a profoundly incongruous feeling. Xia Mo frowned as he looked at him. This Hua Dutong seemed to have used some illicit method to maintain his youthful appearance. Miss, I have already dealt with a minor annoyance. Now could you tell me the clues about that poison? Xia Mo walked into the courtyard and called out to the house. After a short while, the woman in white emerged with a basin of clear water. The poison you described should be a dominant poison from deep within Wandu Ridge. Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. The woman in white took out a small vial of powder from her bosom and sprinkled it over by Lin Pa's corpse. In no time, a puddle of yellow liquid appeared on the ground. Xia Mo's gaze was drawn to the small vial in the woman's hand. This was a valuable item. Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. Please, miss, provide me with more details. I would be immensely grateful. After the woman in white successively dissolved the corpses of Bai Linpa and Hua Dutong, she poured out the clear water from the basin. The Wandu Ridge stretches over 800 miles, and the types of poisonous substances found here are no less than 10,000. The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion you mentioned ranks at least among the top 5. This kind of poisonous scorpion is rare and has always acted alone. Its poison is deeply hidden in the blood. A single drop can change the color of rivers and wither all living things. Even a grandmaster who comes into contact with it may face life-threatening danger without a way to counteract it. The woman in white turned to look at Xia Mo, saying, although I do not know why you seek the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion, I still advise you to think carefully. Xia Mo clasped his hands in thanks and smiled. Thank you for your kind advice. I have my own reasons for needing to meet the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. Given the vastness of Wandu Ridge, please tell me where I can find it. The woman in white withdrew her gaze and remained silent. Since you have made up your mind, then do as you wish. The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion generally lurks in the profound depths of Wandu Ridge. There is a secret valley in the ridge called Poison Abyss. Within the valley, strange rocks rise sharply, dark currents swirl, and the water is a deep crimson like blood diluted by the poison of the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion, hence the name Blood Jade Pool. If you wish to find the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion, that place should have the highest probability of yielding results. Xia Mo's expression brightened. Then I thank you, miss. After saying this, he prepared to turn and leave. Wait. The woman in white suddenly called out. Is there anything else, miss? The woman in white walked straight into the house, and after a moment she emerged holding a small white vial. In Wandu Ridge, all kinds of strange flowers and grasses contain deadly poison, and hidden within their fragrance is a deadly trap. This is an antidote pill I prepared during my leisure time. After taking it for 3 days, it can at least fend off most of the poisons found in Wandu Ridge. The woman in white tossed the vial to Xia Mo. I originally intended for you to drive those two away, but I didn't expect your martial arts to be so high. Consider this antidote pill as your reward. Xia Mo inspected the vial curiously. Antidote pill. I wonder if I can learn something about it at the Thai hospital. Thank you, miss. Xia Mo casually tucked the vial containing the antidote pill into his bosom. What kind of joke is this? How can one casually consume something given by a stranger? Although Xia Mo had not sensed any malice from the woman in white since earlier, it was always wise to remain cautious. With his inner strength and skills, he believed that as long as he was careful, he should not encounter any major issues. The woman in white calmly watched as Xia Mo tucked the antidote pill into his bosom. Then, without saying much more, she turned and returned to the house. Xia Mo leaped lightly, disappearing without a trace. The woman in white stepped into the room and sat down on a stool by the window. At that moment, a nearly transparent spider silk quietly descended from one corner of the beam. At the end of the silk hung a spider, its entire body pitch black like the deepest ink in the night. Only its golden eyes seemed to draw one in. The spider glided down the silk gracefully, landing steadily on the table. Is that so? The person just now was extremely dangerous. The woman in white extended her delicate finger and the spider jumped directly onto it. To be able to so easily kill by Linpun Hua Du Tongzi, they must not be an ordinary person. However, this is none of our concern. In a few days, the woman in white gently stroked the spider in her hand. The golden pupils of the spider seemed to glimmer with a flowing light. It spat out a strand of silk that instantly stuck to the wall, and with a light leap it sprang from the woman's hand. In a corner of Wandu Ridge it resembled a forbidden place between heaven and earth. Here sunlight seemed particularly stingy, filtering through the dense canopy to cast down only scattered spots of light. On the ground various strange plants were competing to grow. Some had lush branches and leaves blocking out the sun, while others twisted in form, appearing grotesque like monsters. Among these plants there were many species containing potent toxins. Their leaves, flowers, and even fruits exuded an alluring sheen, concealing deadly dangers. The air was filled with a complex and subtle aura. It carried the freshness of soil and leaves mixed with a pungent odor from various toxins, making one instinctively alert. A toad no longer than 2 inches but as crimson as blood lay quietly beneath a large fern. Its body pressed against the moist earth, almost blending into the surrounding environment, patiently waiting for prey to arrive. Not far away a colorful butterfly danced leisurely among the trees. The butterfly landed on a delicate flower, greedily sipping nectar. Just as the butterfly was enjoying this tranquility, a shadow silently approached. It was a lizard clad in black scales, its eyes flickering with a ghostly green light. The color of this lizard could even change in response to its surroundings. As the lizard approached the unsuspecting poisonous butterfly, preparing to launch a deadly strike, a slight sound was heard and the toad suddenly leaped up, biting the lizard's tail. Caught off guard, the lizard let out a shrill cry and struggled violently. In no time many blood blisters appeared on its body. Then there was no further movement. After the toad poisoned the lizard, it suddenly flicked its head and a tongue resembling black lightning shot out from its wide mouth at an unimaginable speed, slicing through the air with a faint hissing sound. This tongue was long and elastic, bifurcated at the end, resembling the most intricate insect-catching net in nature. It accurately locked onto its target, the butterfly that had just attempted to flee this place of turmoil. In almost an instant the toad's tongue wrapped around the butterfly's body, tightly binding it. Then with the same astonishing speed it retracted, bringing the butterfly back to its long-awaited mouth. Ha, truly a case of treading through iron shoes, only to find nothing yet coming upon this without any effort. The scarlet blood toad, truly worthy of Wandu Ridge. I didn't expect such a poisonous creature to exist. An extremely strange voice sounded. The scarlet blood toad, which had just devoured the butterfly, seemed to have received an unbelievable fright, leaping 3 feet high. It was directly caught by a somewhat withered hand. A strange person dressed in a deep blue robe looked excitedly at the scarlet blood toad in his hand. Good little one, I have been wandering in Wandu Ridge for several days and I've finally caught you. With you, my Minghan finger. Excuse me. The strange person had not finished speaking when a slightly curious voice came from behind. Excuse me, do you know how to get to Poison Abyss? The strange man turned his head, his gaze as gloomy as water. A young man dressed in luxurious attire smiled as he cupped his fists in greeting. In the Wandu Ridge, how could someone approach him so closely? If this person had just launched a surprise attack. Who are you? The strange man's voice was devoid of the previous elation. Instead, it carried a hint of hoarseness. Xia Mo's gaze swept past the crimson blood toad in the strange man's hand. Such a natural poison reservoir as Wandu Ridge was indeed favored by some practitioners of sinister arts in the martial world. From what he heard earlier, this person should not belong to the group seeking the Yudu Emperor's legacy. Just a mere lost traveler, nothing more. I hope you can point me in the right direction, I would be immensely grateful. Xia Mo's voice carried a touch of helplessness. He truly did not expect to have a lost traveler's physique. Indeed, Wandu Ridge was high and densely forested, with many areas being quite dangerous. He had followed the direction indicated by the woman in white for less than half a day and had already lost his sense of direction. The conventional method of using the environment to determine direction often went awry in Wandu Ridge. Moreover, Xia Mo discovered that he had indeed underestimated the poisonous flowers and insects within Wandu Ridge. Some poisons could even directly infect one's true chi. If it were not for the completion of the wedding dress divine art, as long as he did not actively release it, his true chi would not leak in the slightest. Otherwise it would truly be a troublesome matter. 2 hours after entering, he had already consumed the antidote pill given by the woman in white. Although the grandmasters stood at the pinnacle of most martial artists, the nature of poison was indeed unpredictable. Years ago, this Yudu emperor, before becoming a grandmaster, had a record of poisoning a grandmaster. Thus, upon breaking through to grandmaster, he ranked 6th in the previous Tianji Pavilion martial evaluation. Hoof! The strange man snorted coldly. The Poison Abyss. That place even I dare not approach. Seeing how young you are you seeking death? Xia Mo blinked and continued to gaze at the strange man. Are you very powerful? The strange man casually placed the crimson blood toad into a cloth bag at his waist. Ha, it seems I really haven't walked the martial world for too long. The younger generation today does not even know my name. Kid, don't say I bullied you. If you can withstand this finger, I will tell you the location of the poison abyss. Xia Mo's gaze turned cold. He truly realized that many people who mingled in the martial world liked to treat their careless words as a form of nonchalance. The strange man revealed an excited expression, seemingly very pleased to encounter a living person in such a place. He brought his index and middle fingers together, opening the main gate without reservation, pointing towards Xia Mo. Visible to the naked eye, white streams of energy coalesced between the strange man's fingers. A chilling coldness even before contact made the surrounding air condense, and the flora was covered in a thin frost as if winter had arrived in an instant. What did he just say? The dark cold finger. Xia Mo's expression remained unchanged, utterly unfazed. The strange man, seeing this, shouted angrily, "Youngster, you're asking for death." This dark cold finger would freeze the blood vessels of its victims, rendering their bodies as stiff as stone. Only the utmost young internal energy could relieve its chilling poison. If this young one was so arrogant, he could not be blamed for being ruthless. Swish! The sound of the sword trembled slightly. Ah! The strange man let out a cry of anguish, clutching his severed finger and stumbling backward. He fell to the ground, terrified, looking at Xia Mo. Just as he was about to say something, his throat was already pressed against a blade. Really, it's rare for me to have the patience to speak properly. Now tell me the exact location of the poison abyss. Surely there can't be only you as a living person in Wanda Ridge during this time. Xia Mo looked at the strange man with a mocking gaze. The strange man gasped in pain, feeling the cold blade on his neck move slightly forward. Southeast over the mountain ahead, about 20 to 30 miles. The poison abyss is right there. Spare me. The strange man raised his hands high. Blood flowed continuously from the severed finger. His voice gradually became weak. Handle it yourself, then come with me. Xia Mo looked at the strange man's fallen finger. His tone showed no emotional fluctuations. What? The strange man was startled. I have already told you the location of the poison abyss. Xia Mo tapped the strange man's shoulder twice with the tip of his sword. Once we arrive, you will be freed. The strange man's expression darkened at this moment. He was the fish on the chopping block. Who would have thought this young one wielded such powerful swordsmanship? He had completely failed to see clearly just moments ago. He had already lost a finger to his opponent. After the strange man sealed a few of his major acupoints and briefly stopped the bleeding, Xia Mo grasped the strange man's collar. With his legs slightly bent, he gently pushed off the ground, and his entire being was lifted as if supported by invisible wings, soaring into the air. He darted toward the nearest towering tree. The branches and leaves rustled in the violent wind they created. The strange man was firmly restrained by Xia Mo, his face filled with shock and unwillingness, yet he was helpless against this astonishing speed and strength. Approximately an hour later, Xia Mo landed on a protruding rock on the cliff of the valley, holding the strange man. Blood Jade Pool, it truly is here. Looking at the dark stream in the valley as red as blood, a smile finally appeared on Xia Mo's face. This valley, known as the Poison Abyss, harbored fewer poisonous creatures than he had expected. The Blood Jade Scorpion ranked among the top 5 ferocious beasts in Wanda Ridge. Its territorial awareness must be quite strong. My lord, below is the Poison Abyss. You can release me now. The strange man gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he spoke. Xia Mo merely cast a faint glance at him. That glance sent a chill down the strange man's spine. My lord, we had an agreement. Finding the poison abyss can only offset the cost of your first attack. On the way, you have poisoned me with 3 completely different toxins. How can that be offset? Xia Mo looked at the strange man with a cold smile. My lord, I did not. Enough, no need to argue. You know in your heart whether you have poisoned me or not. Unfortunately, your skill in poisoning seems rather lacking. I won't make it difficult for you. 3 instances of poisoning, and in return I just need you to do one more thing for me. The strange man swallowed hard, cautiously asking, My lord, what do you want me to do? Xia Mo pointed at the Blood Jade Pool in the poison abyss. I've heard that the Blood Jade Scorpion is particularly sensitive to the blood energy of living beings, so I need you to go down and lure it out for me. No. No. The strange man shook his head violently upon hearing this. Xia Mo did not care for his protests. He seized the strange man's shoulder and forcefully hurled him downward. Bastard, I will not let you off even as a ghost.
Splash! The crimson wave surged as the strange man plunged directly into the blood jade pool. There was no struggle whatsoever.
The body floated quietly on the water's surface.
Is the diluted poison really this potent?
Xia Mo watched the blood-colored water with great interest.
Rustle! On a stone beside the blood jade pool, a small figure suddenly appeared.
The blood jade scorpion. Xia Mo was overjoyed, not expecting things to go so smoothly. Ding! Congratulations on finding the blood jade scorpion sign-in successful. Task reward 9 Yang Divine Art.
A surge of pure and blazing true energy suddenly erupted from hundreds of acupoints all over Xia Mo's body.
This true energy was starkly different from the domineering and aggressive bridal true energy.
This true energy was imbued with vibrant life and endless warmth flowing through the intricate meridians at an incredible speed, like a babbling brook converging into a river rushing to every corner of his body.
9 Yang true energy.
Xia Mo's expression grew serious.
He then sat cross-legged on the protruding rock of the cliff.
All the mystical channels around him opened wide, unobstructed, akin to a once impenetrable chasm transformed into a thoroughfare. As this true energy circulated, a hazy purple mist gradually rose from his limbs and bones coiling around him.
It illuminated Xia Mo's skin, giving it a faint purple hue. However, just as the 9 Yang true energy surged, the bridal true energy within him, which had been like a slumbering volcano, suddenly erupted with unprecedented power as if awakened by a thunderclap. Like a volcanic eruption, it splattered lava, exuding an imposing aura as if to drive the 9 Yang true energy out of existence.
With the dominance of the bridal true energy, how could it allow others to rest by its side? The two types of true energy clashed violently within him, resembling a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Both were pure and blazing true energies.
Xia Mo's form swayed slightly.
His complexion alternated between fiery red and pale white, clearly enduring extreme torment.
Damn it! System, can you be trusted or not?
If such a thing were to happen during a fight with someone, his life would indeed be in jeopardy. The time the two true energies clashed within him felt exceedingly long.
In reality, only a few breaths had passed in the outside world.
A powerful force indescribable and beyond all known boundaries suddenly manifested. The bridal true energy and the 9 Yang true energy merged perfectly. This fusion was not merely a simple addition, but a deep interpenetration and mutual supplementation of the two true energies, forming a brand new and unprecedented true energy.
Xia Mo exhaled softly.
What should it be called now?
9 Yang bridal. He gently clenched his fist.
The 9 Yang divine art and the bridal divine art both belong to the masculine martial arts. However, their focuses were entirely different. The explosive power of the bridal divine art was unparalleled, while the 9 Yang divine art was more comprehensive. A faint green mist seeped out from his pores. Although he had consumed the detoxifying pill from the woman in white, he had still picked up some toxins along the way that the pill could not completely eliminate. The 9 Yang divine art was not just a top-tier internal skill, it was also a sacred text for healing, allowing one to become immune to all poisons once perfected. Whoosh! A barely audible sound of something cutting through the air reached Xia Mo's ears. His head tilted back slightly. In that instant, a red light swiftly passed in front of his throat, moving at a speed that left one astonished. In the blink of an eye, the light shifted once again, slicing through the afterimage of where Xia Mo had just stood with astonishing speed. But Xia Mo was already no longer in that spot. Before the red light could strike again, he had already appeared on another protruding rock several zhang away. I didn't expect you to have a pair of wings. Is that a flying scorpion?
Xia Mo looked with interest at the sudden attacker.
On its dainty and delicate body, a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings fluttered continuously in the air. The strange creature was now nothing more than a shriveled corpse, all its blood drained. Even disregarding the terrifying poison contained within the blood jade spirit scorpion, this creature was a rare and ferocious being.
Given its previous speed and strength, no wonder it could rank in the top 5 within the poisonous ridge.
He couldn't help but wonder how such a small body could absorb so much blood. Next to the strange man's corpse lay another similarly shriveled corpse of a crimson blood toad. This poisonous creature, having been captured in the strange man's bag, also possessed a degree of resistance to the diluted scorpion poison in the blood jade pool. As the blood jade spirit scorpion drained the strange man's blood, it broke free from the bag and attempted to escape.
How could the blood jade spirit scorpion allow its prey to flee?
It immediately pursued and easily dealt with the crimson blood toad. These two types of poisonous creatures were in no way comparable. Fortunately, if the blood jade spirit scorpion had attacked him during the clash of the bridal true energy and the 9 Yang true energy, it would have been quite troublesome.
After drinking so much blood, isn't that enough? Do you want my blood too? Xia Mo looked at the blood jade spirit scorpion and said slowly. From the previous sneak attack, it was clear that the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion's intelligence was not low. It should be able to understand his words. The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion hovered in the air, its lively eyes fixed intently on Xia Mo. The greed contained within even transcending species was unmistakable to Xia Mo. The reason it hesitated after failing its sneak attack was that this person gave it an extreme sense of danger. Xia Mo smiled faintly, waving his hand as the dark sword energy surged forth, instantly slicing through the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. Is its body really that hard? Looking at the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion, which remained unharmed, Xia Mo was genuinely surprised. His sword could cleave through metal and stone, yet it had been blocked by this small scorpion. Creak! The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion seemed to be angered by Xia Mo. Its tail stinger suddenly stood erect, resembling a blood-colored battle flag. At the tip of its stinger it seemed to open the gates of hell, spraying a rain of red needles, all fine and sharp poison needles. True energy. Xia Mo's eyes brightened. Could it be that he was about to uncover a corner of the unique cultivation methods of this world? The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion naturally wouldn't grow so many poison needles on its own. All of these were energy needles condensed from true energy, perhaps more accurately referred to as chi needles for unique beings. Xia Mo retreated rapidly, moving like a leaf in the wind, each dodge perfectly timed. As he brushed past the poison needles, a series of faint collision sounds arose, a prelude to the clash between sword tips and poison needles. The flickering sword light turned all the poison needles into sparks that dissipated in the air. The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion thrashed violently on the rock. A cloud of red mist erupted from its mouth, moving faster than the previous rain of needles. In an instant this area was submerged, including Xia Mo. A glint of excitement flashed in the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion's eyes. With a flap of its wings it transformed into a blood-colored lightning bolt and dove into the red mist. A fierce wind arose, instantly dispersing the surrounding red mist. The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion panicked and flitted around, but no matter what, it could not escape Xia Mo's grasp. Even that woman's detoxifying pill couldn't withstand this red mist. If it weren't for the 9 Yang divine art today, capturing you little fellow would have been quite difficult. Xia Mo seemed to possess an invisible realm that tightly bound the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion within it. The ferocity of the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion was fully ignited. The stinger at its tail suddenly glowed with an astonishing red light and shot towards Xia Mo's hand, accompanied by the sound of air being torn apart. The stinger of the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion pierced through the invisible realm and directly struck Xia Mo's thumb. Clang! It was as if it had struck some hard metal. The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion's tail bounced back. Although the indestructible body attained through the 9 Yang divine art is not comparable to the indestructible divine art, it would be quite a disgrace if it were pierced by you little fellow. Now let's have a proper talk. Xia Mo chuckled lightly. He gently placed the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion on the ground. The strike that had broken through the realm he had set up seemed to have exhausted this little fellow's stamina. At this moment it lay on the ground, appearing utterly lifeless. Little one. You like blood, don't you? Xia Mo slowly crouched down. Finally taking the time to carefully examine the most venomous creature in the 10,000 Poison Ridge. From the earlier display. Any being below the Grandmaster level must be fully alert when facing the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion. Otherwise even a slight misstep could lead to their demise. At present the only thing this little creature could use to threaten a Grandmaster is the venom it contains. Although it is not the same species of scorpion. After all, even the legendary monkey once fell victim to the scorpion venom. Whether it was the earlier rain of poison needles or the red mist the venom contained within was at least more potent than that diluted in the Blood Jade pool. This little creature has its deadly poison hidden within its blood. Only by being pierced by the life-threatening stinger on its tail could one truly experience the full effects of its venom. Unfortunately, in its haste this little one failed to pierce Xia Mo's skin. Xia Mo gently touched the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion on the ground with his finger. The cold shell also carried a hint of indescribable warmth. The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion lifted its tail slightly, preparing to launch another attack. However, just as it raised its tail halfway, it fell weakly down. Xia Mo's earlier confinement of the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion using true energy was merciless. The fact that this little creature managed to break free from that layer of confinement was already remarkable. The Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion looked at Xia Mo swaying uneasily. Its pair of lively eyes held complex emotions that even humans might struggle to express. Even ordinary animals have a strong fear of life and death. Let alone this extraordinary creature that has developed a hint of spiritual intelligence. Xia Mo smiled faintly and gently extended his index finger. Concentrating, he formed an energy needle entirely made of true energy. This energy needle was as fine as a hair, almost invisible. It was inspired by the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion from earlier. As the needle pierced his skin, a drop of bright red blood slowly rose from Xia Mo's fingertip, floating in midair. Upon seeing this drop of blood, the blood jade spirit scorpion trembled involuntarily. Its eyes were filled with longing. I know you can understand my words. As long as you follow me from now on, not only will you survive today. Moreover, I can provide you with a drop of blood every day. What do you say? For the blood jade spirit scorpion, blood infused with true energy was undoubtedly the best tonic. Not to mention the fusion of the wedding dress true energy and the 9 yang true energy. The value of this drop of Xia Mo's blood was beyond measure. The blood jade spirit scorpion hesitated for only a moment before nodding. Whether for survival or the allure of blood, it had no choice but to make this decision. Xia Mo flicked his finger and the drop of blood instantly flew before the blood jade spirit scorpion. Without hesitation, the blood jade spirit scorpion opened its mouth and swallowed it. A faint red glow emanated from its entire body. Instantly its injuries were healed and its vitality restored. This drop of blood from Xia Mo was not only of high quality but also possessed the characteristics of 9 yang true energy. For the blood jade spirit scorpion, its value surpassed that of the strange man's entire essence blood. With a whoosh, the blood jade spirit scorpion moved with such speed that it nearly exceeded the limits of the naked eye. It transformed into a dazzling blood-colored lightning that danced around Xia Mo. This extraordinary creature, having just awakened its spiritual intelligence, does not possess thoughts as complex as those of humans. Once it submits, it generally will not betray unless mistreated or facing a life and death crisis. The blood jade spirit scorpion, less than 2 inches long, gently landed on Xia Mo's shoulder. All right, things here are nearly taken care of. Let's go out and explore the new world. Just as Xia Mo was about to leave, he suddenly paused. What's wrong? The blood jade spirit scorpion suddenly flew into the air, spiraling around before darting deeper into the poison abyss. Xia Mo was momentarily astonished, then swiftly used his lightness skill to follow. Is that the blood marrow peach? In the depths of the secluded valley, all was silent, only the sound of trickling water was heard. There stood a peach tree growing atop the jade marrow with a sturdy trunk and lush branches resembling one carved from emerald. Amidst the peach leaves, glimmers of crystal could be seen upon closer inspection. 2 blood-red peaches hung from the branches. These peaches were round in shape, their color warm and jade-like, exuding a faint blood aura. I didn't expect such a hidden paradise in the depths of the poison abyss. If it weren't for your guidance, no ordinary person would think to venture in here. Xia Mo gazed at the peaches on the tree. Each of the 2 peaches bore a fine crack. This was the sign of the blood marrow peaches ripening. With a flash of swordlight, the 2 blood marrow peaches fell in response. Though the blood marrow peach could not compare to the snow domain ice heart lotus in terms of rarity, it was still a rare treasure. Consuming it could strengthen bones and muscles, refine chi and blood, and even unlock human potential, leading to rapid progress in cultivation. It could certainly be taken back for the promising talents in the town marshal office. So you grew up eating this, no wonder your body is so tough. The maturation period of the blood marrow peach takes at least 6 or 7 years. If this peach tree were to be transplanted. Never mind, the environment here is unique. Hiss hiss hiss. The blood jade spirit scorpion suddenly moved quickly around the peach tree. A flash of inspiration struck Xia Mo. He suddenly looked at the 5 unripe blood marrow peaches on the tree. Are you saying my blood can hasten the ripening of these blood marrow peaches? The blood jade spirit scorpion nodded repeatedly. Is it because of the 9 yang true energy? Xia Mo decisively cut a wound in his hand with the infernal prison. 7 or 8 drops of blood flew towards the peach tree, visibly merging into it. Just blood alone is not enough. A glint of determination flashed in Xia Mo's eyes. Immediately he sat cross-legged, raising his hands to the sky. A surge of immense true energy burst forth from his body. A day later. 7 blood marrow peaches this time. I truly did not come in vain. However, with so many things, how do I carry them? Xia Mo's face turned pale as he suddenly recalled how that night in the Tianji Pavilion Xian Jing suddenly produced wine. The art of strange mechanisms is indeed convenient. Chirp chirp. The blood jade spirit scorpion flew over from a distance, holding a damp cloth in its mouth. An ancient primitive storage tool bundle. It belonged to that strange man. Xia Mo extended his palm. Powerful true energy instantly evaporated the moisture and residual toxins from the bundle. Let's go. A figure darted through the thick branches. Though the moonlight was sparse, it perfectly outlined his form, each leap leaving no trace. Those seemingly fragile branches became solid foundations beneath his feet. Suddenly the figure stopped at the top of a large tree. This is already the 3rd one, isn't it? Xia Mo's gaze pierced through the mottled tree shadows. Even at night nothing could obstruct his sight. In a clearing beneath the tree lay a corpse. Moonlight illuminated the pale face, revealing a hint of desolation and terror. The person's hands were twisted in a grotesque manner, clasping their own neck. In their wide-open eyes lingered the unspeakable fear and despair from the moment of death. There were no noticeable wounds on the body except for the neck. The internal organs were intact. Could it be that this person strangled themselves? Xia Mo slowly crouched down, carefully inspecting the corpse. Apart from the hands tightly gripping the neck, the rest of the body was unharmed. Moreover, there were no signs of poisoning. If it weren't for the 9 Yang True Qi protecting him, Xia Mo wouldn't dare to touch this unknown corpse in such a poisonous environment. On the way back from the poison abyss, this was already the third corpse he had discovered with the same tragic state. Could it be some sort of mental martial art? Xia Mo examined the twisted face of the corpse closely. It seemed that the person had seen something extremely terrifying before death. This reminded him of the confusion technique of the demon monk. Killing silently, nothing excels at this like mental martial arts. The blood jade scorpion flew out from Xia Mo's arms. It had been sleeping just now. How is it? Xia Mo looked at the blood jade scorpion. As one of the dominant poisons of the poison abyss, its knowledge of this place would surely surpass his. The blood jade scorpion landed on the corpse's head. The stinger on its tail pierced directly into the center of the brow and then quickly withdrew, leaving behind a tiny red dot. Hiss! The blood jade scorpion gently swayed its body. So it was poisoned after all. Truly worthy of the poison abyss, there is even a mental toxin that drives one to madness. It seems something happened at the poison abyss while we were maturing the blood marrow peach. Xia Mo lightly stepped on his toes, making no sound as he ascended several feet into the air. Let's go. He hurried on his way, taking about the time of an incense stick. The town of Yulan came into view. Indeed, something has happened. These breathing sounds. It seems some powerful characters have arrived. Without further thought, Xia Mo darted like a phantom through the air above Yulan town. The moonlight was thin and the stars were concealed. The streets of Yulan town were shrouded in darkness. Only a few lanterns flickered with faint light, barely illuminating the bluestone path. Ah! Several screams pierced through the silence like sharp blades. Xia Mo paused midair, landing steadily on a rooftop. That direction was the white-clad woman. Xia Mo swiftly moved in the direction of the screams. Poison girl, hand over the secret code of ghostly poison quickly, or today will be your day of death. A loud shout came forth. The speaker was a burly man filled with murderous intent, staring intently at the white-clad woman standing quietly in the courtyard. The fence outside the courtyard was completely destroyed, while the orchids inside were half-withered, leaving only a lingering fragrance. Dozens of shadowy figures silently surrounded the courtyard. A tense atmosphere surged forth. The white-clad woman, dressed in garments as white as snow, displayed a languid expression. It seemed she paid no heed to these men. Since when did the famous Iron Palm Thunder God become a lapdog of the Night Palace? The white-clad woman spoke softly as she looked at the burly man. In the shadows, Xia Mo's expression shifted slightly. The Night Palace. He didn't expect to encounter one of the two major demonic sects of Xian Prefecture here. As for that Iron Palm Thunder God, Xia Mo vaguely recalled having heard that name before. This person was exceptionally skilled in martial arts, especially in palm techniques. With his iron palms he was unmatched, and with a single strike metal and stone would yield. All in the martial world feared him. However, this person had a decent reputation in the martial world. Whenever disputes arose, he would step forward to quell conflicts with his iron palms, thus earning the title Thunder God. Poof. How I act is none of your concern, poison girl. Do you really think you can stop me with just a tiny spider? The Iron Palm Thunder God glared fiercely at the white-clad woman. Spider. Xia Mo then noticed that the courtyard where the white-clad woman was located was covered in nearly transparent threads. A black spider was constantly moving along the threads. This spider was entirely black, almost blending into the night. No wonder it had gone unnoticed before. There were also a dozen corpses lying in the courtyard, each dead in the same manner as those encountered in the forest. The blood jade scorpion became a bit restless upon seeing this spider. Xia Mo gently stroked the shell of the blood jade scorpion to calm it down. The fact that it caused such a reaction in the blood jade scorpion indicated that this spider was certainly not an ordinary poison creature. Thunder Hero, the illusion poison produced by the golden-eyed night shadow spider is limited. It has already killed so many of us. Surely there can't be much left. Do not let it have more time to regenerate. Hurry and take action. Behind the iron palm thunder god, a middle-aged man with a cold demeanor said indifferently. Dressed in a dark-colored brocade robe adorned with subtle golden cloud patterns, this person exuded an air of authority. The members of the Night Palace surrounding the courtyard seemed to regard him as their leader. Dressed in a dark-colored brocade robe adorned with subtle golden cloud patterns, this person exuded an air of authority. The members of the Night Palace surrounding the courtyards, with a pair of iron palms enveloped in a raging wind and rain, he struck towards the white-clad woman who stood as still as a lotus. Just then the black spider suddenly opened its eyes. Golden light burst forth like two small suns, illuminating everything around. The iron palm thunder god's movement paused slightly, an inexplicable chill rising in his heart. His gaze instinctively avoided the golden eyes of the spider. The iron palms came crashing down, and the densely woven webs in the courtyard shattered violently under the force of his palms. The sound of breaking echoed along with the sharp noise of air being torn apart. The black spider, agile in its movements, skillfully swung a nearly invisible silk thread onto the white-clad woman's shoulder. Ah! A piercing scream tore through the night sky. The iron palm thunder god's once powerful iron palms were now astonishingly clutching his own throat. His eyes widened and his pupils filled with terrifying blood vessels, struggling like a beast in a frenzy. His body trembled violently from the excruciating pain, ultimately collapsing weakly in the courtyard. The white-clad woman furrowed her brow slightly. She extended her jade finger to gently touch the spider on her shoulder. Don't push yourself too hard. The golden light in the spider's eyes quickly dimmed. The remaining silk threads in the courtyard all fell to the ground. Elder Morong. The middle-aged man showed no concern for the death of the iron palm thunder god. Instead, he turned to a woman in a purple palace dress beside him, casting an inquiring glance. The illusion poison of the golden-eyed night shadow spider is bizarre and unpredictable. Those afflicted are instantly beset by nightmarish visions, ultimately leading to mental collapse and self-destruction, resulting in a tragic death. This creature released quite a bit earlier, and now it has poisoned the iron palm thunder god. Even if there are toxins left in its body, there surely cannot be much. Deputy Palace Master, now is the best time to capture this woman. Go. At the command of the woman in the purple palace attire, the middle-aged man known as the Hidden Deputy Palace Master acted without hesitation, waving his hand. The disciples of the Dark Knight Palace surged towards the woman in white. The martial arts of the Dark Knight Palace revolve around the four core principles of shadow, darkness, speed, and deception. These disciples seemed aware of the prowess of the woman in white, and none dared to recklessly advance, opting instead for a strategy of evasion. With the sound of force breaking through the air from all directions, one palm, one sword, one knife, one leg. Let me handle this. The woman in white stopped the golden-eyed night shadow spider, which was about to leap again from her shoulder. Her gaze fell upon the woman in the purple palace attire beside the Hidden Deputy Palace Master. I wondered how the people of the Dark Knight Palace could be so bold, daring to intrude into the poisonous mountain ridge. It seems that besides capturing a bunch of useless fools, there is also a master from the Heavenly Fragrance Poison Garden. No wonder you are familiar with the golden-eyed night shadow spider. The woman in white stepped out of the courtyard, and the incoming force seemed to encounter an invisible resistance. All dissipated. Thud thud, following that were sounds of bodies collapsing to the ground. The closer one got to the woman in white, the faster they fell. Retreat. By the time the woman in white exited the courtyard, there were already over a dozen corpses of Dark Knight Palace disciples on the ground. It was unclear who shouted, and the remaining disciples of the Dark Knight Palace began to withdraw. What's this? Is that old woman still not dead? The woman in white looked at the woman in purple palace attire, a rare coldness flashing in her eyes. Thank you for your concern, miss. My master is in excellent health. She specifically instructed me to bring you back to the Heavenly Fragrance Poison Garden as a guest. The woman in purple palace attire smiled lightly, cupping her hands towards the woman in white. Not interested. However, since you are that old woman's disciple, you may stay here today. Suddenly an icy killing intent erupted from the woman in white. The face of the woman in purple palace attire also turned cold. Out of respect for you as a disciple of the Ghost Poison Emperor, I extend courtesies repeatedly. But you speak so disrespectfully, it seems I must teach you a lesson for the Ghost Poison Emperor today. The woman in white replied coldly, you are just as hypocritical as that old woman. If it weren't for confirming that my master has long since passed away, how would you people from the Heavenly Fragrance Poison Garden dare to step into the poisonous mountain ridge? During this time, those ruffians from the Jianghu must have been summoned by you as well. The woman in white flicked her fingertips, gathering the most extreme and coldest toxins in the world without any trace of heat. The air suddenly crystallized with fine ice, and the surrounding flowers, grasses, and trees were invaded by an invisible chill, with frost forming on the tips of the leaves. Her fingertips transformed into the sharpest ice blade of winter, carrying enough poison to freeze the heart and veins. With this finger. She pointed it towards the hidden deputy palace master. The hidden deputy palace master slightly curled his lips, remaining still, and suddenly struck out with one palm. The palm wind howled, carrying an indescribable dark force. In an instant the palm formed a dark abyss, deep and devoid of light, as if the night was swallowing the day. Two forces, one dark and one cold, collided in the air, stirring up circles of barely visible ripples. Withdraw your palm quickly, her finger's strength is toxic. The voice of the woman in purple palace attire rang out. The hidden deputy palace master raised his brow, feeling an exceedingly cold force desperately drilling into his palm. Just as he was preparing to withdraw his palm, he suddenly discovered that his right hand had lost all sensation. Whoosh! The woman in purple palace attire lightly parted her lips and a swirling dark purple mist emerged. Purple mist. The woman in white seemed to recognize the purple mist, her figure swaying like flowing clouds, retreating several paces to avoid its sharpness. The frost that had covered the surroundings began to melt quietly due to the invasion of the purple mist. The chill retreated as if vitality was being suddenly stripped away. The woman in white's eyes flickered, and with a light wave of her jade hand a flash of emerald light spilled from her sleeve. The purple mist in the air seemed to encounter a natural enemy, retreating in haste, its color shifting from dark to light until it ultimately turned to nothingness. The face of the hidden deputy palace master darkened like cold water. The arm that had lost sensation suddenly clenched into a fist, cold air oozing out from it. The woman in purple palace attire slowly said, "The secrets of the ghost poison classic are profound and unfathomable, able to conceal poison within all things. The ghost poison emperor back then was able to poison a grandmaster to death solely due to this ability. The hidden deputy palace master should be cautious." The hidden deputy palace master's face darkened at her words. "I underestimated this woman. No wonder she is the disciple of the ghost poison emperor. In that case, Elder Morone, to avoid dragging this out, let us both attack together and swiftly capture this woman." After speaking, he looked at the remaining living disciples of the Dark Knight Palace. Form the Dark Knight Heavens Veil Great Formation. The world is murky, the Dark Knight reigns supreme, all things return to concealment, the veil falls without form. The remaining disciples of the Dark Knight Palace shouted in unison. The night seemed to deepen, the sky lowered, enveloping all directions and bringing endless shadows rushing towards the woman in white. The hidden deputy palace master's figure vanished into nothingness, leaving only a trace of cold light that struck directly at the vital points of the woman in white from another side. In the palm of the woman in purple palace attire a purple flower quietly bloomed. The petals were as delicate as silk, spinning and creating layers of purple ripples that rushed towards the woman in white. The expression of the woman in white was stern. Even surrounded on all sides, she showed no sign of panic. A strange aura emanated from the woman in white. With a light wave of her right hand, her fingertips pierced through the void. In an instant, a brilliantly vibrant poison mist surged from her palm, transforming into myriad colorful butterflies that danced gracefully in the night sky. This technique, named Myriad Butterfly Shadows, is a poisonous art from the Ghost Poison Classic, not only fierce in toxicity but also full of endless transformations. The wings of the colorful butterflies unfurled, each shimmering with different hues, gathering and dispersing, moving fast and slow. The seemingly indestructible shadows began to blur and cracks gradually emerged. As the shadow blades touched the colorful butterflies, they melted away like ice and snow, turning into nothingness. The purple flower unleashed by the woman in purple palace attire also lost its earlier might under the encirclement of the butterflies, spinning a few times before weakly falling to the ground. The Dark Knight Palace disciples, who had originally charged fiercely towards the woman in white, now seemed as if they were under a paralysis spell, their expressions transitioning from fierce to bewildered and fearful. The colorful butterflies danced around them, each seeming to carry an invitation of death. Gently touching these disciples of the Dark Knight Palace left almost invisible marks on them. Moments later, the faces of the Dark Knight Palace disciples began to turn pale, beads of sweat forming densely on their foreheads as their lips pressed tightly together in pain. One disciple was the first to let out a piercing scream, his eyes wide open, hands desperately scratching at his chest as if something was rampaging within him, wanting to break free. Following that, more Dark Knight Palace disciples began to fall one after another, their bodies twisting as strange colorful patterns surfaced beneath their skin. However, just as it raised its tail halfway, it fell weakly down. However, facing a poison master like the woman in white, he was still somewhat apprehensive during the confrontation. Although it was possible to do so, it would not be as swift as the woman in white. Seeing the tragic state of these people, he still lacked the courage to test the power of these colorful butterflies. The deputy hallmaster transformed into an elusive shadow, swiftly traversing several zhang in the interplay of light and shadow. Elder Morone. Be careful, these colorful butterflies are a type of Dai-Yudu poison insect. As long as they touch the skin, they can inject deadly poison. This poison is extremely potent, quickly permeating the blood, eroding the marrow, causing confusion of the mind and leading to death in silence. Even those with high internal strength find it difficult to resist. It was the signature technique of the Yudu Huang from years past. The woman in purple looked at the swirling colorful butterflies. She spoke with both caution and greed. In the last 100 or 200 years there has been no poison master in the Jianghu comparable to you Du Huang. Such a method that combines insect manipulation with poison techniques is indeed enviable. However, controlling such a vast number of Dai Yudu is a tremendous burden for a poison master. As long as we can hold on for a moment, these Dai Yudu will be rendered ineffective. The woman in purple clearly knew a lot about the methods of the woman in white. Suddenly a faint and complex fragrance filled the air as a silver flute intricately carved with totems appeared in the woman's hand. The melodious sound of the flute instantly shattered the night silence, and the colorful Dai Yudu gathered towards the woman in purple. With her fingers deftly dancing over the flute holes, a circle of nearly invisible poisonous mist quietly spread. The Dai Yudu seemed to sense danger and flapped their wings to flee, but that invisible poisonous mist was like a tightly woven net. It trapped the Dai Yudu within. A silver flute. I didn't expect that old woman would give you this. The woman in white's eyes flashed with surprise as she looked at the silver flute in the woman in purple's hand. Deputy Hallmaster, let me use the silver flute to take care of these troublesome insects for you. Quickly take action to subdue this woman this time, do not hold back. After all, this is a command directly from the Hallmaster of our esteemed hall. The woman in purple gazed at the Deputy Hallmaster with an air of melancholy. It seemed that the silver flute in her hand was not as simple as it appeared. Elder Moron, you jest, the opponent is the successor of you Du Huang, and I had indeed found it challenging earlier. Since Elder Moron can deal with these troublesome things, then I shall certainly give it another try. Furthermore, although I do not know why the Hall Master agreed to assist you in capturing people from Tianxiang Poison Garden, Elder Moron should still be mindful of how you speak to me. The Deputy Hall Master's gaze was solemn as he deeply regarded the woman in purple. The woman in purple's expression turned somewhat displeased but ultimately said nothing more. Tianxiang Poison Garden is not located in Xianzhou. For the moment they still needed to leverage the strength of the Dark Night Hall. The Deputy Hall Master took action again, his aura distinctly different from before. After all, he was the Deputy Hall Master of a major demonic sect and his martial skills could not be weak. Suddenly raising his hand, a deep and profound dark light gathered at his fingertips. Dark God Finger. The dark light surged, instantly transforming into a shadowy finger as dark as ink, piercing through the void. Along the trajectory of the finger, the plants, withered sand and stones flew, and a suffocating aura of death filled the air. The woman in white stood her ground, her gaze flickering with both determination and helplessness. Whether it was the woman in purple or the Deputy Hall Master of the Dark Night Hall, neither could be easily dismissed. All poisons returned to their source. With the cold voice of the woman in white, an unprecedented poisonous mist erupted from her body. Instantly enveloping the shadowy finger of the Dark God, the poisonous mist swirled with vibrant colors. Each wisp of poisonous gas contained the terrifying power to corrode gold and stone, dissolving vitality. The shadowy finger began to slowly dissipate under the erosion of the poisonous mist. The Deputy Hall Master's expression turned exceptionally grim at this moment as he stared in disbelief at the woman in white who had effortlessly neutralized his full-strength attack. This was not mere poison technique, the vital energy contained within was also terrifying. Before he could recover from his shock, the woman in white had already taken advantage of the situation to move. With a palm carrying the remaining might of all poisons, she fiercely struck the Deputy Hall Master's chest. Bang! With a loud sound, the Deputy Hall Master was sent flying like a kite, with a severed string leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Damn it! The Deputy Hall Master struggled to rise but found his internal energy in disarray. Moreover, strands of poison invaded his heart veins, making it difficult for him to move for the time being. Ha! The woman in the purple palace attire reacted quickly. Although she had put away the silver flute, slender silver threads suddenly shot out from her sleeve. Like a spiritual serpent emerging from its den, the threads coiled towards the white-clad woman. These silver threads were her personal soft weapon known as the Spirit Serpent Whip. Not only were they exceptionally tough, but they also contained special mechanisms. Once entangled, it was extremely difficult to break free. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, their techniques exquisite and unparalleled. The more internal energy you draw upon now, the greater the backlash you will suffer later. You should obediently surrender to avoid further suffering. The expression of the woman in the purple palace attire darkened. She did not expect her opponent to exhibit such strength even in a state of madness. The woman in the purple palace attire's gaze grew increasingly fierce as the slender silver thread slithered like a living creature, coiling towards the neck of the white-clad woman. Poison vine hand break. The white-clad woman shouted softly as a faint green glow flickered at her fingertips, evidently a technique infused with poison. One hand guided the natural vines with agility and precision, meeting the rushing Spirit Serpent Whip. The moment of contact, the poison from the white-clad woman's hand rapidly permeated every inch of the Spirit Serpent Whip. One hand guided the natural vines with agility and precision, meeting the rushing spirit serpent whip. The moment of contact, the poison from the white-clad woman's hand rapidly permeated every inch of the spirit serpent whip. Her spirit serpent whip was made from special materials. Under the influence of internal energy, it could easily cut through hard iron. She never expected it would also be corroded. Most importantly, she could not discern what kind of poison her opponent was using. There are numerous types of poison in the world, how could one possibly know them all? The white-clad woman's hands moved like two venomous vines, directly grasping the wrist of the woman in the purple palace attire. The poison swiftly invaded her opponent's body. The spirit serpent whip fell to the ground and the woman staggered back, her face pale as paper. "You!" The woman in the purple palace attire looked at the white-clad woman in terror. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt an irresistible force emanating from her wrist. She felt like a leaf caught in a giant wave. With a gentle tug from the white-clad woman, she lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. "My master will not spare you." The woman in the purple palace attire's voice trembled, carrying a hint of false bravado. A flicker of ferocity flashed in her eyes, but that light quickly faded, replaced by despair. "No. Don't." An unusual aura quietly spread. The woman who had originally attempted to threaten suddenly changed her expression drastically. Her lips twisted in pain, her hands clutching her chest tightly as if trying to grasp the invisible force that was consuming her life. "Ah!" With a piercing scream, the woman in the purple palace attire's complexion changed swiftly from purple to black, with bulging veins visible beneath her skin. With a loud thud, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open, filled with unwillingness and shock. The white-clad woman gazed at the deceased woman in the purple palace attire. Her chest rose and fell slightly, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. "You don't need to say it. I will also seek out that old hag. My master spared her life back then due to past affections, but I am not so magnanimous." The white-clad woman casually waved her hand, scattering some unknown powder. The traces of the woman in the purple palace attire completely vanished from this world. Clap, clap, clap. "Miss, your skills are truly astounding, leaving me in awe. It would be a great pity for such talent to be buried here." The white-clad woman slightly raised her head. A young gentleman holding a treasured sword leaned against a large tree, smiling as he looked at her. At his feet lay a half-dead person, the hidden vice-lord of the Night Palace. "Is it you? You actually survived." The white-clad woman looked at Xia Mo, somewhat surprised. Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell on Xia Mo's shoulder. "Blood Jade Scorpion. You were able to tame such a poisonous creature." The white-clad woman rarely displayed obvious emotional fluctuations. Perhaps others did not know, but she was all too aware of the dangers posed by the Blood Jade Scorpion. Even she did not dare to claim she could venture deep into the poisonous ridge and tame the Blood Jade Scorpion. The Blood Jade Scorpion sensed the white-clad woman's gaze. At this moment, on Xia Mo's shoulder, the two pincers waved vigorously as if challenging something. A streak of golden light burst forth in the darkness. The golden-eyed night shadow spider suddenly opened its eyes. "Stop!" the white-clad woman admonished, but it was already a bit too late. Every hair on the golden-eyed night shadow spider was bristling with tension. Its signature golden eyes sparkled, nearly piercing through the darkness. However, in just a moment they quickly dimmed. The night wind carried a hint of coolness and freshness. Xia Mo gently calmed the enraged Blood Jade Scorpion with one hand. "Are you all right?" The white-clad woman reacted at this moment, her gaze toward Xia Mo transforming from surprise to disbelief. Under Xia Mo's soothing, the Blood Jade Scorpion gradually calmed down, its red glow softened considerably, no longer so glaring. However, one pair of scorpion eyes remained fixed on the golden-eyed night shadow spider on the shoulder of the white-clad woman. The stinger of its tail lifted high. So this is the illusory poison. Those unaware would certainly think that the eyes of the golden-eyed night shadow spider have something extraordinary about them. I didn't expect it to be a toxin that spreads through the air. Xia Mo sniffed lightly, a somewhat nostalgic expression on his face. The nine-yang true qi within his body gradually settled. "You possess remarkable skills, and now you found the Blood Jade Scorpion. Could it be that you have your eyes on my secret of illusory poison?" The white-clad woman spoke, her breath somewhat hurried. "Miss, you worry too much. I have little interest in the secret of illusory poison. I merely sensed the disturbance here, which is why I came to take a look. I didn't expect that you would be the disciple of the former illusory poison emperor. May I ask for your name?" Xia Mo clasped his hands together with a polite smile. "I." The white-clad woman's face showed a barely noticeable pallor. Suddenly she stumbled, losing her balance, and directly fell to one side. Xia Mo vanished in a flash. Just as the white-clad woman was about to fall, he successfully caught her. The golden-eyed night shadow spider's fur suddenly bristled, appearing exceedingly tense. Its abdomen suddenly contracted, spitting out a slender thread, seemingly wanting to do something. But at that moment the blood jade scorpion quickly jumped onto the white-clad woman's body, directly severing the thread, glaring fiercely at the golden-eyed night shadow spider. "I can save her," Xia Mo said calmly, and then gently seated the white-clad woman on the ground. The golden-eyed night shadow spider appeared even more restless, beginning to pace back and forth, but it seemed to recognize that Xia Mo meant no harm and slightly lowered its guard. Xia Mo ignored the commotion around him and gently placed his fingers on the white-clad woman's wrist. Not only the internal organs but even the true qi contains so much poison. "If it weren't for encountering me, you would have had a hard time escaping this calamity today." Xia Mo looked at the white-clad woman's delicate face with some surprise. The white-clad woman displayed a pained expression. Having cultivated the poison heart method, she was now suffering the torment of myriad poisons gnawing at her heart due to her deviation. Xia Mo did not hesitate and directly unfastened the belt around the white-clad woman's waist. Her clothes slipped down, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Quite substantial." Xia Mo unabashedly glanced at the infinite scenery. He then helped the woman in white to sit up. The bright moon hung high in the sky and the world was silent save for the sound of the wind rustling through the bamboo leaves gently and melodiously. Xia Mo's hands lightly rested on the smooth jade-like back of the woman in white. As for why he had to take off her clothes, Xia Mo admitted that he had no experience in this matter. He could only follow what he had seen in the dramas of his past life. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he directed his qi to his dantian, and the Jiuyang true qi surged from within him. It transformed into a warm and powerful airflow following the meridians and slowly infusing into the body of the woman in white. As the energy flowed, a faint golden light enveloped the woman in white. It shone harmoniously with the bright moonlight in the night sky, creating an exceptionally sacred atmosphere. In an instant, the accumulated stagnant blood and toxins within the woman's body under the cleansing of the Jiuyang true qi transformed into wisps of black gas that seeped out through her pores. This woman, could it be that she has been raised on poison since childhood? Xia Mo's expression turned somewhat peculiar. If it weren't for his profound skills, an ordinary person would have been overwhelmed by the toxins within the woman in white. Uncertain how much time had passed. As the last wisp of black gas dissipated, the woman softly groaned and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze regained its previous clarity and vitality. Feeling the warm breath coming from behind her, the woman in white evidently realized her condition. In an instant her delicate face flushed crimson, her eyes flickered, and she lowered her head, not daring to speak much. "Young master, I have almost recovered. The rest I can handle myself." After a while the woman's breath had completely stabilized. The Yudu secret manual of the young lady is indeed marvelous, capable of perfectly merging true qi and toxins. It seems that even if I don't meddle, the young lady will be fine. Xia Mo instantly withdrew his hand, calming the turbulent Jiuyang true qi. During the healing process he continuously used Jiuyang true qi to eliminate the potent toxins within the woman in white. Unexpectedly, these potent toxins completely became nourishment for the woman's true qi. Moreover, the two seemed to form a perfect balance akin to the harmony of yin and yang. Before the Jiuyang true qi could fully cleanse the toxins, the true qi within the woman spontaneously began to absorb these toxins. "Young master, what are you talking about? I just walked through the gates of death." The woman in white gradually put on her clothes. Turning around, she gently brushed her left sleeve with her right hand, slightly bending her knee, and inclined her upper body. "I am Jingshu. Thank you for saving my life, young master." The woman in white, or Jingshu, bowed to Xia Mo. "Jing girl is indeed a beautiful name. My surname is Xia with the single name Mo. The young lady need not thank me, aside from not wanting to see you perish at such a young age. I also have another purpose, which is why I intervened to save you." Xia Mo raised his hand to gesture, not accepting Jingshu's bow. Saving a life can be repaid with a few words. What a joke. "Young master." Jingshu looked at Xia Mo with confusion. Xia Mo spoke frankly, "It would be a pity to bury your talents here. I am currently undertaking something unprecedented in the martial world. I would like to invite the young lady to step out and lend me a hand. What is your opinion on this?" Jingshu did not rush to answer, but rather expressed surprise. "With your skills, is there anything you cannot resolve?" Xia Mo smiled. He knew the other had misunderstood his intention. "It's not that I cannot resolve it, but the scope is too vast and I am somewhat stretched thin." "Scope?" Jingshu said blankly. "May I ask which sect you come from?" "From the Great Xia Jianghu division." "You are from the court?" Jingshu instinctively opened her lips. "Young lady should not have a grudge against the court, right?" Xia Mo's heart suddenly skipped a beat, remembering that the court seemed to have also had designs on the Yuta secret manual. Jingshu gently shook her head. Not at all, I just heard my master mention it when I was a child. There isn't a good person among those in the court. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Xia Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He was choked by Jingshu's sudden words. However, my master is rather traditional and has biases against many things. At least I have a good impression of you, young master. Seeing Xia Mo's somewhat awkward expression, Jingshu said softly, seemingly with a hint of shyness and joy. Xia Mo felt a stir in his heart. This successor of the Yudu emperor had lived in seclusion in the deep mountains. Could it be that she is the kind of traditional person? So does that mean you agree? Jingshu lightly nodded. From the people of the martial world I've seen these days with the people from the Dark Knight Palace and Tianxiang Poison Garden. The Wanda Ridge will no longer be peaceful in the future. Since so many people wish to obtain the Yudu secret manual, why not simply let it re-enter the martial world? You have seen today my troubles will not be small. Even so, do you still wish to recruit me, young master? Jingshu lightly twirled her hair with her fingers, slowly caressing it. This charming demeanor made Xia Mo momentarily dazed. However, he quickly regained his composure. He took out a black token from his pocket and tossed it to Jingshu. She caught it casually, curiously examining the token in her hand. The front is engraved with seal script, the characters dancing like dragons and snakes saying subduing evil and ensuring peace prosperity of martial arts. The back has a serpentine carving winding and coiling with the serpent's head held high clutching a pearl. From today onward you are one of the 12 martial envoys of the Great Xia Jianghu division. See Snake. A few mere sects of the martial world are not a problem for the Jianghu division. Jingshu gently put away the token and slightly bowed to Xia Mo. Then I should address you as Lord Division Master from now on. Xia Mo smiled broadly, no need for such formality. The dawn broke, revealing a faint light in the eastern corner. A corpse with not a single piece of skin intact lay exposed under the sunlight. The moon conceals the stars, the wind stirs the pines with a chill. Shadows of 1,000 steps appear, a thought enters the mysterious gate. I didn't expect the entrance of the Dark Knight Palace to be in the mysterious Xuanfei Valley of the martial world. Isn't that close to the territory of the Zhougong sect in the south of Xianzhou? Xia Mo and Jingshu stood beside the corpse, neither feeling any discomfort at the tragic sight before them. Under Jingshu's methods, this hidden deputy palace master of the Dark Knight Palace naturally would reveal everything. It's just a pity. He had been too severely injured earlier, unable to withstand further torment. Division Master, are we going to take action against the Dark Knight Palace? Jingshu's calm tone held a hint of excitement. It seemed like a very novel affair. It's just a mere Dark Knight Palace, there are more important matters at hand. Since the 4 major righteous sects of Xianzhou have accepted the Jianghu manual. Then let's give them something to do. A loud whistle echoed. A messenger hawk circled high in the sky, refusing to land. North State, a region bordering the 13 states of the Great Xia and the Northern Border Dynasty. Since the establishment of the Great Xia, it has been constantly preparing for battle, with almost everyone being a soldier. While the central states enjoy the prosperity of the Great Xia, conflicts frequently arise between the Northern Border and the Northern Border Dynasty. The Northern Border lies in a frigid land and many perish in the snow each winter. Therefore, almost every year before the winter solstice, the Northern Border sends elite cavalry south to plunder. However, they are mostly scattered cavalry and do not pose a significant threat to the stationed troops in North State. After all, to guard against the Northern Border, the Great Xia has stationed 50,000 Frost Radiant Iron Cavalry and 300,000 troops at the North State border year-round. However, 3 years ago something unusual seemed to have happened in the Northern Border Dynasty. They no longer sent small groups of scattered soldiers for plunder. Instead, a full-fledged army pressed down upon them. The border troops of North State and the Snow Domain Iron Guard of the Northern Border Dynasty clashed several times, with both sides suffering losses. Unexpectedly this time, the Northern Border Dynasty seemed to have used some leverage, persuading the Grassland Dynasty to send troops to assist them. Faced with the elite armies of 2 great dynasties. Even though the Frost Radiant Iron Cavalry and North State border troops are valiant, the situation remains grim. Both great dynasties have even captured several cities at the North State border. Thus the Crown Prince led a newly formed force of 10,000 Frost Radiant Iron Cavalry and 100,000 Imperial Guards to establish a stronghold in North State. After all, this Crown Prince, besides being the eldest son of the Emperor, had earned his position through military merit, suppressing the other princes. However, he did not expect. A messenger hawk spread its wings, accompanied by the sound of rustling wind, and began to flap its wings with vigor. Finally, with a crisp and loud whoosh, the hawk pierced through the air. Its figure intertwined with the howling cold wind, appearing both proud and resilient. In an abandoned village, Xia Mo and Jianghu watched the messenger hawk fly away. Finally done. A hint of helplessness tinged Xia Mo's voice. He never expected that the messenger hawks trained by the court, no matter how much he summoned them, would not dare to land within the range of the 10,000 Poisons Ridge. Only after finally exiting the 10,000 Poisons Ridge and entering the territory of North State did the hawk dare to land, after ensuring the Blood Jade Spirit Scorpion and Golden Innate Shadow Spider had moved far away. Master, although I have long resided in the 10,000 Poisons Ridge, I have heard of the 4 major sects of Xian State. Will they really cooperate with the court to force the Dark Knight Palace to accept the Jianghu order? Rest assured, even without the pressure from the Jianghu division, those self-proclaimed righteous sects will not pass up this opportunity to purge evil and uphold justice. If the Dark Knight Palace truly fails to recognize the situation, they will only serve as an example to others. The forces in Xian State must be completely controlled by the court. Moreover, the location of another demonic sect, the Evil Spirit Valley, needs the Dark Knight Palace to inform us as well. Xia Mo turned around and whistled again. A streak of red light flew in from afar at an astonishing speed, landing on his shoulder. The commander of the Jianghu is also in Xian State at this moment. As long as the 4 major sects do not openly defy the court, the Dark Knight Palace will definitely not stir up any storms. Jianghu nodded, seemingly understanding. The Golden Innate Shadow Spider also silently appeared on her shoulder. Even the Dark Knight Palace is a minor issue. Master, what exactly is our purpose in coming to North State? Can you tell me now? North State is cold and desolate. Looking around, it is nothing but bleakness, even though August has not yet passed. The plains are vast and sparsely populated, with only hunters out to catch beasts and birds to stave off hunger and keep warm. The two are dressed in thin clothing. With their inner strength, they naturally remain unaffected by the cold. To kill a person, Xia Mo said, walking toward the village entrance. Oh. Jianghu curiously followed him. She had thought that Xia Mo was acting on the court's orders to address the war between the northern border and the grassland dynasties. Unexpectedly, it was merely to kill a person. Who could warrant Master traveling all the way to North State to kill him? Xia Mo smiled indifferently, showing no signs of evasion. Wen Liang. Jianghu nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly froze, looking at Xia Mo in shock. Wen Liang. Master wouldn't be talking about that Wen Liang, would he? Given Xia Mo's martial prowess, Jianghu had learned a bit along the way and could only describe it as unfathomable. There must be many people in the martial world named Wen Liang. However, the person whom Master Xia Mo personally deemed necessary to eliminate. Master, the Jade-ranked Wen Liang is currently ranked 7th in this session's Tianji Pavilion martial evaluation. His martial skills are likely not beneath that of my deceased master. A figure like that. Isn't it a bit much for just the 2 of us? Jianghu hesitated slightly. Xia Mo looked at her in surprise. You have been residing in the 10,000 Poisons Ridge, and while it is understandable that you have some knowledge of the martial sects of Xian State, I did not expect you to know about Wen Liang as well. After all, the 10,000 Poisons Ridge has not truly been isolated from the world. I may not understand much about other matters, but I am familiar with the masters listed in the Tianji Pavilion martial evaluation. The 2 performed light martial arts, traveling at high speed across the plains. Xia Mo nodded slightly. I see. Indeed, the target is precisely the Jade-ranked Wen Liang, regardless of what title he holds in the Tianji Pavilion martial evaluation. This person has committed a grave crime, and the Emperor has long since issued an order to secretly annihilate Wen Liang's entire clan. Reports have come in that Wen Liang was sighted in some area at the North State border. No matter what, Wen Liang must not be allowed to live and step into the Central Plains. The annihilation of Wen Liang's clan. Jianghu fell silent for a moment. If Wen Liang finds out, he might personally storm the Imperial Palace. After all, the history of the Divine Martial Continent is not devoid of such events. Master, my late master left behind a type of peculiar poison that might be useful against a grandmaster. No need. I will personally take action against this Wen Liang. There is no path for him to survive. A fierce killing intent flashed in Xia Mo's eyes. After obtaining the 9 Yang divine art from the 10,000 Poisons Ridge, although his martial skills could not be said to have undergone a qualitative leap, they undoubtedly surpassed the completed form of the bridal garment divine art. Added with the 13 deathly swords. If he still cannot kill Wen Liang. Boom, 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 the sound of hooves thundering onto the ground merged into a tremendous roar, shaking every inch of the land. The 2 paused and stopped. Cavalry. There are over 1,000 of them. Xia Mo said softly. A cloud of dust quietly rose, and a cavalry unit quickly came into view like a dragon soaring and as swift as the wind. The riders wore tight-sleeved leather armor, dark iron in color. They donned wolf fur hats with the brims lowered to reveal only their eyes, and wolf tooth necklaces hung around their necks. Armed with weapons of varying lengths, all inscribed with wolf totems, their warhorses were modeled in color, exceptionally agile, galloping fiercely across the plains. Xia Mo's expression gradually darkened. Grassland wolf riders. Although Beizhou has a sparse population among the 13 provinces of the Great Xia, its territory is vast, ranking among the top 3. This place is still quite far from the northern borders where the war has erupted, essentially lying in the heart of the Great Xia. Unexpectedly, the wolf cavalry from the grasslands have penetrated this deep. From a glimpse one can see the whole picture. It seems that the situation in the northern front is rather grim. What are you still dawdling for? The wolf cavalry from the grasslands is behind us, hurry up and mount your horse. A hurried voice interrupted Xia Mo's thoughts. In front of the group of grassland wolf cavalry, a dozen riders were galloping in a desperate escape. Leading them was a rugged-looking man. These people were all dressed in the attire of the Great Xia. Each of them wielded a blade and carried a sword, clearly not ordinary commoners. Beside the man was a young girl in a blue outfit who looked at Xia Mo and Jianghu standing blankly in their path. She couldn't help but shout anxiously. The Moing chasing wind steed had been left at a post station in Xianzhou and should have already been taken back to the divine capital. Since entering Beizhou, Xia Mo and Jianghu had been traveling using likeness skills naturally without horses. The girl and another somewhat dazed young man were now rushing towards Xia Mo and Jianghu. It seemed they wanted to take them along. The wolf cavalry of the grassland mounts are all unique wolf horses from the plains. These war horses excel in rapid assaults. These fellows are enjoying the thrill of the hunt. Xia Mo quickly realized that the over 1,000 wolf cavalry behind were not charging at full speed. Otherwise those dozen riders in front would not have been able to last this long. That young girl has a kind heart, but in this situation slowing down to save people will only endanger them. From their appearance they shouldn't be from the court, right? Jianghu observed the distant wolf cavalry holding a plant somewhat resembling a dandelion that appeared in her hand. The war has been ongoing for 3 years now. Under the fallen nest, how can there be complete eggs? Many sects and local tyrants in Beizhou have joined this war. Why hasn't the court dispatched a large army to support Beizhou? Jianghu asked, somewhat puzzled. She had heard about the war between the Great Xia and the 2 major dynasties of the northern frontier and the grasslands while at Wan dueling. After all, the distance isn't very far. However, throughout this time, besides sending the Frostfire Iron Cavalry and the Beizhou Border Army, the court has not committed any other forces to Beizhou. Otherwise the war here wouldn't have stagnated until now. The title of the foremost among the 7 great dynasties of the Great Xia is not given lightly. Poof. This war hasn't been going on for long. In other directions of the Great Xia, the Barbarian Dynasty and the Diqi Dynasty have shown signs of restlessness. The distant Dexian and Bohai dynasties are also not too calm. Everyone is waiting for the Great Xia to show signs of fatigue on this battlefield. Then these guys will pounce without hesitation. The court has to guard against them. Hence they cannot spare too many forces to support the war in Beizhou. You go stop those dozen people, will deal with the grassland wolf cavalry behind. As the distance between the two sides closed, Xia Mo instructed Jianghu. Understood. Jianghu nodded lightly. What are you two still standing there for? The girl in blue was exasperated to see Xia Mo and Jianghu still conversing in place at such a critical moment. Daughter, don't mind them, let's go. If we fall into the hands of these grassland people, it'll all be over. The rugged man shouted urgently. Behind them the laughter of the grassland wolf cavalry echoed with mockery and derision. That won't do, my lord still has questions for you all later. So I must ask you to stop for now. Jianghu walked towards the group. Little one, it's up to you now. She softly called out. A flash of golden light flickered on her shoulder. Whoa, all the horses raised their front hooves high, almost touching the sky. Then they came crashing down, stirring up ripples of dust. The rugged men were all taken aback in shock. What kind of sorcery had this woman in white just used? Their horses seemed to have been terribly frightened. Jianghu did not pay attention to the rugged men. These ordinary horses didn't require any special means. The golden-eyed night shadow spider only needed to emit a hint of its aura and these horses would not dare to advance. Yet the grassland wolf cavalry was different. The murderous aura of the army was enough to make warhorses fearless of the blood jade spirit scorpion's aura. This is also a common tactic used by armies against Jianghu masters. Look, is that person insane? The rugged man and his companions also noticed Xia Mo walking towards the grassland wolf cavalry. Those were thousands of grassland wolf cavalry. Under the charge of these wolf cavalry, even the same number of frostfire iron cavalry from the Great Xia would not dare to claim certain victory. The sky hung low with dark clouds looming and the sunlight was scarce difficult to penetrate its weight. This caused the surroundings to turn a murky yellow with a heavy atmosphere pervading the vast expanse. 1,000 cavalry surged forth like a dark cloud galloping towards them. These wolf cavalry were all clad in armor and wielded sharp weapons. They wore curved blades at their waists as bright as the cold moon, with a natural curvature capable of cutting through gold and jade, beheading enemies in an instant. In their hands were long spears more than 2 meters long, with spear tips sharp as a dragon's pearl, unassailable. Dust was raised by the wind, veiling the distant view. A phantom of a hungry wolf quietly emerged, agile and fierce as if it came from the underworld, ready to devour all living beings. This phantom was formed from the murderous aura of the 1,000 cavalry, embodying the killing intent and battle spirit of these wolf cavalry. The girl in the blue outfit instinctively closed her eyes. It seemed she couldn't bear to witness the scene of Xia Mo being smashed into a bloody pulp. Xia Mo alone with his sword had eyes as cold as distant stars. The Mingyun had yet to be unsheathed, but the sword body faintly flickered with a black light, as if able to see through the malice of the human heart, guiding souls through the abyss. Swish! The sword light instantly sliced through the oppressive air like a messenger of hell descending to reap souls. A pitch-black crack was left in the void. The hungry wolf phantom roared, and with a whoosh the sword light struck and the head of the hungry wolf phantom fell in response. No blood was shed, only a trace of black aura dissipated into nothingness. After the wolf's head was severed, the sword light did not lose momentum, transforming into a black sword blade, instantly piercing through the enemy ranks. Any enemy it touched, be they horse or rider, was split in two, heads and bodies separated, shocking the scene. The might of a single sword reached such heights. Xia Mo sheathed his sword, his expression calm as if that strike had merely been a casual act. Meanwhile, the rugged man and his companions were left dumbfounded. Xianbing Fortress. Xia Mo gazed at Lu Dapeng, who stood before him with head respectfully bowed, and at the others behind him, cautious, wide-eyed and silently appraising their savior. Clearly the spectacle of Xia Mo cleaving down over 1,000 steppe wolf cavalrymen in a single stroke had left them utterly awestruck. The air still hung thick with the nauseating stench of blood. He had never heard of the sect's name, likely a minor cultivation sect nestled somewhere in the northern province of Beizhou. How did these steppe wolf cavalry appear here? Has Baidian city truly fallen? These were the questions burning most fiercely in Xia Mo's mind. Baidian city lay at the far northern edge of Beizhou, the principal fortified metropolis directly confronting both the steppe kingdom and the Beijing dynasty. Should it truly fall, enemy legions from both realms would surge unimpeded deep into imperial territory. Then matters would indeed become grave. No, young master, Baidian city has not fallen. Those steppe wolf cavalrymen you just vanquished are likely remnants, scattered bands left behind after the great battle that occurred not long ago, who somehow slipped past Baidian city and infiltrated deep into Beizhou's heartland. Before Lu Dapeng could speak, a young woman clad in azure martial robes instinctively interjected. Silence. You dare speak out of turn before the young master. Lu Dapeng rebuked her sharply, then bowed deeply to Xia Mo. My daughter has overstepped, pray forgive her impertinence. Xia Mo's gaze hardened, piercing, incisive, as it locked onto Lu Dapeng. Explain what truly transpired. A chill ran through Lu Dapeng. Any lingering hesitation or hidden reservation instantly dissolved. At your command, young master. Approximately half a month ago, massive forces from both the Beijing dynasty and the steppe kingdom converged outside Baidian city. The imperial army engaged them in full-scale combat. The battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights without cease. Only by virtue of Baidian city's towering impregnable walls did we barely hold the line. Rumors say both sides suffered catastrophic losses. The Imperial Frostglint Iron Cavalry together with Baitian's garrison lost tens of thousands of elite soldiers. And precisely because of this cataclysmic clash, numerous small detachments of steppe and Beijing cavalry, somehow evading Baitian's defenses, have since penetrated deep into Beizhou's interior. These fiends slaughter indiscriminately and plunder without mercy. Already many fellow cultivators and martial artists across the Jianghu have fallen victim to their brutality. Today our misfortune was simply extraordinary. We encountered them on the road. Had you not intervened, we would surely have perished. Lu Dapeng shuddered faintly, still pale with aftershock. Xia Mo's brow furrowed slightly. The imperial elite forces stationed in Beizhou are naturally concentrated in Baidian city. Yet surely not so completely as to leave the entire province hollow. What of the garrisons in other major cities and the strength of the Jianghu? How could such wolf cavalry penetrate this far? Lu Dapeng stole a cautious glance at Xia Mo, his peripheral vision flickering toward Jingshu. Speak now. Xia Mo's impatient command sent a tremor through Lu Dapeng's frame. He spilled the truth without pause.
Young master, you may not know, this great battle half a month ago involved not only the Frostglint Iron Cavalry and border troops, but also elite disciples dispatched by every major sect across Beizhou. Indeed, even before the main armies clashed, our Beizhou sects had already fought multiple duels against masters from the steppe and Beijiang. Alas, we held no advantage. Lu Dapeng sighed heavily. Did the martial forces of both dynasties truly commit themselves to this war? Xia Mo looked genuinely startled. Far more than that, rumor has it the Beijiang Tianqi and the steppes Eternal Heaven have struck some kind of accord. No one yet knows what dark scheme they plot. We were caught unprepared, several sect patriarchs and elders fell in battle. Lu Dapeng clenched his fist, fury simmering beneath his voice. Tianqi of Beijiang, Eternal Heaven of the Steppe, and the Temple of the Savage Wastes, each by virtue of geography and faith, had risen to sovereign dominance over all martial forces within its realm. Have the steppe and Beijiang truly gone mad? Even Eternal Heaven and Tianqi have entered this war. Do they truly intend total war against the Great Xia? Xia Mo's expression turned grave. There is another report. Both Eternal Heaven and Tianqi deployed a grandmaster apiece to accompany their armies. In that battle half a month ago, only the valiant resistance of Hanxiang Beizong prevented Baidian City's gates from being breached. Seeing Xia Mo's keen interest, the young woman in azure robes could not restrain herself. Hanxiang Beizong. Is he currently stationed in Baidian City? Hanxiang Beizong Lu Linfeng ranked 9th among the martial cultivators listed in the Great Xia Jitian Pavilion's martial evaluation. Born in Beizhou, he was originally an officer in the imperial military but resigned due to political machinations among court officials. Emperor Xia himself lamented the loss bitterly, purging several high-ranking ministers, even ordering the execution and confiscation of property from a first-rank grand counselor. Here was a true homegrown grandmaster, unblemished, orthodox, and peerless. Yet despite repeated imperial entreaties, Lu Linfeng refused to rejoin the military. The young woman nodded vigorously. Yes, many witnessed that battle firsthand. 3 grandmasters clashed outside Baidian City. Within a radius of hundreds of zhang, no mortal dared draw near. Though outnumbered, Tutun Hanxiang Beizong still struggled to hold his ground. Only Crown Prince's Frostglint Iron Cavalry, forming a unified battle formation, rushed forward to reinforce him. They succeeded in repelling the enemy, but the Crown Prince was struck at range by the Beijiang Grand Master. It is said he now lies gravely wounded. The young woman's voice dwindled to a whisper, chilled by a sudden glacial wave of killing intent spreading through the air. Practitioners of Xianbing Fortress cultivated cold attribute arts, yet even they shivered involuntarily. You say the Crown Prince is wounded? Xia Mo fixed his gaze upon the young woman, each word deliberate, tone utterly neutral, devoid of emotion, neither wrath nor sorrow. She instinctively nodded. Yais. This news has spread throughout Beizhou, though none can confirm whether it is true or false. Xia Mo paid no further heed to the Xianbing Fortress group. He called softly. Jing Shu. She leapt lightly and landed beside him in a single fluid motion. Without hesitation, Xia Mo slid one arm around Jing Shu's slender waist. With a gentle step forward, they vanished, leaving no trace. Fortress Master, are those two human or specter? The Xianbing Fortress members stared, faces drained of color as if witnessing a ghost. Lu Dapeng snapped back furiously. How should I know? But even if they are ghosts, they're certainly on our side. Quick, search the corpses of those steppe wolf cavalry. Gather everything valuable, every last coin, every blade, every relic, take it all. Baidian City, the northern frontier stronghold, rose majestically at the utmost northern frontier of the Great Xia, its towers piercing the heavens, its presence awe-inspiring. Its walls soared high and thick, built of iron-hard stone, impregnable and unassailable, a celestial rampart, a living wall of defense. Banners snapped fiercely atop the rampart's banners, emblazoned with imperial insignia. Below the moat stretched wide and deep, its surface comets depths, concealing lethal traps. Any invader daring to cross would first face this insurmountable barrier. And beyond it would come a storm of arrows dense as locust swarms. Halt! Who are you? Do you not know Baidian City has sealed its gates? At the city gate stood a contingent of guards, armor gleaming, spears and blades sharp and ready, arrayed in disciplined formation, poised as though facing imminent siege. In Baidian City, the governor's mansion stands tall with its twin towers surrounded by fierce beasts. During the day, the golden nails shine brilliantly, while at night the lights illuminate the surroundings. Outside the gates, armored soldiers stand guard, holding spears and bows, their gazes unwavering. Inside, there are heavy gates locked tight. Each door requires verification of documents and symbols, with no room for error. The patrolling soldiers move incessantly, their footsteps ringing out like a weaving loom, densely filling the corridors and eaves. Dr. Jing, how is the Crown Prince? Your Highness.
In a heavily guarded courtyard, 4 figures stand. A middle-aged man in the official attire of the Great Xia anxiously clutches the shoulder of a doctor carrying a medicine box. Lord E. The Crown Prince harbors an extremely terrifying chill within him. If we do not eliminate it, no amount of medicine will suffice. I have exhausted all my options, and for now I have only managed to temporarily halt the encroachment of this chill on the Crown Prince's body. But if we cannot resolve it today, I fear for the Crown Prince. You quack, what nonsense are you spouting? I see it as simply your lack of medical skill. Dr. Jing's words had just left his mouth. A general in his 30s wearing a phoenix wing helmet and a long sword at his waist suddenly grabs Dr. Jing by the collar, lifting him off the ground. General Nia, stand down. Dr. Jing is the best physician in Baidian City. Over these past 3 years he has saved countless soldiers. The Crown Prince holds him in high regard as well. I understand how you feel right now. However, you must stop immediately. The middle-aged man in the official attire of the Great Xia firmly grasps the general's wrist, staring at him with a serious expression. Poof. General Nia glances at Dr. Jing, who is struggling to breathe. He then looks back at the stern-faced middle-aged official. Ultimately, he releases his grip. Governor, no matter what, the Crown Prince absolutely cannot suffer any more mishaps. Do you understand? General Nia suppresses his anger, his voice slightly hoarse. Of course I know, the governor replies in a deep voice, then turns to look at the person who has been leaning against the pillar with eyes closed. General Lu, do you have no way to help? The person slowly opens his eyes. I, Lu, have been out of the military for many years and cannot be called a general by the governor. The grandmaster from the northern frontier must have cultivated the renowned cold essence deadly technique from the heavenly pool. Once struck, the true energy seeps into the muscles like a thread traversing the meridians and causing heart palpitations and chills. If the Crown Prince had not been hit by a gust of palm wind from a distance, he would have surely perished on the spot, and we wouldn't be here today. Unless a grandmaster who practices pure yang internal arts intervenes. Otherwise, the person leaning against the pillar is none other than the grandmaster of the northern state, Lu Linfeng. Lu Linfeng looks at the governor without reserve. The courtyard falls silent. It is known that Lu Linfeng does not practice pure yang internal arts. He is a grandmaster ranked 5th on the Great Xia's martial evaluation, known for his profound pure yang internal arts. Damn it! General Nia clenches his fists, a look of unwillingness on his face. At this time, where can we find the real master Liang to treat the Crown Prince? Pure yang internal arts. Then let me give it a try. The sudden voice causes the expressions of several people in the courtyard to change. At the moment the voice sounded, Lu Linfeng immediately positioned himself in front of everyone, reaching out to summon a cold dark spear into his hand. Who goes there? Lu Linfeng looks at a man and woman who suddenly appear in the courtyard, his expression grave. I am Lu Linfeng of the Northern Spear Cult sect. I have long heard of your esteemed name. Once the matters are resolved, I wish to learn about your ice-splitting spear technique. Your Highness. Lu Linfeng looks at the elegantly dressed young man before him with confusion. In the Great Xia Palace there are countless palaces, and every palace master has a habit of referring to themselves as Your Highness. Could it be that this young man hails from the royal family? General Nia, take me to see the Crown Prince. Xia Mo's sharp gaze fixes on the slightly uncertain general. The Crown Prince's personal guard leader, Nia Zhang. You. Are you the 4th prince? Nia Zhang stares for a long time before finally recognizing Xia Mo. Report. At this moment a messenger suddenly bursts in from outside. Upon entry no one could make out who was who. Kneeling on one knee he clasps his hands and says, Governor. News has come from the city gate. The leader of the town guard and the 6th town guard have entered Baidian City. The establishment of the town guard has long been spread throughout the world via carrier pigeons. Although the northern state is entangled in war, they are still aware of the existence of the town guard. In the martial world there are also channels for news dissemination. Lu Linfeng's eyes light up as he carefully examines Xia Mo. I heard that the old crane was defeated by the 4th prince. Xia Mo gently nods. The governor and Nia Zhang finally react. We greet the 4th prince. Xia Mo raises his hand to gesture. No need for excessive formalities, quickly take me to see the Crown Prince. The messenger departs, understanding the hint from the governor. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has been injured by the northern frontier's cold essence deadly technique. He is inside there. Nia Zhang gestures towards the eastern wing of the courtyard. I already know. Xia Mo strides towards the room. He pushes open the door. On the bed lies a graceful figure. Her complexion is pale as paper with a faint chill revealing her determination. Between her brows frost has formed thick as fine snow reflecting her indomitable spirit. Who goes there? Two armored and valiant female guards draw their swords and shout. Do not be rude, this is the fourth prince. Nia Zhang and the others follow in. Fourth royal brother. The beautiful woman on the bed seems to hear the commotion and struggles to open her eyes. Xia Mo immediately steps forward grasping the wrist of the beautiful woman. Crown Princess, I have offended you. He gently helps her up. Then he jumps onto the bed channeling his inner energy causing the room's temperature to rise unconsciously. Xia Mo places his hands directly on the Crown Princess' back. The Crown Princess closes her eyes instinctively letting out a soft sound. Her complexion gradually begins to turn rosy. Jianghu stands at the door, curiously watching Xia Mo heal the Crown Princess. Does he not need to remove her clothes? After about half an hour, primarily due to the Crown Princess' weakness, Xia Mo does not dare to exert too much force. Take good care of the Crown Princess. Xia Mo instructs the two female guards. Yes. The two female guards respond respectfully. Gentlemen, shall we discuss matters in my study? Tell me about the situation of the two great masters from the north border and the grasslands. And also, how exactly did His Highness the Crown Prince die? Inside the study, the bookshelves were lined with numerous volumes. Xia Mo sat unceremoniously in the main seat, his expression calm as if he were the master of this place. With his identity as the lord of the town guard and as a prince, no one else felt anything amiss. Jianghu, gentle as an orchid, quietly stood behind Xia Mo, curiously observing everything in the study. Aside from Xia Mo being a prince, which somewhat surprised her, only the middle-aged man holding the gun in front of her gave her a sense of danger. The other matters were rather dull. Fourth prince, given the gravity of this matter, isn't it better that fewer people know about it? The governor of Baidian City, Yi Beichuan, glanced at Jianghu, who stood behind Xia Mo. It seemed to imply something. Xia Mo decisively replied, no need for that, Lord Yi. I haven't introduced you to Lord Yi yet. This is the court's third-ranked town guard, Xi. In terms of rank, he is equal to you, Lord Yi, so there is no need for any avoidance. Jianghu's gaze fell upon Yi Beichuan. For some reason, Yi Beichuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat and his back felt slightly itchy for no reason. Nia Zhang beside him showed no reaction. However, Lu Linchen's eyes slightly narrowed. I see, I was unaware of Lord Xi's identity. Please forgive me. Yi Beichuan lightly cupped his hands towards Jianghu. Whether it was a misconception or not, the itch on his back seemed to instantly cease. Lord Yi need not be so polite. As the saying goes, those who do not know are not to be blamed. Jianghu maintained her usual expression. Fourth prince, regarding the two great masters from the north border and the grasslands, aside from knowing they come from Tianqi and Changqing Tian respectively, I am not very clear on the rest. As for the details, let General Lu explain it to you. Yi Beichuan once again cupped his hands. Everyone's gaze turned to Lu Lingtian, who had remained silent since earlier. Lord Yi, I must reiterate, do not call me by that title again. If it were not for the common people of Beizhou, I would have no interest in getting involved. Lu Lingtian looked somewhat displeased at Yi Beichuan. Yi Beichuan forced a smile and apologized repeatedly. It's nothing remarkable, really. The great master from the grasslands is named Hazer. He is known as the windsurfer on the grasslands. It is said that he has been able to perceive the language of the wind since childhood. I have exchanged blows with Hazer over 100 times. That agile movement technique of his is indeed quite difficult to deal with. As for the great master from the north border, he is the one who injured the crown princess. I do not know his name, but the people of the north border refer to him as Han Zuanzhang. You all know the martial arts he practices. Both of these individuals do not rank highly in the martial evaluations of their respective dynasties' Tianji Pavilion. I am confident in dealing with either one of them. However, if they were to come at me together, it would be very difficult to withstand them without risking my life. Lu Lingtian seemed to recall something, his expression turning somewhat grim. Hazer Han Zuanzhang. Xia Mo gently touched his nose with his index finger. He appeared to be deep in thought. This war has lasted for 3 years. Our soldiers of the Great Xia have fought with bloodshed. The Frostflower Iron Cavalry has suffered over half of its losses, and the border troops have faced heavy casualties. However, the Wolf Cavalry of the Grasslands and the Snow Guards of the North Border have not fared any better. They failed to seize Baidian City in one go back then. The situation will only become more advantageous for our Great Xia in the future. These two great dynasties cannot fail to recognize this. Yet even so, they continue to pour troops into this massive meat grinder. Moreover, they have dispatched great masters. What could their intentions be? Aside from Xia Mo, Beichuan and Lu Lintian also fell into contemplation.
One was a governor and the other had once been a high-ranking general of Beizhou.
If Xia Mo could see the issue, how could they not?
I believe it is the ambition of these two great dynasties. His Highness the Crown Prince has sent envoys several times to seek an end to this meaningless war. However, they have remained completely indifferent.
To demonstrate sincerity, His Highness brought only his personal troops to meet the envoys he dispatched.
Had it not been for this, he would not have encountered that bastard Wen Liang while passing through the Ice Absolute Ridge.
Fourth Prince.
The personal guards failed to protect adequately, knowing the death penalty was imminent. I ask for your forgiveness, Fourth Prince, and allow us to leave our remains here to avenge the Crown Prince. Nie Zhang suddenly knelt down, his head heavily striking the ground.
The court has dispatched another prince. The death of the Crown Prince must be accounted for. Naturally, they who protected the Crown Prince could not escape death.
After Nie Zhang knelt down, the study was so silent that one could hear his heartbeat.
Xia Mo tapped the table with his fingers. Get up. The Emperor has already decreed on this matter.
In due time it will be announced that the Crown Prince unfortunately succumbed to an illness.
Provided that
we kill Wen Liang first. Nie Zhang's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins.
The personal guards are willing to be the vanguard. All right, General Nie, get up.
Wen Liang is a great master on the martial evaluations of the Great Xia's Tianji Pavilion.
He is not someone you can deal with.
Ensure the safety of the Crown Princess. If anything were to happen to her, you would truly be unable to save your own heads.
As for Wen Liang, I will handle it, Xia Mo said as he stood up. Fourth Prince, do you know where Wen Liang currently is?
Lord Yi tentatively asked.
Xia Mo nodded slightly. Wen Liang has never left Beizhou since the beginning.
I will deal with him first before addressing the great masters of the two dynasties. Yi Beichuan looked at Xia Mo with some skepticism, opened his mouth as if to say something but ultimately did not speak. Instead, he turned to Lu Lintian. Hero Lu, may I ask if you could lend a helping hand to the Fourth Prince?
Lu Lintian, holding his long spear, replied blandly, Lord Yi, we had an agreement.
If there is an invasion from foreign tribes, I will naturally take a stand. However, the matter concerning Wen Liang does not fall within the scope of our agreement.
Moreover, Lu Lintian looked at Xia Mo. Wen Liang ranks 7th in the Tianji Pavilion martial evaluation. He is certainly not someone of mere reputation.
Even I have no confidence in being able to break through his jade-glazed divine art. Xia Mo merely smiled at Lu Lintian's words. He did not respond to this question. In that case, I will trouble you, Hero Lu, to stay in Baitian City.
The news of the Crown Princess recovery will be kept confidential for now. Everything will be discussed once I bring back Wen Liang's head. This is indeed the duty of the town guard.
After saying this, without waiting for the others to react, he directly left the study with Jingshu.
Fourth Prince, do we really not need to send a large army along?
In the courtyard, Xia Mo was bidding farewell to the Crown Princess, who had already recovered most of her injuries. The Crown Princess need not worry, I will surely bring back the head of that gentleman. To honor the spirit of His Highness the Crown Prince in heaven. However, these days will be a bit hard for the Crown Princess. When the time is ripe, the court will announce the news of His Highness the Crown Prince's demise.
Xia Mo looked at the woman before him, whose complexion still seemed somewhat haggard. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
Whether the Crown Prince perished from illness or fell at the hands of the Grandmaster in the northern borders, from now on there was no need for the Crown Princess to disguise herself in public anymore.
I understand.
A fleeting shadow of despair flashed in the Crown Princess' eyes. She then looked up at Xia Mo and said, Fourth Prince, in this war I have witnessed the terrifying power of these Grandmasters. That gentleman ranks higher in the Tiangong Pavilion than Taoist Yunqing and Master Zhikong by several positions. I know the Fourth Prince has already surpassed his former self, being a Grandmaster of martial arts as well. But do not be careless.
Xia Mo bowed and clasped his hands, saying, I am fully aware.
Crown Princess, take care of your injuries, I will take my leave.
After saying this, he immediately turned and left.
Jingshu had long been waiting outside the courtyard. The two of them walked together toward the governor's mansion. Passing by a ginkgo tree, they saw Lu Lintian still leaning against his pitch-black spear under the tree.
Gentleman, one is at the Ice Absolute Ridge.
Lu Lintian looked at Xia Mo, his tone filled with certainty. It seems that the great hero Lu has quite the information in the northern states.
That is because Gentleman One never intended to conceal his whereabouts.
What? Has the great hero Lu changed his mind? No, the matters of the court have long ceased to concern me.
A free piece of information. Xia Mo stopped in his tracks. Lu Lingtian, still holding his pitch-black spear, walked toward another courtyard. The ice absolute ridge, a solitary peak standing atop the vast sea of clouds, its name alone enough to inspire awe. It seemed as if the most cold and merciless strokes of nature had drawn a perilous path across the boundless earth. But only those born and raised on the border of the northern states knew. This ice absolute ridge suddenly appeared on a certain day 1,000 years ago. This place was originally a snowy plain. In just one night, a new ice absolute ridge emerged here. The locals could not help but exclaim at a miracle. In the mountains, the cold wind cut like a knife, howling as it whirled between the cliffs, emitting a series of mournful wails. Snowflakes fell endlessly on this forgotten land. They piled up into thick ice layers covering the rugged mountain paths. Each step required utmost caution. Any slip could lead to an irretrievable abyss. A place where a celestial being once sat in meditation. I didn't expect the ice absolute ridge to have such a history. Xia Mo's voice came through the wind and snow. The establishment of the Great Xia Dynasty was still too recent. Its understanding of this world was even less than that of some long-established sects in the martial world. Two figures moved like flowing clouds chasing the moon, traversing the sheer cliffs without a hint of hesitation. Their toes lightly touched the rock wall, accompanied by the subtle sliding of fine stone chips, yet they showed no signs of swaying. Xia Mo was to be expected. The ascendant steps were not a lightness of this mortal realm. As for Jianghu, she practiced a lightness skill called Mirror Flower Water Moon. It was acquired by the young emperor of venomous spirits from the cave of a senior expert. When Jianghu moved, she would instantaneously split into countless faint phantoms. Like flowers in a mirror, and the moon in the water, true and false intertwined, difficult to discern. Not only could it confuse the enemy's vision, but its speed was also incredibly fast. In an instant, the two had overcome numerous dangers and landed in front of a snow-covered pavilion in the mountains. Master Gentleman One has been staying at the ice absolute ridge without leaving. Could it be related to the celestial being that sat in meditation here? Jianghu stepped forward, her gaze scanning the surroundings, only to see silver-clad mountains towering to the heavens. Aside from that level of being, there seems to be nothing that could occupy a grandmaster. Even the extermination of the 9 clans has not diverted his attention. Staying here for a long time. According to the intelligence from the Shadow Guards, Gentleman One has barely left the ice absolute ridge for a few brief moments. He has almost taken up residence here. Xia Mo raised his head to look at the peak of the ice absolute ridge. He wasn't particularly worried about Gentleman Wen's situation. The Tiangong Pavilion Xianjing had also mentioned the existence of celestial beings. There was no doubt that this was a realm beyond that of the grandmasters. However, could human strength truly achieve such feats? The bridal garment Divine Skill had already made him a master among the grandmasters in this world. After merging with the 9 Yang Divine Skill, in battle with a grandmaster like Elder Tianhe, he wouldn't even need to use the 14th sword. Yet even so, Xia Mo still felt a mist of confusion ahead. The limits of the grandmaster realm were far from this. The methods of celestial beings are difficult to fathom. It seems the Gentleman One has not obtained what he desires. Perhaps he is waiting for a certain moment. Xia Mo pondered for a moment. If that is the case, then the reason why the grandmasters of Changqing Tian on the grassland and the grandmasters of Tianqi in the northern border have been staying here might also be related to the celestial being that once sat in meditation at the ice absolute ridge. That fellow Lu Lingtian, who claims to be uninterested, might not be without his own plans. Let's go, we'll take a look at the mountaintop. The snow blanketed the sky, swirling like cotton. The world was all white, with no sight of distant mountains or nearby waters, only a vast expanse of desolation. The wind howled and the snow fell heavily, the rustling sound akin to a symphony of nature. In this silver-clad world, a lone figure sat quietly. That person sat cross-legged in the snow, eyes closed, breathing long and steady. Within 3 feet, the wind and snow parted, circling around him, unable to approach. Time flowed like fine sand, slipping through fingers, and in the silent world wrapped in silver, a trace of life began to awaken quietly. That person slowly opened his eyes. 20 yards away stood a young man, his brows radiating heroism, exuding an air of invincible pride. He, Gentleman, when the master of the Great Xia Jianghu department has arrived at the ice absolute ridge. You really are quite calm, making me admire you. The young man's tone was filled with mockery. If you come, then kill me. What is there to care about? The man in the snow looked at the young man and said calmly. Hearing this, the young man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a detached and heartless jade sovereign, Gentleman One. The calamity of the 9 clans has failed to shake you even slightly. This state of mind is indeed rare in the world. Gentleman Wen's expression remained calm, as if all the external chaos had nothing to do with him. He quietly gazed at the young man, a trace of imperceptible chill flashing in his eyes. If you truly seek death, I will not skimp. Though his words were light, they pierced the heart like a blade of ice. The young man's laughter ceased. If you could kill me, would you still be standing here without making a move? Boom, gentleman, one struck out with a palm. The light in his palm shimmered like stars embedded in shards of colored glass. The wind and snow were violently torn apart. Lioli shattering star palm. The young man recognized the technique used by Wen Liang. Though he spoke without fear, there was no hint of disdain in his demeanor. His skin began to radiate a brilliance akin to the blazing sun. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the tranquil snowfield as if the heavens themselves had split open. The ground, once covered in pristine white snow, began to tremble violently. Break for me! The young man roared, embodying the wrath of a fire god with gold and red intertwining, emanating in unbearable heat. With palms raised to the sky, the air around him ignited instantly, the snowflakes disintegrating into nothingness before they could reach him. Beneath his feet, a gigantic palm print appeared, resembling the hand of the heavens gently caressing the earth. This palm print was crystal clear, with defined edges containing immense power that seemed capable of shaking mountains and rivers. The young man stood at the center of the palm print, the flames on his body gradually extinguishing. Aside from a slightly rapid breath, he suffered no injuries. Ha ha ha, did you see? This is the might of the Flame Sun dominance. Even though I am not yet a grandmaster with this technique, I can still contend with one. Wen Liang, what do you think? Would you like to join us? With your strength and talent, you could certainly receive significant recognition in the organization. Who knows, you might even obtain martial arts more powerful than my Flame Sun dominance. If you join the organization, could even take care of the troubles from the Great Xia for you. The young man gently brushed off the snowflakes on his body. A confident smile curved his lips. Your Jade Lioli divine art should have reached its limit by now, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be targeting the legacy of the Ice Sovereign. When Liang looked at the young man, his gaze slightly downcast. This person's martial arts were still quite far from the Grandmaster level. He could withstand one of my strikes. This so-called Flame Sun dominance is indeed a formidable martial art. Moreover, it seems to be in the same realm as my Jade Lioli divine art. It belongs to the category of body-refining martial arts. So the master here is called the Ice Sovereign. It seems your organization is indeed not simple. However, when did you gain the illusion of being able to compete with a grandmaster? The young man was taken aback, then suddenly turned around. When Liang had vanished from his original spot, appearing behind him. Oof. Playing tricks. The young man was very confident in himself. What is the name of your organization? When Liang calmly looked at the young man, a powerful pressure descended upon him like a mountain. Oof. The young man's face darkened. He did not expect Wen Liang to be so ungrateful. His skin began to flush red, resembling molten gold, as the swirling snow around him turned into wisps of whiteness spiraling upwards. Let me see if you are qualified to know. The young man let out a long howl, thrusting his palms forward, sending a wave of scorching air crashing toward Wen Liang, who stood opposite him. The ground was marked with char traces. Wen Liang's body began to be enveloped in a layer of crystal and glaze. With a gentle raise of his hand, he easily isolated the wave of heat. Then you shall die. As Wen Liang's words fell, he had already closed the distance to the young man. With a casual wave of his right hand, the young man's fiery aura was instantly permeated and shattered by the glaze bursting into sparks. The young man felt an irresistible force surge into his body, causing him to involuntarily retreat, his face pale, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. If you dare to kill me, the organization will not let you go. I am merely a newcomer who just joined. With the legacy of the Ice Sovereign emerging, many powerful individuals have come to the organization. Among them are certainly grandmasters. Their strength far surpasses that of the so-called Tiangong Pavilion's martial reviews. If you kill me. Sensing the faint murderous intent emanating from Wen Liang, the young man spoke rapidly, like pouring beans, until that glaze completely enveloped his view. The divine threshold will not spare you. Wen Liang murmured, looking at the young man's lifeless body in the snowed divine threshold. At this moment, his pitch-black pupils turned into dazzling glaze. No matter who it is, anyone daring to compete with me for the treasures left by the celestial beings shall perish. Wen Liang's figure vanished into the wind and snow. Damn it, woman, what kind of poison did you use on me? A man appearing to be in his 30s knelt half on the snow. A grotesque scar extended from his right eye to his mouth, and he held a dark red dagger. The dagger was buried in the snow. The man glared angrily at a nearby man and woman. Red Moon Dagger, I do one.
5 years ago I offended the top sect of Beizhou Feishuan Palace, and since then I have vanished from the martial world. I never expected to encounter you here today.
Ah.
You seem to recognize me. Xia Mo looked curiously at the man in the distance. As he approached the peak of the ice absolute ridge, the number of people suddenly increased. He had already encountered 2 or 3 fools along the way. Though their martial arts were beneath Xia Mo's notice, they were considered rare experts in the martial world. News of the celestial legacy at the ice absolute ridge seemed to have circulated in the martial circles long ago. The young grandmaster who defeated the elder Tianhe. The renowned leader of the Jianghu division, he is undoubtedly a person of great renown in today's martial world. What's so strange about me knowing him? Bai Duan gasped heavily, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Where have you been these past 5 years? How have your martial skills improved so dramatically? And what is the name of the organization you mentioned earlier? Recalling that flash of red light from the dagger, Xia Mo curiously asked. If he hadn't intervened, Jianghu would have managed to poison this man, but still would have suffered serious injury from that dagger. What benefit would there be in telling you? Bai Duan clutched at his chest tightly, struggling to speak. If you tell me, I won't kill you. Xia Mo said earnestly, staring into Bai Duan's eyes. Bai Duan took a deep breath. The name of the organization is called Divine Threshold. I don't know much either. Back then I was pushed to a dead end by Feishuan Palace. I then encountered someone from this organization. That person taught me a martial art and I joined this organization, becoming an outer member of Divine Threshold. All these years I have been in closed-door cultivation. Until recently I received orders from the organization to come to Ice Absolute Ridge and search for the legacy of a senior expert who died here. After arriving here I received another order to test your martial arts. I never expected. Bai Duan looked at the woman in white beside Xia Mo. Bai Duan spat out a mouthful of blood, staring incredulously at the hand that had pierced through his chest. I told you these guys are all unreliable. The leader is truly foolish to listen to that bastard Gu Diao recruiting such outer members. One after another they have utterly disgraced us at Divine Threshold. With such feeble skills, how dare they claim to be Divine Threshold? A diminutive figure barely 4 feet tall disdainfully shook off the blood from his hand, stepping on Bai Duan's head and spitting a mouthful of saliva. Ding! Please proceed to Lan Quan for check-in. Xia Mo's attention was completely not on the short figure in a mask before him. This is the first time the system has directly indicated the check-in location. Year-round snow, the wind howls like a knife in the extreme cold domain where life is hard to sustain. There exists a peculiar place. Though small like a star's eye, it harbors the warmth of heaven and earth, with boiling water gurgling and mist swirling. Surrounded by ice and snow, yet around the spring greenery flourishes and flowers bloom in vibrant colors. It is unknown whether this is the work of humans or nature. Lan Quan. I have never heard of it. However, based on the system's nature combined with the images in my mind, this place is most likely within the Ice Absolute Ridge. Kid, I'm talking to you. At such a young age you have some achievements, do not be too arrogant. The angry voice of the short masked man pulled Xia Mo back to reality. Xia Mo turned to Jianghu. What did he say? Jianghu chuckled softly. He said he is called Zhu Yan and comes from an organization called Shinkei. In his words, he seems quite dissatisfied with the master and the grandmaster on the martial evaluation of the Tiangong Pavilion. It's not dissatisfaction, it's disdain. You people have no idea how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. In times without heroes, brats become famous. If we were to appear in the martial world, only one voice would remain. The short masked man stood with his hands behind his back, resembling a wise elder guiding the world. Shinkei. Zhu Yan. Only then did Xia Mo carefully examine the short masked man. The mask was intricately carved from an unknown metal and dark wood. Its shape resembled an enraged white ape with round eyes and exposed fangs. He wore a long faded blue robe with slightly rolled up sleeves, revealing an equally old but clean inner garment. A rough hemp rope was casually tied around his waist, hanging a seemingly ordinary cloth bag. Have you ever crossed hands with the grandmaster on the martial evaluation of the Tiangong Pavilion? Xia Mo asked curiously. Based on Zhu Yan's sudden appearance and the skill with which he killed Hongyue Daos Bai Duan, as well as the unabashed aura he exuded, there is no doubt he is a grandmaster. The heritage of the celestial beings indeed attracts many monsters. No. Zhu Yan calmed down at this moment. His eyes stared intently at Xia Mo. Suddenly he shouted at Jianghu, who was on the other side, "Little girl, use those little tricks again. Be careful I crush your spider." Jianghu looked at Zhu Yan in surprise. Aside from Xia Mo, he was the first person she met who could sense the illusion poison of the golden-eyed night shadow spider. You haven't crossed hands yet, you speak so boastfully. Turns out you are just a short-sighted person. Looking at you, you should be a formal member of this so-called Shinkei organization, right? I wonder if you could introduce it to me. Xia Mo said softly. There are differences even among grandmasters. A bunch of people mingling in the mundane world, how powerful can their martial arts be? Zhu Yan said disdainfully. You, a junior, are not very old yet, your thoughts are quite numerous. A grandmaster can easily obtain wealth and glory if they wish. But you all would rather wear masks, not showing your true faces. It seems your organization indeed has some tricks. It looks like you thought of something as you said this. Your gaze met the pupils behind the mask. Or is it that your true identity cannot be known by others? Zhu Yan kicked the corpse on the ground away. Junior, there's no need to probe further. Those who know too much in the martial world often die the fastest unless that person is one of their own. Although I don't know how you cultivated this martial skill, I can give you a chance. Join Shinkei. The organization can solve all your troubles. The Jianghu division you want, An. 1 Liang. Our leader appreciates you quite a lot. Zhu Yan seemed to be following some protocol, his voice very cold. Xia Mo looked at Zhu Yan with amusement, gently tapping his head with his finger. Is there something wrong with your brain? From where do you see this as trouble? Zhu Yan lowered his hand that was behind his back. A chilling laugh escaped his mouth. He, it seems like you have been refused. Xia Mo stared at Zhu Yan. You seem eager for me to refuse. Ah, of course, because only then can I kill you without hesitation. After all, for those who are favored by your organization, I still have to give some face. You people, it seems you have invited quite a number of people. You are not the first to refuse. Those who refuse don't end well. You will know soon enough. Zhu Yan beneath the mask suddenly emitted wisps of white vapor. Jingshu, go behind me. Jingshu nodded gently, taking a step back, retreating dozens of zhang from the masked member of the Shinkei organization who called himself Zhu Yan. Even the illusion poison of the golden-eyed night shadow spider could not harm him. Being nearby would only hinder Xia Mo. The sky was low and snowflakes fell like countless light feathers, silently weaving a pure white world. Zhu Yan slowly raised his hand and the surrounding air froze for a moment. An imperceptible wave rippled from his palm, gently expanding in the void like ripples. Void illusion and formless hand. As the words fell, he flipped his palm and lightly waved it, though there was no tangible touch. A powerful force surged forth. In an instant the space twisted, light and shadow intermingled, and above the snow-covered ground it seemed as if another world was being opened, filled with thunder and rain. This is... Xia Mo's expression shifted. This Zhu Yan fellow does not seem to have deep internal strength. At most he is on par with the old Taoist Yunqing. However, the martial skill he unleashed is truly unheard of. Void illusion and formless hand. Its power seems to exceed that of the Baiyun grand handprint of the old Taoist. Xia Mo also struck towards the direction where Zhu Yan was. Like a cold plum blooming at the peak of the snowy domain, it embodies the essence of the Tianshan plum blossom hand. In the void, the illusions piled up. Xia Mo's palm strength was like a mud cow entering the sea, leaving no trace. The illusions not only remained unresolved but instead became even more ethereal and unfathomable under his palm. The Tianshan plum blossom hand could not break through. Xia Mo was secretly alarmed, exerting more strength. The palm wind howled, stirring the surrounding snowflakes into a white storm. Yet that void illusion and formless hand seemed to possess supreme magical power, absorbing all attacks and transforming them into even fiercer assaults. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yan, seeing this scene, laughed triumphantly. The void is formless and shapeless, encompassing all. The illusion is ever-changing, making it hard to distinguish between true and false. No matter how you change, how can you be my opponent? After all, he is also a grandmaster. In the moment of engagement, he also sensed a trace of the characteristics of the Tianshan plum blossom hand. Zhu Yan laughed maniacally, reaching out with both hands towards the void. Invisible waves of energy surged towards Xia Mo from all directions. Zhu Yan laughed maniacally, reaching out with both hands towards the void. Invisible waves of energy surged towards Xia Mo from all directions. The sword Mingyu was drawn, its light piercing through the heavens like a dragon's roar at dawn. Before him, the myriad phenomena split apart in an instant. A massive hand formed from nothingness, blocking the sky and casting a shadow over him, descending with immense pressure. The wind from the palm howled, sounding like thunder and lightning rolling towards him. Jingshu looked at the trembling snow-capped mountains around her with a hint of shock. Was this the power of a grandmaster? Xia Mo's aura surged akin to a raging sea, unstoppable. Slash.
He suddenly swung his sword, its light imbued with intense hellfire and a chilling killing intent, directly charging at the enormous void handprint. The black sword energy rampaged like a storm, frantically tearing at every inch of the void handprint's space. It was as if a colossal beast was biting down, forcibly shattering the gigantic handprint. Zhu Yan uttered in disbelief, "What?" As he spoke, the sword tip was already before him. Zhu Yan reacted swiftly as if lightning had struck, raising his hand to deliver a peculiar force that accurately struck the edge of the Mingyu sword. He managed to forcibly redirect the trajectory of that determined strike, the sword light flickering in an unpredictable pattern. Xia Mo's eyes flashed with astonishment. Was it Qianquan Great Shift? Was it real? Damn it! Zhu Yan's gaze grew even more menacing, not allowing Xia Mo a moment to think. A palm accompanied by a howling wind aimed directly at Xia Mo's vital chest. Xia Mo's expression remained calm, his internal energy surging as he too struck out with a palm. The two palms met like mountains, clashing instantly, stirring up a tremendous wave of energy. The snow beneath their feet shattered under this force. Countless snowflakes were swept up by the massive wave of energy, transforming into a blizzard that raged around them, obscuring the sun and plunging everything into chaos. Behind Zhu Yan, two distinctly different streams of energy intertwined. His internal energies surged, almost solidifying. Behind Xia Mo, an illusory volcano erupted violently. Lava flowed like a torrent, the heat distorting the air. The two engaged in a clash of internal forces, each showcasing their strengths, making it difficult to discern a victor. Xia Mo's eyes were devoid of concealment of his killing intent. He was unaware of the martial arts Zhu Yan practiced. The flow of internal energy reversed, causing a portion of the bridal garment's energy to bounce back. This was the first time since the system passed down its power that someone had resisted the bridal garment divine art. Zhu Yan also gritted his teeth. He practiced the Qianquan reversal pulse profound art, which comprehended the mysteries of the human Buddhist meridians, reversing the flow of internal energy to reach an unprecedented realm. When perfected, it could reverse the heavens at a moment's notice, rendering the enemy's techniques null and void, even injuring them in the process. It could also harness the power of heaven and earth to create opportunities in dire situations, reversing the tide of battle. Its profound intention allowed one to manipulate the universe and reverse fate. In past confrontations, even against other grandmasters, they had suffered significant losses when caught off guard. Those who understood his true capabilities would never rashly engage with him. But this junior before him, while his internal energy was fierce and domineering, seemed to be rooted within him. He exerted all his strength in the Qianquan reversal pulse profound art, but could only slightly shake a portion of Xia Mo's internal energy. This was a situation he had never encountered before. The two figures stood opposed like ancient deities, an oppressive aura thickening the air. As their internal energies continued to rise, faint arcs of electricity flickered in the void. In the distance, Jing Shu's gaze was fixed intently on the two combatants. A trace of undeniable worry crossed her brow. One hand was hidden behind her back, her thumb and middle finger lightly interlocked. Though her martial skills were far from that of a grandmaster, she was not without her means. Calculating in her heart, if it truly came to a critical moment. Junior, if this continues, we shall both be injured beyond recovery. How about this? I will count to 3 and we both withdraw our palms. How does calling today a draw sound? Zhu Yan's voice resonated through the snowstorm. All right. Xia Mo replied without hesitation. 1, 2, 3. The arcs of electricity in the void grew thicker. Very well, Junior, I want to see how long you can hold out. Zhu Yan's angry voice echoed. The black and white energies behind him suddenly began to swirl at an astonishing speed. Die. A voice devoid of emotional fluctuations suddenly rang in his ears. Zhu Yan's pupils constricted sharply as he saw the towering illusory volcano behind Xia Mo. Above, 9 massive fireballs slowly ascended. Zhu Yan appeared exceptionally flustered at this moment, his legs bending sharply, the snow beneath his feet vanishing without a trace. In its place were shocking fissures that spread rapidly like a spider's web. Boom! The ground could not bear the burden, collapsing entirely, sending dust and debris flying, igniting a storm of dust that obscured the heavens. Zhu Yan ultimately could not stabilize his form. A muffled groan escaped him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with shock and unwillingness, fixed intensely on Xia Mo. Impossible. Zhu Yan's voice was hoarse and trembling, seemingly unable to accept the reality before him. At your age, how can a mere secular dynasty? How is that possible? Xia Mo stood firm upon the void, his gaze calm as if he were a deity. An exceedingly sharp sword intent instantly filled the entire space. At that moment, the sword intent reached its peak, transforming into a ferocious poisonous dragon that roared towards Zhu Yan. Damn it! Zhu Yan in a frenzy raised both palms to the heavens, unleashing a massive handprint to strike at the poisonous dragon. Hiss! The void handprint was torn apart by the poisonous dragon like a rag. Gu Diao, save me! A glint of despair flashed in Zhu Yan's eyes as he suddenly cried out. You idiot, I told you not to act recklessly. If you survive this time, go back and accept your punishment yourself. A crisp and piercing sound resounded. A blade light suddenly slashed out from the void, bearing an irresistible cold gleam heading straight for the poisonous dragon that was about to engulf Zhu Yan. The poisonous dragon lunged towards the blade light with lightning speed. Clang! Where the blade light met the dragon's claws, sparks flew, accompanied by ear-piercing tearing sounds. The sudden blade light retracted, abruptly transforming into a bizarre creature with wings like blades. The creature's eyes flickered with a chilling light as it engaged the poisonous dragon in a fierce aerial battle. Bang! A thunderous explosion sounded. The poisonous dragon and the strange creature dissipated simultaneously. At that moment, Zhu Yan was held in the grasp of a woman wearing a mask. In her other hand, she wielded a narrow, sharp knife that glimmered with a faint cold light. Gu Diao, let me go. Let's join forces and kill him. Zhu Yan shouted excitedly. His clothes appeared as if they had been scorched. A long thin wound marked his neck. Blood continuously seeped from the wound. Anyone with keen eyes could see that if the wound were to go a fraction deeper, it would suffice to take Zhu Yan's life. Shut up! The woman known as Gu Diao reprimanded him without hesitation. Hearing the reprimand from the Gu Diao, a surge of instinctive anger welled up within Zhu Yan. However, the wound on his neck instantly restored his rationality. Taking a deep breath, his cold eyes fixed on Xia Mo. This junior possesses formidable martial skills and his swordsmanship is particularly high. The Gu Diao was not surprised by this statement. You can tell from your pitiful state, Zhu Yan. The Gu Diao let go of Zhu Yan. It seems that the organization has not walked the world for too long. This young man is capable, and so is that Wen Liang. Neither of them knows what the word Shinkei represent. Zhu Yan was visibly taken aback. That guy named Wen Liang also refused. The Gu Diao nodded. Indeed, before I arrived here, I had already discovered Wu Qi's corpse. Zhu Yan scoffed. It's truly a waste of the leader's bestowed martial arts. These peripheral members are indeed useless. The calm voice of the Gu Diao echoed. If I hadn't come, you wouldn't fare much better. Zhu Yan fell silent. That sword just now had indeed almost cost him his life. Do not underestimate these worldly grandmasters. Their ability to cultivate to the grandmaster realm means their character and methods are exceptionally formidable. The Gu Diao's gaze pierced through the mask, seemingly trying to see through Xia Mo in the distance. Have you two finished your conversation? Xia Mo asked politely. Zhu Yan's earlier invitation still stands. Young hero, why not broaden your horizons and experience a wider world? The Gu Diao suddenly spoke sincerely. Oof. A bunch of treasonous ministers, how dare they speak so? Xia Mo let out a cold laugh. With a swing of his sword, shadows intertwined, captivating and chilling. The Gu Diao remained silent, swinging his knife in response. The blade's light surged like a frenzied dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable. Bang! The air rippled, dust billowed, and the surrounding scenery was shrouded in this overwhelming momentum, becoming indistinct. Now it seems this junior does not wish to let us go. As the dust settled, Zhu Yan crouched on the ground. It was unclear what method he used, but the bleeding from the wound on his neck had already stopped. Was that sword that defeated Zhu Yan your limit? The Gu Diao asked Xia Mo directly. You can personally experience it. Xia Mo pointed his sword at the Gu Diao. A suddenly emerging organization has two grandmasters casually appearing. And this worldly term from the two of them. Kill one, capture one. Looking at the two before him, a cold light flashed in Xia Mo's eyes. Although Zhu Yan was gravely injured, he had not lost his fighting capability. This woman wearing a strange bird mask wielded her blade with a ferocity that was overwhelming. In a moment of battle, it would be challenging for him to hold back. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly learn from you. However, right now the ice domain should be about to open. If you do not want to miss this chance, I think it's best to pause the fight for now. The woman with the strange bird mask unexpectedly sheathed her knife. Ice domain. Xia Mo frowned slightly. Hey, after all, they are from the mundane world. I heard that the so-called Great Xia Dynasty has been established for less than 200 years. Such narrow vision. Zhu Yan couldn't help but mock. No matter how broad your knowledge is, if you are overly useless, it doesn't help.
Otherwise it's better to stay within your own limited space to avoid suffering.
Xia Mo retorted without holding back. You. Zhu Yan clenched his fist, glaring angrily. Tianrun methods capturing the void, forming one's own realm.
Although rare, it is not without precedent. This ice absolute ridge is where a Tianrun named Ice Emperor resided 1,000 years ago. Tianrun have lifespans exceeding 1,000 years with a long passage of time.
The accumulation of the Ice Emperor's life is likely hidden within the ice domain of Ice Absolute Ridge. The Gu Diao turned to leave. Can a Tianrun truly achieve such feats as capturing the void and forming their own realm?
A hint of doubt flickered in Xia Mo's eyes. This sounded far beyond the comprehension of ordinary martial artists.
Of course, not just any Tianrun can accomplish this. That Ice Emperor is said to be among the most elite of the Tianrun.
Zhu Yan immediately spoke up. This person seemed to take great pleasure in showcasing his superiority of knowledge.
Xia Mo slowly sheathed his sword Mingyu.
His gaze swept over the snow-covered peaks around.
So these people have come for the treasures within the ice domain.
The commotion caused by the grandmasters' battle was not small.
The treacherousness of Ice Absolute Ridge could not stop those eager to watch the excitement. The aura radiating from these individuals were all top-notch experts in the martial world.
Great Xia is so close to this place, yet we have received no information at all.
The two grandmasters from Chongqing Tian and Tianqi must also be here for this purpose. Interesting.
A smile played at the corners of Xia Mo's mouth. Like a small stone thrown into a calm lake, this world
is indeed vast. A legacy from a top-tier Tianrun.
Even if he himself does not use it, obtaining it would undoubtedly strengthen Great Xia's foundation. Perhaps it would allow the establishment of a complete foundation for the Jianghu division.
It seems you should have understood by now.
Fighting here will only benefit others. The Gu Diao turned back to look deeply at Xia Mo, then left without hesitation.
Zhu Yan immediately followed. What? Are you not inviting that junior to join the organization?
The Gu Diao was silent for a moment. The look in his eyes shows he is not one of us.
Master. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air.
Jianghu watched the figures of the two from the Shinkei organization. This time many formidable characters have come for the Tianrun legacy. There are no shortage of grandmasters.
You.
Jianghu slightly tilted her jade-like face, delicately tucking a strand of hair behind her ear.
Such a tremendous opportunity, how could I let it pass? Master need not worry. I have means to protect myself. Xia Mo nodded.
He knew that the Yudu Emperor had left Jianghu quite a few valuable items. In that case, let us await the opening of the ice domain.
Soon 2 days passed. Xia Mo had not found Wen Liang in Ice Absolute Ridge. However, a few hours ago,
he happened upon the north sect of the Cold Spear. Those two fellows have also arrived. I am only here to monitor them, Lu Lintian said sincerely while holding his dark long spear.
Thank you for your concern, Lu Hero. Xia Mo smiled lightly, not minding Lu Lintian's words.
At this moment in Ice Absolute Ridge, having one more grandmaster who could barely be considered an ally was not a bad thing.
Boom. Suddenly the entire Ice Absolute Ridge began to tremble.
A blue-white beam of light shot up into the sky like a dragon leaping through the gates of heaven, dazzling and radiant. Birds folded their wings, white clouds stagnated, all was silent, the air seemed thick and time paused.
It's here. Xia Mo stared at the blue-white beam of light.
The gigantic door in the air gradually revealed itself, a phantom entrance sculpted from ice and jade. The colossal gate slowly opened, releasing a biting chill that swept across the entire Ice Absolute Ridge.
Dressed in silver, the landscape was further adorned with an aura of grimness.
Xia Mo curiously surveyed the enormous ice-carved gate in the sky. This coldness, let alone ordinary people, even martial artists who have cultivated their internal energy to the point of channeling their chi, could easily succumb to the risk of freezing to death while staying in the Ice Absolute Ridge. Behind the gate lay a world of wonders. Pavilions were spaced artistically and towers soared into the clouds, all crafted from ice and snow. Icicles hung from the eaves like 1,000 swords suspended, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, appearing even more magnificent under the sunlight. Within the palace, intricately carved beams and painted rafters devoid of ink depicted scenes of flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains and rivers in the form of ice crystals.
The ice domain. Someone exclaimed.
A spark of excitement flickered in Xia Mo's eyes. This was the method of the top-tier celestials.
The power contained within the blue and white light column just moments ago could easily obliterate him. That is. A joyful expression appeared on Xia Mo's face. Lan Quan was indeed within the ice domain. This is truly unimaginable.
Lu Lintian also looked astonished at the scene before him.
What is that?
Jianghu suddenly pointed at the ice-carved gate. A large ice stele slowly rose from the ground. As the frost gradually receded, the true form was revealed. The ice layer dissipated like spring wine turning into rain, and 3 words stood out clearly.
Fortinin. What does this mean? Could it be a riddle left by the ice sovereign?
Perhaps it was done casually and carries no special meaning. With such a large ice stele standing before the ice domain, do you really believe it has no significance?
The commotion caused by the opening of the ice domain was simply too great.
In the eyes of some, this was akin to a miracle.
Therefore, up to now, no one dared to approach. Moreover, the gate of the ice domain was situated amidst the towering mountains blanketed by heavy snow.
There was a stretch of distance that offered no foothold whatsoever. If one's lightness skill was lacking or their internal energy insufficient, falling from there would surely result in a shattering demise.
What does the ice sovereign mean by leaving the words Fortinin at the gate? Jianghu asked curiously.
The thoughts of celestials are beyond our comprehension as mere mortals.
Lu Lintian shook his head.
The Grandmaster, ranked 9th in the Tianji Pavilion's martial assessment, was evidently also thoroughly shocked by the scene of the ice domain's opening.
Perhaps we don't need to overthink it. Does this ice domain only open for 14 hours?
Or perhaps only 14 people can enter.
Xia Mo pondered the meaning of 14.
A place where a top-tier celestial had once sat in meditation. No one dared to act rashly. No, some were indeed bold. Since everyone is just watching, the old ancestor will not be polite. A figure suddenly leaped out.
The ancestor of the Li family. He actually came too. Which Li family? Which other Li family could it be? There are many families with the surname Li in the martial world. The only one worthy of being called an ancestor is the Li family, known as the first family of Hanzhou. This ancestor once fought against the elder Tianhe and returned unscathed.
I heard he has already 1 foot in the realm of grandmaster.
So it's that Li family.
It is said that this ancestor of the Li family is over 100 years old. If he doesn't break through soon, he'll be going into a coffin soon enough.
This is his last struggle.
Whispers spread from all directions, all eyes focused on the ancestor of the Li family. The ancestor of the Li family executed a lightness skill, soaring towards the gate of the ice domain. On the ice absolute ridge, the biting wind howled, the snow fell thick, and everything was silent. Though the ancestor of the Li family was old, his movements were quite remarkable, leaving behind a series of fleeting and indistinct afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he reached the entrance of the ice domain.
His aged face flushed with a hint of crimson in the icy environment. Without any hesitation, the ancestor of the Li family stepped directly into the ice domain. Silence.
Aside from the howling cold wind, there was not a single sound. The number on the ice stele twisted like a tadpole.
48. Swish. Swish. Swish.
The sound of breaking air rang out densely. In an instant, over 100 figures rushed towards the gate of the ice domain.
The meaning of the number was now clear. No one was willing to be left behind. Get out of the way for my sect. A man dressed in beast skin with bronze-colored skin shouted angrily.
A fierce wind rose and a sharp gust transformed from his fingertips into a transparent wind blade, slicing towards the figures ahead.
Windwalker.
In front stood a man in his 30s. Turning around, he immediately recognized this grandmaster from the prairie.
His complexion changed dramatically.
However, at this moment, suspended in midair, he had no way to dodge. Gritting his teeth, he infused his fists with thick internal energy, bracing to meet the howling wind blade.
Hasser's wind blade pierced through the opponent's fist wind like water mercury, instantly penetrating.
The opponent's complexion changed drastically, unable to react in time.
With a soft sound, the wind blade arrived. This body feels so familiar. This was the man's final thought before closing his eyes.
What kind of thing dares to covet the legacy of the Celestials?
Hasser spat disdainfully.
His figure transformed into a breeze, already appearing at the gate of the ice domain.
Bastard! Seeking death. Get out of my way.
The numbers on the ice stele constantly changed, and soon only the last 10 spots remained.
You all go ahead. In front of the gate of the ice domain, Xia Mo said to Lu Lintian and Jianghu.
With his lightness skill, he was naturally the first to arrive here, yet he did not rush in.
Sect Master.
Jianghu called out worriedly.
Don't worry, I have it under control. Be careful. Xia Mo nodded gently. Miss, let's go. Lu Lintian glanced at Xia Mo. He stepped directly into the gate of the ice domain.
What was this sect master plotting?
He could guess it with his toes. That Jade Sovereign had yet to make an appearance. Sect Master, take care. Jingshu hesitated for a moment before following him into the ice domain. Only 8 spots remained for entering the ice domain. What? Are you going to stop us here? 2 figures appeared before Xia Mo. It was indeed Gu Diao and Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan's injuries seemed to have healed. At this moment he stared at Xia Mo with a face full of caution. My target is not you, please go ahead. Xia Mo gestured for them to proceed. Gu Diao and Zhu Yan headed straight for the ice domain. A few others eliminated their competitors and bypassed Xia Mo to rush into the ice domain. Xia Mo stood still, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, showing no intention of stopping anyone. Until the number displayed on the steel changed to 2. A figure slowly emerged from the snowstorm. With a lean face and distinctive features, a high nose bridge and soft lip lines, he wore a loose white robe embroidered with black clouds and water. Xia Mo suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying pressure descended, sending flying several individuals trying to sneak into the ice domain. I've been waiting for you for a long time. 1 Liang. Step aside or die. When Liang's expression was emotionless and he began to emanate a shimmering light. Bang! In front of the towering gates of the ice domain, 2 grandmasters clashed without restraint. At this moment, when Liang appeared as if clad in a suit of glass armor, dazzling and illuminating the sky. Xia Mo exerted all his inner strength, a brilliant red light surging forth like the rising sun. The 2 men suddenly engaged in a fierce confrontation, swift as lightning. In an instant, the glass light and the red glow intertwined like dragons and snakes dancing together, difficult to distinguish between the 2. Bang! Xia Mo's hands were filled with an indescribable heat. Every palm struck against Wen Liang's body, producing a crisp sound. So hard. Xia Mo's brows furrowed tightly. With his current inner strength, a single strike could crush even diamond into powder. However, looking at Wen Liang, aside from a slight pause in his movement, he seemed to have suffered little damage. Jade Glass Divine Art. In terms of body refinement, it was simply incomparable to the iron bone technique of that elder from the underworld path. To put it simply, it was one word: hard. Wen Liang's brows were similarly knitted. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. His Jade Glass Divine Art absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, refining the quintessence of extraordinary treasures. It melded into his flesh and bones, forging an indestructible body. Since mastering this divine skill, he had never encountered anyone whose casual punches could make his internal chi surge. This kid's inner strength was indeed somewhat terrifying. Wen Liang blocked Xia Mo's punch with one hand while his other hand struck fiercely towards Xia Mo's head. The force of the palm howled, creating ripples in the surrounding air. Xia Mo's protective energy shattered like paper under the impact of this power. The residual force surged forth like a tidal wave. Poof! Xia Mo let out a cold grunt. The 9 Suns Wedding Garment Divine Art erupted with full force, striking back with equal intensity. Boom! The 2 figures intertwined and separated in an instant, each retreating a few steps to stabilize their stance. Wen Liang's expression was grave while Xia Mo revealed a faint smile. The power of the fused 9 Suns Wedding Garment indeed suppressed the opponent's Jade Glass Divine Art. However, regrettably, it was still insufficient to completely destroy the opponent's glass body. Use the 14th sword. Xia Mo summoned the Mingyu sword. At that moment, 2 dark shadows swept in from the sides, their lightness of footwork exceptional, intent on infiltrating the ice domain. Wen Liang and Xia Mo's gazes sharpened simultaneously, sensing this sudden change. Only 2 slots remained. If these guys took advantage of the chaos, that would not be good. Quick charge in. On the left side was an ugly man who had witnessed the martial prowess of Xia Mo and Wen Liang. He had no intention of confronting the 2 at all. As long as he could rush in. The ugly man's face showed a look of madness. Xia Mo flipped his wrist, the Mingyu sword unsheathed, emanating a chilling aura. The sword tip lightly touched, causing blood to splatter. The blood rapidly congealed in midair, scattering on the ground, emanating a bone-chilling cold. Xia Mo flipped his wrist, the Mingyu sword unsheathed, emanating a chilling aura. The sword tip lightly touched, causing blood to splatter. The 2 grandmasters blocked the entrance to the ice domain. How could they allow these guys to take advantage of the situation? Wen Liang had simultaneously dealt with another person. Damn it! These 2 won't enter themselves yet, they won't let us in either. Grandmaster of the Great Xia Town Martial Department. Jade Venerable Wen Liang. What deep-seated enmity do these 2 have? Must they determine life and death here, abandoning the inheritance of the heavenly beings? The onlookers, still at a distance, were both astonished and furious. However, none dared to recklessly charge into the clash between the two. Get out of my way. When Liang glared darkly at Xia Mo, seemingly unwilling to get entangled any further. This time even his head had turned glass-like. A sound of explosion echoed through the air. Die. Xia Mo's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. The Mingyu sword began to tremble slightly, emitting a deep prolonged humming. The sword intent erupted violently, revealing a fearsome hellish poison dragon. What is this? When Liang's pupils constricted. In his eyes the poison dragon was completely a terrifying swordlight. Jade glass indestructible body. Realizing he could not evade this sword, when Liang felt a gentle flow surge within him. His limbs and bones cracked and popped. Under the influence of this power, a silent rebirth and sublimation took place. Boom! The poison dragon roared, colliding midair with the jade glass indestructible body. Wherever they clashed, swirling currents erupted, devouring everything around them. The surrounding peaks were affected, collapsing with a thunderous roar, stones piercing the clouds and splitting the sun, a terrifying sight. Not good run. Those watching from the periphery turned pale. At this moment they wished they had two more legs. At this moment an unprecedented terrifying suction force surged from the gates of the ice domain. Like an ancient beast opening its mouth to devour, it instantly engulfed both the poison dragon and the jade glass body within the vortex. Neither Xia Mo nor Wen Liang had time to react before being sucked into the ice domain. The numbers on the ice monument completely vanished at this moment. The gates slammed shut with a thunderous sound echoing endlessly. The illusion of the ice domain gradually faded as the gates closed. Cough, cough, cough. Really, is it necessary to be so impatient just because of a slight delay in entering? What kind of place is this? Xia Mo coughed a few times. Looking around, it was a vast expanse of white with solid ice forming the ground beneath his feet. But what felt most unusual was the strange cold fog enveloping the surroundings. This fog was not only bone-chilling but also exuded an indescribable eeriness. Wen Liang should still be alive. The Nine Sons' wedding garment divine art combined with the 14th sword barely broke through the defense of his jade glass indestructible body. Damn it, if it weren't for the ice domain suddenly pulling them in, that sword could have definitely pierced Wen Liang's heart. After being sucked into the ice domain, he and Wen Liang were swept up in a chaotic current. He steadied himself with all his might and after regaining his senses found himself in this icy expanse. Wen Liang had vanished without a trace. Currently there was too little information about the ice domain. He didn't even know which direction Lan Quan was in. Holding the Mingyu sword, Xia Mo began to walk in a certain direction. The cold fog thickened, the temperature dropping, increasingly penetrating to the bone. A faint layer of red light faintly appeared on Xia Mo's surface. What exactly is this cold mist? Even I have to use true energy to resist its chill. Suddenly, Xia Mo paused. A strange noise suddenly came from the ice layer beneath his feet. This cursed place actually has living creatures that can survive. Boom! With a clap of thunder, the ice surface suddenly cracked, cold air gushing forth, and amidst the swirling smoke a massive creature slowly revealed itself. What is this? Xia Mo curiously looked up. The scorpion head was held high, its massive pincers like two giant claws embedded with icy blades glimmering with a chilling light. A gigantic ice scorpion. The ice scorpion's eyes bulged as it leapt up, directly pouncing towards Xia Mo. Its thick tail whipped like an icy whip, carrying with it a piercing cold wind and sharp ice crystals slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. It looks like a creature that cannot be reasoned with. Xia Mo stood still. A petite figure flew out from his sleeve. Little one, it's up to you. The blood jade spirit scorpion gently opened its mouth and a burst of brilliant red mist surged forth in an instant. It was as fiery as flames, yet possessed a smooth jade-like luster. The red mist rapidly expanded, intertwining with the cold fog, creating an extraordinary atmosphere that was both frigid and fiery. The ice scorpion's massive pincers struck ferociously towards the blood jade spirit scorpion. It seemed to rely on its enormous size and strength to crush the blood jade spirit scorpion and the red mist it had released. Compared to the agility of the blood jade spirit scorpion, the ice scorpion's size and movements appeared particularly cumbersome. Without the enhancement of the cold fog, its speed was greatly reduced, lacking the ferocity it had when it first leaped from the ice layer. The blood jade spirit scorpion easily dodged that fierce strike. Immediately after, it opened its small mouth and spewed forth a barrage of tiny needle-like projections that glittered with a cold light, shooting densely like raindrops toward the ice scorpion. Although the ice scorpion was large, it was completely like a living target in the face of such a dense rain of needles. The tiny projections accurately struck its body, each hit causing its massive frame to tremble violently. Soon the ice scorpion's body was covered in countless tiny holes as if it had been sifted through a sieve. Its enormous body crashed to the ground, kicking up a large cloud of ice shards and dust. There is no flesh and blood. Summer carefully inspected the ice scorpion's corpse, his expression one of surprise. The shell of this ice scorpion was one thing. Even its internal organs were entirely composed of ice. The blood jade spirit scorpion also landed on the ice scorpion's corpse, curiously examining this hefty creature that bore some resemblance to itself. A space created by a top-tier celestial being. Indeed, there are all sorts of peculiar things here. Summer, having come from an era of information explosion, was not shocked by the presence of this massive ice scorpion. Had it been an ordinary person from the martial world, they would have already been shouting about monsters. Let's go, let's check ahead. Summer beckoned to the blood jade spirit scorpion, preparing to leave. Since they had already arrived in the ice domain, the urgent matter was to quickly find the Lanquan to sign in. What's wrong? Summer was just about to leave when he suddenly turned back to look at the blood jade spirit scorpion. Since taming this little fellow, it was the first time it appeared hesitant about his words. The blood jade spirit scorpion fluttered its wings and flew into the air. A nearly transparent stream of air slowly rose from the ice scorpion's corpse. The blood jade spirit scorpion seemed to have spotted a delicacy of the world. That stream of air was directly absorbed into its body. So this is why this ice scorpion could become a life form. It seems to be quite beneficial for the blood jade spirit scorpion. Looking at the excited appearance of the blood jade spirit scorpion, Summer instinctively nodded. He also wondered how many such life forms similar to the ice scorpion existed in this icy expanse. If encountered, they would all be dealt with. After the blood jade spirit scorpion had its fill, it flew to Summer's shoulder to rest. The pair continued walking through the ice field shrouded in cold mist. All along the way were the corpses of monsters made of ice. The color of the blood jade spirit scorpion shell had deepened significantly. Not knowing how long they had walked, the surrounding scenery showed no signs of change. Even with Summer's temperament, he instinctively frowned. Until, in the distance, several disordered corpses resembling battlefield remains appeared before him. They were the people who had entered the ice domain ahead. Bones were broken, flesh was mangled, and one or two bodies were even unrecognizable as human forms. It seemed they had suffered some unbearable weight of life. Li family's ancestor. Summer walked up to one of the corpses. This was the first half-step grandmaster to enter the ice domain. At this moment he lay here forever. Challengers welcome. The voice boomed like thunder, shaking the ice field, and the chill in the air intensified. A colossal figure slowly came into view, resembling a guardian deity birthed from the depths of snow and ice. Summer looked up. A towering ice giant, towering several meters high and crystal clear, was gazing down at him. Its body appeared as if sculpted from ancient ice, shimmering with a faint blue light. I am the guardian of the ice wasteland. Depart immediately, or these people will be your fate. The ice giant's voice was extremely loud. Finally, someone who can communicate with me. Big fellow, do you know the way to Lanquan? Summer's face lit up with joy. He waved at the ice giant. The ice giant paused for a moment, bent down, and its ice-forged pupils stared intently at Summer. Behind me, deep within the ice valley, lies the location of Lanquan. Surprisingly, the ice giant answered straightforwardly. Summer's eyes brightened. He looked towards the back of the ice giant. The cold mist was no longer as dense as before, allowing him to see the outline in the distance. Indeed, it was an ice valley. Summer's figure flickered like flowing light, shrinking the distance in an instant as he passed by the ice giant. Bang! The ice ground suddenly revealed a chasm. Summer's figure manifested, retreating steadily a good distance away, watching the ice giant show a look of surprise. It was the first time someone had forced him out of his ascending state. This ice giant, claiming to be the guardian of this place, actually possessed the strength of a grandmaster. There was no time to think as a fist like a meteor fell once more. Summer did not dodge or evade, directly meeting it with a punch. A massive pit formed beneath his feet. The figures of Summer and the ice giant instantly vanished. On the ice field, as far as the eye could see, everything turned to void, with only the constant sound of bang bang from collisions echoing. It was like the ancient war drums, or the sound of heaven and earth merging, reverberating through every inch of the icy terrain. Deep pits repeatedly appeared on the ice surface like falling stars crisscrossing the ground. Invisible airwaves surged from the pits, spreading in all directions, causing everything they touched to tremble. Suddenly a dazzling red light appeared in the air. Following that was a deafening roar. Summer floated in the air, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Fast enough, but unfortunately the power is somewhat lacking. A gigantic hollow appeared in the chest of the ice giant, with charred edges still lingering around the opening. Unable to support itself any longer, it crashed down with a thunderous sound, its enormous body kicking up a flurry of ice shards and dust. The blood jade spirit scorpion swiftly flew out, heading straight for the ice giant. It absorbed the mysterious airflow from within the ice giant's body all at once. After completing this, the blood jade spirit scorpion appeared somewhat unsteady. It lazily flew back into Summer's clothing, looking as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Summer did not hesitate, directly employing his lightness skill to soar towards the direction of the ice valley. The Shank organization won Liang and the master of this ice domain. He was now eager to sign in for new martial arts. After Summer left, the ice giant lying on the ice field slowly transformed into a pool of icy water flowing into the crevices of the ice layer. After an unknown period, an identical ice giant appeared out of thin air in the same spot. How is this possible? In an environment so silent it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill, a subtle yet clear sound of footsteps quietly emerged. The grandmaster perceives the essence of existence. Each move contains immense power. However, compared to the distance of an inch yet 1,000 miles technique, this truly seems trivial. Xia Mo arrived at the entrance of the ice valley. He turned back to glance. The path he had traveled was clearly not far, yet he had used the Zongi Ascend step to hasten his journey. It had taken more than an incense stick's worth of time. If it were another grandmaster, they might not have felt it. However, for him who had mastered the Zongi Ascend step, he could distinctly sense the essence contained within this distance. To be honest, considering the martial arts he had signed in now, the grade of the Zongi Ascend step was undoubtedly the highest. After merging with the Nine Yang Divine Art and the Bridal Dress Divine Art, Xia Mo executed the Zongi Ascend step with much more ease than before. The frequency and distance of shrinking the ground to an inch had clearly increased. Yet this was still not the limit of the Zongi Ascend step. The martial arts signed by the system were all at maximum level. For now he was merely constrained by his insufficient internal force. After all, this lightness skill could allow one to fly. Xia Mo did not hesitate and walked directly into the ice valley. The valley entrance slightly opened, resembling the first glimpse of a heavenly gate. A chilling air surged forth, causing the hairs of any passerby to stand on end. Inside, ice peaks stood tall like jade pillars reaching 100 feet. The ice walls were like mirrors reflecting the light of the sky and the shadows of the clouds, with hanging ice waterfalls cascading in myriad threads. Quite a magnificent sight. If all of this were crafted by human hands, then this ice sovereign is indeed a person of elegance. Xia Mo gazed around in awe. This ice valley was exceptionally long. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, it seemed he had yet to reach the end. Ha! Xia Mo suddenly halted. In his ears there was a faint sound of murmuring. The surrounding temperature seemed to begin rising, as if a warm current was quietly spreading. A glint of joy flashed in Xia Mo's eyes. With a light step, his body vanished from the spot like a swallow skimming over the surface of water. His movement was so swift that no trace was left in the air, as if he had never existed. In an instant the scene changed drastically, revealing a hot spring right before his eyes. By the spring the stones were wet with moss and the vegetation was lush. Despite being in a region of extreme cold, it was full of vitality, contrasting sharply with the icy world outside. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the Lawn Spring sign-in successful. Task reward: indestructible divine art. Xia Mo suddenly let out a muffled groan. His blood surged as if 1,000 troops were galloping through his veins. Within his body, cells rapidly divided and then immediately reassembled, sustaining life and glowing with new vitality. A faint golden light emerged from his skin, illuminating him like a radiant Buddha. Xia Mo immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, focusing his mind and guarding his dantian. The Nine Yang Bridal Dress Divine Art operated at full force, like the Nine Yang shining in the sky, hot and brilliant. In the void, golden Sanskrit characters flickered into visibility, resonating endlessly with the true energy within Xia Mo. This was not the indestructible divine art of the Chang family, nor was it the one passed down from that eccentric hero. This was the indestructible divine art of Bodhidharma. A sudden clarity arose in Xia Mo's heart. The Nine Yang Divine Art and the Bridal Dress Divine Art were both among the top martial arts in the world. When these two skills reached enlightenment, he did not feel as uncomfortable as he did now. About an incense stick's worth of time passed. The anomalies gradually subsided. Xia Mo still had his eyes tightly shut. Gurgle, gurgle. The distant hot spring suddenly erupted in ripples. With a loud rumble, it seemed as if a giant beast was awakening from beneath the earth. The hot spring exploded, suddenly splashing water everywhere, accompanied by a huge crash. It transformed into countless ice crystals intertwined with steam. Ah, there truly is a hidden paradise beneath here. If it weren't for my vigilance, I would have missed this concentration technique. Vitality swirls, giving birth to all things. With this technique I will surely break through my current bottleneck. I will reach new heights. A figure leapt like a flash of lightning from the center of the water curtain. The clothing worn became soaked in an instant upon surfacing, then dried quickly in the cold wind. Clinging to the contours of their muscles, it outlined a strong physique. Water droplets slid down this person's sharply defined face, dripping onto the ice surface and instantly freezing into ice beads. Upon emerging from the hot spring, this person immediately spotted Xia Mo, who was adjusting his breathing. The fourth prince of the Great Xia. The chief of the Jianghu division. Xia Mo slowly opened his eyes. A faint golden light flashed momentarily in his gaze. Oh. You know me. Haha, when you blocked the entrance to the ice domain, there were quite a few who recognized you. The person who emerged from the hot spring laughed heartily at Xia Mo. Given your appearance, you must be from the northern border. Xia Mo looked at the person before him. He was robust, with hair golden like autumn wheat, a high and straight nose akin to towering mountains, slightly prominent cheekbones, dressed in furs and wearing long boots. Clearly he was from an exotic tribe. How could the fourth prince of the Great Xia arrive in the northern state without hearing about me? The burly man laughed loudly at Xia Mo. Northern border, cold sovereign. Xia Mo's tone was unusually calm. The grandmaster Hazar of the grasslands had entered the ice domain. He had also kept track of the cold sovereign's movements. However, among the 14 who entered the ice domain, at least a dozen had used techniques to conceal their identities. It was likely that this cold sovereign was one of them. Sharpeed. No wonder you have become a grandmaster at such a young age. Far stronger than your frail prince. You seem to be having some trouble with your training. Why not let me help you? The cold sovereign casually tucked a book of extraordinary material into his waistband. His eyes scrutinized Xia Mo from head to toe. A malicious smile appeared on his face. Step by step, the cold sovereign slowly approached Xia Mo. Seeing Xia Mo still sitting motionless, the smile on the cold sovereign's face grew wider. He struck out with his palm, aiming for Xia Mo's head. Today is truly my lucky day. Not only did I obtain the concentration technique, but I can also take the head of the Great Xia Prince. The ominous blue palm wind carried a destructive chill. Bang! This palm directly struck Xia Mo's head. The air emitted a tearing sound, creating visible cracks. Rumble! Countless ice blocks and fragments fell due to the raging energy, resembling a catastrophic scene, magnificent yet terrifying. So this is the cold bone fatal technique. It is indeed much cooler than the ice cellar in the palace. However, this extent. Is it meant to freeze me to death? Xia Mo's voice echoed. An unusual aura flowed through the air, like the roar of a dragon and the howl of a tiger, stirring the surrounding ice to fly. The sound of metal clashing could be faintly heard. Xia Mo's skin glimmered with a faint golden light, as if an ancient Buddha had descended to the world. With each breath he swallowed the mountains and rivers. The cold could not invade him, and the sounds of falling ice and stone around him did not disturb him in the slightest. How is this possible? The cold elder staggered back, gazing in disbelief at the shimmering figure of Xia Mo. He hadn't held back just now. He could also sense that Xia Mo was not resisting with internal force. Could it be the art of body refining? After all, the cold elder was a great master of his generation. He still had some discernment. Cold elder. Good, very good. Among those I intend to eliminate you, ranked just behind Wen Liang. Today is quite a coincidence. But it's good, I might as well test the power of the indestructible Vajra divine art on you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Xia Mo slowly stood up, his body appearing exceptionally relaxed. He stretched slightly, the motion looking entirely natural. But at that moment a crisp and melodious sound like metal and jade striking resonated from within him. This is the indestructible Vajra divine art. Feeling the power contained within him at that moment, Xia Mo felt an unprecedented sense of ease. In fact, the best target to practice on now would be Wen Liang, who had achieved the immortal body of jade and glass. As for this cold elder, he would have to suffice. Just a mere body refining technique, daring to pretend in front of me. The cold elder snorted disdainfully. He had traversed the northern frontier all his life, encountering countless opponents. He had seen many formidable external cultivators. What could a layer of golden skin do? He had merely been careless earlier. Xia Mo revealed a mocking smile. He lightly beckoned towards the cold elder. You arrogant brat. The cold elder was enraged. Although he knew the opponent was also a great master. That excessively youthful face, however, made it hard for him to suppress his anger. The cold elder slowly raised his hands as if countless icy shards were gathering in his palms. The temperature of the air plummeted and the surrounding snow and wind were drawn by this chill, forming a massive ice vortex that swirled around him. Let's see how you block this. With a deep and commanding roar, the cold elder thrust his palms forward, unleashing a dazzling light from his palms, the radiance born from the utmost cold. As the palm wind swept forward, everything ahead was frozen. The air echoed with the faint sound of cracking ice. Xia Mo stood firm, his golden form radiant like an immortal war god under the blazing sun, shining brilliantly and illuminating the surroundings. However, an unexpected change occurred as an indescribable chill silently seeped in, beginning to spread from the fine surface of his golden form. At first this chill seemed negligible, like morning dew lightly touching hot golden sand, evaporating instantly without a trace. But in an instant that cold energy seemed to gain life, slowly and resolutely spreading along the patterns and veins of his golden form. Beneath the golden skin it appeared as if fine ice crystals were quietly growing, gradually covering the dazzling gold. Ha 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 ha. How does my cold marrow true chi fare? The cold elder laughed with delight. A mortal body originally nurtured by warmth naturally resisted when encountering this cold energy. However, the cold marrow true chi was formidable, its penetrating power exceptionally strong, silently delving deep into the bones. As the true chi accumulated, the struggle between warmth and cold within the body resembled a warm sun battling against cold ice in winter. Initially, the body could still resist the chill with the heat of blood and chi, but as the cold marrow true chi thickened, the chill grew stronger, ultimately becoming unbearable for the body. At this moment, the true chi manifested as an invisible blade coursing through the channels, solidifying flesh and blood along its path, constricting the meridians. No matter how strong this boy's golden form was, in the end it could only instantaneously crumble under the erosion of the cold marrow true chi. Is that all? A bland voice halted the laughter abruptly. The cold elder's pupils constricted. The ice shards covering Xia Mo's golden form trembled, gradually falling away like spring winds brushing past, causing 1,000 pear blossoms to bloom and drop. As the cold energy fell with the ice shards, it seemed to be scorched by an invisible fire, transforming into wisps of light smoke that rose gently before scattering in all directions. How is this possible? The cold elder pointed at Xia Mo, questioning again. Poof. Xia Mo sneered contemptuously. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel. He hadn't even utilized the 9-yang marriage divine art. Just relying on the power of the indestructible Vajra divine art, he effortlessly kept all foreign forces at bay. This was the indestructible Vajra divine art of the great master Demo. The body and spirit had become one. It was impervious to any technique that could stir the internal true chi, let alone mere cold energy. If he were to encounter Zhu Yan from the Divine Absence organization now, he would probably win even more easily. The cold elder's expression darkened, an ominous premonition surging in his heart. He reached out to grasp the air. Wisps of nearly invisible cold energy transformed into ghostly silhouettes darting around the surrounding ice layer. These ghostly figures moved at incredible speed. In an instant they had already arrived beneath Xia Mo, lunging at him. Was that the cold marrow before? So now was the deadly strike. Xia Mo suddenly lifted his foot, stomping heavily, causing the entire ice valley to tremble. The ice surface cracked open with a shocking massive fissure. The ghostly figures surrounding Xia Mo were instantly torn to nothingness before this force vanishing without a trace. The fissure expanded at a visible rate like an enraged ice dragon roaring towards the cold elder. The cold elder's face suddenly turned grave. He quickly retreated. This boy's golden form was truly strange. Should he withdraw today? However, Xia Mo's movements were even faster than what his eyes could perceive. Almost in the instant the fissure spread, he trailed closely behind like a shadow. The cold elder's heart trembled and he looked upwards only to see a blinding golden light, instinctively closing his eyes. In a moment of crisis, relying on his years of cultivation, he instinctively raised his hand to block, coalescing a dense cold energy in his palms. Boom! A deafening roar erupted above the ice valley, bursting forth with dazzling light and raging waves of energy. Ah! Immediately after, a piercing scream shattered the silence. A thick mist of blood suddenly erupted in the air. Before the blood mist fully dispersed, it was instantly solidified by the surrounding bone-chilling cold, forming a bizarre and bloody scene. The cold elder staggered back from the blood mist, his figure swaying unsteadily in the air, gazing in disbelief at his left arm. He saw that half of his left arm had vanished without a trace. It was evident that it had been brutally shattered in the previous attack. He was a great master after all. Even if he hadn't deliberately trained his physical form, he was still a great master. Wait a moment. The cold elder heavily landed on the ice layer beneath his feet shattering due to the tremendous impact. Looking up, he saw a golden figure slowly approaching him. That figure appeared exceptionally radiant against the cold winds of the ice valley, as if a war god had emerged from the sunlight, exuding an overwhelming majesty and power. Bastard! The Lord of the Heavenly Pool won't let you go. In the ice valley, massive ice blocks shattered, scattering across the ground and reflecting a ghastly white light. Trees were broken branches and leaves scattered, mingling with the thick snow to form a chaotic ruin. The cold venerable, with half an arm broken, was now grabbed by Xia Mo by the throat, lifted into the air. The golden figure brought him an indescribable shock. The battle could only be described as overwhelming. Lord of the Heavenly Pool. The top of the North Border's Tianshu Pavilion. I really can't understand you people. Even when death is imminent, you still act so tough. No matter how powerful your lord is, can he really save you from my hands at this moment? Xia Mo exerted a slight force. Then came a cracking sound. The cold venerable's neck tilted, his eyes glazed over, and with a final thud he fell to the ground. A great master has fallen. The state of the indestructible Vajra technique gradually faded. Xia Mo returned to his original appearance. He walked to the cold venerable's corpse and picked up the booklet he had placed at his waist. Ning Yuan Ju. Calm the mind, gather the essence into the body, condense pills into liquid, break through barriers. So this is a method to help one break through their own bottleneck. No wonder this guy is so happy. Xia Mo casually flipped through a few pages. He understood this Ning Yuan Ju thoroughly. The essence of Ning Yuan Ju lies in consolidation and breaking. Practitioners first use strong willpower to guide the true qi within their bodies to resonate with the primordial energy of the heavens and earth. This forms an unprecedented pure primordial force. This process is extremely difficult, requiring the practitioner to unify mind and spirit, casting aside distractions. It's as if one becomes a small yet crucial node in the universe. As the primordial force continues to gather, the primordial energy within the practitioner's body gradually becomes thick and rich. It flows within like liquid metal. However, this force is too immense. Without the guidance of Ning Yuan Ju, it may burst the meridians, causing irreparable harm. Yet it is precisely in this extreme state. Guiding this force in an extremely delicate manner, it impacts and reshapes the foundations of the practitioner's cultivation. When the primordial force reaches its peak, Ning Yuan Ju will guide this force to break through the original cultivation bottleneck with overwhelming might. However, this shortcut can only be used once in a lifetime. As for when to use it, that varies for each individual. Ning Yuan Ju is useful for a grandmaster like the cold venerable. Naturally, it would be even more effective for those below the grandmaster level. It could even be used to break through the grandmaster's bottleneck. A glint of light flashed in Xia Mo's eyes. With this Ning Yuan Ju, perhaps he could cultivate several grandmasters for the Jianghu division. Lan Quan had already been plundered by the cold venerable. Xia Mo did not plan to go down to take another look. He continued toward the other side of the ice valley. Exiting the ice valley, a massive crystal palace came into view. Surrounding the crystal palace were floating circular platforms like stars scattered, adorning the sky. Just as Xia Mo emerged from the ice valley, a sharp sword energy shot towards him. Bang! The sword energy shattered. Xia Mo stood unharmed in place. A blue ice light darted past Xia Mo's eyes. He raised his hand and caught the blue ice light. Hand over the ice extreme pill to me. With a fierce shout, sword energy surged towards Xia Mo like a torrential storm. The ground around them was turned into a sieve by the sword energy. But when it landed on Xia Mo, there was no need to activate the indestructible Vajra technique. Only the sound of crackling was heard. What? The previous voice now carried a hint of surprise. Xia Mo expressionlessly looked up. Before him stood an old man in black holding a long sword. He must have entered the ice region before blocking Xia Mo. The two exchanged glances. Ah! The old man in black felt a jolt to his spirit. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out and he fell from the sky. Waves of charred gas rose from the corpse. Around the crystal palace, shadows of swords and lights of blades intertwined, creating a brilliant yet brutal battlefield. Ice extreme pill. Xia Mo opened his palm. Like the moonlight crystallizing, frost round and flawless, as if the starry river of the cold night had fallen to the mortal realm. Surrounding the pill there was a faint chill, swirling, not piercing cold but rather a gentle warmth. Chief! A sound of breaking air rang out. Jianghu flew over from one side, holding an ice extreme pill as well. What's going on? Xia Mo asked curiously. Chief, this is the core of the ice region, Ice Heart Palace.
When we entered, most of us were scattered in different places. But in the end we all converge here. As a reward for being able to reach here. The Ice Sovereign has placed 10 Ice Extreme pills here, each capable of increasing one's inner strength by a century. So everyone has started to fight for them. A rare flush appeared on Jingzhu's face. This Ice Extreme pill can increase inner strength for a century without any side effects. Thus, if she consumes it, she has a great chance of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Those who can reach here are all at least half-step Grandmasters. To snatch this Ice Extreme pill, she ruthlessly poisoned and killed 2 such beings. A century of inner strength. Xia Mo's eyes gleamed as he looked at the Ice Extreme pill in his hand. Then without hesitation he tossed it into his mouth. Seeing this, Jingzhu also consumed the Ice Extreme pill in her hand. Such a pill would not react immediately. What they desire most is to break through their own bottlenecks. To reach the next stage of cultivation. But for these half-step Grandmasters, what they desire most is to break through their own bottlenecks. To reach the next stage of cultivation. But for these half-step Grandmasters, the preciousness of this Ice Extreme pill is undoubtedly worth risking their lives for it. Are you seeking death? Lu Lintian looked at the 2 burly men on either side like 2 iron towers and said coldly. Lu the hero, there are plenty of treasures in the ice region. Why not let this Ice Extreme pill be taken by my 2 brothers? If you get entangled by us, you might lose out on other treasures, Lu the hero. The 2 men spoke simultaneously. Their words were identical. Humph. Greed blinds the mind. Just 2 half-step Grandmasters thinking they can negotiate with me just because they're good at a bit of coordinated attack. The Ice Extreme pill is right here, come and take it. Lu Lintian made a sweeping gesture, speaking disdainfully. Then I'm sorry. The 2 burly men simultaneously struck. Their moves were fierce and unmatched, their palms roaring like dragons and tigers as they charged at Lu Lintian. Lu Lintian held a black long spear, its cold light glaring. With a flash of the spear shadow, Lu Lintian had already retracted his spear and stood firm. The 2 burly men staggered, their faces showing horror, unable to believe the blood holes that had frozen on their bodies. The battles in other areas quickly came to an end. Just as they reached the entrance of the Ice Heart Palace. Of the 14 who entered, only 10 remained before them. Everyone unhesitatingly consumed the Ice Extreme pill.